At the beginning of the story, we see a woman who, stopping by an injured young man, asks him to say where something important is located. But instead of answering, the young man did everything possible to catch his breath. The woman raised her sword and commandingly asked him to answer her question. Looking intently at her, the young man wondered why it happened that she was so strong. No one expected that this woman, a direct descendant of the bloodline of the master of the supreme sword, would turn out to be so powerful. No one could have imagined that the young woman would be so strong. She cut down hundreds of demonic people with one strike. The young woman is called the Divine Sword. Her name is Yan Chun Ola. It was Siola who killed the heavenly demon who caused the great Orthodox demonic war. Divine Blade grabbed the young man and asked where the rest of the demonic people had gone. Shola asked the man to help her if he felt even a little guilt. Looking at the woman whose eyes were frozen with sorrow, the man mentally told himself that he definitely knew the place she was searching for. But unfortunately, our protagonist could not utter a word. His vocal cords were destroyed. Of course, the real reason for his silence was deeper. A curse lay on his heart, binding him to silence, not allowing him to say anything. When tears rolled down from her eyes one by one, Siola told the man, this is his last chance. She revealed to him that right now all her accomplices want to kill him. She assured him that she would do everything she could to save him if he gave her an answer. While she sobbed uncontrollably, the Divine Blade begged the young man to respond. Our protagonist could not understand why the Divine Sword so fervently sought to find other demonic people. He wondered if she grieved because of the hatred she held for the demonic people she could not capture. The man quickly drove this thought from his head. He understood that Siola was sad because of Zhang Xinyun, who is also known as Meteor Blade. Song Yun is Siola's fiancé. He was kidnapped by demonic people. The young man smiled as soon as he realized this. It seemed funny to him that the strongest person in the world was nervous because of one single man. Siola was irritated seeing our guy smile. Anger overwhelmed her, and she threw him to the ground. She said that if she had known he would be so disgusting, she would have killed him at the very first meeting. Divine Blade turned to our guy and said that she regrets a lot. Our guy was thrown into surprise. He could not believe that Siola would say such a thing to him. He remembered the first moment when he and Siola met. Then the girl offered him something. At the same time, our protagonist was a gloomy young boy, and Siola was a naive young girl. He began to wonder when exactly everything in his life started to go awry. He was a traitor, stabbing a knife into the backs of countless people and siding with demonic people. And the protagonist realized karma is finally catching up with him. Even before she managed to leave the cell on the saw, or some guy was already doing something wrong. The woman quickly turned around. She called our guy, Gu Yun-chun. She asked him to say what he was doing, as he was slowly using his blood to write something on the spot. Yun-chun felt one of the muscles in his chest completely tear. Our guys coughed up blood profusely. The Divine Blade was even surprised to see that. Yun-chun used the blood he had just spat out to continue writing. He tried to move his hand, and in the heat of the struggle, Yun-chun remembered that someone had warned him. If he went against any condition, his heart would explode. As soon as he recalled this, some muscle finally broke down. Because of this, our guy coughed up even more blood. Yun-chun remembered that this curse was the demonic art of the heavenly demon, which they used to enchant cult members so they do not betray the cult. Siola immediately approached our guy. She asked if he was okay. The woman understood. Yun-chun was dying because he kept writing, so she asked him to stop his hand. Unfortunately, Yun-chun could no longer hear her. While he was writing, our guy wondered if Siola would believe him if he told her he was set up. Yun-chun knew she would not believe him under any excuses, even if there were a cartload of them. As soon as he mentally said this to himself, our guy finished writing the location. Siola was stunned by what Yun-chun had written with his blood. Yun-chun understood exactly what needed to be said, but also knew it was already too late. He did not see that his words would change anything. As soon as Yun-chun finished writing, he began to scream in pain. His heart was slowly tearing apart. Screaming for a long time until he turned blue, our guy fell to the ground and looked up. He was tormented by the thought of what kind of life he was living. He remembered standing next to the woman in her last moments. The woman raised her hand and touched Yun-chun's cheek. She had a shining smile, and she asked her brother to be happy. While he recalled how he had lived his life, Siola called our boy and asked if he was okay. While she was calling him, Yun-chun remembered how both great and small regrets had pieced together his entire life. Our boy recalled the moment when he stood next to the woman with green strands of hair. in her last minutes. The woman who seemed blinded apologized to Yunchun as soon as she realized he was nearby. Our boys just fiercely stared at the poor woman. While his eyes flickered with his entire life, Seola, tears in her eyes, called our boy. Yunchun remembered how on a rainy day he held a woman with white hair in his arms. While the rain slowly fell on them, she asked the boy if he was crying and raised her hand up. Yunchun assured her that he was not crying. He said it was just rainwater. The woman asked the boy if the moon had already risen. Yunchun replied to her that the moon was still there. The woman told the boy that it was good when both he and the moon were near her. As soon as she said this, she lowered her hand and died. As soon as he remembered this, Yunchun realized that his life had been miserable. He was born in the Shangshigu clan, a famous clan of the Orthodox faction. Yunchun lived as an Orthodox martial arts master before betraying the Orthodox faction and switching to the demonic side. The demonic cult lost the Great Orthodox Demonic War, and Yunchun was tortured as a prisoner of war before he died. After seeing how everything turned out, our boy closed his eyes and died. In the next scene, we see the younger Seola. She smiles and offers Yunchun a potato. Our boy was stunned to see this. He could not believe he had gone back in time to when he first met Seola. Yunchun could not comprehend what exactly was happening. He was sure he had died after his heart exploded because he broke the heavenly demon's rule. Our boy was sure that his life had ended in Seola's hands. When Yunchun placed his hand on his chest, he felt his heart beating normally, as if nothing had happened. Because he was so small and was in this environment, our boy was able to guess that he was in his younger version, and Yunchun wondered if he was dreaming. Although it seemed to him that he was really asleep, our boy could not understand why he dreamed of the day when he first met Seola, and specifically when she was holding a potato in her hands. He remembered in the past life he said something to the girl when she offered him that potato. In the past, Yunchun knocked the potato out of Seola's hand. Seeing this, the girl was stunned. He smashed the potato with his foot. With a grim expression, our boy called the girl a peasant girl and told her to know her place. Yunchun irritably recalled what his past self had done. It seemed to him as if he were dreaming. Our boy was sure this memory was real because he had accumulated so much guilt. With a trembling voice, Seola asked Yunchun if he did not like the potato. As soon as she asked this question, our boy snatched the potato from her. With a dazzling smile, Yunchun thanked the girl for the gift and assured her that he would definitely enjoy it. He barely said this when he immediately bit into the potato, and our boy started screaming. He did not expect it to be so hot, and he could not understand why the potato could be so hot if he was not in reality. Shola laughed as soon as she saw her boy sticking out his tongue. She found it funny that his face turned red from this. While our boy was sticking out his tongue, a young man in the same clothes ran up to him. Melodic called Yunchun the young master and said that he was being searched for everywhere because he suddenly disappeared. Our boy immediately remembered it was his bodyguard. He remembered that his bodyguard's name was Muyan. Muyan sighed with relief upon seeing that his young master was unharmed. He told Yunchun that he was very afraid something might happen to him. As soon as he said this, Muyan noticed. The tongue of his young master was burned, and he also saw that Yunchun ate the potato that Shella gave him. The man quickly clicked his hand on the sword hilt and asked if she wanted to die. Our guy calmed Muyun. Everything is fine, and asked the man to give him something. Muyun did not understand what his young master was talking about. Yunchun asked the man to give him the honey cookie pastry he had with him. The bodyguard was quite surprised. He put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a cookie. He told Yunchun that it was his last one. Our guy snatched the cookie from the man and handed it to Seoli. The girl looked at him confusedly and asked if he really intended to give it to her. Smiling, Yunchun replied, "This is the only thing he can give her for her tasty potatoes." As soon as she heard this, Seola started drooling. She confessed to our guy that it was her first time receiving something so shiny and with such a pleasant aroma. Before she could take the treat, someone shouted at her. She turned sharply to see the old man whom she calls Grandpa. Grandfather quickly ran to hug his granddaughter and said she was safe. Seola hugged her grandfather with a smile on her face. Standing side by side, the old man reminded his granddaughter that he had told her never to let go of his hand. Shola assured the man that everything turned out well. She said that she even found some potatoes. The man told the girl that the problem was not with the potatoes. He asked if she was okay. Seola assured her grandfather that she was fine. Yunchun got nervous as soon as he recognized the old man standing right in front of him. Shola pointed to our boy and told her grandfather that she gave him one potato. The old man pulled his granddaughter by the hand and approached Yunchun. He lowered his head and told our boy that his granddaughter does not understand the laws of this world, so she committed a serious offense against him. Yongchun assured the man that everything was fine and added, in fact, he was infinitely grateful to Seola. He folded his hands and explained to the old man that he was actually very hungry, and also thanked the girl for offering him the potato. Yongchun told the man he could only repay with a gingerbread cookie and asked the old man if he agreed to accept the cookie. The man was surprised when he heard what Yongchun said. Before he could answer, his granddaughter interrupted and told Yongchun that she wanted him. She stretched out her hand and tried to snatch the gingerbread cookie. As soon as she managed to reach for the cookie, the grandfather caught her and started running. He told Yongchun that they could not accept such a valuable gift and assured our boy from now on they would no longer bother him. Our guy asked the old man to wait. Grandpa Seola was stunned by such a request. He looked around and told Yunchun that he could vent his anger on him. To the old man's surprise, Yanchun placed a cookie in his granddaughter's palm. He explained to the man that this was his answer. Sola was incredibly happy to receive a cookie. She offered our boy another potato. The old man smiled as soon as he noticed something. He realized that Seola had found the one she was exactly looking for. Having received the cookie, Seola waved to Ungchun, and her grandfather politely bowed to our boy. When they both turned around, Yanchun suddenly stopped smiling and let out such a heavy sigh as if a stone had been lifted from his chest. Muyun looked surprised and asked his young master if he was ill. The reason why our guy was nervous was that Seola's grandfather was exactly the person who some time ago held the position of leader of the Murim Alliance. He also belongs to the Supremes trio. They are considered the strongest in Murami. They sow fear and horror among those unskilled in martial arts. This old man is known as Jay Hayagun. He is also called the Supreme Sword. While watching from afar how Hayagun scolded his granddaughter, Yunchun wondered why the old man had come to his city. He could not believe that he was almost killed in his sleep. After her grandfather finished arguing, Seolok turned around and smiled at our boy. Muyan told his master that they needed to return. Our guy replied that they could go. Yanchun was sure. Now that he had no more reproaches, he could die peacefully. To the surprise of our boy, he did not wake up from anything. He went to the threshold of his estate. The boy was confused. He did not understand why he was not waking up. He was sure that if it were a dream, he would have woken up long ago. While he was thinking, Yanchun could not help but wonder if all this was connected to the curse of the heavenly demon. He was wandering in his thoughts when suddenly he heard someone's loud voice. "You are an interesting person." Raising his head, the boy immediately recognized the intonation. A young girl was standing before him. The girl came closer and said that it was strange and even interesting to see that he had the courage to come to the place where the clan leader was supposed to appear. Yanchen remembered her, Gu Yanshu. She was also known as the Flame Sword. She was the boy's second elder sister, and probably the one who despised him the most. Yongchun looked surprised to see that everyone had gathered outside because the clan leader was about to arrive. Yonseo asked our boy to tell her what he was doing now. The girl put her hand on her brother's shoulder and asked, if he had planned something foolish, get lost. Yongchun hid his sister's hand away from his shoulder. Muyan froze in surprise. Our boy told Yanshiyu that he came because he needed to be here. Hearing this, Yanshiyu got irritated. She told our boy that there was no point when someone who had long avoided the meeting suddenly showed up today. Yongchun told his sister that it was his fault and promised that he would apologize to the clan leader later. Yanshu got even angrier upon hearing these words. She called her brother and released her energy. She came closer and said that it would be better for him if he stopped pulling any of his tricks. As soon as they heard this, the servants all started bustling and became nervous. Anger froze on her face. Yuanseo asked her brother not to make her angry before she could say more. She barely had time to blink. Yanshin ordered his sister to stop talking and informed that their father had already arrived. No sooner had he said this than a man on a blood-colored horse rode onto the estate grounds. He wore red clothing, and his pupils were the same bloody red. Moreover, a large scarred wound was visible on his face, and his gaze was cold. The clan head ordered the children to explain what had caused this commotion. When they saw the clan leader, everyone in the clan lowered their heads, and the man only stared intently at his son. It seemed he was a little surprised when he saw Yunchun. Our guy raised his head as soon as he noticed that his father was staring at him. The man stopped looking at his son and called the minister. He dismounted from the horse and asked the minister if the squad of swordsmen was prepared. The minister reported to the patriarch that the first squad of swordsmen was resting after returning, and to the clan leader that the fourth squad was currently waiting. The patriarch, walking forward with the servants, ordered the minister to inform the fourth squad of swordsmen, let them finish preparations. He also said, when everything is ready, Let them come and meet with him. Youngchun was nervous when he saw his father's gaze. Although he did not understand if he was dreaming it, our guy still could not stand that fatherly look. Before leaving, the patriarch turned around and asked Yeonchun to come to his room as soon as they finished eating. Yeonchun and his sister were stunned to hear this. Our guy did not understand what was happening right now. In the next scene, we see Yeonchun and his sister. They are sitting at the table together with their father in a huge dining hall. Our guy looked into the dining hall in a surprise and realized the same awkward atmosphere still hung in his family. So awkward that Yeonchun could not figure out, was he swallowing through his lips or already through his nose? Our guy began to wait for someone to finally speak up to do something about this vibe. The patriarch addressed Yeonseo as the second child and said he had heard that she had made progress in martial arts. With a bright smile on her face, Yeonseo explained to her father that she had a small insight. She admitted a few days ago she had achieved a 3-star mark. The patriarch praised the child for the achievement, saying she had already surpassed her own age and asked her to continue dedicating herself to the cause. The girl thanked her father for his words. Yeonchun was impressed that his sister had reached 3 stars at such a young age. Of course, our guy was not completely surprised. He knew that this was within the power of someone like his sister, who had talent and was quite persistent. Yeonchun repeated to himself, "When his sister smiles, she looks simply wonderful." As soon as he said this, Yeonseo grimaced and frowned as soon as she saw that he was looking at her. Before Yeonchun could take another bite, his father called him. He asked if Yeonchun went outside today. Yeonchun replied that he had errands, so he did not go. As soon as he heard the answer to his question, the patriarch stood up from his seat, asked the children to eat with pleasure. Yeonchun felt it as something inappropriate, as if his father was about to tell him something important. Our boy was sure his father would tell him what he wanted to say as soon as he saw him later. As soon as he thought about it, a maid approached him. She bent down and whispered right by his ear that his father asked him to rest today. She also added that his father calls Chun to come to his room tomorrow. The boy was surprised. He could not understand why his father suddenly changed his mind. Late at night, we see Yeonchun by the window in his room. He, not taking his eyes off the moon, realizes that he has returned to the past again. Yeonchun clenched his fist in anger. He finally understood he had a chance to kill the heavenly demon. Our boy quickly threw this thought out of his head. He understood that he was hoping for the impossible. He simply did not know how to kill the one who dealt with the 3 supremes, who, as they say, are considered to be above the heavens. When he was replaying his own life in his head, a demon in human form who served the heavenly demon only to survive, everything inside tightened. Our boy was irritated. He had lived his whole life carrying so much reproach and regret. Although he did not like this past full of regret at all, he still managed to learn a lot. Yeonchun decided to start a new life now, since he had already been reborn. He saw no point in winding himself up, since the heavenly demon would eventually be killed by Seola, and the demonic sect would eventually disappear. Our boy decided to live quietly with this new chance. His gaze became serious. Yeonchun promised himself that he would never repeat the same mistakes of his past life again, to achieve a peaceful course of fate. Our guy understood. He needed to build strength. He sat in lotus position and began to feel the energy that lived inside him. Yeonchun almost froze from shock upon seeing how meager his inner energy was. Seeing how miserable his inner energy was, our boy realized how impressive it was that his sister had 3 stars, since she was a year older than him. Of course, this boy found his own way to get what he wanted. Yeonchun decided to train with the cultivation technique passed down only to blood relatives of the Gu clan. As soon as he activated the technique, his internal energy began to spin rapidly. The technique is known as Gu Flame Votel Arm. When a person reaches 4 stars, they are capable of releasing fiery inner energy. When a person reaches 7 stars, they can wrap their body in flames. Unfortunately for our guy, he was only on 1 star. Yeonchun knew he needed to gather internal energy as quickly as possible to polish it and reach the 2 stars. To live steadily and without problems, Yeonchun assured himself that he would not borrow power from demonic people. So he decided to focus on building up his own strength. After he had circulated his internal energy for some time, our guy began to feel exhausted. He clenched his teeth and released his energy. Breathing heavily, Yeonchun fell onto the bed. He stopped circulating energy because he could die if he squeezed himself any harder. Our guy knew the body he has now cannot easily withstand internal energy. He was sure that if he continued to push himself, an energy deviation would occur. Breathing heavily, Yeonchun suddenly laughed. Our guy was happy, It seemed that during the circulation of energy, he had achieved some result. His internal energy had already increased, and he reached the early stage of 2-star level. Looking at his own hand, Yanchun calmed himself. He would move step by step. He wanted to improve in a way that was not slow, but also not like in his past life, and definitely not make stupid mistakes that would ruin his future. The next day, Yanshan woke up tired. Our guy was surprised. His whole body still ached from the training he did yesterday. While dressing, Yanchun admitted to himself that it was his fault. He had not trained until now. Later, he decided to visit his father's room, but for now, to use his time for training. As soon as our guy opened the door, he saw something shocking. Yanchun saw Shiolu at the threshold. The girl greeted him with a smile. In this world, suddenly a crack tore open in the sky. The man on the road froze in surprise upon seeing it. His friend asked why he was looking up like that. The man replied asking, "Has the star always been there in the sky from the very beginning?" Looking at the crack, the man suddenly noticed a large eye within it. He was pierced by horror at what he saw. Unfortunately for this man, monsters jumped out through the void while he had not yet recovered. Cracks are called gates of the demon kingdom. Each of them is like a passage into darkness. Each sect created groups capable of fighting these monsters. They are called sword units. Each sect has its own sword unit. In the Gu family, there were 5 sword units, and the older sister of our boys, named Gu Yi, is the commander of the 5th sword unit. Yanchun spent half of his life under the strict orders of his older sister. It was during the time he served under her command that Yanchun officially met Siola. Yanchun was sure that he was destined to meet Siola 6 months after the potato incident. The boy could not understand why this girl ended up right at his doorstep. He decided to return to the room. He thought he was just seeing things because he had fallen asleep too late the previous night. Siola briefly held his clothes, not letting him get back inside. She asked him to wait, greeted him, and gathering her courage, decided to introduce herself officially. Before she could start speaking, someone hit her on the arm. It turned out to be Hayagun. The old man reminded his granddaughter that she could not behave like that with Yanchun. Our boy just kept silent, not understanding what was happening. The boy was jolted by what the Sword Supreme said. Hayagun asked Siola to apologize to our boy. The girl bowed her head and apologized to Yanchun. Our boy could not comprehend what was going on. Hayagun also bowed his head and introduced himself. Wyman. He explained to Yanchun that from today he would serve him, thanks to his father, and assured the boy even with a weak body, he would perform his duties well. Yanchun was surprised to see that the Sword Supreme introduced himself as Wymun, not as Wai Hayagun. Shola introduced herself by her real name and told our boy that she would serve him together with her grandfather. Yanchun was stunned to hear that the strongest people in the world wanted to serve him. Our boy realized that his father probably allowed Sword Supreme to do this for a certain reason. He also realized that his new life had gone awry from the very beginning. Yanchun greeted Sword Supreme and asked him to call him by his name. Hayagun called our boy the Junior Master, and this made Yanchun even more uncomfortable. Sitting on the doorstep, our boy was in shock when he saw what was happening. He could not believe that Sword Supreme was sweeping his house with a broom. The old man turned and smiled at Yanchun when he saw that he did not look away from him. Our boy was embarrassed as soon as he saw the old man smiling at him. He did not know what to answer. While the grandfather was sweeping, Siola received a large amount of clothing from the other maids. The maids told our girl that it was too much. Siola assured them that she would manage and carry it. Trembling, she had not yet properly gathered herself. One of the maids offered to help her with the clothes. Siola again assured that she could carry it. Unfortunately for the girl, she hit her foot on a stone and fell to the ground. The clothes scattered in all directions and spilled everywhere. Shola hit her head on the ground and the bucket fell on her head. Yunchun and the others felt sincere sympathy for the girl. The other maids immediately rushed to help her, and Yunchun froze. He saw that Siola did not know how to handle household chores at all. He thought that Siola must have a hidden talent for martial arts, so he could not understand why she was so clumsy. While he was thinking, Yunchun stood up. As soon as he stood up, Siola stopped crying and approached him. The boy asked the girl to finish the work she was doing. Siola confessed to Yunchun that she was ordered to follow him. With a confident expression, the girl reported to the boy. Her grandfather personally ordered her to watch over him wherever he might go. As soon as these words flew from her lips, Yanchun realized. Before him was his direct servant. The boy quickly understood that Siola was thrown onto him because no one wanted to deal with him. Yanchun wondered if it was fair to appoint him as a personal servant so arbitrarily. Siola climbed onto his steps and approached closer. The girl helped our boy tidy up his clothes, but Yanchun could not manage. The pressure of the supreme sword was simply too heavy to endure. Having finished tying his things, Siola asked our boy to look at everything. Our boy's clothes were wrinkled. Yunchun turned around and began to straighten his own clothes, while our boy wondered whether his father had hired the supreme sword and his granddaughter, even after learning who they were, and whether they had hired Hyagen and Siola because too many servants had already quit. Yunchun put on his shoes and decided that when he got to his room, he would talk to his father about this matter directly. Before our boy managed to leave the house, Siola asked him to wait. Our boy told the girl that she would not go with him. He explained she needed to stay to properly sort everything out. Fila was upset as soon as she heard this. Our boy was quite surprised to see this. He went to his gates and asked our girl to finish her studies and put the work in order. Before closing the gates, Yanchun started asking questions and demanded that everything be done as best as possible. He promised to bring her a treat. Having said this, our boy closed the gate. Siola blossomed with joy as soon as she heard about the treat. Her grandfather sighed with relief, seeing that her mood had changed. The scene shifts, and we see Yunchun near his father's door. Before entering the room, he thinks about how scary it all is. They were never close. He hadn't even spoken a word to his father personally. He was spinning in his head what exactly he should say to him. Our boy was sure his father has something important to tell him. Otherwise, why call him? Yunchun decided to ask his father about Hyagun and Siola as soon as he hears what he wants to say. But while he was wandering in thoughts, someone appeared behind him. The stranger asked if he was not going to enter. Our boy screamed in fear and exclaimed, "Bad," as soon as he heard the voice. When he turned around, he was shocked. His father was standing in front of him. The patriarch asked him to come inside. While sitting opposite his father, Yunchun began to tremble. He could not believe he had said crap in front of the clan head. The patriarch asked his son if he had seen his new servants. Yunchun replied to his father that he had already greeted these servants. Then the clan head asked Yunchun to tell him what he thought about his new servants. The boy thanked his father for assigning new servants to him for his convenience. He wanted to ask his father even more questions, but he was immediately interrupted. The patriarch ordered his son not to ask any more questions and assured him that in time he would reveal all the details. Yanchun accepted the order. Seeing how sharply his father stopped him, our boy realized. The father hired Hyagun and Siolok even when he already knew their true identity. He became curious whether the patriarch had some agreement with the supreme sword. The clan head ordered his son not to worry about trifles and gave Yunchun instructions to leave tomorrow for the United Dragon meeting. Our boy accepted the order, and as soon as he accepted the order, Yunchun tried to recall what the United Dragon meeting was. After waiting a few minutes of thoughts, Yunchun remembered exactly where he was being sent now and what kind of place it was. The scene switches, and we see Yunchun asking his guard to slit his throat. Hearing such a thing from his own ears was a real shock for Muyun. He asked his young master if he really did not want to go to the Unified Dragon Alliance. The boy replied to the guard that he was not interested in it at all. The Unified Dragon Assembly is an important event during which new members of the Sword Unit are chosen. It is held twice a year for the Sword Unit that closes the gates of the Demon Kingdom. They risk their own lives for the Gu clan and the inhabitants of Shangxi, so it is expected that the direct descendants of the Gu clan attend such an event. Yanchun ordered Muyan to slit his own throat and assured his guard if he was dead, he would no longer have to go anywhere. Muyun took out a scroll signed by the clan leader. He told our boy that his father would personally kill him if he did not go. He revealed the truth to our boy. There would be a man named Elderly there. Yanchun was shocked to hear this, and Muyun also informed his master that Elderly promised to beat him if he did not come to the Unified Dragon Assembly. While they were talking, the servants were already loading the carriage, and Yanchun could not believe that Elder Li would also appear there. Among the elders, our boy considered Elder Li quite a scoundrel and too harsh. The old man was always convinced that Yanchun should behave properly, as he was the only son in their family. In other words, the elder saw in him a person responsible for the honor and prestige of the clan. Although our boy did not like that the man treated him harshly, he still respected the elder, because the elder was a very busy person. And despite his busyness, he always found time when he could to meet with Yanchun and somehow teach him. But because of the reprimands and punishments that came from the elder, our boy tried his best to avoid him. Even his father never paid him so much attention. Yanchun said it was simply strange how he still managed to become a failure despite all the elder's instructions. Our guy asked Muyun when they were going to set off. Muyun explained to his master that they would leave as soon as everyone was ready. While they were talking, it was visible how some maids were praising Siola. They told her that she was so beautiful. While this conversation was going on, our guy called out to the maid named Honghua. He asked if she was not ready yet. Honghua apologized to the master and replied that she was just trying to prepare Siola. Changshun asked the maid if our girl had caused trouble again. Before she could explain herself, Siola came out and showed our guy her new outfit, Yunchul. He was struck by how beautiful she was, and his face slowly began to blush. He saw the law approaching our guy. With a bright smile on her face, the girl told Yunchun that everyone tells her she looks beautiful. Our guy turned his back to her and asked the girl to say what this had to do with him. Even saying this, Yanchun still thought about how incredibly beautiful Siola was. With a sweet expression on her face, Siola asked her young master if he also saw her as a beautiful person. Our guy lost his composure, and his face blushed completely red. He turned to Muyan and said that it was time for them to leave. The scene switches. We see Siola peeking out from the carriage while it is moving. She was happy to sit inside while the carriage rushed. She did not expect it to be so fast at all. Hunhua asked Siola if this was her first time in a carriage. Our girl replied that yes, and explained to the lady she always thought horses were kept for food, so she did not expect that a horse could run so fast. While they were talking, Yanchun looked outside and asked Muyan about the place where the gathering of United Dragons takes place. Muyan revealed to the young master that the event is to be held at the Heavenly Exchange. Yanchun recalled that this is the most famous trading district in Shanxi and was surprised to see how much effort elderly people put into this event. Muyun advised his young master to take a nap, saying the journey would take 4 hours. Our boy agreed with his words and even explained to the guard, Muyun is right, but he cannot sleep because he trained last night. While he was speaking, Yunchun heard Shola explaining to Honghua how delicious horse meat can be. The boy was annoyed that the girl was speaking so loudly. He quickly shoved something into her mouth and asked her to be quiet. When she checked what exactly that boy had put into her mouth, CLL twitched in surprise upon seeing that it was a sweet candy. She sat down and began licking that candy. As soon as she got the sweet, Yangchun finally decided to rest. In the next scene, Siola woke our boy to ask for more candies. The girl quickly realized that Yangchun no longer had any sweets left, so Honghua asked her if she had told our boy that they had reached their destination. As soon as he heard this, Yangchun raised his head. As soon as the boy stepped out of the carriage, he saw a beautiful, bright city lit by lanterns. Yangchun understood that the city was shining precisely because there was a big festival in Shanxi right now. While our boy was stretching his body, someone approached him. The man greeted him and asked if he was tired from the journey. He introduced himself as Chun Yishul and, smiling, informed that he is the deputy head of trade at the Heavenly Exchange. Chunishul told Yangchun that it is an honor for him to meet the rising star of the Gu family. Our guy folded his hands and also introduced himself to this man. Chunishul told Yangchun that the first day of the event went smoothly thanks to Elder Li and his sister. After that, he suggested escorting our guy to his room so he could rest. Our guy recalled his sister's face as soon as the man mentioned her name and hoped that during his stay here, he would not run into her. Unfortunately for him, his anxiety became reality. Yangchun, heading to his room, saw his sister. When the girl noticed her brother, she glanced at him with a look as if she was ready to burn him on the spot. The guy greeted Yanseo, but the girl sharply asked him not to do that. She does not want to hear his voice. With a smile on her face, Yanseo asked her brother not to cause trouble at the Alliance United Dragon Assembly. She said there is nothing more disgusting than disgracing their family name. Yangchun assured her he would be as quiet as a mouse and asked her not to worry about him. Francisco got angry as soon as she heard this. She told her brother that she is not worried about him at all. As soon as she said this, she noticed that Siola hid behind our guy as soon as their eyes met. Yansea was openly annoyed to see our girl. She told her brother that old habits never die and asked if he would behave as usual at the event again. Chun did not understand what his sister was talking about, so he asked her to explain what she meant. With a disappointed expression on her face, Yanseo told her brother that people do not change. As soon as she said this, she went into her room and slammed the door. Our guy could not understand why his sister was acting strangely. He apologized to Chun for causing a little commotion. Chun assured Yanchun that everything was fine and explained to our guy, quarrels between siblings are normal. Our guy said he wanted to stop somewhere for a minute before going to his room. The camera switches, and we are thrown into a spacious amphitheater. Lola was stunned to see how large this arena was. She whispered to our guy that she had never seen a building of such scale. Yunchun heard. Merchants measure each other's financial power by how much money they invest in festivals. Our guy had no idea that the Heavenly Exchange would spend so much money on a single festival. The event taking place today was dedicated to celebrating the Sword Squad and their incredible efforts. The duels will take place tomorrow to select new members of the Sword Unit. Yanshin was glad that representatives of the Gu clan with their bloodline would not have to participate in this event. He could only watch the matches. Our guy assured himself that nothing would happen because all he needed to do was stand aside and watch. As soon as he said this, we see behind him stands a giant. He was also wearing the same red robes as Yan Chun. The giant told our guy that he was surprised. He did not run away. Yan Chun, hearing the man's voice, froze, quickly turned around. The man stretched out his hand. Yan Chun was frightened when he saw the man's hand flying towards him. He realized he needed to intercept the attack. To Yan Chun's surprise, the giant simply patted him on the head. Smiling, the giant asked our boy to tell him why he was so afraid. He patted Yan Chun on the head and asked why he didn't run away as soon as he saw him. Yan Chun reminded the man of the promise. If he didn't come to Mountsea, he would be doubled up. The old man was surprised to hear this. He asked our boy to tell him who said that. Yan Chun told him it was the second elder. Hearing this, the second elder laughed, and at the same time was surprised that our boy answered him in kind. Yanshin noticed the second elder constantly has some strange obsession specifically about him. He thought the reason was simple. He is the only son of the clan leader. Siola was impressed when she saw that giant. She called the second elder a bear. The girl declared that bears are as tasty as horses. With a terrifying expression, the second elder glared fiercely at Siola. Shola got nervous as soon as she saw the man's gaze. She wanted to keep talking, but immediately fell silent. When she saw that expression in the man's eyes, Shola was scared to trembling and quickly hid behind Yunchun. Our boy told the second elder that he would scare people away if he continued to look at them with such a frightening gaze. A giant man laughed and asked Yunchun if Siola was his concubine. Our guy was quite surprised by such a question. He asked the man to look at Siola's clothes and explained, "Our girl is a servant." The second elder sighed disappointedly at Yunchun's answer. He told the guy that he would accept his response. The second elder reminded our guy, "Tomorrow there will be a united dragon assembly." He asked Yunchun to go to bed immediately and explained to the guy that even if he is only a spectator, he will still have to participate in the event. As soon as Siola heard this, she ran headlong to the exit and asked Yunchun to go with her before the second elder eats them. Our guy accepted the second elder's order without objection. He did not have time to leave. The second elder smiled and called out to him. He ran his palm across his throat and told Yunchun that he would do the same if he tried to escape. Our guy immediately understood what he was threatened with. Only after hearing what the man said did Yunchun step closer to Shola. Our girl asked Yunchun if the bear would eat them. Our guy answered her that first the man would strangle her. Siola, hearing this, screamed. While they were leaving, the second elder suddenly realized something. He noticed that something unusual had happened to Yunchun. The next day, we see a large number of people gathered at the assembly of the United Dragon. While they were looking at the people lined up to the west, Yongshun explained to his guard. In his opinion, everything should start in the morning. And to Muyun, he said that the event would definitely begin in the afternoon. As Muyun told in Shanxi, where everyone who can confirm their identity is allowed to participate, his master's guard never expected that so many people would come, and from numerous clans at that. Yongchun reminded the man, being a member of the swordsman squad is a huge matter. While our guy was speaking, Siola hid behind him, asking Yongchun in a trembling voice whether the naked grandfather was going to cut off her head. Then she turned to our guy with a question whether they could ask the second elder to go into hibernation. Hearing this, Yongchun snorted irritably. He told our girl that she should have stayed in the room if she was so scared. At the same time, Siola reminded our guy, her grandfather asked her to stay close to him, and Yongchun knew he could not ask our girl to violate the will of the Sword Supreme. Our guy assured Siola that everything was fine and told her Muyun would be able to defeat Bear Grandpa. Siola heard this joyfully. Muyun asked his master to tell him who Bear Grandpa was. Our guy explained to the man that Siola meant the second elder. Muyun told our guy that he could not even touch the second elder with a finger, so he asked the master to address the second elder with more respect. And our guy decided to tease Siola. He told her that Muyun would not defeat the bear, so she should give him her head. Siola froze at what she heard. In a trembling voice, she told our guy that she would be fine if everyone was happy about taking her head. Yang Chen told Ciolo that it was just a joke. While she was drooling, our girl pointed to the cart with food and told our guy that her grandfather assured her, "Ghosts who die with a full stomach look more beautiful." Sola assured Yunchun that ghosts who die after eating dumplings look quite good. Yangchun realized that our girl wanted him to get her dumplings. While our girl was ordering dumplings herself, Muyen told him that he treated Illa well. With a frightened look, Yangchun asked his guard whether he had seen our girl begging him to buy her dumplings. Honestly, Yangchun did not know how to behave properly with Siola, because in a past life, he had met her more than once. Our guy explained to the guard, Siola still did not fully understand what it takes to be a servant. With a smile on his face, Muyun told his master that he had bought dumplings for our girl anyway, despite the fact that she was his servant. Yang Chun did not know how to explain it. Muyen was proud of his young master. He told our guy that the rumors about him were not true. The man explained to Yang Chun that he made a foolish mistake by believing the rumors. He added that the guy still had many lessons to endure. Yang Chun told the man that he was overthinking even simple dumplings. As soon as he said this, our guy realized Muyun had already mentioned something about rumors. He asked the bodyguard to tell him when he started working with him. Muyun revealed to Yanchen that he had taken up the job only 2 weeks ago. Our guy understood Muyun was assigned to him right before he experienced regression. That's why he has a chance to learn about some rumors. While Yanchun was thinking, someone loudly shouted at her mistress. Our guy flinched at that sharp sound. That man told his mistress that she should not wander in such a dangerous place. The girl told the woman that she was excessively worried. The girl told her guard that nothing could happen in the place where the United Gathering of Dragons takes place, because there are many members of the Gu clan in the city. Looking at her from behind, Yunchun recognized the girl's voice and hoped it was not the person he thought of. The guard informed her mistress that she was afraid of encountering the aura of the Gu clan. Our guy was shocked to hear the guard talking about him. He convinced himself that the woman was talking about someone else and that there were several men in Gu clan. The girl said, her bodyguard had to hear, "This will not happen." She explained to the bodyguard that she could not meet with the heir because there were so many people around. Yanchun even froze having heard what the girl said. This phrase seemed to him truly ominous. As soon as our guy thought about it, the girl in black clothes turned around and saw him. The girl was in shock upon seeing Yunchun. Our guy and Muyun also felt nervous when they saw the girl. The girl did not know what to say. The companion bodyguard moved closer to his master and whispered. He told Yanchun that both the girl's face and her guard's expression looked as if they had just seen something terrible. He also asked if our guy knew this girl. Yanchun could not forget the young lady standing before him. Her hair fell to her shoulders, and her black bead-like eyes looked intently straight ahead. Our guy clearly remembered the ring on her hand. It had a mark that appeared if looked at closely. Yanchun already knew what this ring meant. It was an item originating from the Hubei Pong clan. Our guy recalled that young lady as his former fiancée. Yanchuan's marriage was arranged with the Hubei clan, one of the 4 largest clans. Their simple, at first glance, calculation was that the Gu clan was no less prestigious, and they had a child roughly the same age as the daughter of the Hubei Pong clan. Yanchun was already destined to become the heir unless something unforeseen happened. The Pong clan believed that if they arranged a marriage with the Gu clan, it would benefit everyone. But the root of the problem lay in the troubles our guy had caused when he was younger. There were so many bad rumors that they never looked good for the Pong clan. He was remembered as someone who ran away from training just to cause trouble. And of course, it was not this that finally broke the marriage, but what Yan Chun said to the girl. The girl asked our guy to explain why he was here. Yan Chun reminded her his family accepted this event and asked her to say why she came. The girl told our guy that she needed to take care of business. She informed Yan Chun that his family does not own all of Shanxi. She told him that she does not need to report her movements to him. Yanchun replied that he does not care. Having learned this, the girl got irritated and reminded, she is still a year older than him. Yanchun apologized to her and told her that he forgot. While they were talking, our guy noticed Ciola walking away. He asked her to follow him if she had already bought the landfill. Dumplings. While he was holding a large number of dumplings, he looked closely. Quite a few people were moving towards Yanchun. Our guy asked the girl, stay well. He and the bodyguard passed by the girl. Our guy told her that he has a lot of things to do right now and promised he will see her later. The girl froze in surprise upon hearing this, sharply turned around and wanted to say something to Yunchun, but she changed her mind and decided not to speak. She reminded herself she is really very busy dealing with her brother. The girl noticed that Ciola was walking next to our boy. She was sure that earlier they had never met with our girl. She was surprised that such a sweet maid was standing next to Yunchun. She wondered if our guy had changed. As soon as this occurred to her, the girl remembered her first meeting with Yunchun. Our guy asked the girl to say who she was, and he told her that she was just the daughter of a concubine. Of course, hearing this, the girl flared up with rage. She climbed onto the table and grabbed Yanchuan's clothes. Looking ominously, the girl asked our guy to repeat what he said. Raising his gaze arrogantly, Yanchun asked the girl if he was wrong. As soon as she heard this, the clan leader's daughter punched Yanchun right in the face. The girl told her bodyguard that she was ready to endure everything, even if it was for the sake of the marriage arranged by her parents. She told Yunchun that she still wanted to marry him despite all the terrible rumors about him, and added that she would do anything for her clan. The bodyguard instantly stepped closer to his lady, and she begged him to calm down. The girl stepped aside and removed the bodyguard from her way. She moved closer to our guy and raised a chair up. She told Yunchun that he was dead. Remembering what our guy told her, the girl assured herself, nothing happened to Yunchun. Nothing changed. While she was still thinking, our guy took several plates of dumplings from Ciola. The girl assured her master that she was able to carry the plates. Our guy told her she didn't look very well and offered to help. Muyan also offered to help Yunchun. Our guy ordered his bodyguard to stick to his duty and added that they needed to take the dumplings to Hongwa if anything was left. The girl shuddered when she saw what our guy did. It seemed to her something was wrong with our guy, as if he was different. She instantly threw that thought out of her head. She told herself that today Yanchun was just in a good mood, and she calmed herself. It was impossible for that crazy freak to have grown up. Looking at our guy, the girl mentally tells herself, maybe there is a very tiny chance that our guy can change. Even before Yunchun and his guard managed to enter the building, they heard someone shouting at another. Our guy and his group quickly turned aside. Yanchun was upset that several people were scaring him today. Muyan asked his young master if he was okay. Our guy assured the guard that he was fine. Ciola asked the host if the dumplings were safe, and our guy told her to shut up. The one who was shouted at replied to the man in front of him, "These shouts will not solve the problem." He asked to calm down. The man forcefully struck the table with his palm and began to explain that he did not have much time. Then he asked the servant, would he answer if he were caught? With a stern expression, the assistant asked the man to explain what he meant when he was caught. As soon as the young man heard this, he immediately became nervous. He realized he had made a mistake. He told the man that he had never said anything like that, and the assistant replied by asking if he was joking with him. Muyan asked his mentor if they needed to intervene. Our guy reminded the guard that anyone can participate in the United Gathering of Dragons if they can prove their identity. Muyun explained to our guy that he is not asking about everything in general, but whether to allow the man to continue making noise. Yanchun turned to his guard and noted that seeing fights around the entrance to the only gathering of dragons is nothing new. He assured Muyun that the martial arts masters of the Gu clan, who are on standby, will take everything under control. One of the combat masters stepped closer to the man, placed his hand on his shoulder, and asked him to stop this performance here. Barely touching the shoulder, he saw how the man grabbed his hand and with one jerk pressed him to the ground. The attendant froze in surprise and asked the man what he was actually doing. With a cold look in his eyes, the man told the attendant that he had already proven his skill with this, and then asked if he could be allowed to participate now. The attendant lunged at him as if he had lost his mind. The man replied that there would be no participation anymore after he had knocked down their fighters, and explained that he was just demonstrating his skill. While the man and the attendant argued, Muyun whispered to the master whether they should intervene now. As soon as the guard said this, Sula awkwardly and clumsily explained what she saw, as if our guy was simply bam, hit like a human, like with a hammer. Yangchun stepped forward and asked Muyun to follow him. The guard was surprised to hear this and asked our guy if it was really right to leave the man there alone. With a troubled face, Yangchun explained to Muyan that he did not want to get involved in this matter. He ordered his guard to come in with him. Muyan was about to argue with the master, but Yangchun assured him, others will sort it out. As soon as he said this, the attendant told the man that he could not just do as he pleased. They have their own rules. He added that he would not let him in if the man could not be properly identified. The man asked the attendant if his skills were insufficient. The attendant replied that he had no problems with skill. The man grimaced irritably as soon as he heard this and asked the escort if he was allowing himself disrespect towards the young clan leader of the Punk clan. Our guy and the daughter of the Pong clan turned around upon hearing this. They were shocked. The young man called himself the young clan leader of the Punk clan. In the next scene, we are transported to the past. We see snow falling thickly and incessantly. Avi asked her older brother to tell her what he was doing. The young man with a bright smile on his face greeted his sister Avi and said he was warming himself by the fire because it was cold everywhere. He explained to her that he decided to roast sweet potatoes since he was close to the fire. Avi told her brother that she was not at all interested in knowing why he had lit a fire near her room, and asked him to simply say what exactly he wanted to use the plaque in his hand for. Smiling, the young man explained to his sister, Oe, that sweet potatoes take too long to cook, and that he wanted to use the plaque to make the fire stronger. As soon as he said this, Oe threw something right at his head. The man flinched seeing this and reminded her that she was hitting her older brother. Oe replied that he deserved it and asked if he didn't know what he was holding in his hands right now. The man told his sister that he was holding firewood. Avi reminded her brother that the Pong clan plaque was given to him by the clan leader himself, as a reward for finishing the Divine Dragon Academy first among the best, and for becoming the youngest successor in history. Avi added she understood what he was capable of doing with this plaque. The man told his sister that he wanted to use it to make the fire stronger. Aoi snatched the potato from her brother and tried to hit him with it, but the man quickly covered his head. Eventually, the girl decided to do nothing. She told her brother that he needed to behave more like a successor. The man laughed as soon as he heard the word successor. Avi was surprised to see the expression on her brother's face. She admitted to her brother that sometimes she couldn't understand what he was thinking, and reminded him, despite his youth, he had all the skills and talent, and he had already been chosen as a successor. Avi told her brother that he looked so dissatisfied even after several achievements. Smiling so brightly that he was glowing, the man told his sister that he was not dissatisfied at all. He looked up and admitted to his sister that he just wanted to leave the estate. Aoi, blowing on a potato, said to her brother, "He can just leave and then come back later." The man listened in surprise because such a thought did not fit in his head. In the next scene, we see Aoi reading a letter. That idiotic fool who told her about it reported that the brother would leave for a short time. Clenching the paper in anger, Aoi could not believe that her ship brother called 4 months. A trifle. While she held the letter, her guard informed her the beggar sect found her brother. The guard informed Aoi that her brother was in Shanxi. The girl shuddered upon hearing that he had gone so far. The camera switches to the present. We see a young master arguing with the caretaker. The young master says he showed everything he could, and the caretaker asks in response, "Well, what will that give him?" Anger was red on his face, and the man begged the caretaker to allow him to participate in the event. The caretaker asked the young master to calm down. He wanted to explain something else, but the man cut him off with the words, "He has little time." He asked the caretaker if he needs to show Dark Night Blade before he believes. Mu Yan informed his master that Dark Night Blade was just mentioned. Yunxun told the guard that this technique belongs only to the direct bloodline of the Pong clan. Our guy wondered if the young head of this clan was really in front of him. Yunxun decided to leave quickly. He did not want to accidentally get involved in a story that did not concern him. As soon as our guy returned, a second elder appeared before him. The man grabbed Yunxun by the head, and the second elder ordered, "If he knows about the Dark Night Blade, then he must be the young head of the clan." At that moment, the elder intercepted him, and Yunxun realized, it's the end, he can no longer get out of it. The second elder addressed the companion and asked to let the young master pass. He is skilled enough. The young master folded his hands and, seeing the second elder, bowed low. He introduced himself to the man as Pang Wujin. He called the second elder the great master of the Pure Flame Fist from the famous Gu clan and said it was a great honor to meet him. As soon as he heard Wujin address him, the second elder laughed. He told the youth that he hadn't heard such a title for a long time, then assured Wujin participation is allowed. But the companion informed the elder that it had not yet been confirmed whether Wujin was really a young master from the Panglands. The second elder assured the man that Wujin really is the young head of the clan. The attendant was shocked to hear this. The elder told the man that Wujin looks exactly like his father and said that the youth has the stature of a Pang. According to the second elder, the black ring on Wujin's hand is quite enough to confirm his identity. Chengchun noticed, It is the same ring that Aoi wears, so it was hard for him to believe that this fool is actually the young head of the Pong clan. Smiling, the second elder asked Wu Jin to explain why the successor of the Pong clan wants to participate in the event aimed at selecting new members of the Gu Sword Unit clan. With a confident expression, Wu Jin told the man that the Panglands are completely uninteresting. The second elder began to laugh loudly as soon as he heard this. He told Wu Jin that his reason was not bad, and our guy wondered if Wu Jin had gone mad. The elder asked the man if he had permission from his family. Wu Jin replied to the elder that he ran away from home because he did not think his family would allow him to come. The elder's laughter grew louder. He asked our guy if he heard what the man said. Our guy wondered if Wu Jin was stupid. The elder noticed that Wu Jin was well-trained and asked the man his age. Wu Jin told the elder that he would turn 23 this year. The elder was surprised to hear this and realized that the Pong clan was raising a too powerful monster. While the man was looking at Yongchun, he told Wu Zhang that he wished their little idiot would be like him. Our guy did not know what to answer the elder. Mu Yun stepped closer to his master and assured, the elder is not talking about him. Siola asked our guy to explain why the old man calls him an idiot. Yanshun ordered them to be silent and said that they hurt him worse than the elder himself. Our guy hardly cared about what the elder said. Looking at Wu Jin, our guy was convinced. The elder was right to call him a monster. Yanshun recalled that Wu Jin would soon be given the title Emperor of the Sword. Our guy became sure that Wu Jin belonged to the Pong clan. He remembered that someone else from the Pong clan was also nearby. As soon as he thought this, Aoi called her brother. Wu Jin was glad to see his sister. As soon as the girl was next to him, she sharply raised her leg and hit him in the face. From the blow, the idiot flew into the air as if someone had pushed him. The aura, which gave goosebumps, pressed on everything around. Aoi called her brother a worthless scoundrel. She could not understand how he dared to claim he was the successor if he himself ran away from home, leaving a note. Wei Jin asked his sister to calm down and listen to him. With a terrible expression on her face, Aoi addressed the man. Let him say what he wants to tell her. Wu Jin was stunned that his sister actually gave him a chance. He begged her to have mercy and not punish him. As soon as she heard this, Aoi started beating her brother mercilessly. She demanded that he explain why he ran away from home and tried to join another clan, their swordsman squad. She lost her patience. She directly asked if he had lost his mind. Wu Jin begged his sister to spare him. Yanshun watched in surprise. He told the elder that it was better to stop Aoi. She might kill her brother. The second elder assured the boy that everything was fine and explained that the men from the Pong clan were strong. They could even withstand blows from a metal rod. Wu Jin called to the chief master and began begging him to save him. Yunchun asked the elder if he was sure about what he was saying. The second elder ordered Avi to stop beating her brother and warned that she could simply kill him. Avi was annoyed that someone spoke to her. She was about to curse the one who interfered, but quickly restrained herself. She shut her mouth as soon as she realized it was Grandmaster. Avi turned around and greeted the second elder. She apologized to the man for having seen her and her brother fighting over petty family quarrels. The elder reassured her, everything is fine. He said he was pleased to meet someone as witty as Wu Jin. Avi assured the elder that she would definitely compensate him for the incident. She addressed the man and informed him that she and her brother were already on their way. Wu Jin told his sister that he would stay. Hearing this, Aoi got irritated and asked her brother if he still hadn't been beaten enough. With a cold look in his eyes, Yevhen asked his sister if he looked like a person who jokes. The girl became nervous as soon as she saw the expression in her brother's eyes. Avi asked him to name the reason. Wu Jin confessed to his sister that their clan was boring. Avi asked her brother if the Gu clan and other clans were more interesting. The man told his sister that this clan was probably at least more interesting than theirs. Avi put her hand on Wu Jin's shoulder and begged him to grow up, reminding him that he is the heir of the clan. Evgen explained to his sister that he first wants to enjoy life and only then become the head of the clan. He reminded her the only way not to become the leader is to be crippled or die. And for a man, both options were equally bad. Wojin confessed to his sister that he did not want to become the head of the clan. He told her that everyone in the clan, except them, were just beasts wearing a tag with a name. The man told his sister that he would become the head of the clan so that she would not have to. Yunchun asked the second elder if he would really allow Ujin to participate in the competition, and at the same time asked if he wanted to get involved in the affairs of the Punk clan. The Grandmaster told our guy he wants Ujin to participate but does not plan to deal with Punkland's problems. Watching the gaze of the two siblings, the second elder mulled over the decision. The elder, smiling, declared to Ujin he can participate if he defeats him. And everyone froze in shock at these words. Evi told the elder that there was no sense in this, and Yongchun added to that. He asked the second elder if he had finally gone mad. The elder, with the same smile, informed Wujin, the winner will be determined in 10 moves. With a focused look on his face, Vuochjin asked the man if that was all. The second elder assured the man that he was not lying. As soon as he said this, Avi ordered her guard Yobi to bring her brother. The second elder decided to set the rules. He told Wujin that he would win if he managed to touch him within 10 moves. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wujin was behind him. He snatched Yobi's sword and was already ready to strike the elder. But before his attack could reach the target, Wujin began to laugh. The second elder reproachfully told Wujin that he was too impatient. As soon as the man said this, he sharply turned and clenched his fists. The scene changes, and we are immediately transported to the arena. The announcer informs the audience that they will show a fight between two stars who will lead Guklan in the future. Yanseo calls the sword flame. As soon as the girl heard this, she smiled. Yanshuo faces Yanchun, and he looks at his sister. Our guy could not understand why he had to fight his sister right now. The scene again takes us to the past. We see the second elder delivering a heavy punch directly to Wujing's face. The attack sent the young man flying. The old man took a deep breath, smiled, and told Yunchun and Avi that he had won. Our guy and Avi were surprised to hear this. Yunchun reminded the Grandmaster that he was supposed to dodge the attack. The second elder asked our guy if he had ever come up with such rules. He told Yunchun that they both agreed to spar, assuring him that Wu Jin would soon regain consciousness because he controlled the power. Our guy told this man that he would do nothing if the Pong clan came to them. The second elder reminded Yanchun that he was a pure flame fist and assured him that he would not die alone. Yanchun replied to this man that he hoped he would die a lonely death. Immediately after he said this, he called Aoi. He informed her that the second elder did everything at his own discretion. Aoi told him that it was okay. She said to our guy she felt relieved that her brother was unconscious. She explained to him that she did not know what kind of trouble her brother could have caused. To our guy, she added, it was quite logical that the second elder proposed sparring. Having felt this, the Grandmaster laughed. He never had such an intention. He told Avi that he proposed a spar because he found it funny. Yunchun could not believe that such a person became an elder in their clan. While our guy was pondering, Seola touched him. Yanchun told her that they could leave right now before. To his surprise, Seola was impressed by the elder. She told our guy that the naked old man was way too cool. She even tried to describe exactly how he fought. Yanchun was surprised to hear this. The expression on our girl's face was so sincere. Yanchun wondered how such a good child saved the world. The second elder rejoiced hearing Seola praise him. He told her that she had better eyes than the gloomy guy nearby. Then the man decided to give Seola a gift. So he reached his hand into his clothing and pulled out a red cookie. Seola froze upon seeing the cookie. She told the old man that she had always loved it from the very beginning. The second elder asked Yunchun if he was disappointed that only Seola received a gift. He replied that he had something to give him. Yunchun told the elder that he did not like sweets, and to his surprise, the Grandmaster revealed he would participate in an exhibition match after the United Gathering of Dragons. The scene changes, and we are brought back to the present time. Yanseo asked her brother if he ever used a sword at all. Yanchun was stunned to hear this. Could it be that he really fought with a sword once? The art of Gu, the flaming wheel, can be applied with different types of weapons, and, as is known, it is especially effective with a sword or with a fist. Eventually, Yunchun realized the fist works best for him. He decided to give up the sword. Our guy was embarrassed by the question. Would it not look strange if he suddenly stopped using it? Yanseon told her brother that she really did not care whether he used the sword. Our guy was glad, as it was nice to see that the sister, thanks to her nasty character, would still overlook it. With a smile on her face, Yanseo told our guy that she was glad and grateful for this opportunity. Yanchun shuddered when he heard his sister call this situation an opportunity. With a creepy smile on her face, Yanseo told our guy that now she finally has a completely legitimate reason to beat him in front of everyone. Yanchun became very nervous from these words. Our guy recalled how he argued with the second elder, so he asked the man why he was forced to fight his sister. With a strange expression on his face, the Grandmaster revealed to our guy that he did not want people to go home thinking that the Gu clan was boring. Yanchun easily saw the old man's intention. The second elder simply thought it would be funny, and our guy had no desire to be ceremonious. So he decided to surrender while the fight was ongoing. As if he knew in advance what Yanchun was thinking, the second elder smiled and pointed at Wu Jin, warning that the same would happen to him if he surrendered. Yanchun did not understand why the elder was putting so many obstacles in his way. He asked if he really wanted Yanchun to be harshly beaten in front of many people. The Grandmaster asked our guy if he really intended to lose. Staring intently at his sister, Yanchun reminded himself that he could not waste regression. There was no point in spending energy on a fight that never happened in his past life. While he was still thinking, Yanseo called him. She called him the guy who would become the next clan leader simply because he was a man. She settled into a stance and told her brother that she hated him to death. As soon as she said this, the host asked her to start. Yanseo sharply lunged at her brother. Our guy managed to dodge her strike. The girl swung her sword at his neck. Jungchun reacted and managed to dodge by ducking down. He quickly retreated. Yanseo closed in and tried to strike right at the head. Our guy easily parried the attack again. His sister was quite surprised. She did not understand how a 2-star could so skillfully dodge the attacks of a 3-star. Yanchun could easily read his sister's thoughts through and through. Our guy dodged her attacks, anticipating her by just half a strike. Even while doing this, Yanchun was still gasping for breath. He realized that he really lacked training. He instantly created distance between himself and his sister. He was gnawed by the question of how exactly he wanted to end the fight, and another whether he should allow her to hit him. Yunchen was not sure if he would get out unscathed if he took a hit from his sister. While he was pondering, his sister told him that he was still used to dodging. Immediately after she said this, Yanxiu appeared next to our guy. She grabbed him by his clothes and drew her sword, tried to strike him with the wooden sword. Fortunately, Yunchun managed to pull off his clothes. Yanxiu's sword tore our guy's clothes. Yanchun told his sister that dodging was much easier when she swung so obviously and without any doubts, and asked his sister to stop acting exactly in that way. Our guy wondered how much deadly rage his sister must have if she was literally able to tear his clothes. Yanseo revealed to her brother that she forced herself to come to terms with the thought that she would never become the clan leader, although she worked herself to death. The girl could not understand how someone like her brother, who wastes life like trash, was allowed to become the clan leader just because he was a man. She asked Yunchun if he was capable of understanding her pain. As soon as she uttered these words, Yanseo covered her sword with energy. Our guy was stunned. He confidently believed that this technique was far beyond 3 stars. While swords spun at a crazy speed, Yangshuo began attacking her brother even more aggressively. Yanchun barely managed to dodge the attacks. The girl clenched her fist in anger and told her brother that he always runs away. Immediately she said it. She tried to punch our guy with her fist, and Yanchen also dodged this attack. Yanseo quickly turned and kicked her brother. She told him that he was talentless and did not work on himself, and our guy blocked her strikes with his hand. Seeing this, the girl stepped back. Anger was reflected on her face, and Yanxiu asked her brother to just disappear if he was going to live a worthless life. As soon as she said this, she immediately launched an attack on him. When her sister approached closer, Yunchen managed to see tears in her eyes even before her sword could reach our guy. Yanseo asked her brother to disappear just like their mother once disappeared. As soon as she said this, our guy grabbed her by the hand. Yanseo was stunned to see this. Her energy left the sword. With a horrified expression, Yanchun asked his sister to repeat exactly what she had just said. Yaneso always believed since childhood that her sister was the coolest person when she was only 15. At 20, she was awarded the title Sword Phoenix. She graduated from the Divine Dragon Academy with the highest grades and was appointed the 5th commander of the sword unit of the Gu clan. Everyone in the clan understood that she was a star, but unfortunately, she never managed to become the head of the Gu clan. Instead, the one who is to become the head of the clan is the concubine's child, Gu Yongchun. Yeonso did not hold a grudge against her brother for this. Although they were half brother and sister, Yanchuan's mother treated her kindly. She liked the girl, so the presence of our boy did not burden her at all. Once on a certain day, a woman suddenly disappeared. Their father ordered everyone not to look for her, and no one made any effort to find her. At that very moment, Yanchuan's attitude changed sharply. He spoke and behaved rudely with everyone, without exception. But rumors that he supposedly touched the maid still spread, yet it changed nothing. He remained the head of the clan. because the head of the clan must always be a man. Yanseo and her outstanding sister were overshadowed. Their existence was ignored. The girl envied her brother's privileges, but he did not understand what he had. Yanseo was not just angry at him, she hated him. The narrative shifts back to the present moment. The boy asked his sister to repeat once more. Only she saw that look on Yanchuan's face and immediately understood. She was in danger. She quickly jumped back. One moment, and her foot never touched the ground, and our boy had already appeared behind her. When Yanseo turned around, she saw the fist of our guys rapidly approaching her. The scene changes, and we are taken a few minutes earlier to the top of the arena. Sitting nearby are Aoi and her bodyguard. The girl tells the bodyguard that Yanseo is actually the same age as her. She never thought Yanseo was so talented. She informs the bodyguard that she can no longer pretend that she is from the Pong family. Yobi calmed her lady and assured her that everything is fine. Avi told Yobi that our guy and his sister are saying something, but she cannot hear them. She asked her bodyguard if she could hear them. Yobi told her lady that she would not be able to hear them. Then Avi asked the woman to explain the reason to her. Before she could answer, Wujian placed his hand on his sister's head and explained to her that the second elder had enveloped the arena with his internal energy, so neither Yanshun nor his sister could be heard. Looking at her brother's face, swollen painfully, Avi asked him not to tell people that he was from their clan. With such a face, Wujin asked if she was ashamed because of him. The girl considered it a silly question and asked her brother to stay at the gathering until the swelling went down. Yobi handed the man an ice pack. Wuchen asked his sister if the one fighting was the sibling of the Sword Phoenix. Aoi informed her brother that Yanseo was already at 3 stars and her fencing was very smooth. While they were eating ice, Wojian told his younger sister that he was asking if the one dodging was the younger brother of the Sword Phoenix. Yobi revealed to the young master that both Yunshun and Yanhyo were siblings of the Sword Phoenix. Wujin smiled upon hearing this. He could not believe that there was another genius in the Gu clan besides the Sword Phoenix. While he was watching the fight, Ave was intently watching her brother. She recalled that he told her, "First you have to know how to have fun, even before becoming the head of the clan." The girl realized that after her brother became the head of the clan, that look would never again be in his eyes. During her silent observation, Wujin said, "The fight is over." On the platform, you can see how our guy tries to hit his sister with a fist. Yansu was sure, as soon as she dodged this attack, a chance would definitely appear. Fortunately, she managed to jump back. The girl wrapped her sword with her energy and aimed the blade at Yangchuan's head. Before the sword could touch, Yangchun told his sister that he understood why she hated him for how he had lived his life. Our guy raised his hand and asked Yanseo to also understand what he was about to do. As soon as he said this, Yangchun struck her sword with his palm, knocking it aside. Yangseo was stunned to see this. Our guy covered his palm with energy and hit the girl on the head with it. The girl lost consciousness and fell to the ground. As soon as it happened, she fell to the ground again, and the announcer declared that our guy had won the match. In the next scene, we see Yan Chun sitting on a table near the arena gates. Our guy is reflecting on what he just did. He did not intend to win. He did not expect the 2-star energy to rise so much that his sister would faint. Yanshun hoped that nothing happened to his sister. Our guy was weakened by sadness when he remembered how his sister asked him to disappear. While he was still thinking, Muyun and Siola came to visit him to meet. The guardian asked his master if he was injured. Our guy answered yes and immediately asked Muyun what was happening inside the arena. Muyun told his master that the whole atmosphere was buzzing because of him. He explained to Yanshun that no one had any idea he would win. Our guy was not surprised to hear this. He knew people would be stunned when the scoundrel defeated the promising newcomer. Muyun reported to his master that the atmosphere had calmed down a bit as soon as the second elder at the meeting immediately began to summarize. Hearing this, Yanchun sighed with relief and ordered the bodyguard to leave as quickly as possible before the second elder came across them. Before our guy could even take a step, Lai reported that he was bleeding. Yanchun explained to our girl, "This is proof that he is still unable to properly control his internal energy." Shola grabbed his hand and slowly wrapped his wrist with a bandage, and Yunshun, blushing, told our girl that it was not such a big deal. To the surprise of our guys, Siola was struggling to wrap his hand with a bandage. With tears in her eyes, Siola asked Yunshun to forgive her. She said she was unable to do it properly and begged that our boy would not suffer anymore. Veil Yanshun stared intently at her. Wujin approached closer, smiling, and that man told our guy that he also did not want to be harmed. Yanshun called him a bastard and asked, Can't you see the situation? Wu Jin was surprised to hear this. He was about to question our guy. Our guy, but he did not give him a chance. Chun greeted the man just as Wu Jin greeted our guy. Avi asked her brother to go with her. The girl hid behind her guard's back. It seemed she was uncomfortable. With a smile on his face, Wu Jin asked his sister if she felt uncomfortable. After all, she was once engaged to Chun. He told Avi that this was the best time to make peace with our guy. Chen also felt uncomfortable. He asked Wu Jin to explain why he came. The man in response asked our guy to call him Brother Peng from now on. Chun explained to the man that he would gain nothing from intimacy with someone like him. Wu Jin laughed upon hearing this and revealed to our guy that he thought the Gu clan only had the phoenix swordbird named Gu Yibi. He added to Chun that he never expected such a hidden talent as him to exist in their clan. Since Wu Jin mentioned his sister's name, our guy asked Wu Jin if he knew her. With the same smile on his face, Wu Jin told Chun that he was close to his sister, but was not sure how the sister herself felt about them. Our guy immediately understood the man was not close to Vivi at all. After introducing himself, Wu Jiang decided to leave. When the man and the bodyguard moved forward, Chen noticed that Aoi was walking ahead. He asked the girl if she also had something to say. Casting a frightened glance, Aoi reminded our guy of the day their engagement was broken off. Before she could say anything else, Chun apologized to her, and Aoi was surprised by what she heard. Our guy apologized for calling her names and speaking harshly, explaining, although he was still immature now, back then he was even more immature. Chun told Aoi that she did not need to apologize. He himself deserved what he got. The girl smiled brightly as soon as she heard this. She turned around and asked our guy not to lose what her brother had given him. Chun was surprised to hear these words and looked at his palm. There he saw a punk clan badge in his hand. Our guy pondered what exactly he was holding. While Aoi and her brother walked away, Chun realized there was still so much to fix. In the next scene, we see Chun returning home in his carriage. Shola had already fallen asleep and was resting on Gonghwa. The woman felt uncomfortable, but she did not want to disturb our girl. Looking at the sky, Chun thought about the fact that he once had a sparring match with his sister. The boy was confident. In his past life, this never happened, and defeating Yanseo would simply be impossible for him. Chun pondered that Shola was his servant and noticed too many things were starting to diverge from the past he knew. He became curious whether that small act of kindness he showed to our girl could have consequences. He wondered if that small act of kindness would really change anything in this world. Our boy realized when he returns home, he would have to carry out his plans even faster. While thinking, Chun sent something forward. He instantly asked Mu Yuan to check the protective talisman that senses demons, and Mu Yuan was quite surprised to hear this. Chun reached into his clothes and pulled out the talisman. Mu Yuan smiled, lifted it, and told the master that no changes had occurred. This talisman is supposed to light up as soon as a gate to the demon world opens nearby. He assured Chun that everything was fine. But as soon as he said this, the talisman flared up. He quickly raised the talisman and ordered everyone to stop as soon as the charm slowly burned out, and Mu Yuan explained to everyone, the gates of the demonic realm were already opening nearby. He ordered them to take battle positions and reminded them the safety of their master was the most important. As soon as he said this, Mu Yuan saw Chun next to his horse. Dismounting, he warned the master that it was dangerous here and asked him to immediately move into his carriage. Chun assured he will listen to complaints later, but now he asked to look only ahead. As soon as Mu Yuan raised his head, a green portal flashed before him. The portal expanded, and monsters jumped out, wolves with horns. The green color of the portal indicated the lowest level of danger. Chun covered his palm with energy. Although the situation was a bit shaky, he confidently believed he would manage. He raised his hand and struck the monster on the head, exactly at the moment it came closer. As soon as this happened, Chun pushed his hand into the monster and pulled out a stone. These stones are well-known vulnerabilities of monsters. They are like hearts for them. Once pulled out, the monsters immediately die. While Chun was examining the demonic stone, another monster tried to attack him from behind. Our guy lowered his head and struck the monster with a heavy knockout right below him. After that, he snatched its demonic stone. Immediately after doing this, he began to breathe hoarsely. His internal energy had already dissipated. Our guy knew continuing to use the Gu Flame Wheel martial art would be extremely difficult. Unfortunately, he had almost no choice. Chen had to apply the Gu Flame Will martial arts, otherwise he would not survive. While he was convulsively trying to get up, the monsters rushed to attack him. Our guy did not even have time to open his mouth when Muyan appeared before him. The bodyguard sliced through the monsters before him with his sword, tearing them to pieces. Yanchun froze when he saw how skillfully his guard controlled his body. He did not remember Muyun as a strong martial arts master at all. Muyun turned around and asked his master if he was okay. Yanchun flinched at these words and thanked his guard for saving him. Our guy looked around and asked Muyun if it was all over. He replied to the master that there were few monsters at first, then reminded Yanchun the monsters belonged to the lowest class. Yun asked the master to explain why he fought. He said that without it, it would have been bad if he got injured. Our guy asked the guard not to worry. As soon as he said this, Yonchuan's hand began to glow. Our guy was stunned to see this. While Muyun looked around, he suddenly fell to his knees and covered his hand with his body. He screamed in pain. Muyun and the other warriors were also shocked. They immediately ran closer to our guy. While Muyun was kneeling, Yangchun began to curse. He did not understand why such a disgusting feeling was overwhelming him right now. Our guy was sure this was a heavenly, demonic technique that absorbs demonic energy. This technique is known as the art of absorbing the demonic well. Yangchun could not believe that he was absorbing the energy of the demonic stone he held in his hand. The scene abruptly flips and throws us into the past. We see a wounded man in the white clothing. He was kneeling, looking around for him. His comrades lay around him. His sect was burning with violet flames. The man shouted at the one in front of him, demanding to say what his sect had done to him and what exactly he was being punished for. The one he was talking to was Yun Chun. Our guy, addressing the man called Blossom Splitting Blade, asked if these were his last words. Before the man could answer, someone's severed head rolled next to him. The blade of Blossom Splitting Blade trembled as soon as it saw who it was, and loudly called out to its sect leader. While he was shouting, suddenly a huge shadow covered him. When he raised his eyes, he saw a portal in the sky from which a huge dragon emerged, and someone stood on its back. This person said that Blossom was not so bad after all, so upon seeing this person, Yanchun fell to his knees and bowed his head. A woman jumped down directly from the dragon's head. She told our guy that this was by no means enough to satisfy her, and added, she could only extract a small, shallow pleasure from this. The woman, with a smile on her face, asked Yanchun to raise his head. The moment changes, and we are thrown back into the present again. Our guy noticed something strange in the energy he was absorbing. He realized that the art of the flaming wheel was devouring demonic energy. Yanchun could not understand what exactly was happening. He was sure that nothing like this had ever happened in his past life. While he was thinking, Shola and Muyun approached closer. They both called out to him together. Our guy raised his head. Muyan asked him if he was okay. Yanchun assured him that he was fine. He told him that during sparring it was much more painful than he expected. The bodyguard told his master that he would look for a doctor nearby, and Yanchun again assured him that he was fine. He told him that there was no need to worry anymore. Our guy thought it was best to hide the truth, and he knew nothing good would happen if people found out that he had absorbed demonic energy. Sola grabbed her master's face with a worried expression and told Yanchun that his face looked bad. She asked if he was in a lot of pain. Our guy assured her that he was fine. Our girl asked him if he was sure and said that his face looked bad. Yanchun heard this irritably and asked her to stop talking. Huanghua grabbed Siola by the head and told her that she should help their master, not irritate him. Mujeon explained to his master that if he felt unwell, they could visit the apothecary nearby. Our guy assured him, after a good night's sleep, everything would be fine. He asked Muyun to prepare to continue the journey, and Muyun accepted his master's order without hesitation. He ordered the other warriors to tidy up the things and take the useful carcass. While he was speaking, Yanchun looked over his own body and noticed that he no longer felt any demonic energy inside him. He became curious. Could it be that the art of rotating the goo flame really worked? Because the color of the demonic stone had already faded, our guy could say that the energy inside had been properly absorbed. Yanchun squeezed the stone in his hand and crushed it. He decided to continue the journey. In the next scene, we see Yunchun and Siola near the shop. With an expression of admiration on her face, Siola pointed at the honey cookies. Our guy walked past her and said that she didn't care. Hearing this, Siola was stunned. She asked our guy to explain why he brought her out if he had no intention of buying any honey cookies for her. Our guy heard this with surprise. He reminded Siola that he simply told her he had business at the market, and our girl grabbed Yanchuan's leg and used Grandpa as an excuse to follow him. Muyan asked his master to explain why he came to the market. He reminded him that he had not yet recovered from the ordeal he had experienced. He told Yunshun that there was no reason to come to the market the day after the Soul Dragon gathering and advised him to return home. He asked our guy if there was something he was looking for and assured him he would help find it. Yanshin noticed that his guard was worried, so he said, right now he can't help him with anything. As soon as they reached the alley, our guy stopped. He looked around to make sure he was standing in the right place, and Muyan asked his master if something was happening here in the alley. Yanshun ordered Sala to go home. He asked his guard to follow him, and Sala asked our guy to explain why she had to go. Then Yanshun told her to return to the clan and inform the other servants that he would return after lunch. After lunch, with a nervous expression on her face, Siola spoke to our guy about her grandfather. Immediately he heard this. Yunshun told her he would give her 10 honey cookies as a settlement if she went home right now. Our girl reached out and asked our guy to add a few dumplings to the deal. Yunshun accepted this offer and shook her hand to seal the agreement. Muyan asked his master to say where they were going. Our guy replied that he would find out very soon. While they were walking down the alley, Yunshun looked around at the buildings. Muyan told his master that their place was dangerous now. Yanshun assured him that he knew that. As soon as he said this, he immediately came across the building he was looking for. The two of them headed to the entrance. Our guide told his bodyguard that he was afraid he wouldn't find this place. Muyan asked to explain why he came here, and Yanshun asked the man if he felt something bad about all this. Muyan informed his master that he was actually already feeling bad from the building itself, and all this with a smile on his face. Yanshun praised his bodyguard for his subtle intuition. As soon as he said this, our guy immediately opened the door. As soon as they stepped over the threshold, they were greeted by several giants. Seeing Yunshun and his bodyguard, they froze in surprise. They said that our guy probably went the wrong way, and they asked themselves whether they should just kill the people standing before them. Muyun instantly put his hand on his sword as soon as he felt a change in the air and saw this mood. While these huge men were negotiating, someone turned on a lamp. Smiling, that man told Yunshun that he was not in that part of the city. And he asked, let him explain why he came here. Our guy replied to the man that he was a client. Hearing this, the man laughed and told Yongchun that he would correct his manners by cutting out his tongue. Muyun heard this irritably. Our guy asked him to hold back a bit, and he turned back to the man, said that he already understood who was who as soon as he crossed the threshold. Muyun asked if he was afraid that his clan would clean out everything here completely, and assured him there is no reason for that in the clan. It would only be a loss for them. Yongchun smiled and asked the man to call the regional manager before everything escalated into the situation he himself feared so much. The man laughed in response. He told the guy that he did not know where he picked up this nonsense, and that he actually lacked respect for his elders. As soon as he said this, powerful, huge men surrounded our guy and Muyan. Yongchun kept smiling and said, apparently he showed no sign of being a polite person. Hearing this, the man laughed loudly. With a stern expression, he ordered his men to attack. The bandits immediately rushed at our guy. Before they could touch Yongchun, Muyun drew his sword and ordered them not to touch his master. He struck with the sword, and the opponents were knocked off their feet as if the lights had gone out. The leader and the rest of the men were shocked to see this. The man immediately realized he had made a mistake. He remembered that Yanshun was the heir to his clan. He understood that he should have waited. He would have a skilled bodyguard with him. The man did not know what to do and certainly could not bring Yanshun to his regional manager. While he was pondering, a person appeared from behind the door of the back room. She called this man captain and said that the regional manager wanted to talk to him. The captain was informed of this. He was incredibly displeased. He could not believe that the manager had already heard what had happened. The captain asked this man to tell what exactly the manager said. When Yanshun saw how the men were talking to each other, he decided that they were conspiring against him. He turned to Muyan and ordered him to deal with the men. Before Muyan could do anything, the captain asked our guy to put away sword. He opened the door and said the regional manager wants to meet him. Yanshun told the men that they should have done it earlier. He ordered Muyan to put away his sword. He asked him to follow him. Muyun quickly approached his master. He told him that he did not understand what was happening. Our guy assured him that it was not a big deal. Then he admitted that he wanted to join the beggar sect, but there were a few problems. The beggar sect managed to establish itself among the 10 largest thanks to the information it possessed. But since it still belongs to orthodox sects, they do not take on work that could cause problems. So when Yanshun decided to submit a request, it turned out to be too troublesome, and he had to look for another place. The place where our guy ended up now looks like a beggar sect, only it is used exclusively by unorthodox sects. It belongs to the domain sect. In the next scene, Yanchun and Muyon arrive in the basement of the building. There they were met by a young man with blue hair. He introduced himself as the head of the Shangxi branch and gave his name, Du Wangshu. Wangshu told our boy that he was not expected and apologized for their too abrupt greeting. Yanchun replied that there was no need to apologize and directly asked Wangshu if he would take the commission. You once told our boy that he is curious about everything, so he immediately asked Yunchun why he came to a small, unorthodox sect and not to the beggar sect of his respected clan. Our boy explained to him that Yunchun came to them because it was a task that the beggar sect could not handle. He told him that only the house sect could manage it. Then our boy ordered, "Let one show say why he constantly tries to stick his nose in." The manager apologized for his behavior. He explained to our boy that they must be extremely careful because of the clan he came from and begged Yunchun to approach everything with understanding. Our boy asked the manager whether he would accept the order or not. The man revealed the truth to Yunchun. Their sect does not refuse orders, and he assured him that everything would be fine as long as he could pay for it. Our boy put a piece of paper on the table and told Winshu that he was looking for someone. He specified, "A boy, just a little older than 10. You looked carefully, unhurriedly at that paper." He apologized to Yunchun and declared that he took back his words. He said he could not accept this commission. He revealed to our boy that the previous client was not looking for this very chilika. Instead, he was looking for the location of the person who protects the child. Our boy asked the leader if he was really sure. With a smile on his face, Yanchun told the man that the size of the commission was about the same as that of the head of security in the house. Everyone in the room together shifted their gaze to our boy, and terrifying expressions froze on their faces. The men quickly drew their swords. They rushed to attack Yunchun, while our guy sat calmly, as if he did not react. Mu Yan drew his sword and stopped their strikes. Yan Chen emphasized to the leader that he himself said he would not act aggressively. A focused, stern face. "You once asked our guy to tell where he knew this from." Yanchun told the leader that he did not want to speak in riddles. The main thing is that both of them have the necessary information. Once you asked him if he could verify his information, Yanchun showed him a paper and said that he himself could verify the information. He explained that it would be wise for him to think everything over well because he found himself in a hopeless situation. He also told Wanshu that he could forget about it if the information was not needed. And he also revealed that he would go to the beggar sect and added that maybe he would slip them something about the leader of the house guard. Yu, hearing this, got irritated and could do nothing against Yunchun. He accepted the assignment from our guys. Yunchun asked him to say how much time they would need on the road. As soon as he told our guy that it would take 3 months, after these words, Yunchun sharply stood up. He headed to the exit and informed the manager that they would exchange information as soon as he found the boy. No sooner had he said this than our boy immediately noticed something. He noticed that the manager was actually very worried about the leader of SEK. He told him to check the sharp mountain ridge and added this was his preemptive move. As soon as he heard those words, he himself was surprised. As soon as our boy said this, he immediately left. A little later, the captain addressed the department head and asked if he trusted Yanchuan's words, because our boy knew that secret, creamy information which, as it turned out, the sect leader lacked. The head replied to the captain, "There is no choice. They will have to believe our boy." When you couldn't understand exactly what Yanchun was thinking, he was sure that our boy asked Muyan to watch him, because he knew they would come out aggressively, without hesitation. The leader thought only Yongchun could not know this. He was sure that the head of the Gu clan was also involved. While he was thinking, the leader began to peel off his skin. The captain asked him if he could take off his skin. As soon as you told the man that he was suffocating, he reminded you, no one was watching him. After removing the skin, he pulled off the clothes tied with straps from his chest. When you turned out to be a woman, the captain turned his head away while you undressed. The house of SEK usually does not respect or obey the orders of the SEK leader. So that is why the SEK leader went into hiding to avoid those who were hunting him. When you felt pity for the leader of SEK, she wondered what had happened to her father. After Yan Chen left the building, he sighed with relief. He was glad to have gotten what he wanted. He was already preparing to fight Wansu if things got out of control, and now he was happy. Even the few crumbs of information he knew turned out to be enough. In his past life, Yan Chun learned that the leader of the house sect had been held by the Dark Knight Palace for over 5 years. Because of this, the house sect and the Dark Knight Palace were drawn into a bloody war. The Murim alliance dealt a surprise blow which led to the Dark Knight Palace being destroyed, and the battle ended. But during this war, the leader of the house sect died, and unfortunately, the house sect ceased to exist. Fortunately, our guide does not know the exact location of the Dark Knight Palace. Yanshun knew. The only reason his information worked was the meeting with the manager. Although he terribly disliked it, our guy had no choice but to make contact with the house sect to find the right person. He wanted to find the boy who had reached the level of top management of the demonic cult at a young age. He was a tactician called the brain of the demonic cult. His name was Heavenly Wedge Juga Hyuk. Yan Chun planned to find and kill this boy. Even Seola had difficulties because of his tactics, and our guy was sure that Hyuk would help the advancement of the demonic cult if he did not deal with him now. While he was thinking about this, Muyan said that he did not know exactly whom he was looking for. He explained that in the summer they would hear about him from the Alliance sect because it would take them 3 months, and added to the master that the people of the Alliance sect were not as informed as the rumors suggested. The boy suddenly realized, so he would really get exactly the information he desired in the summer. No sooner had he thought about it than something clicked in him. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of it until now. He recalled that around this time, a secret chamber of the young Jin Chuan clan, serviced by the First Merchant Association, was discovered. The wealth inside that chamber, no matter how much there was actually not that important. The main thing was those priceless spiritual pills. Yang Shun remembered the person who rose to a high stage thanks to the power of spiritual pills. Later, she became a demon human and turned out to be a huge source of power for the heavenly demon. Hyuk was a big problem, and the secret pumper also mattered. Yan Chun was racking his brains on how to get inside, since it was exactly in place, where it could not be bypassed. After thinking a bit, the boy decided to give up on the chamber. He couldn't figure out how to reach Sichuan and didn't know how to find that well-hidden place, fortunately for Yang Chun. But a way to get what he wanted seemed to have been rolled right up to his doorstep. The scene abruptly switches, and we see Sayol talking to someone. That person asked her to say what she thought about him. The boy assured Sayol that he could make her happier. In the next scene, we see the second elder telling the servant that he missed one spot. It turns out the servant is Sword Supreme. Smiling, the elder informed Hyagun that he came here because he heard Yanchun is causing trouble. And he added that he never thought some old man would become the root of all troubles. Hyagun laughed upon hearing this. The second elder asked him to stop laughing and ordered him to continue working. Hyagun, in anger, smashed a bamboo broom, then addressed the second elder as Gurion and sharply asked why he was behaving strangely. Hearing this, the second elder became frightened. He explained to the Sword Supreme Commander that he was only helping him by disguising himself as a servant. Hyagun ordered Rayan to help him sweep if he wanted to contribute. The second elder awkwardly said that he had just broken the last broom. The Sword Supreme Commander commanded him to pull out hair and use it as a broom. The scene switched. We see Rayan picking up wooden fragments that Hyagun scattered when he broke the broom. Meanwhile, the Sword Supreme Commander sat and drank tea while the second elder worked. Hyagun asked Rayan if he really came to meet Yunchun. The elder responded by asking Hyagun if he also already felt it. Rayan told him that the boy refused to train kicks and ran away for 6 months. Our boy defeated his sister, and Rayan told the Supreme Sword that he also knows how to stabilize the flow of his flame wheel art. He was smiling, and Rayan said that Yunchun has incredible talent and that they cannot just leave him alone like that. Hyagun explained to him that he was not sure if it was talent. He said he had never seen anyone improve so quickly in his life. The old man took a sip of tea and noted that there was something strange about Yunchun. He reminded him of one thing. The first elder will not sit still once he hears about Yanchuan's feat. He told Rayan that the elder might already make a move. The second elder knew the Supreme Sword was right. He asked him to say where our boy is now. The scene switches, and we are taken back to Seola. A young boy appears before her. He insists that he can make her happier than Chunchun ever could. The shot jumps again, and we hear this story from our girl's perspective. Last night, Seola had a bad dream. In her dream, our girl inflicted severe wounds on many people. Even though her grandfather knew very well how much she hated holding the sword, he still forced her to harm many people in the delirium. Our girl wanted to stop, but still entered the house to harm even more people. Inside the house, Scylla saw a man with a smile on his face, and he said that if he had a little more time. The older Seola looked stunned by what the man said. The man was pointing his broken sword directly at our girl. Shula closed her eyes and apologized to someone known as Chun. The dream looked as if it had already happened in the past life of our boys. Our girl woke up after the nightmare. She wanted to see Yunchun because she was scared to death. But for some reason, Manhwa asked her to quickly go to the yard. Our girl arrived at the yard earlier than our boy. She saw someone else there. The boy told Yahello that he would make her happy, and our girl did not even know what to answer. After all, she was already happy next to Yunchun. The wild boy begged Yahello. Our boy arrived and made a terrible grimace. Yunchun told the boy that Yahello was his servant. He asked the boy who he was. Our boy could not believe that this kid was asking Yahello. He noticed that the boy was truly blushing. He could not believe that he dared to do that right in front of him. The boy apologized to Yunchun for offending him. Our boy shuddered at these words and asked the boy if he knew him. The young man bowed and introduced himself as Guchuliop. After that, he told Yunchun that he would like to request a sparring match with someone from the main bloodline of the family. With a bright smile on his face, Yunchun refused the request. The boy, hearing this, was surprised. Yunchun explained that he would not fight with him. Juliop asked our boy if he was scared, and Yunchun replied that he was really scared. Juliop got irritated hearing this and tried to tease our boy with words that running away from such a thing was the fate of the weak. Yunchun praised him for having a good eye and told him that he was extremely weak. Our boy had already caused a commotion with that sword fight with his sister, so he did not consider it wise to repeat the same mistake and even enter a sparring match with some random loser. He turned around and said he was leaving. Immediately, he turned back again and saw the second senior ahead. The old man smiled when he told Yunchun that he was not going to leave. He explained, Juliop came from afar precisely for this duel, and he asked our guy to accept the sparring. Yunchun asked why he came at all. Juliop greeted the second elder. Ryan responded to the boy's bow. Our boy asked the elder if he knew Juliop. Ryan could not believe that Yunchun forgot who this boy was. He told Yunchun that Juliop is the grandson of the first elder. Just hearing this, our boy immediately noticed. Juliop has the same face as the first elder. The second elder grabbed Yunchun by the head and asked Juliop if he wanted to spar with him. The boy said yes, but added that their guy is just too afraid of this sparring. Yunchun blurted out to Rayon that Juliop didn't come for a fight. He's just hitting on the girls. The second elder asked the boy if he had received orders from the first elder. Yunchun finally realized what was happening. He decided that Juliop wanted to fight over some purely combat-related reasons from martial arts. But the boy quickly understood it was just politics. Everyone already knew the first elder was a very ambitious man. He expected that a worthless person like Yunchun would lead the clan, but everything fell apart as soon as he saw that the one he considered useless lost to Yunso. Our guy guessed the first elder, it seems, is trying again to pressure him, using his grandson. Yunchun told the second elder that he still did not care to fight with this boy, and Ryan informed our boy that Juliop came from a distant place. He asked him to arrange one fight with him. Yunchun explained to Ryan that there was no point in this. He only said that he would lose. With a smile on his face, Ryan told him that he had a feeling he would not lose. Yunchun grabbed Yahello. He turned to the elder and stated that it was already clear. Julia was stronger than his sister. Just one look at him was enough. He also said he did not want to drag himself into a losing fight and had no intention of getting involved in politics. While our guy had not yet left, Juliop grabbed our girl by the hand and asked her to wait. The boy told her that Yunchun was not worthy of her, and he asked to follow him, and not the cowardly bastard. Our guy sharply turned around upon hearing this. Horror froze on his face. Yunchun ordered Juliop to remove his hand and follow him, assuring that he would accept his request. The scene changes, and we see Yunchun and Julie on stage. Our guy began to regret his reckless prank. The second elder told our boy not to worry. He said that the fight with the new combat master would help him become better. Yunchun told Ryan that he must do him a favor, regardless of whether he wins or loses, because he wanted everything to turn out exactly that way. The second elder told our boy that he had no reason to do him a favor. He explained, if he loses, he will bear all the losses himself, and also reminded him that he is the future clan leader. Yunchun replied to the elder, he is mistaken. While the guy was stretching, he showed him a simple truth. He had no intention of becoming the head of the clan. Ryan was stunned by these words. The elder asked our boy who would then become the head of the clan, if not him. Yunchun had already renounced all hopes for the position of head in his past life, but most people still think he desires it. Barely smiling, our guy said to the old man, if you don't do me a favor, I will roll on the ground and give up. Ryan realized Yunchun is not joking. He stated that he has only one condition. Our guy asked, tell me exactly what it is. The second elder assured if he wins, he will give him everything he wants. As soon as Yanchun stepped onto the stage, Juliep asked him if he was already well warmed up. Our guy replied he is fine. Holding the sword opposite Yanchun, Juliep apologized for what was about to happen. Our guy did not understand what he meant, so he asked for an explanation. Confidently and boldly smiling, that insolent bastard reminded Yanchun that last year in a duel he did too much against him, and added that it was not like he could expect. Our guy would be bedridden for a whole month after the fight. In fact, our guy was not annoyed at all, but that duel happened a long time ago, so he did not even remember all those events. Juliop told him that back then he considered him weak. He told our guy that most likely the victory over Yangxia was just a coincidence. But unfortunately, the first elder does not think so. Juliop explained to Yangxian that he does not like to pursue the weak. He wrapped the sword with his energy and warned our guy he will really hate it if a weak person becomes the head of the clan. Yunchun did not answer the guy. Juliop called to the second elder and said that he also has something he wants for the victory in the fight. The second elder considered it fair and asked the young man to say exactly what he desires. Juliop told the other elder that he wanted Yole. Shun? Ryan laughed as soon as he heard these words. He agreed to Juliop's request and ordered the guys to start the duel. Yanchun released his energy as soon as he heard this. Juliop noticed something. As soon as he saw our guy's energy, Yanchun asked the guy to start. Juliop told him that it would be polite to allow the weaker opponent to attack first. Our guy immediately asked him, then why is he afraid if he is really weaker? Juliop was sure his speed, internal energy, and strength were better than Yanchun's. Although he knew this, Juliop did not dare to attack our guy. He was gnawed by the question of whether this was happening because of the guy's aura, but the guy quickly threw this thought out of his head. He was sure that Yanchun was entirely made up of flaws, from head to toe. And as soon as he thought about this, he immediately decided the guy is probably just doing everything possible to cope with the internal energy that he himself emits. Yanchun stopped releasing energy. Juliop smiled when he saw it. Juliop was sure that our guy exhausted his internal energy faster, because his energy was smaller. He was confident that Yanchun had now completely exhausted his internal energy. Our guy took a stance and reminded Juliop that he said he could attack first, and the guy replied to him that he could. Immediately after he said this, Yanchun appeared next to him, foot in the air. Juliop really managed to see the movement of our guys. He dodged Yanchun's strike. With a smile on his face, the boy said to Yanchun, his attack is not bad, but he is too slow. Yanchun clenched his fist and gave the boy a quick punch right in the face. Before he could turn around, our boy suddenly jumped up and landed a heavy kick right in Julio's face. The arrogant fool was thrown to the ground with a brutal crash. A huge explosion rose from the attack. When Julio lifted his head, he spat blood. Yanchun ordered the fool, "Get up right now." He told him he did not want to hear him screeching as if he had won a duel with an ambush. He asked Julio if he had had enough. Julio got up and apologized to our boy for initially underestimating him. He told Yanchun that he lacked strength. Our boy asked, "Is the fight over already?" Julio took a stance and wrapped his sword with his energy, assuring our boy that he was not attacked yet. Yanchun was annoyed that the fight would not end as quickly as he wanted. Our boy knew that there was little time left. Usually Yanchun uses internal energy, releasing it just like Julio does. But to fight someone stronger, our boy needed to absorb internal energy into himself to strengthen his body. Unfortunately, his body was not yet able to withstand such a level. He knew, if he pushed himself to the limit, an energy deviation could occur. Realizing his reserve of strength, Yanchun understood. This fight must be finished in 7 minutes. Our guy remembered that the sword technique used by Juliop begins and ends with the use of friction force between the sword and the scabbards. He believed he could dodge his attack if he focused his attention on it. No sooner had our guy thought about this than Juliop immediately launched an attack. The boy's attack was incredibly fast. Yanchun barely managed to let it pass by him. It was as if Juliop was cutting the very wind. The boy quickly turned around and began attacking Yanchun more aggressively. Our guy could do nothing but concentrate on dodging. Yanchun noticed the movements in Juliop's technique were well connected and natural. He saw that Juliop had trained a lot to reach this level. Our guy dove towards Dodge's attack and turned his back to Juliop. And precisely because he was so well trained, our guy realized, as soon as he blocks the technique, Juliop will be unable to do anything. Yanchun gathered his energy in his chest. At that moment, Juliop prepared to deliver the finishing blow. But before his attack could hit our guy, he released his energy from his back. Juliop had to cover his face with his hand, and he could not believe that Yanchun was capable of emitting such energy. The moment he unleashed all his thermal energy at once was enough for our guy to finish the fight. Yanshun approached the idiot closely and struck him hard right in the stomach. Yanshun sent him flying with one blow. The idiot crashed into the wall with a bang. Our guy asked if he knew what he hated the most. He replied that he had no problems either with those who insulted him or with those who tried to take the position of clan leader. Julio spat out some blood. He suddenly realized he couldn't move. A sinister gleam in his eyes, and Yanshun explained to him that he had tried to take what he did not even dare to desire. He told the guy directly. In fact, he hates that. Our guy could not agree that Julio tried to take something he did not deserve so easily and without hesitation. He thought, maybe break his arm so that he would no longer dare to dream of such tricks. Yanshun decided to break his right arm. Before our guy could do anything, the second elder placed his hand on his shoulder and praised him for the victory. He said the guy had already done enough. In the next scene, we see Ryan scolding Yanshun. He told him that he was too harsh. Our guy addressed the elder and reminded him that he expected Julio to have prepared since the moment he proposed the duel. He reminded him that the idiot got up by himself and went home alone. He assured the elder that Julio was fine. Ryan asked Yunshun if he is not worried about what the first elder might do. Our guy told him that he didn't care. He reminded him that he was not going to become the clan leader. Then the second elder ordered Yunshun to stop talking nonsense. One day he told him that no one could become the clan head except a descendant of the direct bloodline. Our guy told this man that Shola could. The girl asked him if she would get any food. Yanshun replied that she could take as much as she wanted, and our girl declared that her dream now was to become the clan captain. The second elder told our boy that this was not something to joke about. Yanshun assured him, Siola probably can, and as soon as he said this, there was a pause. So he understood something. He was tormented by the question of when Shola would learn to wield a sword. The sword. After all, she was called the direct disciple of the sword commander. Our guy was sure he was the one who taught her, but Yanshun never saw Siola hold a sword. She only learned household chores. Our guy was sure Siola was not always so foolish. He wondered what our girl was like when he met her that winter. While pondering, Yanshun noticed he had forgotten and found it strange. It was not something he could easily forget. Just as he saw that her mentor was thinking about something, Siola asked him if he was all right. She was sure. Our guy hit his head during the duel, and she asked him to make her captain before he set off into eternity. Ryan stood up and told our guy that he would talk to him a little later. He just asked to rest. Yanshun asked him where he was going, and the second old man realized our guy had already caught everything. With a smile on his face, our boy reminded the man that he must keep his promise. The old man got irritated when he saw that Yanshun remembered. He demanded, say, what do you want, money or food? Yanshun laughed as soon as he heard it. He told the old man that he did not need something so trivial. Then he turned to the elder. He needed someone as powerful as him to help in a difficult situation. Ryan asked Yunshun to say exactly what he wanted. Our guy pointed outside and asked the elder to send him to Sichuan. The man was surprised to hear this. Yunshun told him that he should be able to do this as an elder. Ryan did not understand what our guy meant, so he asked, why wouldn't he just go if he wanted to so much? Yunshun was surprised to hear this. Ryan was worried about what kind of favor he wanted to ask this guy. He never expected him to ask for something so simple. Our guy reminded the elder that it was about Sichuan, not a bustling marketplace. He reminded that the only son of the clan cannot just wander wherever he wants. He explained directly to Ryan, to go so far, there must be an important reason. Ryan told Yunshun that it was enough for him just to visit the exhibition of Tang weapons. Our guy froze upon hearing this. The Tang weapons exhibition is an event held every year. The Tang clan invites other families to display weapons made by master craftsmen. The elder explained to Yunshun that there was no need to attend the event, but it could be used as an excuse to go to Sichuan. Ryan could not believe that Yunshun actually fought in a duel for such a request. Our guy quickly corrected his words. He told the elder that he was joking and asked for money. The man told Yunshun that he really wanted to get to Sichuan. He admitted that he had not realized this before and told our guy, getting old is scary. Our guy begged the man to give him a spiritual pill if he could not give money. Ryan stood up and told our guy that he would send him to Sichuan as soon as possible. He assured him that he would show him the power of the elder. Yanshun told the man that he had changed his mind. He begged him to give him something else. And shouting at the top of his voice, Ryan told our guy that he would send him to Sichuan right now. Yanshun shuddered upon hearing this and told Ryan that it was impossible to do so. He reminded him that they first needed to properly notify about it, and he himself also needed to prepare. Immediately, our guy said this and found himself near some workers. They said they had received an urgent order from the second elder. They were ordered to send Yongchun to Sichuan right now, and the Sword Supreme asked Xiola to stay and work with him. Our guy could not understand what was happening. Looking around, he suddenly caught himself already sitting in a carriage. He did not know exactly when the carriage started moving. Yunchen had no idea that everything would happen so quickly. With a smile on his face, Ryan waved his hand to the carriage of our guys and asked him, "Have fun there." Hyagun turned around and told Ryan that they needed to go to work. The elder addressed the old man and asked if he was speaking to him. The Sword Supreme asked the second elder if he would allow an old man like him to do all the work alone. Sweeping, the elder grumbled to Hyagun that he was bored, so he asked to listen to his worries. Meanwhile, the Sword Supreme wondered if he sent Yongchun so quickly just to share his concerns. Ryan told the old man that a few days ago, the clan head was asking him about the immortal doctor, and explained that it happened because someone had hinted to the clan head. The elder asked Hyagun to explain why he was looking for the immortal doctor. The old man went ahead and ignored him. The elder decided to change the subject and asked about Xiola. He told the Sword Supreme that his granddaughter did not look like a human and asked him to explain who this our girl was. Hyagun told Ryan that he was crossing the line. As soon as the elder heard this, his breath immediately caught from nerves. The Sword Supreme drew several swords created by his own energy and asked Ryan not to babble unnecessarily. The elder explained to him that if Xiola were human, he would feel a presence similar to his own. He told him that the brightness of this presence only differs from person to person. Ryan informed Hyagun that Xiola had no presence when he first met her at the Unified Dragon Assembly. The elder addressed Sword Supreme. If he believes that the immortal doctor will come down and heal her with divine skills, let him refuse, and added that he already knows this is not a disease. Before the elder could say anything else, Hyagun ordered him to be silent. He created a whole bunch of swords from energy and declared to Ryan, "Xiola is an ordinary human." Ryan realized that he could not get through to Sword Supreme. "Hey, he turned around and threw a broom. Ryan told Hyagun, what he wants does not matter. As his sword slowly disappeared, Sword Supreme whispered to himself, "It does not matter that our girl is not human. He will help her fill what she lacks in humanity." The old man clenched his fist in anger and said he was ready to give his life so that Xiola could grow up safe and sound. A few hours later, Sword Supreme learned that Xiola had disappeared. The scene switches, and we see Muyan and Hanwha next to the campfire. The overseer told the maid that they only needed to prepare food. Hanwha explained to him that there were still a few days left until Sichuani, and they needed to ration the food. Muyan asked Hong what to tell where their master had gone. The woman revealed to him that Yanchun said he wanted to train while they prepared. The overseer replied that their master was probably already bored. Then Honghua smiled and told him that they should have taken Xiola with them. In the forest, we see a boy training, focused and stubbornly practicing movements. After performing several moves, Yunchun became exhausted. He fell to the ground and began to breathe heavily. The boy could not believe it. Had he already depleted his internal energy after just a few movements? Almost 10 days had passed since they left, despite his constant training, yet no progress was visible. During the duel with Juliop, Yanchun's biggest problem was the reserve of internal energy. Internal energy is the foundation of all martial arts. The boy knew he needed to quickly raise his energy level. While he was thinking, Yanchun recalled the moment when he absorbed the energy of the demonic stone. He remembered that the suction technique from the demonic well is a way to absorb demonic energy from a spiritual pill or from a demonic stone. However, the one who uses this technique eventually also draws demonic energy into the body, and it gradually corrupts it. But for unknown reasons, Gu Flame Willard purified the demonic energy that our boy absorbed. As soon as the energy was purified, Yanchun could no longer feel any demonic presence. Our boy felt as if he could now nourish his internal energy in this way, without any side effects. Even if he wanted it, Yanchun considered, using technique was not the wisest, because the art of absorbing the demon well is the martial art of the heavenly demon. Our guy did not want to return to the demonic path, having barely escaped it. While he was pondering, he heard a scream. Someone screamed indescribably. The guards quickly raised torches, and our guy had no idea what was happening. He ran out of the forest and approached Muyan. He asked, "Tell me what happened." The man explained to his master that there was something inside the carriage. Chunya noticed Hong trembling on the floor. Our guy decided to look inside the carriage. He was met with something shocking. Ciola was coming out of the box. The girl was glowing when she saw Yunchun. The smile did not leave her face, and she told him that she had finally come after all. We see a change of scene, and we are immediately taken back to the past. Several servants are busy loading the carriage. Shola told her grandfather that she also wanted to follow our guy. She reminded him that last time he allowed her to travel. The man understood. She meant the united gathering of dragons. Looking at Ryan, he explained to his granddaughter why he let her go. Because there was a person who could prevent her from making mistakes. And he told our girl directly that such a person would not be near her, not on the spot. He asked if she understood, let her help him carry some things. Carrying clothes to the carriage, our girl thinks that Yang Chun will not return for another month. She concludes it is better for her to stay. She is bad at household chores, and Yang Chun cannot stand people who do not help. While she was packing his things into a box, someone asked her to wait. But as soon as our girl turned around, she saw no one. Then she decided to peek into the box with food to check whose voice she had heard. As she reached inside, a hand pushed her in. Shola did not understand what was happening. It seemed to her as if someone was just playing a trick on her. Our girl said she was scared. As soon as she tried to get up, a hand appeared again near her head. She moved slowly and was put to sleep by Ciola. Our girl fell into the box and fell asleep to recover from what had happened. The mysterious voice apologized to Silla for what it had done and assured that it was leaving everything to her. As soon as the voice said this, the servants informed Yonchun that they were ready to depart. With a confident smile on her face, Ciola told Yonchun and everyone else that this was exactly how it happened. Three of them did not know how to react. It seemed to them that our girl was simply lying. Shola was surprised. It turned out that they were not impressed at all. Smiling, she told them that it had happened again. They assured her they heard her the first time, and they could not believe that she was insisting she was possessed by a ghost. Our guy thought that Ciola should have just left as soon as she heard that voice. While they were traveling, Ciola saw an owl. She told Yanshun that she had already tried owl before, and that it was actually very chewy. Along the same path, our girl saw a squirrel. Yanshun asked her if she had also eaten squirrel. She told him she had, and our guy told her that because she had tasted squirrel, she would not see any cookies. At first, Yanshun was supposed to send Ciola home with a guard, but she had already gone too far. Besides, he did not have enough food to feed both her and the guard. Our guy decided it was best if Ciola traveled with them. Ciola picked up a worm. She asked Yanchen to exchange a cookie for it firmly. Our guy threw away the cookie as soon as he heard that. When Ciola saw this, she screamed. Yanchen realized that he should have just sent her home. While he was looking at the sky, our guys felt the energy of 4 monsters heading toward them. He called Muyun. The guard pulled out an amulet and told his master that he already knew everything. He ordered everyone to stop. Yunchun grabbed Ciola and thought everything was too quiet. While he was preparing to fight, our guy immediately noticed 3 monsters were already coming towards them. He instantly understood this, and another monster was killed. The last monster jumped out of the forest and rushed to attack Yungchuan's carriage. Our guy clenched his fist and covered it with his energy. Someone in the air addressed him and his entire team and ordered them to retreat. The girl grabbed a sword and cut the monster so that it tore into 2 parts. Having finished with the monster, she told Muyan that she could not quickly take care of them because she was left alone. Ciola asked our guy if he knew her. Yanchun replied that he did not recognize her. Our girl called the young lady and asked her to look at them. Immediately, Yanchun recognized her face. He suddenly realized he had encountered the wrong person. Our guy recalled how this girl with white hair stood in a puddle of blood. Soaking in that bloody puddle, the girl with a huge bust declared that there was no one here. Later, the girl asked them if they were heading to Sichuan, and Yunchun asked if she could follow them. The beauty introduced herself as Namgun Bia. Yanchun could not believe he met her and had no idea what kind of crazy bitch was doing in this place. A moment, and the camera slides further. Ravens tear human flesh and swallow it in pieces. Everything around was strewn with corpses. Senior Yanchun asked someone if he had killed them all one by one. It turned out to be Senior Bia. The woman asked him to tell what the cult leader had said to them. Yanchun admitted to her that the cult leader ordered him to bring her here and allow her to wreak havoc like a crazy bitch. Baya inquired if he added the last words. Our guy was surprised to see that she had enough sense to understand that. Baya asked our guy to go with her. The woman was already about to take a step forward, but Yanchun stopped her. He said she was looking the wrong way and asked her to turn left. The woman looked confused. She did not know exactly where left was. Yanchun saw this irritably. He passed by her and ordered her to follow him. He was already tired of Biao's foolish nature. While they were walking, Bia asked our guy if Sword Supreme was really that strong. Yanchen turned around and reminded the woman that their cult leader would take care of Sword Supreme. She ignored our guy's words, asked what fencing style he used, and also asked if Hayagun's fencing was stronger than her own. She turned aside after asking her questions. Yanshin called her a crazy bitch. He gathered his demonic energy and released it at her. When the attack was already very close, it split and went apart to the sides. It destroyed several stones behind it. With a frightened, terrible look on her face, Baya asked our guy if he wanted to fight. Yanshun did not understand what she was talking about at all. He pointed at her with his finger and said that she was going the wrong way. Then he ordered her to just shut up and follow him. While they were walking, the woman stated that she had one more thing she wanted to say. Yanshun sharply looked back and warned her that he would tear her apart if she said anything about the three Supremes. Baya sharply pointed to the right. She said that it looked like a shortcut. Our guy did not understand what she meant, but he slowly gathered his strength. Before he could stop her, Baya disappeared, and Yanshun called her a crazy bitch. Our guy reached their place in a day, while Baya took 4 times as long. In the next scene, we are brought back to the present time. The girl realized that Yanshun's squad was heading to Sichuan and asked if she could go with them. Yanshun told her that they were not going to take you with them. Our guy did not want to get involved with this crazy bitch in his current life at all. Although he knew who she was, Yanshun told Baya that one cannot simply believe that she is a member of the Namgun clan. Hearing this, Bia closed her eyes and felt herself releasing energy. She sharply unleashed a huge stream of her energy. The energy was oppressively powerful and dazzlingly bright. Muyan instantly placed his hand on his sword. Yangchun could not believe that she was really using the sword form with the ruler here. He knew well how dangerous it was. When Baya opened her eyes, an explosive flash occurred in that area. The explosion shattered the silence. When the dust settled, we saw a sword pressed right against her neck. The girl explained that this was all she could show and honestly said she was not yet perfect at it. She asked Yunchun if this was enough proof. Our guy replied that now he recognized her. Smiling, he told Bia that he did not consider it necessary to accompany someone who possessed such a terrifying martial arts technique. The scene moves on, and we see Baya roasting a frog on a stick. The girl was not far from the Yanshan group. Siola relayed to her master that Baya would probably sleep near the fire. Our guy already knew this. Yanchanu was pleased that Baya remained silent after he rejected her, and he had no idea that she would follow their carriage. He did not understand why she was watching them when he said he did not intend to put you on. He decided the best thing was simply to ignore the girl. Yanchanu ordered Siola to stay away from her and said it immediately, but he noticed that his girl was no longer sitting nearby. Raising his head, Yanchanu saw Shola teaching Baya how to peel the skin off a frog. Yanchan approached her, sharply pulled her back, and asked what she was doing. Ciela informed her master that she wanted to help Bia because she was about to swallow the frog the wrong way. While they were talking, he noticed the crazy girl was staring intently at him. Yongchun asked her to explain why the daughter of a famous family was traveling alone to a distant land. Hearing this, Baya was embarrassed and confessed to our guy. She actually set out with members of her clan, but got lost on the way. Yanchun already suspected that this was the reason. In her past life, she had no sense of direction at all, so he himself did not understand why he expected it to be different this time, and he reminded her that they were setting off right now and asked her to explain why she was following them. Baya said she had a premonition. They were heading there. She could not believe that they were not going to perform further. Sulla was surprised to hear this. Yes, she raised her head to look at Yongchun. Our guy nodded, asking her to go along with the lie. To his misfortune, Sala was not that smart. With a shocked look on her face, our girl asked Yongchun if they were no longer going to sit on. Our guy could not believe what he was hearing. He immediately realized that he should have sent the idiot home. Yanshun told Baya that he could not stop her from moving in the same direction as them, and added that he did not intend to do anything for her. She introduced herself again. She asked our guy to say his name. Yanshun introduced himself as Gujuliub and did not want that crazy girl to know anything about him. 2 days later, we see Siola showing the girl the forest. Ours got off the carriage and went to talk to Baya. Thanks to this, their pace naturally slowed down. Yunchun asked Siola to get into the carriage. Our girl asked him if he would also allow Baya to join them. Our guy told her he would never allow that. She said she would not get into the carriage if he did not do that. Yanchun was surprised to hear this. He turned to Muyan and asked him when they would arrive. The guard explained that at their initial pace, they would get there in a day. Then our guy asked to say how long it would take at the current pace. and the man replied that it would probably take 3 days. Muyan did not understand why his master was so wary of Baya, so he asked, can't she just be allowed to travel with him? Our guy realized he had no choice. He told his guard that they would review options in the nearest village. In the next scene, we see the group arriving in a small town. Yanshun, stretching, noted that they had 1 day left to reach Sichuan, and Muyan replied to the master. He breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight they would not have to sleep just in the wild. When they were riding on Baya's back, Ciola whispered to her that tonight they could sleep together. Baya asked if that was allowed. Yanshun asked Ciola to get off her back. Then he asked Baya to explain why she was dragging the maid along. Baya revealed, Ciola said her legs hurt. Then our guide told Ciola that if her legs hurt, she should have gotten into the carriage. And our girl reminded him. He said that Baya would not be able to join them. While they argued, Muyan said he would look for a place to spend the night. Yanshun asked Ciola to get down because they had already arrived in the city. Baya asked her if she would get down now, before she could move. Sela saw something ahead of her. She told Baya that people dressed the same as her were coming towards them. A young boy with white hair rushed to Baya. He addressed her, sister. The boy put his hand on her shoulder and asked where she had gone. He added that their search had been going on for some time. Bia confessed to her brother that she was lost. The boy reminded her that he had suggested tying ropes to each other. The girl told her brother that doing so would be creepy and uncomfortable. The brother reminded her that she disappeared immediately as soon as they started their journey. He could have said more, but noticed someone sitting on his back, on his sister's back. He asked Ciola who she was. Our girl introduced herself, tapped Yanshun, and told the boy that he was her master. Yanshun immediately ordered her to get down, because this boy was Bayaga's younger brother. Our boy realized that he was the future Lightning Blade, one of the 5 great swordsmen in Marim, and smiled. The boy introduced himself as Namgun Chunjin. Now Chunjin is known as the Lightning Dragon. Yanshun introduced himself as Juliope. He told Chunjin that he was sincerely glad to meet him, and the boy immediately blushed. With a strange smile on his face, Chunjin asked our boy to tell why he came with his sister. Yunchun explained to the Lightning Dragon that they supposedly accidentally ran into each other on the way to Sichuan. He added, supposedly, they came here together. Biaoi was surprised to hear this and reminded him that she was walking alone. While they were talking, Ciola seemed to notice something suspicious in Chunjong. Chunchun apologized to our guy for his sister's interference and explained to him they had booked an entire row of rooms for the night. He asked the guy to take one of them. Yangchun refused. He said he only helped because it was the right thing to do. Our guy did not want to get even more involved in the story with Bia. He was sure they would find another room themselves. While he was thinking, Muyun approached him. He informed his master that there were no more free rooms, and Yangshun asked him to prepare to camp right on the spot. With anxiety on his face, Muyan reminded his master that they had been sleeping under the open sky for several days and asked if he intended to make them sleep outside again. Seeing how worried his bodyguard was, Yanchun accepted Chunjun's proposal. First of all, upon becoming a demonic martial master, Bia neutralized her own clan. She killed the head of the clan, her brother, and all the disciples of that clan. After this event, Bia earned the title of Demonic Blade Empress and began her path to glory. Yanshin wondered how much hatred Baye had for her clan since she went for such a cruel stunt. Our guy was sure Baye had no problems with her brother. He assumed they would stick together just like he did in Yonseo. But what bothered him the most was something else. The shape of the ruler's sword, which was also the secret technique of the Namgong clan. Yanchun saw Bayao was much stronger than her brother, but at that moment she still had neither title nor fame. Our guy thought that Chunjin behaved quite normally and wondered if maybe he just didn't see something important. When Yanchun left the room, he saw Chunjin coming towards him. He lowered his head and thanked them for providing such a nice room. The lightning dragon passed by our guy and pushed him aside with his shoulder. Anger blazed on Chunjin's face, and he angrily asked Yanchun to know his place. Our guy was twisted when he heard these words. Chunjin explained to him that he tried to be polite yesterday. He said he never expected that Yunchun did not know his place, and declared that he had no right to talk to his sister. Looking at him ominously, the guy replied that Chunjin himself did not know how he managed to seduce his innocent sister, then assured Yunchun, if it happens again, he will cut him in half. Just as he was about to continue the conversation, Baya came out of her room. Chunjin instantly changed his facial expression to a smile and said he was sincerely grateful for the opportunity to help someone from the Gu clan. He pushed his sister forward and ordered her to go to breakfast. Yanchun did not understand what exactly he had just witnessed. He realized that everyone in the Namgun clan had lost their mind. The scene changes, and we see Muyun bowing to our guy and asking if he slept well. He was going to tell him something about the Namgun clan, but Yanchun asked him not to. Then he ordered his guard to inform him when they would depart. Muyan explained to his master that they had already prepared everything and said they can leave after breakfast. Our guy told him they needed to hurry. Yanchen wanted to leave as soon as possible to get away from these crazy people. And just stepping over the dining hall threshold, he saw Baya and Siola eating together. Baya apologized for not greeting him as soon as she saw him, and the girls said that the dumplings were simply wonderful. Yanchun asked Baya if they absolutely had to eat together. He sat in and told her that she shouldn't sit here. She needed to be with her brother at the meal. As soon as he said this, we see Chunjin glaring fiercely at Yunchun. The guy was extremely angry. Baya explained to Yunchun that she was just sitting there because it was close. And our guy added his younger brother was drilling him with a piercing look, as if he wanted to kill him. Hearing this, Baya turned sharply in surprise. She saw her brother shining with a smile. Yanchun couldn't believe that the guy changed his mood so quickly. She wondered if everything was okay with Chunjin. Yunchun hoped that this would be the last time he would see them, until the Tang weapon exhibition. He ate 2 gyozas and stood up. Siola was surprised. She asked if he was already finished. Our guy replied that he was full. He approached the door and asked Baya to enjoy her meal. Siola followed him from behind. Baya was surprised when she saw Yunchun leaving while she was staring at him intently. She smelled something nasty, stinky. She covered her nose with her hand, trying to shield herself from the smell. Chunjin approached her and asked his sister why she didn't join them when they were sitting very close. When Baya returned to her brother, she noticed that it was he who was releasing that stinky energy. Chunjin asked his sister, next time let her sit next to him. Baya assured that she would do so. Meanwhile, while she was looking at the young Zhuangguo, the girl stood up. Her brother stopped her, reminded her that she had not finished eating, and asked where she was going. Baya replied she would go rest in the carriage. Chungking watched his sister as she approached the Yangzhuang group. With a terrifying expression on his face, the boy said he hated when people interfered in their relationship. It was really creepy. I hope this boy gets killed soon. In the next scene, we see our boy in the carriage. He ordered Baya to explain why she was still following them. The girl told him that she was just accompanying them. Yanchun pointed to Chunyan's carriage, the one standing next to theirs, and asked Baya to explain why she joined, although her brother was already with them. With a smile on her face, Siola said that she was the one who brought her. With anger in his eyes, Yanchun addressed Muyun to have both of them taken outside. The man replied to his master that they would both leave on their own. He told him that they had already arrived in Sichuan. The Tang clan from Sichuan is an extremely respected Orthodox family that has held roots in the Sichuan region for centuries. They are distinguished by the clarity of Namgung, the exuberance of the Pong clan from Hubei, and the precision of the Moyong clan. Although Tun may seem weaker than other clans, it is known as the best masters in handling poison and steel, and the Tan weapons exhibition was a result of their confidence. The scene changes. We see Yang Chun sitting atop a building, thinking about how he must find the hidden treasury within 3 days after the exhibition ends. All he knows, the treasury is in place, and while he was pondering, Siola was jumping around. She seemed to be glowing with excitement. While looking at the city, Yang Chun thought about how he would manage to find the treasure in this vast place. The boy decided to leak information to the beggar sect if he could not find the treasury. It was his last chance. He hoped to find the treasury before that happened. While he was thinking, Siola crawled closer to the edge to see the beautiful city and screamed as soon as she saw its view. Yang Chun was so stunned to hear her voice. He did not understand why she was here. Our girl said it was her first time being so high somewhere. She liked the wind she felt. She turned to her master. Smiling, she told Yunchun that fireflies dance under the moonlight. Our boy seemed unimpressed. Siola told her master that Bia spoke about a beautiful lake. She grabbed Yang Chuan's hand and asked to go there with her. In the next scene, we see the two of them by the lake. Our guy claimed that it is actually huge. Siola could not respond. Her head still hurt from the blows he had just dealt her. Having said that, Yanchun pondered how numerous that clan was and could not believe that a real forest existed next to the lake. Siola took 2 flowers and asked her master to look for her. Our guy told her that he was not interested in the game, and our girl explained she just wanted to cheer him up. Yanchun replied that this was not something she could help with. He asked her to stop worrying. Our girl assured him maybe she could help if he told her about the problem. Yanchun asked her to tell where on this vast land someone could hide valuables. Shola said that those who hid them were evil. Our guy replied that he was not asking for emotional support. While they were talking, someone addressed them with a question about their identities. He explained to them that outsiders are forbidden to pass anywhere and cross this territory. Yanchun immediately recognized the girl who was speaking to him. He remembered the woman who single-handedly stopped a swarm of several thousand demon people attacking Sichuan. The girl before him was Tang Soil. She would be called the Queen of Poisons. But in reality, she was the one Yanchun killed in his past life. The scene sharply shifts us to the past. We see the old soil scattered among the ruins. Yanchun approached her. He asked if she was already finished. The woman's gaze seemed traumatized. She asked our guy if he was the very person being talked about. Yanchun told her that her relatives had long ago abandoned her. After that, he asked what, in her opinion, could change if she herself guarded this place. The ground told him that she did not expect any changes. Our guy did not understand this and asked why then she was guarding the place, smiling. The woman, however, asked him to explain why he had come here. Yanchun grabbed her by the neck and declared that he had come to put an end to her life. Soil did not look scared at all. She apologized to our boy. Yanchun could not believe that she was apologizing to a demonic man. He asked if she had by any chance lost her mind. The woman replied that she had actually already lost her mind. She told him, after her eyes were gouged out, she sees too many things. And she also added that everything should have been let go earlier. Yanchun could not understand what she was trying to explain. He asked if she had already said everything. She revealed to him that she had a selfish request. She asked Yanchun to do one thing if there was still time left in the world. After what she said, our guy sharply broke her neck. When he stood up, he looked at the blood on his hand. Its appearance disgusted him. The scene jumps back to the present. Soil moved closer to our guy and asked why he wasn't responding to her. At that moment, Yunshun realized that the girl was still known as Poison Peak. Soil told him that she would call security even before our arrival, before she could do anything. She told her who our guy was and revealed his identity. The girl could not believe that Bei was only now telling her this. Bei said she had never asked. Soil bowed her head and introduced herself, apologizing for yelling at him. Yunshun introduced himself as Julio Op, and also apologized for not responding to her. With a serious face, Soil asked our guy to explain why he came to the lake. She said that those not from their family had no business there. Our guy reminded her that Bia was also a stranger, and the girl admitted her relatives allowed her to enter the lake area. Yunshun realized that the girl was actually asking him to leave because she had not invited him there. He had no problem with that since he was already planning to go. He told her he was taking his refusal and leaving. After he left together with Ciola, Soil told her friend that Yanchun was just incredibly rude. Bia asked why she was looking at our guy so sternly and angrily. The girl explained that she didn't like that Yanchun didn't apologize even after she pointed out his mistake. Veil blushing, Soil said that appearance is not everything. She told her friend that she hates guys who behave rudely just because they are a little handsome. The girl realized that she had just called Yunshun handsome. She quickly tried to justify herself, but still spoke in a way that made nothing make sense in her head. Baya could not believe that her friend considered our guy handsome. She had only seen him with an angry face. Soil came closer and said that she liked boys with a homely appearance, even if they were a bit ugly. In the next scene, we see Yanchun coming out of his room, and he is thinking about the fact that the Tang weapon exhibition is tomorrow. He decided to practice while he had free time. When our guy turned around, he saw Baya and her brother. Yanchun was not happy at all to see them. He asked why they had come to him. Baya said she came for food. Our guy did not understand what she meant, so he asked her to explain everything in more detail. Chunjin told him that the Tang clan had invited them to a meal. He said to Yanchun that his sister had suggested inviting Chunjin as well. Our guy thanked her for the invitation. He told her that he was quite shy and that this place would not be comfortable for him. Yanchun hoped that the two understood him, so he wanted them to leave. Bayat did not understand what exactly our guy was trying to say. Chunkin firmly grabbed Yang Chuan's hand and, putting a smile on his face, asked our guy to join them. Yang Chun got angry when he saw this. He could not believe that Chun Chin was threatening to take him to the dining hall. Flashing with anger, Yang Chun released his deadly energy. Chunkin was scared to trembling as soon as he felt this energy. Our guy quickly took it back as soon as he noticed that the guy was scared. He decided to go to the hall, a smile on his face. He told Bia that he could not refuse her caring offer and added that he would follow her. Our guy grabbed Chun Chin by the collar and pressed him closer. However, smiling, he asked the fool not to stop smiling, reminding him his dear sister is watching now. The idiot even gritted his teeth in rage. He was forced to thank Yang Chun for accepting the invitation. Our guy assured him everything is fine. In the next scene, we see Yongchun in the dining hall. Our guy was stunned when food was placed before him. He already knew that Sichuan is famous for spicy food, but did not expect every dish to be fiery. He did not know what exactly to eat. Tanjak, son of the head of the Tang clan, asked our guy to enjoy. Yanchun decided to eat a few dumplings. They looked a little less red than the rest of the dishes. Before he could bring the food to his mouth, he noticed that the ground was looking at him. The girl was breathing heavily, not taking her eyes off him. Yunchun did not understand what was happening. He recalled, in his past life, when he met this girl, she always looked at him with that strange, quirky look. Yunchun could not believe that in this life he would have to endure the same look again. Trying to concentrate, our guy bit off a piece of dumpling. And unfortunately for him, the dumpling turned out to be quite spicy. Yunchun began to panic and was about to spit out the food. Sol's breathing became heavier as she watched our guy panic. While they tried to blow air into his mouth, someone offered our guy water. He quickly accepted it. A person put a slice of meat on the plate. It turned out to be Baya. The girl told him that the meat was not spicy. Yunchun was surprised to see this. He asked Bia to stop pretending to be relaxed. The girl apologized to him. Someone was itching from how they were talking here. As expected, he turned out to be the fiercest weirdo in the entire room. Chunjin broke the sticks in anger. Jukuk even flinched when he saw that his chopsticks had broken. He apologized to him for giving something defective. Chungjin told the boy that he tends to use chopsticks a bit too forcefully. While he was drinking his water, Yunchun noticed that Soil was sitting next to him. The girl's face flushed. Her face was glowing. Our guy couldn't understand why she was acting so strangely. He asked her if she had anything to say to him. The girl was startled upon hearing this and replied that she had nothing to say. Then Yanchun clarified if she was sure. He told her that she could ask him anything. Just as Soil had not finished the phrase, Chungjin asked Jats if the training ground was downstairs. Jiok reminded him that last time he had already shown it to him. He explained to him that this place is an exclusive training ground for their clan. He told Chungjin that they actually do not use this place, although they maintain it. This is because everyone has their own personal area for practice. While looking down at the training ground, Chungjin said he wanted to see this place because everyone was already full, and Jachi asked them to go together. Yanchun could feel that the weirdo reptile was up to something. He just didn't know his plan. When they reached the training ground, Chunjin told his comrade that it was quite spacious here. Even Yanchun, seeing how large it was surprised. Jiok explained to him, their ancestors believed that a place is better if it is bigger. The boy couldn't quite grasp this. Looking at the wooden swords, Chunjin added to his friend that there might be a deeper meaning in the size of the training ground. Jok announced to everyone that his sister used to train here because she constantly tried to beat him. Now, according to him, she has changed, simply with age. He sighed sadly, seeing that she no longer wanted to fight him. Soil blushed from what she heard. She was embarrassed not only because others knew about it, but also because Yongchun heard it. She did not know what to answer. And our guy, honestly, only sighed with relief that he did not have a sister like Jiok. Chunjin told everyone that they needed to move a bit so that the food in their stomachs would digest better. Yanchun could not understand the guy's words. He had eaten almost nothing. Then Chunjin drew his sword and asked our guy if he wanted to spar with him. Yanchun was not surprised to hear this. He already saw that Chunchun was going to beat him. The intention was already revealed by his facial expression. The guy was not going to fall for a stupid trap. With a smile on his face, Yongchun told him that fighting a lightning dragon was unwise for a third-rank martial arts master. Before he could add more, someone whispered to Chunjin that this match was unacceptable. It turned out to be Soil. The girl reminded the guy of the chasm between them, both in age and skills. She asked him to answer, what would he do if he disfigured Yanchun's face? Our guy was genuinely irritated by her words. Chunjin assured Soil that they would not use internal energy in the match and that it would be just a training spar. The defiant expression on Chunjin's face asked Yongchun if he agreed to such conditions. Our guy smiled upon hearing this. He could not believe that this bastard wanted to fight him without even using internal power. He was even more irritated that the scoundrel declared he would mentor him. Yanchun asked him if he could handle that at all. Chunsin did not understand what he was talking about. Our guy asked if he was skilled enough to mentor him. Jack was surprised to hear this. He told our guy that he chose his words too harshly and reminded him Chunjin was his senior. Chunjong laughed upon hearing what Yangchun said. With a creepy smile on his face, he asked our guy to show what he was capable of. The two of them stepped onto the training ground. Chunjin asked Yangchun to go first, And our guy in response asked Yang Chun to do the same. Chun Chun got irritated by these words. He could not believe that Yang Chun was asking him to start first. With a forced smile, he still accepted our guy's offer. He suddenly rushed into attack. As soon as he was nearby, he swung his sword and struck directly at him, and Yang Chun managed to dodge by, shifting aside. Chunjin turned around and attacked again. Our guy easily deflected the blow with a dodge. He could see well, the first two attacks were just for show. The real fight was just about to begin. Chunjin began to press, attacking more and more aggressively. Soil watched this clash with anxiety on her face. The ground, she had always been different since childhood. While children her age chased after dogs or cats, she played with animals like tigers and wolves. She liked the slanting, fierce eyes and growling, the way they revealed sharp fangs. They were the riders of the food chain, apex predators radiating an alien, unattainable aura. It was the power that distinguished them from pathetic animals that fascinated the girl the most. Lying on her wolf, known as Danglong, Soil asked if there was anyone like him in Sichuan. She hoped to finally meet someone at the weapons exhibition. The girl whispered to her wolf that she did not understand why other girls fell in love with the feminine-looking face of Chungjin. She asked the wolf if there was anyone nearby who resembled him at all. Fortunately for Soil, she met the love of her life, someone she never expected to see. The girl did not know why her heart pounded on the very first day she met Yang Chun. She told herself that she must be confused. Probably it was a glitch caused by the cold morning air. And she was convinced that tomorrow when she woke up, our guy would look like some other ugly heir from the clan. The next day, the girl suddenly caught herself increasingly drawn to Yunchun. She was surprised that he had cold eyes, and even more so that he could not eat hot food at all. Even when he drank water, she found herself thinking that it looked cute. When our guy asked her if she had something to say, she got scared and panicked. She didn't know how she ended up there. She was just sitting next to her brother. Soil wondered if this was exactly how love feels. She wanted to talk to him, but Chunjun interrupted her. Soil's thought was cut off as soon as she saw something fall right in front of her. The girl barely lifted her head, and something impressive appeared before her eyes. She saw Yunchun breaking Chunjun's sword with his own hand. The guy froze in shock, and Yanchun smiled, seeing the expression on his face. Soul dropped into her knees. She completely surrendered to our guy. Chunjin never understood why his sword broke. He gave Yanchun a chance to react to the first two attacks, to play with him, but then got serious. Our guy told this idiot that geniuses like him have a habit of getting distracted and daydreaming during a fight, and added if this were a real battle, he would have died 3 times already. Yanchun clenched his fist tightly and asked if he even realized this fact. Chunjin instantly retreated before Yanchuan's fist could hit him. He couldn't believe that our guy was attacking without a sword, and in his head, called him a dirty bastard. Yang Shun ordered the idiot to get one more sword behind himself. He reminded him that he himself said, "This is a training duel," and asked to teach him a lesson. Chunjin almost boiled upon hearing this. Our guy told the idiot that maybe he himself should teach him, and added, supposedly, education is not his strong suit. Immediately, Chunjin drew a sword. Yang Chun felt something was wrong. He saw how this scoundrel poured his own energy into the sword. As soon as he finished everything, he immediately rushed to attack our guy. The strike was unrealistically fast, but Yang Chun managed to dodge. He could not believe that this scoundrel even worked with internal energy, and decided to smash him to pieces. Before Yang Chun could strike, Chunjin used his technique. To his surprise, our guy simply disappeared right before him. His technique was destroyed. Seeing this, Chunjin got angry. He could not accept that someone like our guy turned out to be stronger than him. Youngchun smashed his equipment with his own body. Our guy realized he had already given this idiot enough chances. He stepped closer and kicked him in the balls. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. This bastard didn't even have time to scream. When his little man shattered, Chunkin fell to the ground and started screaming. While he was trembling on the ground, Youngchun stepped closer, not taking the smile off his face. Our guy asked him if the same little man had burst. Chunkin called Youngchun a bastard. Our guy decided that nothing had burst in that fool because he was still responding with taunts. Chunkin also called him a coward, to which he replied that he had no right to call himself a martial arts master. He explained, when all the clans find out what happened, he will have to lower his head every time he walks the streets. Yunchun asked the boy to name how many people he had killed. Chunjin shuddered upon hearing this. Yes, he stopped looking at him and said he did not understand what he was talking about at all. Yanshun told the boy that he had probably already killed at least 10 people. Our boy raised the idiot's hand up. As soon as this happened, he began to scream. Before Yunchun could do anything, Jock begged him to stop. Our boy reminded him that Chunjin had saturated his sword with energy and released such a heavy bloodthirstiness that everyone felt it. He asked Jiak if he thought Chunjin was wrong because he was still immature, and once again emphasized to the boy, the fool in front of him is older than him. Jiak told Yanchun that this idiot was from the Namgun clan. He asked if he understood what would happen if Chunjin was seriously injured. Yunchun explained that he was already restraining himself with all his might because the idiot was from the Namgun clan, and asked Jiak to say what would happen if their roles were reversed. Jiak asked him to say exactly what he wanted to do. Without saying a word, Yanchun broke the idiot's arm, and Chunjin endured the pain through clenched teeth. Jiak did not know what to say. Hearing Chunjin scream, our boy took a step forward. Before he could move away from the spot, Yunshun realized he was in trouble. He wanted to guess what he would say to the second elder if he admitted that he beat a member of the Namgun clan. Our guy quickly realized the elder might react leniently if he gave a rough explanation. Moreover, he might even praise him and say that he did well. Yanchun was confident that he could handle everything. After all, he had witnesses. He barely managed to take a step when, turning around, he felt someone grab him. He saw Baya. The girl asked him to say his name. The boy reminded her that he had already introduced himself. Julia. Bia said that he was lying. The boy shuddered upon hearing this. He did not understand where she got such knowledge from. He asked if she wanted to know his name, to take revenge for her brother. When Yangchun looked into her eyes, it became clear. She was not worried about it. He could not believe that her face still remained unchanged, even after he had beaten her brother. Biam approached our boy closer and asked him to tell her his real name. Seeing this, Yanchun was surprised. He asked why she was acting as if they were friends. She apologized to him. He inquired whether she would stop following him as soon as she heard his name, and stopped as if to make her understand this. Seeing the reaction, Yanchun revealed his real name to her. Bayad shuddered upon hearing his own name. She smiled softly and repeated it to herself, as if savoring the sound. The scene changes. Before us is Yunchun, walking somewhere further away. The boy realized that after wounding Chungjin, he would not be able to visit the Tang weapon exhibition. And surprisingly, this was not even that bad. Now he had an extra day to search for the secret chamber. Yanchun decided to start the search after a short rest. He was exhausted after the fight. Before he could take another step, the boy wondered what Mu Yan would say. He understood. His guard might simply warn that he would continue to follow him, so that he would not cause unnecessary trouble. Yanchun realized that he could not enter his room. In the next scene, we see Siola. She is standing on the balcony and looking at the city. While she was looking around, Mu Yan suddenly burst into the room and called his master. He asked Siola if she had seen their master, and did not understand why the girl was in Yanchuan's room. Siola replied that she had not seen him. As soon as he heard this, Mu Yan began to panic, and Siola asked if something had happened. Mu Yun informed her that Yanchun still had not returned after leaving for the agreed meal with other clans that same morning hour. Sheila sparkled as soon as she heard the word about food. Mu Yun also told her about something else. Our guy also beat a representative of the Namgung clan. The man did not even know how he would tell everything now, as soon as he left the room. Our girl suddenly turned around. Her eyes began to glow, as if she felt something. The young Jinquan clan is a martial arts clan that several centuries ago was the best trading clan on the Central Plains, where the strongest martial arts master and iron control over the flow of money were maintained. Even this mighty clan, which seemed unstoppable, vanished after a bloody massacre. No one knows why the young clan suddenly disappeared, and behind the records left behind, all the secrets of the young clan are hidden under the white maple wood. At night, we see Yunchun rummaging in the forest in search of that maple, but unfortunately finds nothing. Yunchun did not understand how he could find the maple at all if autumn had not yet come. It seemed to him that the tree should already be dead. He was also surprised that the treasure was supposedly right under it. He thought someone had spread the rumor as a joke. Yunchun sat down on the ground to catch his breath. Death, unfortunately, caught up with him. He hadn't eaten anything all day and had spent all his energy in a fight. Moreover, he climbed the mountains in the middle of the night. While he was muttering to himself, someone approached him carrying a huge green bag on their shoulders. It turns out this is Siola. Our girl handed her master a cookie. Yanchun happily took it and said, "Good that she is a greedy pig." Our girl got so annoyed by these words that she asked him not to call her a pig. Yunchun asked if that huge sack was full of food. Siola replied that it was. Our guy sighed with relief and confessed to Siola that he was going to return because he felt hungry. Siola asked her master if she was useful. Our guy said yes, she was. As soon as he said this, he immediately realized he had forgotten something important. An angry look flashed across his face, and he asked Siola to explain why she was here. Our girl lit up with a smile as soon as she heard it. After they distributed the food, Siola explained to her master that people began looking for him as soon as they found out he was missing. She said she came here specifically for him. Yanshin asked her to tell where she knew he was in the mountains. Our girl replied, "It's just intuition." Scylla stood up and told the master that now he could be calm while she was here. Yanshun asked her to sit. He warned that she might accidentally throw sand into the food. Although the hunger had already receded, he still could not find the white maple tree. Yanshun realized that even if they searched this place for 3 days in a row, with the remaining food supplies, they would not find the tree. And he wondered if it was worth just giving up. While they were eating, Yunchun said that in summer it is impossible to find a white maple tree, and that this story is outright lies. Siola objected. "It is not a lie." She said that earlier, when she saw the tree, it looked simply incredibly beautiful. Our guy agreed, yes, the tree will probably really be very beautiful. As soon as he said this, he immediately understood what Siola meant. He quickly got up and asked her if she had seen the tree. The girl admitted she had seen it together with him. Yanshun even shuddered from what he heard and asked again if she was absolutely sure. Siola answered him with a bright smile on her face, as if to say yes, she was sure. The scene switches, and we see Siola pointing Yansheng to a tree. The tree stood on the edge of a cliff and was completely dried up. Our guy asked Siola if he was looking exactly at the white maple tree. He asked our girl to turn back first. He told her that she needed to check her eyesight and couldn't believe that she called this tree white maple. Siola was surprised to hear this. She asked her master if there was something wrong with his eyes and assured him they were looking at the white maple tree. Yongchun passed by her and said it was his fault. He believed her. Siola was surprised to hear this. She assured her master that she was not lying. A voice told her that she was right. Sola was glad to hear this. Yes, she approached the tree as soon as she heard this voice. Yanchun came to inspect this tree because there were no other leads left. He wondered if he could find it in this large forest within the time he had. Our guy realized it was better for him to return and get training from the second elder than to waste time here. The only problem was that he did not know if the elder would teach him properly. While he was thinking, Yanshun heard some noise behind him. He quickly turned around. He saw a spatial crack in front of Siola. Our guy did not know what it was, but it seemed dangerous to him. He asked Siola to move away from the crack. Unfortunately, our girl did not listen. She reached out her hand to the crack, and Yanshun was shocked. He immediately started running. Before Yanshun could reach Siola, her hand had already touched the crack. The crack widened and spilled out bright light. Yanshun covered his eyes with his hand. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw something incredibly shocking before him. In front of him stood a white maple tree. Beautiful, it took his breath away. Shilla sharply turned around, a smile playing on her face, and told her master that it was real. Yongchun did not understand what had just happened. He was sure that this tree had been dying before. He noticed how Siola did something that made the tree change, and he could not help but wonder if this was exactly how the mechanism designed to hide the camera worked. He still did not understand how Siola was able to figure out this mechanism, so he asked her to explain exactly how she did it. Our girl turned to the master with a question about what he was talking about. Yanchun reminded her what exactly she did for this tree to appear. Siola asked him to tell her what exactly she had done. Our guy answered, she approached the tree and touched something. Shola was surprised by what she heard and told her master that she did not understand what he was talking about. Yanchun got irritated as soon as he heard these words. He walked around her and said that she did nothing. He decided to interrogate her later. He examined the tree in search of a hidden camera inside, but the treasure was not hidden on the surface. While he was looking closely, Yunchun saw a light breaking through the edge of the cliff. When he approached almost to the edge, he saw a portal below. Now Yanchun understood why everyone said the treasure was hidden under the white maple. Siola said that this was the entrance. She jumped down from the cliff. Yanchun was shocked to see this, but a smile flickered on her face. Our girl declared that she would go first. As soon as she entered the portal, she asked our guy to join her. Yunchun got irritated upon seeing this. Unfortunately, he had no other choice, so he also jumped into the portal. Immediately, our guy dived in there, and a man slowly peeked out from the shelter. The man was in the uniform of the Namgun clan. Smiling, he called our boy a bastard of Siola. On the other side of the portal was a cave. Yanchun sighed with relief when he saw that he had landed safely. He stepped closer to Siola and warned that it was dangerous here. Inside the cave, two paths diverged. Yunchun no longer doubted that he was in the treasury. The two paths were proof of that. He hesitated which path to choose. while Ciola grabbed her head and carefully considered the best option. After a short reflection, our girl pointed to the tunnel on the left. Yeonchun wanted to ask her, but remembered how she found the tree. So he decided to accept her choice. Our girl shuddered when she saw that her master agreed with her all day. Yeonchun decided not to say anything for now. After they entered the tunnel, the man fell to the ground. While they were walking, Ciola did not even notice how Yeonchun was getting more and more irritated. He asked if she was really sure about this path. He reminded that they had been wandering for a long time and said he did not see the end. Our guy also noticed. The glowing stones appeared less frequently and the path was getting darker. So he turned again to our girl. Was she still confident in this path? Shola asked him to trust her, and this only made Yeonchun flare up even more. Before our guy could complain again, Ciola said they had already arrived. Everything around was completely dark. Yeonchun slapped her on the head and ordered her to stop being so annoying. When he looked back, he noticed the glowing stones in this place had lost their shine. Yeonchun could not find anything in the room. He asked Ciola if this was really the treasury. Just as he managed to say more, she placed her hand on his shoulder, nervously glancing at him, and said that there was something here. As soon as she said that, something flashed past her side. For Yeonchun, it was not visible until it began to shine. Our guy froze when he saw what stood before him, a huge white snake. He could not believe he was looking at a demonic creature. Shola called him, and Yeonchun asked to keep quiet. He still could not figure out how such a demonic creature could end up in a place like this. A second ago, the room was empty. Our guy did not understand how the beast got inside. He found it strange that something so big was not noticed at all. Yeonchun saw that this demonic creature was at least a blue-rank demonic beast. Fortunately for them, the snake was asleep. Yeonchun turned toward the exit. He believed they could get out if they moved quietly. Before he could do anything, the demonic beast woke up. The boy was twisted with shock when he saw it. He did not know whether he should fight at all. While thoughts were pounding in his head, Ciola's gaze slid into the snake's eyes, and a glow flared in them. Yeonchun realized he could not cope with this snake. He did not know what to do. Shola noticed that her master was trembling. Yeonchun firmly told himself he must not helplessly lose the chance for a quiet life. He clenched his fist, released part of his power, and decided he would die. But fighting. The snake called him a child and asked him to relax. Yeonchun froze in shock. The demonic creature was speaking. The snake assured him that it had no intention to harm. Our boy asked the beast how it managed to speak the human language. Hearing Yeonchun call it a demonic creature, the snake laughed heartily. Then it admitted it was curious how someone not from a young bloodline ended up here. Yeonchun told the snake that he was just looking around. It seemed the snake noticed something. He accepted our boy's explanation and asked Yeonchun to tell why he came here. Our guy knew that he could not reveal the reason why he came, because the serpent might be connected to the young clan. He addressed him as Mr. and said that he got here by accident. As soon as he said this, he immediately realized what nonsense he had uttered. He had called the serpent Mr. When our guy heard what exactly he said, the serpent burst out laughing, and then he revealed there were no things left in this place anymore. The serpent told our guy that he had a question for him. He asked Yeonchun to explain how he understands fate. Our guy decided that this question was strange. He asked the serpent to explain why it was asking such a silly question. The white serpent smiled awkwardly as soon as it heard this, and suddenly it burst out laughing, maniacally like a madman. Yeonchun twitched nervously at this. He had no idea whether the serpent had gone mad or had become completely senile. The serpent apologized to him for the silly question and told Yeonchun he should have already guessed that something was wrong because the person in front of him was not from the young clan. It understood that the young clan no longer existed. The serpent pondered why it was tormented by remorse for things that would inevitably disappear, and also why it continued to endure all this. The boy did not put much stock in what the serpent babbled. With a smile, he said that they were leaving right now. As soon as he said this, the serpent threw an orb at him. Yeonchun asked what it was for. The serpent asked him to accept it as payment for dealing with the old man. He explained to the boy that it was better for the orb to fall into someone's hands, someone he was already familiar with. Yeonchun realized this was not a demonic stone. Before he took her in his hands, the serpent added that one like him is capable of holding this thing inside himself better than others. Our guy raised the orb, asked the snake to explain what it meant, and as soon as he said that, the orb immediately lit up. Yeonchun even shuddered upon seeing this. He was certain that the orb was not a demon stone, and did not know exactly when he activated the art of absorption from the demon well. Our guy noticed that he feels different than the time he swallowed the demon stone. He tried to take control of the energy in his palm. While he struggled with difficulties, Siola placed her hand on his back. Seeing this, Yunchun was sharply surprised. Before he could say anything, his strength suddenly left him. He fell to the ground and lost consciousness. When Siola stood up, the snake asked her if she was satisfied. Our girl was wrapped in some special energy. Her aura felt different. She told the snake that this was not about self-satisfaction. The snake advised her to hide her aura. He explained that such a powerful aura could cause harm much worse than simple dizziness. Our girl replied, she already knows that. The snake called Siola a person who had already twisted too much of everything and asked if it was her own choice. Our girl asked the snake if it could not understand her decision. The snake revealed to her that it actually even sympathizes with her because it understands. Siola asked him to explain why he gave his important crystal jewel to a person he had just met. Her gaze slid as the snake's body slowly dimmed and melted. The snake said it was just a whim of mood. He added, there is nothing lonelier than waiting for someone who never comes. He said that he decided to let go of everything and allow events to take their course. Siola felt a heaviness in her chest as the snake slowly melted into the darkness. She called it the emptiness of fate. Siola placed her palm on Yanchuan's head and said that looking at him made her forget about things like the emptiness of fate, and in general called him a man full of pity. She noticed that Yanchun is afraid to lose the second life he gained. Yet despite all this, he still does not give up and stands his ground to protect her. This act truly moved our girl, her eyes filled with tears. While she was crying, someone asked her to return something back. Siola apologized to that person, asked to wait a little longer, and said that it was still dangerous here. As soon as she said this, the man crawled out of the hiding place. He realized that Siola had already sensed his presence and asked when exactly she noticed it. Our girl showed him that there was nothing complicated here. An imbecile who does the dirty work for the Namgun clan reveals himself without much effort. The man was irritated to hear such words. He could not understand that Siola and Yanshun had entered the mountains and climbed into those strange places. He was even more shocked that his young master lost to someone like Yanshun. Before that, he had dodged out of the way to get here. The man admitted to Siola that he was ordered to do everything quietly and unnoticed. He assured her he would let her go if she handed over our boy to him. As soon as he said this, he immediately pressed the sword to her neck. Siola did not look surprised at all. She asked whether this was the will of the Namgun clan or that imbecile he serves. The man snorted irritably, called her a bitch, and ordered her not to insult his young master. Siola raised her hand and touched the tip of his blade. The man decided that our girl wanted to take revenge before he could do anything. Suddenly, he saw a bright golden glow. When he looked down, he saw his hand on the floor. He quickly began to scream. Siola asked him to be quiet. She stood up and surrounded herself with swords that she created with her energy, and her hair also turned golden. She turned around and asked him not to wake Yongchun while he is sleeping. The scene jumps, and we are taken a few hours earlier. Chungjin lies on the bed. That bastard wrapped his broken arm with bandages. In a fit of anger, he struck the bed with his hand forcefully. He kept telling himself that Yanchun won by some cheap trick. He sharply raised his hand. He did not believe that some nobody could defeat him. As soon as he thought about it, a strong, sharp pain flashed in his hand. He instantly grabbed that same hand and called his guard, whose name was Makyo. That man was actually in the room. Only a curtain separated him from Chunjin, and he immediately responded to his master's call. Chunjin raised his head and threw a strand back, anger shining on his face, then sharply asked, "Tell me, what should I do?" Makyo reported to his master, "Muyan is stronger than they expected," and warned, they can no longer defeat him as planned. Yet Yangchun is now moving without his guard. Makyo whispered that this is their best chance. Hearing this, Chunjin smiled. He recalled he always trusted this man and asked to bring good news again. Mathieu reminded his master that Yanchun still remains a member of the Gu clan. He inquired how far he should go. With a creepy smile on his face, Chungjin asked Makyo to take Yanchuan's life onto his shoulder, stating that it was an honest exchange. The man drew a sword and told the master that he understood. The scene shifts to another, and we return to the present time. We see Makyo trembling before Siola. In a whisper with a trembling voice, he asked her who she was. After some thought, Siola told him that he did not need to know who she was. Mahil asked her why she worked as a maid. As soon as he asked this question, another light flashed past him. When this happened, his second hand fell off, and Mashiel began to scream. Seola told him that she was not interested in questions. While she was looking at Yunchun, our girl said that there was little time left. Machio realized that he needed to run away while Seola was intently watching Yunchun. He slowly got to his feet. Immediately, he quickly turned around and ran away. He knew he had only one chance to break free. He was sure. To survive, he needed to return to his clan. The man had never heard of such a monster-like girl. He firmly decided that he had to report this to his clan. Before he managed to step back even a few steps, Machiel noticed that his face was steadily approaching the floor. The man did not understand what was happening when he raised his eyes. He saw that his head had already been separated from his body. The man did not know when he was torn apart. The entity in Shoal's body said that it wanted to leave the first life that our girl had taken under her own jurisdiction. She did not like that an alien like her became the one who committed the first murder. She apologized to Seal. Our girl asked her to return the body to her. She apologized to her. Then the girl reached out to Yunchun and asked Seol if she could stay for a few minutes. Before she managed to touch our boy, Sola reminded her that it was her body. The spirit replied to her that she was right, and she immediately said, even the present belongs to her. And the swords began to slowly disappear. The snake, which had not yet completely dissipated, asked the entity if she was leaving. She said she needed to rest. She admitted that she had done too much in the child's body. The snake asked the entity if she knew what kind of thing she was exactly. This creature said that it knows something. The snake warned her, there will be a difficult road ahead, and the creature replied that it is aware of this. The snake asked that the creature receive a blessing on her path, and after the prayer, the snake completely disappeared. Undoubtedly, it was someone who knew Yunchun from his past life. Smiling, she told our boy, if the opportunity arises, they must meet again. Having said this, the creature left Seola's body, and her hair immediately returned to its normal appearance. In the next scene, we see Yunchun coming to his senses. Our boy woke up outside. Shola was happy as soon as she saw that her master had awakened. Yunchun quickly lifted his head and looked around. He did not understand how they ended up back at the edge of the cliff, so he asked Seola what exactly had happened. Yunchun tried to recall what had happened. He remembered how they came across a white maple tree. The chamber was empty. Suddenly, a giant snake appeared, as if out of thin air. He touched the strange orb that the snake gave him. Its energy was absorbed into him. Yunchun told Seola that this is exactly how everything happened. Our girl was embarrassed. She did not remember either the orb or the snake. Yunchun could not believe that she remembered absolutely nothing. Our girl assured him she has no memory of what he is talking about. Our guy begged her not to lie to him. Seola asked him to explain how he expects her to believe. Supposedly, he found a white maple tree, a giant snake, and a strange orb. Yunchun could hardly believe that today our girl decided to be logical in her reasoning. He looked around and asked Seola to say who brought them here. Our girl replied, she ended up here alone when she woke up. As soon as he heard this, he felt something in his chest. Thola asked if he was okay. Yunchun fell to the ground. He assured her that he was fine and said, his heart just aches. As soon as he said this, our guy immediately realized something important. Yunchun sat in the lotus position and began to channel his energy, driving it in a circle. Our guy was able to confirm his suspicion. He noticed that since Yunchun absorbed the orb, the amount of energy flowing in his body had changed. The energy in his body was almost enough to raise him up to the 4th star. Because of the energy in his body, Yunchun became certain. Memory does not fail. A thought struck him. Perhaps the snake moved them and erased Seola's memories. The boy considered this the most reasonable explanation. Seola told the master that they could return as soon as he felt pain. Yunchun assured her everything was fine and explained that they needed to return so Muyuan would stop worrying. He went down and asked Seola to sit on his back. Our girl was surprised. Hearing this, she asked why he wanted to carry her. Yunchun revealed the truth to her. If they walked, it would take 2 hours, and this way was faster. With a nervous expression on her face, Seola told him that she ate a lot yesterday. Yunchun did not understand why she said that, so he asked her to sit. Our girl realized there was no other way as soon as she climbed onto him. She asked if he was not too heavy. Yunchun replied that she was not light at all. Then the girl asked him to put her down. Having reached his arts of the fiery wheel at 3 stars and feeling an excess of energy in his body, our boy seemed to become someone else. He jumped down from the cliff. Running, he saw various peaks, and Yunchun thought about how the body that was once heavy now obeyed differently. Now everything was so light, like a feather. They were wildly rushing through the mountains and saw the sun, just at the moment it was rising. Their smiles shone brightly when they saw how incredibly beautiful it was rising. The scene cuts to the other side. to the Tang family home. We see Mu Yan panicking. His master has been missing all day. He had no idea if he was okay. He only hoped he was safe. While Mu Yan was thinking, someone informed him, "They have already arrived." When the guard turned around, he saw his master together with Siola. Yanchun jumped into the building through the balcony and immediately asked Mu Yan what he was doing there. Mu Yun was stunned to see Yongchun. He asked where he had gone and could not believe that our guy left without saying a word. Our guy apologized to him. He told him that it was better to focus on the fact that he returned safe and sound. In a trembling voice, Mu Yan confessed to his master. He was very afraid that something terrible could happen to Yongchun. He asked Yongchun where he had gone. Salant told the man that their master mentioned the snake. Before she could say more, our guy covered her mouth with his hand. Smiling, he told Muyun that Siola was talking nonsense again. He said they just went for a walk. The guard asked his master what had happened to him. Yanchun replied that it was just a matter of luck. He was surprised that the guard noticed the change in his energy. Yanchun recalled, Mu Yan was on the verge of becoming a first-class martial arts master. Our guide turned around and asked Mu Yong to explain why he felt two more people in his room. The guard did not know what to answer. When Yanchun peeked into his room, he saw Soil and Bia eating. Soil was embarrassed as soon as she saw him, and Bia just kept eating. Our guy asked Soil if she was waiting for him. He reminded Bia that she promised not to bother him anymore. With a nervous expression on her face, Soil said she was not waiting for him. Chewing, Bia explained to him that she was actually not worried. Yunchun did not like that they ended up there, so he asked them to say why they had come. Bia told him that she came to say goodbye, and Soil repeated the same. While they were talking, Siola rushed to their table and started eating their food. Yanchun was surprised to hear their reason and asked Bayu if her brother was also here. Our guy did not intend to get involved with that freak, so Bayu said he had not come. According to the girl, her brother told her that Yanchun would not return as soon as she said she wanted to visit our guy. Yanchun did not understand why Chunjong said that, as he had no idea what had happened to Mathieu. Bayu raised the chopsticks and pointed them at our boy, asking what had happened to him. Yanchun was shocked to see that she noticed it. He answered her that something very simple had happened. As soon as she heard this, Bayer released her energy and asked Yanchun to face her in a duel. Our guy put his hand on his bodyguard and said that from too intense training, he was already feeling dizzy. Muyun looked at this in surprise. He did not know what exactly his master was doing. When Yunchun looked him in the eyes, he immediately understood his intentions. The man pushed two girls outside. He told them that his master needed to rest. Before leaving, Soil took out a paper. She informed that it was an invitation to the Tan military exhibition next year and told Yanchun he could choose whether to come if he wanted. Yanchun accepted the invitation. Smiling, he promised he would see her next year. The boy was actually praying that he would never come here again. Soil, with a confused expression, asked Yunchun not to take it the wrong way. She said she just wanted their families to live in good relations. While they were walking with her friend, Soil confessed to her that she was actually worried about Yunchun. She said she never thought everything would be fine with him. Hearing this, Bia blushed deeply. Soil noticed her friend's facial expression. She became a little anxious. Nervously looking at Bia, the girl asked if she liked Yunchun. Bia asked her friend to explain what exactly she meant by the word liked. Soul shuddered when she heard this and immediately started saying all sorts of nonsense. She quickly composed herself and asked her friend not to worry. Bia asked her friend about her own invitation. Soil confessed that she had actually given our guy the invitation that was supposed to be for her. She apologized to the girl for her action and realized she should have prepared two invitations. Bia stroked her head and assured her that everything was fine. This cheered Soil up. She thanked Bia and said that she was the best. The girl took a step forward and told her friend that she would bring her a tasty poison to make up for her mistake. Bayek did not understand why she needed to bring poison. Before the girl could reach her friend, a dark energy appeared before her. Bia was not surprised at all to see this energy. Instead, she folded her hands together and repeated to herself that she could endure it. The girl smiled and said that she and Yanchun would meet very soon. In the next scene, we are transported to a huge building. We see Chungjin kneeling before a man who seems to be his father. The man reminded his son he was just asking him to take care of his sister. The man could not believe that Chungjin had lost one of his bodyguards. He told his son that he was already too immature. Chungjin heard this irritably. He did not understand why Makyo had not returned, and he began to wonder if he had failed the mission. The boy did not want to believe that the man was defeated. After all, he was a warrior of the highest caliber. He did not understand why the guard had not returned. The patriarch called his son. Chungjin raised his head. At that very moment, as soon as he did this, the man released his energy and it was incredibly powerful. Chunjin barely stayed conscious. His father told him that he was not disappointed in him, neither because he lost to some nameless boy, nor because he used deadly techniques during sparring. He told him that he was disappointed. He had failed to properly clean up after himself. Chunjin could not utter a single word to his father. That man passed by him and made it clear that he would not blame him, then ordered him to lock himself away for solitary training in the Jade Gold Gallery. With heavy breathing, the boy assured his father that he understood everything. As soon as he said this, the patriarch immediately took away his energy. While Chunjin struggled to catch his breath, his father asked him to forget this incident. The boy was shocked by these words. He looked up at his father with his eyes and asked, "Explain what you mean." The patriarch looked coldly at his son. His gaze was heavy, like a blade. Chunkin lowered his eyes as soon as he saw his father's facial expression. The man explained to his son that he would understand everything when he became clan head, and asked him not to touch the Gu clan until that time came. He revealed to Chungjin that they could actually eventually become relatives with the Gu clan. Chungjin told his father that he understood. As soon as he said this, he immediately fully grasped what exactly his father was talking about. The scene switches, and we are transported to the Gu clan. Yunshun asked the second elder to repeat what he had just said. Ryan informed him, "The marriage couple is already determined. Everything is agreed upon in advance." Our guy asked the elder if he was joking with him. He reminded him that they had just broken the marriage agreement with Punkland. The second elder told him that he had heard. The marriage was canceled because it was vacant. Yanshun asked the elder to explain why then the one who ruined everything was getting another bride again. Ryan asked if he intended to spend his whole life alone. Yunshun did not understand where the conversation was heading at all. The second elder revealed to him that he was the one who connected everything and asked Yunshun to simply accept it. After the second elder left, Seola turned to her master and asked if he was really getting a groom. Yanshun asked the girl if she really believed him. He assured her that the crazy old man was just fooling them. The strangest thing was that Seola did not even know what fiancé meant. She was just worried for nothing. Muyun approached his master. He revealed to him that the second elder was actually telling the truth, and upon hearing this, Yanshun froze in shock. Muyun explained to his master. He went to report on their journey to Sichuan, but the whole family was already buzzing about his new fiancée. Yangchun could not believe that there was a rumor about him that he did not even know about. Our guy was sure. Most clans had already heard how he treated Pungabi, but despite the bad rumors, the clans still wanted to betroth their children to him. Yanshin wondered which crazy clan had even agreed to such matchmaking. He went to the second elder and asked, "Tell me which clan he is being betrothed to, and who exactly will become his bride." Ryan smiled upon hearing this and asked our guy not to be surprised. The first word that man said was Nam. Yunchun shuddered upon hearing this. He joined the elder to arrange a word, and they both said the Namgun clan simultaneously. Ryan told our boy that he wanted to surprise him. Yunchun paid no attention to this. He asked the elder to explain why the Namgun clan would want him betrothed to their children. Our boy already knew, for this to happen at all, one of the Namgun clan's daughters had to agree to the betrothal. While he was thinking, Yanchun noticed something strange and reminded the second elder that the Namgun clan has only one daughter. Ryan told him that he was right and told him that he should meet his fiancée at the Tang Weapon exhibition. Young Chen immediately realized exactly who was waiting for his engagement. Our guy didn't even know how to react to it. Young Chun told the elder that he could not marry a crazy bitch. Ryan asked him not to call the future bride a crazy bitch. Instead, he explained, the decision was made by the clan leader. Ryan ordered our guy to meet with his father and added that he had to tell him something more important than marriage. Yang Chun was surprised to hear that there was something more important than his wedding. Ryan, with a smile on his face, informed Yang Chun that his sister had returned. Hearing this, our guy froze in horror. In his past life, the Aura Supreme, who was among the top 3 highest, said that the age of meteors had come. According to him, as soon as the stars break through the sky and fall to the earth, more and more geniuses will appear every day. The Aura Supreme told Yong Chun that he was born in the wrong era and added, although he has talent, he is worth nothing compared to his sisters. Our guy's sister is known as Sword Peak. Her name is Gu Weibi. She is the possessor of talent and skill that Young Chun could never even imagine. That is why he hated her. Our guy looked around. He immediately understood. He needed to disappear, to hide. He decided to go somewhere far away, but just as he was about to move, the elder placed his hand on his shoulder. He asked where he was going. Yanchun begged the elder to let him go at least once. Ryan asked him to stop talking nonsense and reminded him that his sister was here. Our guy asked him to let him go, Ryan couldn't believe that Yanchun was going to ignore his sister while she was at home. Yanchun explained to him that he couldn't look Baba in the eyes because he didn't know what she would do to him. He told the elder that he would disappear for a few months and asked him not to look for him. Ryan grabbed his head and asked if he had caught something in that place, and also why he was acting so childishly. He said he would bring him out of the knockout, and Yanchun assured the elder everything would be fine if he brought him out of the knockout in a month. As soon as he said this, our guy heard an explosion near his own door. He immediately understood. The sister was already coming. The girl was burning everything that came her way. Yangshun quickly commanded Muyun, block the door. The man looked at the order in surprise and asked the master how exactly he was supposed to do that. Yangshun ordered, take a board. Muyun placed the broom on the handle and asked the master if it was right to do so when the sister was about to arrive. As soon as he said this, the man heard laughter. He sharply turned to the door. Vibi placed her hand on the door and informed her brother that he was blocking the passage. Although she had come to visit him, she used her energy, slowly setting the door on fire. Muyun was shocked to see this. Making holes, she watched him peek out from there, and Muyun recognized her eye in one of the breaches. Vibi used her energy to scatter the doorway. Muyun was also thrown back, and he flew. With a smile on her face, she told her brother that he was rude. Yangchun was shocked by what she had done. Ryan placed his hand on our boy's shoulder before he could do anything. Vibi told her brother that he needed to greet her. Our boys just said, hello. The girl told him that she was glad to see him healthy and well, then asked why his knees were straight. Our boy was surprised to hear this. As soon as she came closer, he quickly knelt down. She patted him on the head and called him a good boy. Ryan laughed when he saw this. Vibi tilted her head and greeted him. The elder said he was always glad to see friendly brothers and sisters, and Yunchun wondered if he was perhaps blind. Ryan told Vibi that he heard she is doing great as the leader of the sword squad. She smiled and replied that he praises her too much. Then she said everything is going well because the squad fighters are diligent. Yunchun did not pretend to be worried by their words. He just wanted to stand up. That is why he did not want to meet with Vibi. The girl asked her younger brother if he understood what he did wrong. Yanchun explained he blocked the door and tried to escape. As if she asked him whether he really tried to escape, our guy immediately realized what he had done. His sister had no idea he tried to escape. He asked Vibi if he was in trouble because he defeated Janseo. She seemed stunned upon hearing this. She could not believe that he had defeated Yanseo. Yanchun noticed that his sister was surprised, so he asked if he had done something that upset her. The girl grabbed his head and said that this was his engagement. A terrifying look on her face, as if she asked her brother to tell her why she was not the first to learn about his engagement. She demanded that he explain why he was getting engaged without her permission. Yangshun told her that he had just heard about it today and asked why he would need her permission for the engagement. Vibi began hitting him on the head. She declared that he had already grown up, so he had no right to respond to her with rudeness. The second old man laughed, watching how Yunchun was getting hit. Our guy shouted Muyun, begging for help. The bodyguard begged her to have mercy. Vibi looked at him with a terrible, horrifying gaze. Muyun was embarrassed as soon as he saw the expression in her eyes. He asked her to do as she wished. Vibi covered her palm with energy and told her brother that she would teach him manners again. Yanchun begged her to wait. Sheila grabbed her hand before she could hit him. Both froze in surprise upon seeing this. Yanchun asked his sister to do nothing. He explained to her that our girl is a servant who just started working there, and that Siolok is still not very experienced. Our girl told Vibi that she cannot hit her master. Vibi released her brother. She covered her own body with her energy. There was far too much of it. Yanchun could not believe what she was about to do. Vibi asked her brother to tell her who was holding her hand. Our guy explained to her that Siola is a new maid. He asked her to forgive Siola for her mistake. Vibi gathered even more strength as soon as she heard this. Yanchun was shocked to see this. He quickly stood up, eager to stop his crazy sister from another madness. To finally seal our surprise, the girl took down her energy and grabbed her cheeks. She gently pulled them. Our guy was also surprised to see what she did. Vibi told her brother that Siola's cheeks were as soft as they looked. She assured that they met her expectations. Yunchun could not believe that she released so much energy just to grab our girl's cheeks. Vibi told her brother that he never mentioned a servant like Siola. She asked him to give her our girl. Yungshun replied that he could not do that, and Vibi found it interesting. She said she did not expect refusal from her dear brother, who usually gives her everything. She explained that she never asked him to stand up. Our guy knelt again and apologized. Watching the energy radiated by her brother, Vibi asked if the elder was the one who helped him. Yunchun was not surprised by what she heard. He knew. Her sister would eventually notice how much he had grown. The elder assured her that he did nothing, The girl was shocked by this answer and could not believe that in a few months, her brother had changed so much. Vibi wanted to say something to her brother, but again restrained herself and swallowed the words. She let go of Siola and asked our guy to meet with the clan leader. Youngchun was surprised. Hearing this, he asked if she was already done. Vibi replied that she was not yet in the mood to lecture him, and Youngchun immediately sighed with relief. He stepped closer to Muyan and said he was leaving now. Vibi stopped him, asked him to wait, and threw something at him. When our guy opened his palm, he saw an orb in it. He looked carefully at the thing. It occurred to him, what if this is a demonic stone? But he did not feel any energy from it. The guy asked his sister to say what it was. Vibi replied, it's a souvenir. She explained that she bought it from a small stone merchant who assured her it is a talisman for luck. She asked him to keep this talisman close to himself. Yanchun decided that his sister had given him some kind of junk. Vibi stepped closer to her brother and put her hand on his shoulder, and a creepy smile froze on her face. She said she would show him even more love if he kept the talisman. Our guy trembled as soon as he heard these words. The girl smiled, seeing the expression on his face. With a bright smile on her face, she told him that she knew he was working with all his might. Only hearing this, Yanchun remembered the words she had told him in a past life. Vibi asked him to stay happy. After that, the guy could not look his sister in the eyes. When her brother left, Vibi turned to the elder and asked if he really had done nothing wrong. Ryan assured her that he was innocent. The girl recalled that last winter her brother was only at the level of 1 star. Compared to Yonseo, he could not release heat and did not obey his body properly. Vibi did not understand how he managed to become so strong. She noticed that his energy art had finally stabilized, and his chi had more than doubled. And all this seemed strange to her when she heard that Yang Xiao was undergoing solitary training after defeat by Yanchun. Ryan explained to her that he himself was no less surprised. He also did not guess what potential our boy had. Vibi asked if he knew what had happened to him. The elder reacted strangely to this question and asked her to say why she did not ask Yanchun directly. Vibi told him that she could understand. Her brother would not explain it to her. Ryan told her that he might answer his sister. Vibi explained to him that she already knew her brother's answer from his eyes. She decided to change the subject and asked the elder if he had noticed anything about Siola. A strange smile froze on his face, and Ryan asked her what exactly she was talking about. Vibi explained, she asked this question because she noticed something strange. Something was wrong. She said that she examined Siola out of curiosity and added, apparently our girl is just chubby. At these words, Ryan became even more nervous. He suggested that she was too sensitive and assured her, Siola is just a servant. Vibi decided to accept the elder's words and not argue anymore. She put her hand on her head and said that maybe she was exaggerating. After all, she had been fighting demonic beasts for months. Ryan smiled as soon as he heard it. He couldn't believe that she actually felt something was wrong about our girl. And then he realized, both she and Yanchun have terrifying potential. He gently stroked the girl on the head and said he was grateful to her. When those who were bound by blood turned their backs on him, and the entire clan rose against Yunchun, only Vibi remained by his side. And with a smile, Ryan told the girl that he was grateful to her for taking care of our boy. He said he was not afraid of anything and had no worries as long as she was near. Vibi replied to him that someone had to watch over her foolish brother. The elder advised the girl to be a little kinder to her brother. He believed that she had gone too far, getting angry over the engagement. He told Vibi that someone might think she was actually angry with him for getting engaged. As soon as the girl heard this, her energy burst out. She asked the elder to name the prostitute who dared to touch her brother. Ryan immediately realized that something was clearly wrong with this girl. The scene changes, and we are transported to the clan head's building. He told Yunchun that he heard about how he broke Chungjin's arm. With a frightened expression, our boy confessed to his father. He said he only lightly touched that boy's hand. The clan leader asked him to explain why he broke Chungjin's arm. Chun did not want his father to ask such a question. He snapped with a deep sigh of frustration. He explained to him that Chungjin had proposed sparring and he used moves with the intent to harm. And then he told his father that he had to retaliate. The clan leader was surprised to hear that the lightning dragon intended to harm his son. He asked our boy if there were witnesses, and Yanchun assured him people were watching closely. Then the clan leader told his son that he had strengthened his mastery and gained considerable power in his skills. He added that he sincerely rejoiced at his progress and advised our boy to continue working hard. Having said this, the father took a sip of tea. Despite having defeated the lightning dragon and earned the 3rd star, the father did not lose his composure. Yanchun was not surprised at all, as he always behaved that way. Since he met the Namgung clan, The clan leader asked him if he had already met Baya. The boy shuddered when he heard this question. He was just waiting for his father to bring up this topic. Yunshin told his father that he wanted to know exactly how the engagement was arranged. The clan leader explained that the decision was made by the elders and added to his son, the proposal was not bad for him. Speaking in a grim tone in his voice, the clan head explained to Yunshin that the problem with the Pong clan was inevitable, so he asked him not to break off this engagement. The boy understood. His father was warning that there would be no second chance, and realized that the blame for the troubles with the Pong clan lay with him, so he could neither argue nor defend himself. The clan leader pulled out a sheet of paper and told his son that it would soon be midsummer. Yunshin did not know what exactly his father had planned. The clan leader revealed to him that the Hua festival would take place on Mount Hua. Barely hearing this, Yunshin remembered what he had done with the heavenly demon and the sect in his past life. He asked his father to tell him what this festival had to do with him. The clan leader handed him the paper he was holding. After reading it, Yunshin asked his father why he had given him the sheet. The clan had asked him to bring someone back, so our boy, hearing this, was genuinely surprised. His father explained that he would make preparations so that he could leave in 10 days. Yunshin reminded him that he had just returned from Sichuan today, and the clan head said that he could refuse the quest if he wanted, even before our boy had time to refuse. His father explained to him that he would open their treasury and give him the pill of the great sage if he accepted the quest. Outside the clan leader's house, we see Muyan and Siola sitting next to each other. Our girl asked the man to tell her when their master would return, and Muyan replied that Yunshin could come in within the next 2 hours. While they were talking, they were nibbling on honey cookies. Siola told him that she was tired from the journey, and Muyan admitted that he was exhausted too. He reminded her that she was the personal garden servant of our boy and emphasized they needed to help Yunshin wherever he went. Siola asked him if it was wrong to hide and quietly nibble on treats. Muyan explained to her that it was normal as long as no one caught them. Immediately after he said this, our boy appeared. He asked him to stop sitting. Muyan shuddered with fear when he saw his master. While they were walking, that man tried to justify himself to Yunshin, but didn't manage to say a word. Our guy informed him that they would set off for Mount Hua in 10 days and asked him to prepare. Muyan was shocked by what he heard, and Siola couldn't believe they had to go again. She told her master that she was tired. Yunshin revealed to her that the order came from the clan leader, and if she had any complaints, she should talk to his father. Muyan asked him what was the reason for their trip. Yunshin revealed to him that his father wants him to return Yanshu. When he reached his gates, the boy cautiously looked around. He only relaxed when he saw that his sister and the second elder had already left. As soon as he stepped over the threshold of his room, Yunshin replayed in his mind what was happening. Namguni had been in Sichuan, and his older sister was already home. He thought he would finally take a break, but now he had to go to Mount Hua again. The tension was unbearable for him. He decided to skip dinner and sleep longer. At night, we see Yunshin sleeping. Next to him stands someone with a bottle of wine and one dumpling in hand. The person picked up a dumpling and demonstratively said, "Dumplings." Our boy slowly opened his eyes as soon as he heard that voice. Before he could do anything, the man grabbed his head and tried to shove a dumpling into his mouth. Yunshin began to break free, and it turned out to be his sister. Vibi told her little brother that he must not skip dinner while he is still growing. While Vibi was trying to stuff a dumpling into his mouth, she asked our guy to chew it well. Yunshin broke free from her grip, stepped back, and sharply asked why she was in his room. Vibi addressed her brother as if she wasn't allowed here. Our guy replied no. He reminded her that this was his room, and she, still with a smile on her lips, declared then this is her room too. Yunshin looked at her and asked if she was drunk. Vibi showed him a bottle of wine and said she was about to get drunk. She explained to her brother that she was worried because he hadn't appeared for dinner. She said she brought him dumplings, and she asked, stop treating her so coldly. She admitted that she already felt bad because he was marrying some Namgun troublemaker. Yunshin was stunned by these words. He asked her to tell why she even brought up this topic. Vibi grimaced upon hearing this. She asked her brother if she really liked Bia so much that he chokes every time she mentions her, and also asked if he loved Bia more than her. Our guy asked her to leave her nonsense for when she gets drunk. The girl took a sip of wine and said she put so much effort into raising her. Yunshin asked if she could get drunk somewhere outside. Ubi asked her brother to tell her what he was even talking about. Smiling, she asked him to sleep with her tonight. Yunshin turned around and said she could sleep inside, and he would sleep outside. Vibi replied that he would be cold. Our guy reminded her they were no longer at the age when they could sleep together. Vibi retorted that he was still a boy to her anyway. She drank quite a lot of wine in one go and declared that it was really good wine. Yanshun asked her to leave as soon as she finished drinking. She was looking at the moon. She called her younger brother and asked if he wanted to try. Yanshun asked his sister to come again. He told her that he heard her wrong. The girl repeated once more. The boy understood that he was hearing exactly what was needed. He realized his sister was too drunk if she was talking that nonsense. So he asked her to return to her room. Vibi asked him if he was really sure. Yanshun asked her to say exactly what she was talking about. The girl pointed at him. She placed her palm on his chest and said she meant his energy. Vibi explained to her brother that she did not know the method he used during training. She revealed to him a large amount of energy that he drives inside himself is not absorbed, and added that this energy could eventually harm him. Hearing this, Yanshun understood. The energy from the orb had not yet been fully absorbed. Therefore, the body, which had not had time to mature properly, was unable to absorb all this energy. Vibi explained to him that he needed to immediately release this energy outside. Yanshun quickly realized that his sister was asking if he wanted to train, to arrange a sparring session to help him. Vibi got out of bed and told him that it was not about that, not why she asked for a spar. With a smile on her face, she admitted that she actually just wanted to beat him up. The boy was stunned to hear this. He did not understand why his sisters were not at all like ordinary ones. In the next scene, we see Vibi. She is dragging a body, clutching a wooden sword. She says that quite some time has passed since the day she fought with her brother. Vibi noticed that her brother was not holding a weapon, so she asked if he was not going to use the sword at all. Yanshun told her that he no longer uses it. Vibi was impressed to hear this. She thought that her brother had recently used the sword. Could he have gotten tired of the weapon? She decided that he was too proud, raised her sword, and sharply asked if he was not going to attack. Yanshun took a stance and reminded his sister that sparring was necessary so he could release his energy. Smiling, Vibi said she would make sure he did not die, and asked him not to back down. As soon as she said this, a Yanshun appeared next to her. The girl immediately felt his presence. Our boy hit her with a fist in the stomach. The blow made her recoil slightly backward. While she had not yet managed to regain her balance, our guy had already appeared nearby. He filled his fist with incredible energy and used it to strike. From the attack, she was literally thrown aside and she flew. Because of the dust that covered the entire training ground, our guy could not see her. He called out for her to say if she was okay. As soon as she heard his voice, Vibi began to laugh. A flame flared up on the training ground. It was absurdly huge. Vibi stepped out of the large flame, and her body was covered in fire. With a creepy smile, she told her brother that he was not bad at all. Yanshun could not believe it. His sister was still at the level of the 5th star. He was sure this power exceeded the power of the 5th star. He was even more shocked that she remained whole and unharmed after he had hit her with his full attack to the end. The guy got scared. He whispered to his sister that they should stop sparring here. Vibi asked her brother to stop mumbling nonsense. She stepped forward and unleashed her flames on the stage. Yanshun had to block her energy with his hands. While he was still struggling with himself, suddenly his sister appeared next to him. She said the fun was about to begin and struck his hands with a sword. The attack threw him into the air. He was pushed off the stage. Our guy couldn't even imagine what would have happened if he hadn't managed to block the strike. No sooner had he failed to regain his balance than his sister threw her sword straight at him. Yanshun managed to dodge by tilting his head to the side. The sword struck the wall and got stuck there. As soon as he lifted his head, he saw his crazy sister flying straight at him. The girl was laughing like a madwoman. Our guy froze in fear, seeing her approach. Perhaps she covered her leg with her energy and used it to attack him. Yanshun barely managed to fend off the attack. But Vibi didn't give him a second to rest. She started attacking even more fiercely. Our guy barely avoided every attack. He dodged every blow out of fear. Vibi pushed him against the wall. She approached her sword that was stuck there. She grabbed the sword and enveloped it with her energy. She lunged forward to attack Yanshun. She stopped her blade before it could touch her brother. Yanshun became nervous as soon as he saw this. She grabbed him by the hair and squeezed the sword even tighter in her hand. She ordered him to keep his mouth shut if he didn't want to lose his jaw. Our guy got scared as soon as he heard what was said. The scene switches. We see a person reading a letter that says someone has to meet their fiancé. The letter was read by the head of the Namgun clan. Embarrassed, nervous, the man tells the clan head that their young lady left a note and ran away from the estate. Hearing this, the clan head noticeably got irritated. He hid the note and ordered the man to immediately bring her back. In the next scene, we see a farmer harvesting the crop. He threw away the first yam tuber pulled from the ground. He said it was impossible to sell. While inspecting his crops, The man wondered when the season would end. No sooner had he spoken these words than he noticed a shadow fall on him. Looking up, he saw a girl. The farmer shuddered at what he saw. The girl landed right in front of him. As soon as he caught a clear look at her face, it seemed to him that an angel was before him. It turned out that the girl was Baya, a terribly strange girl called out to the man. He was surprised that she could speak at all. She asked for directions to where Shanxi was located. The man raised his hand and pointed to the side. He told her that Shanxi was to the east from there. As soon as she heard this, Bia thanked the man and started running. In a strange way, she dashed off in a completely different direction. The farmer noticed that Bia had left something on the ground. The girl left him a silver ingot. The farmer could not believe his own eyes. There was enough silver to feed his family for several months. He thanked the angel for filling him with such kindness, but he simply did not understand why she went west instead of east. The scene switches, and we see the elder speaking with Hayagun. He explained, "To the west lies Manhwa." He informed him that he had heard the divine doctor was already on Manhwa and asked the Supreme Sword Lord what he intended to do. Hayagun was stunned to hear that the divine doctor had set off towards Huai, that is, already in the direction of Manhwa. He already knew that the divine doctor was a person who disappears like the wind. He never stays in one place, so he simply did not expect the divine doctor to go to the Manhwa sect at all. Ryan did not understand why the Supreme Sword Lord was searching for the divine doctor. He explained to him that this information was not yet confirmed, and asked him to watch Yangchun so that he could verify everything with his own eyes. The elder explained to Hayagun that revealing one's identity after so much effort to conceal it was a bit premature. The Supreme Sword Lord understood. The elder was right. He realized that revealing his identity now would simply be unwise. The scene switches, and we see Hayagun in a carriage. He told our boy that he would accompany him and asked the boy to leave everything to him. Yunchun did not know how to react. For some reason, the second elder was also surprised. Yunchun found it strange that the coachman suddenly took a leave, and the Supreme Sword took his place. He found it strange that Ciola and Sword Suprema were going with him, especially since he had tried with all his heart to keep their names off the list of those traveling with him. Yanchun had no idea what could have happened overnight. It was as if something suspicious was going up his nose. While he was thinking about this, the elder asked why he had such a worried expression. Our boy replied that nothing had happened. Ryan told Yunchun that he should worry primarily about himself and asked him to try not to hit other children. Our boy responded to the elder that he would not do anything like that. Immediately after saying this, he remembered how he had hit his own sister, Juliop. He assured the second elder that he would do everything possible. The elder took some item out of his clothes and told Yunchun that he was giving it to him because he trusted him, and our guy immediately asked what it was. As soon as he said this, he felt a pleasant aroma. The smell came from the pouch. It was simply wonderful. Yanchun felt as if energy was flowing into him again as soon as he touched this thing. He told the elder that this item looked really valuable. Ryan assured him that it was nothing important and explained, supposedly just a stone. Yanchun asked again if he was sure about that. Ryan revealed to him that the stone was called Sword Blossom Stone. He explained to him that the stone was once one of the 4 treasures of Mount Hoasia. As soon as Yanchun heard this, he was completely confused and stared at the second elder. In response, the elder stared back at him. He gave Yangchun a thumbs up and said it was nothing special. Our guy asked him why he had this treasure and why he was giving the treasure to him. The elder told him that he won the treasure in a bet. They were betting on drinking, and admitted he forgot to give it back. Our guy could not believe that someone could bet such an important thing after a few drinks, and was even more surprised when he heard that the elder himself accepted Shed. He explained to Ryan that the treasure needed to be delivered more securely. Ryan told our guy that the treasure was already quite well protected now. Yunchun asked the elder what he meant, and noticed that Ryan was looking in a completely different direction. When he turned around, he saw the Supreme Sword, and immediately understood why Ryan said the treasure was safe. Then our guy realized the elder knows about the Supreme Sword. Just as he managed to start, Muyan announced, "Preparations are complete." Yanchun understood that he had no decent excuse for the elder, and decided to agree. As soon as he got into the carriage, he warned the elder that he would return. Ryan assured he would tell his sister that he was fine. Yanchun noticed that he did not see Vibi, so he asked the elder where she had gone. Ryan replied that the sister was probably sitting somewhere in a corner crying because he was leaving. Our guy decided that the elder was just teasing him. As soon as the carriage moved, Yunchun asked the elder to convey his farewell to his sister. Ryan turned the corner and asked Vibi why she did not greet her brother directly. The girl's face was swollen. and she told the elder that she did not want her younger brother to see her crying. Ryan reminded her that Yanchun was no longer little, and anger flashed on her face. Vibi replied that her brother was so fragile. On the way to Manhwa, Yanchen called out to Muyan, and then he asked how long it would take to reach the sect. The guard reminded his master that he had already asked the same question more than 30 times. Yanchen suddenly realized he was interrogating that man too often. Muyan explained to him that they needed to travel the distance they had already covered several times. And our guy replied that every time he hears these words, it sounds annoying. Hayagun laughed as soon as he heard this. He asked Yonchun if he didn't feel uncomfortable because of that. Our guy got scared hearing this. With a nervous expression on his face, he said everything was fine. For him, Hayagun was the greatest torment on this journey. He couldn't relax because on the road he stayed close to the most famous sword in the land. Yanchun noticed that Shola was biting a cookie, so he asked her not to take them all for herself but to give him one, saying he needed to eat something to relax. Like a greedy piglet, he said. Shola explained to her master, this cookie was given to her by Honghua, so if he wants more, he has to ask Honghua for permission. With a smile on her face, Honghua revealed the truth to her master. The honey cookie actually belonged to him. Our girl froze in shock. Yanchun took one cookie and left the rest to her. Shala was happy, hoping he would take them all. Our guy didn't care much about the cookies. He just wanted to go back home. The scene changes, and we are taken to the Gu clan. We see Vibi, who is sitting next to someone, and asks her to introduce herself. The girl throws her hair back and calls herself Nam Gung Baya. Surprisingly, Baya managed to reach the clan after going the wrong way. She was covered in leaves and twigs the whole time. Vibi irritably learns the name of the girl. She immediately understands. This is the fiancé of her younger brother. Vibi carefully looks at Baya. She notices her blue eyes and her. Vibi cannot hide her surprise. Baya is so beautiful. She asked Bayu to explain why she came here looking like a vagabond. The girl revealed to her that she had taken the wrong turn. As if she did not understand how a person, having turned the wrong way, could end up in such a state. She asked Bia to tell her why she had experienced so much stress to get here. The girl replied that she came to meet her fiancé. She seemed surprised by what she heard and immediately told her the engagement is not yet considered official. Bia did not know what to say. With a smile on her face, Vibi told the girl that her little brother is not currently in the clan. Bia was surprised. She had no idea that Vibi called Yonchun her younger brother. Her appearance, full of confidence and a smile, did not tremble. Vibi introduced herself and stated that she was the elder sister of Yangchuan. Bia quickly tidied her hair and corrected her posture, and this brought joy to Vibi. She was certain this is exactly how a person should hold themselves when standing before their husband's relatives. Baya asked the girl where her little brother had gone, as if she quietly revealed to her that Yanchun had joined the Manhwa sect. She explained that their fates would not cross because that place was too far away. She, with a gentle smile on her face, stood next to Ased Manhwa. With a bright smile on her face, Viba advised Bia to return home. Immediately, as soon as she said this, Bia jumped into the nearest forest. She seemed to wonder if she was really going home, and finally jabbed her in the shoulder, called her a bitch for leaving without saying a proper goodbye. At night, we see Siola and Hongwu sleeping together. Our girl raised her hand and struck the poor lady right in the face. Muyan also slept heavily. Only Haigen and Yanshin remained awake. They sat staring into the fire. The Supreme Sword sensed something deep in the forest and sharply turned aside. In the forest, we see how Yanchun releases energy from his mouth. Since it mixed with his breath, the boy was able to understand very soon he will reach the 4th star. While he was thinking about it, he was suddenly struck by a severe headache. This was exactly the problem he faced. As soon as he directed a certain amount of energy in the body, it flowed against the direction he intended. The boy needed to break the boundary of the 3rd star. He could barely release his own energy, while his sister explosively unleashed hers without any difficulty. Yongchun hated this difference in talent and found the very importance of talent disgusting. He decided to stop making up excuses and start training even more. He began to circulate his energy again. Just as he tried to make the energy circulate, he suddenly caught the smell of something. Yunchen threw the flowering stone out of anger, and he was annoyed that he could not force himself to throw it away. He was troubled by another thing, why the 2nd elder wanted him specifically to take it and deliver it. He noticed that the smell was now stronger than the first time he got it. Because of the scent of plum blossom, he could not concentrate, and Yanchun decided to stop training for today. As soon as he took a step, petals swirled in the air. They were remarkably beautiful. Yanchun did not understand why he saw plum blossoms in the middle of winter. He stretched out his hand to catch one of the petals. Before he could make a single move, a spirit appeared behind him and said that he was not a child of Manhwa. Our guy was stunned to hear this. He turned sharply, and to his surprise, there was no one nearby. He had no doubt that he heard a voice. The spirit asked him to explain, like a child who is not from Manhwa, how he manages to devour all that energy. Yunshun instantly turned around again. He was sure he heard the voice of an old man, but still saw no one around. The spirit demanded that he name the bloodline he comes from, in other words, where he came from if he greedily devours such a huge amount of energy. He warned Yunshun that he would get sick. Our guy did not understand what the spirit was talking about, so he asked him what exactly he was, according to him, eating. As soon as he said this, Yunshun noticed that the stone began to emit some kind of energy. He instantly realized, the energy is not just flowing, he himself is absorbing it. Before he could do anything, he fainted. In the next scene, Sayola and Muyun call their master, and Yanchun slowly opens his eyes. He was quite surprised that he was lying on the ground. He quickly raised his head. Scylla rushed to him swiftly, hugged him tightly, and he asked Muyun what had happened. The man explained to him, Hayagun found him unconscious in the forest and brought him back. Yanchun thanked him for saving him. Hayagun replied that he was just doing the work of a servant. As soon as he said this, his face changed. Yanchen noticed this change. He pushed our girl away, and Muyan stepped closer and asked if something had happened to him last night. Yanshun recalled that he was training, and the stone suddenly emitted light. He pulled out a pouch from his clothes, although outwardly nothing seemed to have changed. It seemed the stone had lost its scent. Our guy realized that he absorbed the energy of Blossom Stone using the Demon Veil absorption art, and he was immediately knocked out. He already suspected that the Manhwa treasure contained something, but never thought he could absorb its energy. Yang Chun immediately realized something he couldn't fully explain. He placed his hand on his chest. To check his energy, he felt the rings in the core of his energy had increased. The guy was happy to see that he had already reached the 4th star. On the way, Muyun and Sword Supreme quietly but relentlessly stared at Yunchun. Yunchun turned away from them. He understood why they looked at him like that. It was strange that he reached the 4th star in one night. He hoped they would stop staring at him. To him. While he was thinking, our boy Siola sniffed his clothes. He pulled back his hand and asked what she was doing. Siola said that he smelled of something. Yunchun found it strange. He also sniffed his clothes and was sure he had changed. He told Siola that he even washes more often than she does and asked her to explain what exactly she meant. Smiling, Siola explained to him that he really had a pleasant floral scent. Our boy got nervous as soon as he heard this. He told Siola that the smell probably came from the window. Our girl noticed this oddity. She was sure that he was the one releasing that smell. On the 3rd star, all Yunchun could do was expel heat, but now that he was already on the 4th, it seemed to him that shooting flames could be done without any difficulties. He wanted to check if he could do the same as Viba. Our boy was not sure about this. He thought he should try, and as soon as he imagined the chance to quickly beat someone, he remembered the warning of the 2nd elder, not to touch anyone. While he was lost in thought, the carriage suddenly stopped. At that moment, our boy hit Siola. Honghua asked if he was okay, and he replied that everything was fine. He looked out the window and asked Muyan about what had happened. He noticed that the man's hand was resting on the sword. He looked ahead at the carriage and asked Muyan why he was standing guard. Yunchun saw a young man in front of the carriage and wondered who he was. The man folded his hands and apologized for the intrusion. Our guy quickly recognized the emblem on the stranger's clothing. Yang Feng smiled and introduced himself. He was a disciple of Manhwa, 3rd generation. He explained that he stopped the carriage because he had one question for them. Yunchun recognized the man's name. He recalled an older version of Feng, who once asked him what their sect had done to him, the same Feng who screamed when he saw the head of his sect leader on the ground. Yongshun was embarrassed. He could not believe his own eyes. Before him stood a warrior from Manhwa, whom he had personally killed in his past life. Muyun called the man Blossom Sword Dragon and asked why a person with such fame allowed himself such an irresponsible and risky act. Feng apologized for what he had done. He assured that he did not intend to block their way and said that he stopped them because he had to check one thing. Muyan asked what exactly he needed to find out. Feng admitted that he wanted to check if one of their disciples was hidden in the carriage. Yunchun was sure that the man did not mean him. Feng slowly moved toward them, sensing a familiar aura from afar, and admitted that he was grateful. It was still not so bad. Muyan asked him not to take another step. Before he could draw his sword, Fang and Yanshun saw several plum blossoms right in front of them. They did not know when Feng had already approached them. With a smile on his eyes, Blossom Sword Dragon addressed Yunshun and asked him to explain why he emitted the Manhwa aura, although he was not its disciple. Yuanchun felt nervous as soon as he heard this and immediately realized, that's it, he was finished. Before he could say a word, someone had already told him that he was finished. Our guy sharply turned aside. Nearby, very close, he saw a tiny old man in the white clothes. The man was smiling. It was clear that he was pleased to see Yuanchun finally notice him. Our guy could not understand what exactly was happening. He was sure it was a hallucination. He rubbed his eyes and froze to look once more at the old man. He asked if he could greet the elders. Yuanchun did not know what to answer. Feng did not understand why our guy was silent, so he called out to him. Yuanchun ignored the old man. Doubt crept into his own mind. Maybe he was already hallucinating because he had trained too exhaustively. The old man was surprised to hear this. He assured Yuanchun that he was not seeing a phantom, but their guy insisted that now he could hear. Feng asked him if something was wrong with him. Yuanchun was petrified by the surprise. Why even ask such a question? He pointed a finger at the old man and asked Feng if he could not see the old man the size of an insect. The dragon of the blooming sword bombarded him with a new question. What, he said, was he talking about? He decided that Yuanchun was some kind of eccentric. Our guy asked Mu Yun if he could see anything. The guard was completely confused. He decided to try to understand his master and said that he could see it. Our guy lit up with joy at such words. Mu Yun clarified that he saw the grandfather with red hair, but Yuanchun objected. The man was not red-haired at all. Mu Yun asked if his hair was blue. Yuanchun realized that his guard saw nothing, so he ordered to stop playing tricks on him. Our guy could not accept that only he saw the old man, so he asked them to look carefully. The old man called him a fool and ordered him to be silent. Yuanchun wondered if it was a ghost and could not believe that he himself was enveloped by obsession. The old man assured him that he was not possessed and asked if he had forgotten what he had just eaten. Yuanchun asked the man to explain what he was talking about. As soon as he spoke these words, Yuanchun remembered. He had absorbed the energy of Blossom Stone. The old man asked if he now remembered, and Yuanchun replied by asking if he could recall how he ate the treasure of the Manhwa sect, although he himself did not belong to them. The old man explains to Yuanchun that he had helped him by preventing him from entering the chi blocking stage after absorbing so much energy, and that he was annoyed by how our guy called him an old insect-sized ghost. Yuanchun asked the old man who he was. The old man was shocked by what he heard. He asked if he did not recognize him. To our guy, he said that he knew nothing about the world. Yuanchun replied, if you do not recognize me, then you are not worthy of being known. Mu Yan and Feng froze when they saw how our guy was talking to himself. The old man cleared his throat and told Yuanchun that he would introduce himself only once, and asked him to listen carefully. The old man called himself the great 8th leader of the Manhwa sect. He said his name was Xin Chao, and that he was also known as the Manhwa Immortal Sword. The greatest war, which broke out even before the appearance of the celestial demon, was the Great Blood Demon War. 5 masterful warriors repelled this bloody battle. Even after centuries, their names are still mentioned in the history of Zhongyuan Muram, the most respected in the Manhwa sects. In front of Yuanchun stood a tiny little man resembling a beetle, and our boy could not believe that this was really happening. Shihol asked if he was going to continue comparing him to a beetle. Our boy was surprised. He was sure he had just called that man a beetle in his own thoughts. Chihol said he could hear his thoughts. Then he ordered Yuanchun to behave decently, saying that now he knows who he is. Our boy did not want to accept that Chu was telling the truth. Mu Yan and Feng were still completely confused. Yuanchun took out a pouch and asked him why he ended up inside the stone. Chile explained to him he does not understand why he was inside the stone at all. Our boy replied that his thoughts were of no use, and Chile reminded him he is able to hear his thoughts. Then Chile told Yuanchun that he believes he will learn about this more than he himself. Our boy told him that he knows nothing. Shihol asked him to tell how someone like him, who does not belong to the Manhwa sect, was able to absorb the energy of Blossom Stone. Yuanchun did not know what to answer. Shikol could say that our guy knows something. Yuanchun avoided looking this man in the eyes. He did not know what to answer him. Chil decided not to ask any more questions. He understood. Young people, our guy in particular, always have something to hide. Our guy thanked the man for not asking unnecessary questions. Chikol told him that it was normal. He revealed to him something important was about to happen and asked Yuanchun to focus exactly on this. Yuanchun did not understand what Chikol was talking about. Immediately, Chikol said this, and we see how several people jump out of the forest. The young lads who landed right in front of them were dressed in Manhwa clothing. In fact, Yuanchun was very surprised to see them. Feng asked him not to worry. saying this was not a threat. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun hit him on the knee and instantly knocked him down. He brought the sword very close to Feng's neck and asked Yun Chun to keep watch. While he looked at the people who pointed their swords at them, Mu Yan said to his master, "This might be an ambush." Yang Chun told his bodyguard that for now, everything was not that serious. Mu Yan explained to him, as soon as they appeared, he immediately felt some hostile energy. Feng begged Mu Yan to give him a chance to explain everything. He addressed Yan Chun and said that he did not understand why his sect members were so angry, but he assured if he talked to them, he could settle the situation. Mu Yan asked him if they were really from his sect. Feng asked him to look at the emblem on their clothes, and he assured that these were warriors of the MANHUA sect. He turned back to Yang Chun and asked if he would give him a chance to talk to him. Our guy asked his bodyguard to let him go. Mu Yun obeyed his order. With a smile on his face, Feng assured them that he would settle everything. He turned around and waved his hand to the men. He stepped closer and spoke to them. For some reason, the man with the headband hit him right in the face. Our guy and Mu Yan became worried as soon as they saw this. The warriors stepped closer to Yang Chun. They folded their hands and bowed their heads. The man with the headband apologized to him because Feng unintentionally put him in a position where he felt threatened. Our guy assured the man that everything was fine. He apologized for his bodyguard drawing a sword as soon as the misunderstanding happened, even before they had a chance to figure out the situation. Yan Chun asked why they had come so far, if something had happened. The leader replied that he could not disclose information to him because he was a stranger. Feng told our guy that people had recently started disappearing from their sect. The leader was surprised to hear this and reminded him that he had no right to reveal such information. Yan Chun shuddered upon hearing Feng's words. He knew the Flower Blade squad of MANHUA was not weak enough to simply vanish, and this seemed strange to him. The leader grabbed Feng by the ear and explained to our guy, Feng had jumped forward while they were searching in the forest. He said he felt the energy of one of them. Yan Chun turned to Q and explained to him. Feng meant the energy coming from Yan Chun's body. He asked Q to say what to do. The immortal sword assured, everything is fine. Then Yan Chun explained that he had blocked the energy coming from his body. Feng addressed the leader and asked if he could feel the energy of their sect coming from Yun Chun. The man replied that he could. Our guy was quite surprised. He asked Chi-Hol if he was sure about what he had done, and he heard in response the energy can still be felt. Chi-Hol asked him to show them Blossom Stone. Our guy reached under his shirt, and the men were surprised to see this. Yes, he pulled the stone out of his shirt and showed it to them. The men were shocked to see it. They could not believe they were looking at the treasure their leader had lost in bed during drinking. Yan Chun also could not believe that the leader had really lost the treasure of their sect in bed. Chu laughed upon hearing what they said and declared that the future of his sect was bleak. Feng believed that they felt the energy of MANHUA precisely because our guy was holding their treasure. The leader asked Yun Chun to tell him why he has this treasure. Our guy jumped out of the carriage through the window. He apologized to them for not introducing himself earlier, bowed his head, and said his name. He said he was going to return the treasure of MANHUA, which was borrowed from the Gu clan. The warriors were stunned by this news. It seems they recognized the Gu clan. Yan Chun and Mu Yan did not understand why they were whispering about their clan. The leader was surprised to see that our guy came from a respected clan. He apologized again for his hostility. Yan Chun assured him that everything was fine and asked if there was anything bad about being from the Gu clan. Feng suddenly realized something. He turned to Yan Chun and mentioned his sister. Before he could finish speaking, his teammates covered his mouth and hit him. They pushed him down and started beating him. The leader told our guy that Feng should not be feared. Yan Chun replied that he looked really bad. The man asked him not to worry. Our guy asked the man if the sister had caused them any trouble. With a quirky smile on his face, the man said no, and Yan Chun immediately understood. He was lying. He apologized to the man for the trouble that girl caused. He also promised, as soon as they arrive at the sect, he would take her home. The man froze upon hearing that he was taking Yanseo back home. It seems the fighters of his squad rejoiced at this news. Yan Chun asked them if there was any problem. For now, the squad fighters were clearing the way for our guy. Their leader placed his hand on his shoulder and ordered him to follow them. Yan Chun and Mu Yun were shocked by what they heard. They wondered how much harm Yan Shui could cause to these people. The scene changes abruptly, and we find ourselves in the MANHUA sect. Yang Xiao knocks on someone's door. She is answered, "Come in." The girl enters and loudly calls, "Master!" Her master is an old woman in white. She praises Yang Xiao for visiting every day, even though she is afraid to go alone at night. Yang Xiao rushes to hug her master. She asked if everything was all right with her body. The woman replied that she felt much better today. She could see the beautiful moon outside. A smile played on her face, and Yang Xiao said she felt relieved hearing that. So the master reminded her. Her visits would soon come to an end. Yang Xiao assured that she would stay by her side until the very end. The woman reminded her that she would soon return to Shang-Chi. Yanzo said nothing to the woman. With a smile on her face, her master asked if she really disliked returning to her own family. With a sad expression, Yan Xiao said that the people in Shang-Chi were not her family. Her master was surprised by what she heard, and she decided not to dig too deep. She said that a sick woman should not talk about other people's family matters. Yanzio asked her master not to say such things. She reminded that before the illness, she was known as Blossom Sensei. The woman said that these were just words from the past, and she wondered how much time she had left. In the next scene, someone rushes through demonic beasts and tears them to pieces. It turns out to be Bia. The energy enveloping the crazy girl was dark and eerie. Bia closed her eyes and disconnected from everything around. There was absolute darkness around. As soon as she opened her eyes, she felt a special, incomparable energy. The girl suddenly turned around and ran to where that feeling was trembling. The scene switches. We see MANHUA soldiers marching together with the Yongchun group. Huang Wadai is preparing a lot of things. There should be plenty of food too, because the warriors will also join them. The leader ordered to split into groups. The first was sent on guard duty, and the second to set up camp for the night. In the forest, Yongchun talks with Chol. He asks the old man to tell him what to do so that he leaves his body. Chihol told him that he wouldn't be attached to him if he knew a way. He said he would go together with the children of the Manhwa sect. Our guy called Chihol an old man and said he had a question. Chihol asked him not to call himself old. He introduced himself to Yongchun and reminded him he is the immortal sword of Manhwa. Our guy glanced at him full of rage. Chihol asked not to cast distrustful looks at him. Yongchun told him that he would believe until he managed to ask his question. Chihol stopped him and asked not to worry. He assured him he doesn't care about his rotting body. Our guy reminded this man that his own body had already decomposed. Chihol replied, he talks too much for someone who carries such filth inside. Yongchun was impressed by this and asked what he carries with him. The immortal sword was surprised to hear that our guy did not know what was hidden inside his own body. Yongchun could not believe it. Sul told the guy that he wants to get an answer to his question before he can tell anything. He asked Yongchun to tell what happened to the bloody demon. Our guy was stunned upon hearing this. He mentally decided that Chihol could not be the immortal sword of Manhwa. Chihol was also surprised to hear this. Yongchun informed him that the bloody demon was killed by the immortal sword. He asked Chihol to explain why he calls himself the immortal sword if he does not know the fate of the bloody demon. Chihol said that he himself had asked himself the same question. He revealed to Yongchun that he cannot remember the final battle he had with the bloody demon for some strange reason. Our guy noticed that the immortal sword speaks too seriously. He decided not to pry further. He asked to tell what exactly he carries in his own body and asked if he knows anything. Chihol got irritated upon hearing this. He asked Yongchun to explain why he should answer if he does not even believe in his identity. Our guy looked surprised how such a gray-haired old man turned out to be so capricious. The immortal sword cleared his throat and told our guy that he also does not know what it is. Yongchun was shocked to hear this. Chihol explained to him that he himself cannot comprehend the strange thing. He feels nothing, and added that inside him there is a very wild thing. He revealed that currently he keeps that thing obedient, so he should not worry. Yongchun could not believe his ears and asked Chihol if this is not too serious. The immortal sword clenched his fist and asked our boy if he wanted to test it. Yongchun told him that he did not want to do anything. Chihol opened his fist, and as soon as this happened, a great wave of dark energy covered the shadow of our boy. When our boy turned aside, he saw the energy approaching him. It was about to swallow him. Chol pulled back the dark energy, not letting it take a sip. He asked Yongchun if his demonstration was convincing enough. Our boy had already tried to defend himself with his fist. Yongchun could not immediately answer Chihol. He was trying to catch his breath. He turned to sword and asked what it was. Chihol showed him the fist and said that he was keeping that thing obedient. Yongchun wondered why such a thing was inside him. Chol replied that he did not know either. He told our boy that they needed to put an end to everything here and now, although he had plenty of questions. Yongchun was surprised by what he heard. He threw at the man. He had just given him so many new questions. Chun asked our boy to look up. When Yongchun raised his gaze, he saw nothing. He turned to the old man and asked if he was all right. No sooner had the words sounded than a bright pink light flashed in the sky. Our guy hadn't even managed to ask more questions when the Regerna energy whirled past him at a frightening speed. Yongchun froze when he saw that this energy was literally just a few steps away from him. He instantly dashed to the side. He spotted someone dust-covered, with anger on his face. Yanchun called out to the one who had just flashed past and asked him to explain what exactly he was doing. It turned out to be Feng, the dragon of the Blossom Sword, who showed Yanchun that since ancient times there has been a proverb passed down in Manhwa. Our guy didn't understand what that man was talking about. With a shining smile on his face, Feng told our guy that they needed to fight to become friends. Q said that the spirit of Manhwa was still unharmed, but Yanchun didn't grasp what Feng meant. He asked if this was how the warriors of Manhwa address others when asking for a sparring match. Feng apologized for the sudden attack and explained that he got excited because he had never before seen a brother master in training. Yanchun asked in surprise, doesn't his sect have enough masters currently training? The Blossom Sword dragon didn't know how to answer our guy. Kyo wanted to tell Yanchun something about Feng, but our guy replied that he already knew everything. He told the old man that Feng is the youngest elite martial arts master on Manhwa. To the incapable, he is like a giant wall. Even if he tried to get along with those about his age, he would still make their feelings of inferiority even worse. Chio was surprised to see that Yongchun understood Feng. She thought our guy probably also went through something similar once. Yanchun told Feng that he would spar with him. The man was too happy to hear this. He thanked our guy for the opportunity immediately without wasting a second. Next to him, we saw flashes of lightning energy. Feng told our guy that he wanted to start right away before he could say anything else. He was hit by a huge number of lightning bolts. The attack penetrated through the tree, and Feng flew into the air and flew away. He was thrown into the lake next to them. Yongchun was stunned to see this. He sharply turned around and looked at the big hole in the tree. There he saw our favorite crazy girl, with white hair. Bia was surprised to see him. With a bright smile on her face, the girl said that she had found him. The scene changes, and we are transported to the past. We see the elder Yanchun kneeling in the rain. He was holding an injured person in his arms. It turns out it is the elder Bia. The woman reached out to Yanchun's face and asked if he was crying. Our guy asked her to stop talking nonsense and said it was just rain. With a sad smile on her face, Bia replied that, unfortunately, it was so. Yanchun asked why she did that. He told her that she could have just escaped on her own. It turned out that BioBlocked repelled the attack for Yanchun. She herself was left unprotected and received a second attack in the stomach. These blows destroyed her arm and severely injured her stomach. Our guy asked her why she did that. Bias looked at him intently. She replied that she just wanted to do so. She asked if the moon had already risen. Yanchun told her that it was already in the sky. With a smile on her face, Bias said that both things were in place. She said that this was quite enough for her. No sooner had she said this, she died. Yanchun could only look at her. While he was looking at her body, someone approached him from behind. A swordsman with a smile. He said he had no idea that demonic people had something like friendship. He asked our guy if this was really love. Yanchun stood up as soon as he heard these words. Yes, the man asked him not to be sad and promised that he would join Bia very soon. The guy called him Sword Meteor, and he promised to do one thing for him. Yanchun released a huge amount of purple energy. He promised Meteor Sword that he would not have to die an easy death. The scene changes and immediately takes us back to the present time. In Yanchun's eyes, shock. She asked Bei why she even came here. Baya wanted to answer, but noticed a strange person next to our guy. The leader of this group asked Yunchun if he knew Bei. He raised the sword and asked if he had permission to strike her. Yunchun was surprised to hear these words. He looked around and saw that the rest of the group were holding their swords at the ready. He did not know what to say to the leader. It was already a big problem in itself that this silly girl had sniffed out about the warrior from Manhwa. The boy did not think it would be wrong to cover for her by saying that he was supposedly acquainted with her. He also was not going to say that he was engaged to her, as it was not official yet. While he was thinking about what to answer, Baya revealed to the men, Yunchun is her fiancé. Hearing this, the men were shocked. Even Chiho was shocked upon hearing this. The boy realized that it was no longer possible to object, so he decided to accept what she said. Everyone, including Q, turned to him. They did not understand why such a pretty lady got involved with a guy of such a level. Yanchen already knew what they were thinking, and hoped they would not be angry with him for not telling them this beforehand. He addressed Baya with a question. Why did she come? The girl told him that she came to meet specifically with him. Yunchun noticed that the men were still staring intently at him. He reminded them that earlier they were ready to draw swords, Baya, and asked why they were looking at him like that. He turned to the girl and asked why she attacked if she wanted to meet him. She asked everyone, look at the girl. He explained to him that Baya's body was barely moving, and she, without sleeping, had spent all her internal energy to run to him. Then that man asked Yunchun if he believed that Baya could distinguish a human from a demonic beast. Our boy told him that praising exhaustion to the point where you can no longer distinguish a human from a demonic beast is not worth it. And Sheol explained that Baya did this because she cares about him very much. Yanchun told her that MANHUA would not so easily let go of those members in the state she had put them in. As soon as he said this, we see Feng next to him. He was kneeling beside our guy. Yongchun was surprised to see him nearby. Feng seemed to be completely enchanted by the beauty of Bia's face. Our guy immediately understood. The idiot had fallen for her hook. In his thoughts, he called him a dumb asshole. Hiding behind a fake smile, he asked the man if he was all right. Feng touched his chest and asked our guy to fight right now. Yanchen did not expect this at all. He told him that the body should be fine. At night, we see everyone gathered by the lake, and Yongchun and Feng stood in front to face off in a duel. Despite the fact that our guy was standing right in front of him, Fen was looking somewhere aside. Meanwhile, he fixed his gaze on Bai, the girl who was sitting together with Siola and the rest of the Yanchuan company. She was chewing a cookie. Yongchun got irritated noticing how much the young man was captivated by her. Chol asked him if he was jealous. Our guy asked him to stop talking nonsense. He explained he accepted the duel only out of kindness, but in reality he hates how Feng uses it for his dirty purposes. Chiul asked him to also play this duel for his own interest, and Yunshun asked what he could get if he won this fight. Chio called him an idiot. He asked him if he was not at all interested in how strong he had become. While they were resting at Baya, Siola asked her why she was here. She asked if she came to see her. Sword Supreme ordered his granddaughter to stop clinging to Bia. The girl said it was all right. She said that our girls always like that. Hayagun was surprised to hear that his granddaughter was always so boldly disrespectful. Muyen folded his hands and prayed that his master would not be harmed. Pongwash assured him that everything would be fine. One of the participants from MANHWA addressed his leader with a question about whom he considered the winner in this clash. The man was convinced that the answer was obvious. So he declared, Feng is a real monster. He reminded them that everyone had already seen his talent, and added, Feng can sometimes be playful, but when it comes to serious matters, he is different. The man closed his eyes and focused on his own energy. As soon as he opened his eyes, his sword released pink energy, and it scattered like plum blossoms. It seems Sword Supreme is delighted with what he saw. Feng took a fighting stance and said he would attack. As soon as these words left his mouth, the energy became darker and thicker. When some plum blossoms approached Yunchun, they were immediately burned. Everyone was surprised by what was before them. MANHWA men did not know exactly what they were looking at. Even Sword Supreme was impressed by what he saw. The fiery energy of Yanchuan enveloped his body. Our guy noticed that he could not release as much fire as his sister. Feng was amazed to see the flame that our guy emitted. Yunchun asked him to stop making that facial expression. With a grim look, he asked if he was afraid. Feng gripped his sword tighter. Smiling, he told our guy that everything was fine and that he would start. As soon as he said this, he immediately rushed at Yunchun. He launched an attack at furious speed and running released pink energy from his body. As soon as he got close to Yunchun, he gathered all the energy into the blade. He and our guy locked eyes with each other. Before Feng's sword could touch Yanchun, Yanchun used his hand to push Feng's hand upward. Feng's body was completely exposed. Yanchun delivered a heavy blow right to his stomach. Everything happened in an instant. Feng didn't even have time to realize when exactly he was hit. The strike of our guy was covered in flames. Because of this, Blossom Dragon screamed in pain. Baya and Muyun were stunned, seeing what had just happened. The leader's mouth dropped open when he saw Yan Chun smash Blossom Dragon. Even the Supreme Swordsman was shocked by what our guy had done. Feng fell to his knees before our guy. He couldn't move his body. With a smile on his face, he said he lost. Everyone was completely stunned upon hearing this. Goodbye. And I stood up. She placed her hand on the sword and asked Yunchun to fight with her too. Our guy pondered. Had she lost her mind? He told her he had just finished the fight. She glanced at him as soon as she heard those words. Yunchun did not understand why she was looking at him so intently, although he himself said nothing. He looked irritably at Kyolif with his eyes as if asking because he did not accept her request. The old man commented that she actually looked upset. Our guy already knew. If he allowed her to be offended, everything would go awry. He said that it was already late and asked to fight with him once more. The furious girl sheathed her sword. She grabbed his hand. Smiling, she asked him not to forget his promise. The next morning, we see Yunchun channeling energy through his own body. He seemed to be hanging in the air, and his body was covered with flames. Chaw watched as he circulated his energy and called him a monster bachelor. He could not believe that Yunchun had already begun using his central core. So he asked our guy to tell him what that thing was. Yunchun replied that he had only just started testing it and asked not to make a fuss about it. Sayol told our guy that it was an incredible talent to be able to use the central core at such a young age and advised him not to take on anything beyond what he was doing now. Then he confessed to Yanshun everything inside him would go out of control if the central core was open. Our guy asked Chio if this creature responded to his energy, and the immortal sword explained to him the more chi he uses, the crazier and faster this creature becomes. He told him that everything except pushing the flames out of his body and wrapping his hands in fire would cause the power to go out of control. Yang Chun became worried as soon as he heard this. He stood up and declared that this was still not enough. No sooner had he said this than Feng appeared. He looked at our guy and asked if he was still dissatisfied with himself, even though he had won the fight. Yang Chun asked him what exactly he wanted. Feng bowed his head and thanked our guy. Seeing this, Yang Chun was surprised and asked why Feng was thanking him. Feng replied that he did not understand what lesson Yang Chun was trying to instill in him, but he felt that he wanted to teach him something truly important. Chiu froze at what he heard. He thought that after the helpless defeat, Feng would have to sink into sadness for a long time, but he did not expect that he would actually clear his head. Yun Chun got angry, seeing that he had to risk his life for training, and Feng, after one night fight, was still babbling nonsense. Chiu told him that he was too clingy. Yun Chun addressed Blossom Dragon and declared that he never planned to teach him anything. He told him that he was glad Feng had gained something. Feng explained to him that he had always considered himself the most talented among his peers, but now he realized that the whole world was beyond his reach. Smiling, he said that he was sure Yang Chun had made more effort than Feng could ever imagine. For some reason, our guy got irritated when Feng acknowledged his efforts. He told the immortal sword that he truly hated him. He asked him to be quiet and listen. Yang Chun objected. He could not silence his own thoughts. Feng folded his hands and bowed his head. He thanked our guy again. Yang Chun remembered old Feng and what he once did to him. He kept telling himself that he truly hated Feng's insides. She did not know why she disliked the nice boy so much. On the other side of the forest, we see Siola talking to her grandfather. She asked if he had seen what their master had done. She said that Yanchun was just blam blam, and the boy with the flowers lost. While she was saying this, the MANHUA disciples passed by her. All were sad because their genius lost. Hayagun asked his grandson to speak more quietly. Siola told him that they were actually in big trouble. Hayagun asked her to tell him what had happened. Our girl revealed to him that their master was getting married. The Supreme Sword told her that this was a joyful event. Shouting at full strength, Shola said that this was not joy. Hayagun froze at what he saw with his own eyes. He did not understand why she was reacting so nervously. Claire revealed to him that she did not understand what it meant to be engaged. She said that only she was allowed to do anything near their master, and asked her grandfather to tell Yunshun to ask her for permission first. Hayagun realized that his granddaughter did not know what engagement meant, so he decided to explain everything to her. Shilla seemed impressed when she found out what it meant. The scene switches. Everyone is eating together. After the fight that Yanshun had with Feng, a few things made him uncomfortable, but the most pressing was Siola. During the meal, everyone noticed that the girl was silent and staring into her bowl. Sword the Supreme asked his granddaughter if she was feeling unwell. Shola shook her head to tell him that everything was fine. Yanshin asked her to explain why she was picking through the food if she did not feel sick. He warned her that he would take away her treats if they made her skip meals. While our guy was speaking, Bia dipped the sticks into the large cauldron in the middle. She wanted to get some food from there. She did not manage to grab the meat in front of her when someone took it and left. It turned out to be Siola. Baya could not understand why she did that. Then Baya decided to take another piece of meat. Our girl grabbed the meat she wanted to take a second time. Baya did not understand why Siola was behaving so rudely. Yanshun was annoyed seeing what she was doing. Before he could say a single word, Hayagun burst out laughing at Siola. He asked where she had learned such disgusting manners. Everyone was shocked that he raised his voice. Hearing her grandfather scream, Sioli became sad. She stood up and told him that he was stupid and ran away from them. Hayagun was surprised to see this. Yongchun did not understand why she was behaving so strangely. He asked Bia if she had done something to our girl. She shook her head. Yongchun noticed that Sayola had been upset about something since the day he fought Feng. In the next scene, we see Yan Chen waking up. He praised Muyan for keeping watch all night. Our guy was exhausted. They had to camp for several days, and it seemed to him that he had slept outside more than at home. He approached almost to the river itself and washed with its water. Next to Yongchun stood a huge burly man. It turned out to be Fen, or a smile played on his face. The boy asked Yongchun if he wanted to train together. Our guy irritably stared at his body. He wanted to know if it was illegal in their sect to wear shirts in the morning. Chihol explained, the body of a martial artist changes just as his inner state and the way he gathers chi change. The stronger they become like a tree, the more splendidly the buds bloom. Our guide told him that he already knows that. Chihol advised him to also do some physical training, and Yanshun thanked Feng for the suggestion. He said he has a matter more important than training today. He replied that they could train at another time. Feng was surprised to hear that it was about something so important, so he asked Yunchun if there was something special today. Our guy asked if he had forgotten what the date is today. The scene switches, and we see Chun intently looking at a very long ladder. Chiol was delighted to see the stairs. He believed they always radiate a sense of steadfastness and elegance. But our guy did not agree with the man on this. In the next scene, we are taken to an inn. Yanshun asked Feng if the members of his sect climb these stairs every day, and a smile lit up his face. The guy replied that it is part of their daily life. Yanshun pondered, who is foolish enough to build a sect on the very top of a mountain? Chili admitted that he once thought the same, and he said it is pleasant when everyone in his sect is so understanding. Suddenly, the action shifts to the past. The leader of that group asked our guy to spend the night there. He said that tomorrow they would climb the mountain and assured that they would prepare a place for him to sleep. Yanchun reminded the man that he holds their sect's treasure and added that it would be better for him to climb immediately. The man wondered if he could realistically climb that mountain at all. Yanchun looked at the stairs again. He told the leader that he could not refuse his well-thought-out offer. The man stated that he and the rest of the group would go up first and report. Our guy will arrive tomorrow. He asked Feng to stay with Yanchun tomorrow and accompany him. Yanchun immediately became nervous upon hearing this. He told the leader that it would be better if Feng went with him and added his elders would be waiting for his return. Feng smiled, but nervousness was visible in that smile. It seemed he was very worried about something. Now Yanchun was intently watching the boy. It occurred to him that he might not be on good terms with the elders. Chikol said that everything was wrong for him. While he kept watching, someone whispered to him, there is something there. It turned out to be Siola. With a bright smile on the face, she handed the boy the dumplings he had ordered. Chanchun shone with joy upon seeing Pelmeni. He called them his joy. Siola sat next to him and handed him a cup of water. The boy was surprised by what he saw. He asked her if she was all right. Siola smiled gently. She asked him if she had done well. Yunchun did not understand why the person who was sad a few days ago suddenly became cheerful. He gently stroked our girl on the head. Shilla was surprised to see this. She literally beamed at how Yanchun behaved with her. Our guy said, everything will be fine if you continue to behave politely. Siola replied, I never do anything bad. As soon as she said this, someone sat next to them and kept repeating her name. Siola, Siola, Siola. He pulled out a dumpling and offered it to our guy. It turned out to be Baya. The girl asked him to open his mouth. Yanshin hesitated whether he should eat it or not. SLA glared fiercely at the dumpling. She quickly swallowed it. She glared fiercely at him, standing next to her. Bia was surprised that Siola ate the dumpling. She just smiled at our girl. Silok did not know why the girl was smiling. Yanshin was annoyed by what was happening. He just wanted to eat peacefully. In the next scene, the man struck the ground forcefully with his sword. The masked man in front of him almost lost his composure from terror. The single sound of that strike burned fear inside him. The one who sat on the throne asked the masked man if anyone had already been caught. He spoke in a trembling voice. They say his presence was noticed on Mount Huas. The giant snorted irritably. He immediately understood that nothing new could be extracted from the sect anymore. The masked man said he would send the report to the main palace. The leader advised him not to be late. He had seen how, due to delays, people ended up with nothing instead of hands. And he believed his subordinate already knew the consequences of being late. The man in the mask revealed to him that the main palace had given them orders. He said that the divine doctor had appeared in Shangxi. Hearing this, the man stopped striking the sword against the ground. The masked man began to tremble as soon as he saw it. He informed the leader that the doctor was actually in Anhui, but now he is in Shangxi. He added that he had already sent their people to find the exact location of the doctor. The leader called this man Baichong, and as soon as he called his name, he immediately stood up. Baichong stood before Baichen, and drawing the sword, pointed it directly at him. He declared that he had never asked him to involve their people. In a trembling voice, Baichong reported to his leader, "This is the order of the palace master." The leader raised the sword almost to the man's head and asked whether they should kill the doctor or capture him. Beichong replied they were ordered to imprison the doctor in their underground prison. The leader placed the sword on the subordinate's shoulder and said that keeping the doctor behind bars is not so much fun. He asked if he could kill anyone who stood in their way. Beichong explained he could do as he saw fit because their only order was to capture the divine doctor. The man began to smile like a madman. He whispered that everything would be interesting. The scene changes abruptly, and we see someone placing a palm on the ground. It turns out to be Yunchun. Our guy reached Manhwa on horseback. At the summon, he gasped for air and breathed heavily. He became curious about who once founded the local sect. He recalled he had been climbing this mountain all his life. Yanchun added, if he were alive, he would have moved the sect to another place. With a smile on his face, Feng asked our guy if he did not feel the great lesson the elders wanted them to experience. He replied that the elders were trying to make them understand. Nothing is achieved without hard work. Yanchen asked Chu if he really intended to teach this lesson. The old man shook his head. He never thought about it and said he always wanted to kill the one who set up the sect there. Shola also reached the summit. Seeing her guy suffocating, she reminded him that she said she could carry him. Yanchun asked not to lose his last drop of dignity and asked why she did not look tired at all. Our girl answered simply, she was not tired. As soon as she said this, someone reached out to our guy. When Yanchun raised his head, he saw Bia. Our guy grabbed her hand and asked if she was tired. The girl replied that she was not very tired. Thalu was annoyed that Yunchun was holding her hand. After Bia lifted our guy, she bowed her head, and Chihul had no idea that she would act so boldly and brazenly. Yanchun asked her why she was bowing her head. Chol could not believe that our guy was so completely uninformed, so he called him an idiot. She blushed as soon as she heard it. Sheila glared fiercely at her. Our guy asked Chiol if Bia wants him to stroke her head. Grandpa asked to do it now, since he knows. Our guy raised his hand, but hadn't done anything yet. The seal sealed half of the girl on her head. She told Yunchun that she did it for him. Baiaye also patted her on the head. She turned to our guy. With a gentle smile on her face, she told him that next time he would be able to. Yanchun did not know how to respond to this. He quickly turned around and asked where everyone else was. Muyan and the Supreme Sword were already at the top, but one more person was still far behind. Kunhwa was still lagging behind everyone. The girl was barely holding on, breathing heavily, and asked Yanchen to leave her. Our guy ordered someone to get the girl. As soon as he said this, a sharp, loud sound immediately rang out. Turning around, he saw the sect's gates open. Someone stepped outside and declared that he had been waiting specifically for them, and Fen lowered his head as soon as he saw this person. The old man from Mount Huatir was the one who came out, and he stood next to the leader of the Feng squad. Shikol immediately realized that before him was the current leader of the Manhwa sect. Our guy froze upon hearing this, as he did not expect the old man to be the sect's leader. The sect leader placed his hand on Yanchuan's shoulder and said he had been waiting for him for a long time. He assured our guy that finally the elders would stop yelling at him. At the same time, he revealed that the elders were furious when he, being drunk, lost a bet and lost their sacred stone. The man spoke, shaking Yanchuan. Our guy tried to introduce himself, but the words would not obey. He wanted to finally tell the sect leader why he had come, but the man smiled and cut him off mid-sentence. He called the second elder an animal and said that he had sent a letter even before the guy appeared. He said he already knew. He came to take his sister back and return Blossomstone. Yunchun sighed with relief, seeing that the second elder's letter would speed things up for him. He confirmed to the sect leader that he was right. The sect leader replied that Ryan had not said everything in his letter. Yunchun asked the man what exactly he meant. The sect leader told our guy that he meant the energy in his body. Yanchun almost froze from shock upon hearing this. The old man turned to Sword Supreme and stared intently at him. Paigon became nervous. He had to look away. The sect leader touched our guys on the shoulders. He asked if he was tired after climbing the mountain. Then he addressed the leader, whose name was Shin Hyun. He asked to prepare a place and food for the guests. Hyun accepted the sect leader's order. The old man told Yanshin that they could talk inside. Our guy shivered from the cold, so he asked what exactly he should do. With a smile on his face, Kiwul asked if he believed everything would be fine after absorbing the Manhwa treasure. Yanshin said, the worst thing that could happen to him is death. Our guy did not understand why Kyle was smiling about something like that. In the next scene, we are taken to a room. We see the sect leader holding the flower stone. He apologized to Yanshun for bringing him into the room without letting him rest. The leader said he could not allow someone who absorbs Manhwa's energy to walk freely wherever they want. Yanshun told him that he understood. He told the sect leader that he was only holding their treasury And just then it suddenly engulfed and penetrated him. After listening to him, Yanshun felt like a fool. He told Chihol that he told the sect leader the truth, just didn't involve him in it, and added that it was for the best. Chihol replied he wasn't lying because he woke up already with the energy absorbed into him. The sect leader stated that the story of Yunshun seemed incredible to him. He couldn't believe that someone could hold two energies in the body at once, and with such different auras. The sect leader reminded our guy that he came for his sister. He ordered him to follow him. Yanshun asked him where they were heading. The old man with a sinister smile on his face put his hand on Yanshun's shoulder and asked if he believed he would remain unharmed after absorbing the Manhwa treasure. Our guy immediately got nervous. He told the old man that he would follow him. The sect leader was surprised by such an answer and asked why his reaction was so indifferent. Yanshun explained, when he tries to touch him, he has the same facial expression as the other elder. The sect leader tensed with irritation upon hearing this. He couldn't believe that Yanshun said such a thing, as if he and the other elder behaved the same. He reproached, saying that the other was too rude. Our guy now understood why they argue and mock during drinking. Both have the same manner of behavior. The sect leader decided to stop joking. He ordered Yanshun to follow him and meet his sister. Then the camera moves us to a building in the mountains. There's someone who reports to Master Yangso that everything is already broken. The blood circulation in her body and the flow of energy are twisted. Everything is mixed up incorrectly. That man asked her how she even endures the pain when the body begins to decompose. The woman's body was already very exhausted. She coughed and said that the pain was not that strong. The old man asked her not to lie to him. He asked if she was pretending to be strong, because now she was standing in front of her student. In the room with them were Yonseo and a young boy. The old man inquired how long she had been ill. The woman said it had been 4 years, and the man asked her what had happened then. As soon as she opened her mouth, she said nothing. She fell silent. Yonseo was surprised to see this and called her master. The queen of the flower dagger spat blood. Everyone was shocked to see this. The boy next to the old man handed her a handkerchief. Then the woman accepted it and thanked him. The old man realized that the woman had a seal. He found it strange and told her that he would have felt the seal when checking her pulse. The queen of the flower sword called him the divine doctor. The old man asked her not to call him by that name. The woman apologized and addressed him, Aiderte. She asked how much time she had left. Hearing this, Yancho sadly lowered her gaze. Aiderte told the queen of the flower sword that she had at least 2 months. He also added, if lucky, she would last until winter. The woman accepted her fate with restraint and grace. The divine doctor noticed that her body was trembling. He saw that Yancho was worried about her master. He recalled how bright and lively Blossom Sword Queen once looked when she was young. But now she had lost that beautiful spark and was barely holding on. He said he would do everything he could and asked the children to leave. Yanseo was surprised to hear this. She wanted to stay with her master. The queen of the flower sword gently called the girl's name and raised a bloody handkerchief. Yanseo understood. Her mentor was barely holding on. The scene jumped. We saw Young Chun arrive at the mountain peak. Our guy was breathing heavily, as if every breath cost him strength. He told the sect leader that this was torture. He could not believe it. After they climbed the first stairs, they had to climb further again. The old man asked if he did not feel the great training of their sect. The guy replied, the sect tells them that nothing is achieved without hard work. Yang Chun asked Chiyu why, being alive, he did not move the section. Chiyu said that it was precisely because of people like the current sect leader that Manhwa had not moved from its place. And he also hated the sect's stupid teachings. While Yang Chun was breathing heavily, someone opened the door of the building right in front of him. As it turned out, it was his sister. Wiping away tears, Yanseo lifted her head and saw her brother. She was shocked that he was here. Yanchun was also surprised to see her. And before she could ask him even one question, the boy behind her bumped into her and hit her on the head. Our boy froze when he saw that someone was behind her. When he finally looked at the boy's face, Yunchen clenched his teeth. Yanseo asked the boy to watch where he was going. She barely said this and immediately saw something shocking. Yanchun released his energy. Great, too great. As if something had enraged him to madness. The scene tears into the past. We see an older Yongchun entering a ruined building. The floor was soaked with blood. On the balcony stood a man in black clothes holding a fan in his hand. He was watching other houses burning in the vicinity and greeted Yongchun with words like, "Glad to see you returned alive." The man looked like an older version of the boy, because of whom Yongchun felt the call of punishment. And he asked our boy why he was angry. When Yongchun headed towards him, he released a ridiculously large amount of demonic energy. The man inquired what exactly filled our boy with such rage and asked directly, Was he angry because one woman had died? When Yanchun heard this, his rage flared even more. He released a huge burst of energy and pushed away the bodies of the dead nearby. Smiling on his face, the man said that everything happens according to the will of the heavenly demon. He told Yongchun that he apparently does not appreciate the will of their cult leader. The boy gritted his teeth in anger. The man fixed his gaze on him as if he knew that Yongchun would do nothing after hearing the name of the heavenly demon. To his surprise, Yongchun gathered all his strength and clenched his fist. He rushed forward and lunged at him, but before his palm could touch the man, he reminded him, only the heavenly demon can stand above him. At these words, Yanchun froze in place and stopped moving. He released energy to the other side, slicing through space with a strike. The man smiled gently at him. When our boy lowered his hand, the man revealed to him that the Heavenly Supreme is already dead. Aura Sovereign will soon die and Sword Supreme lost an arm, so the Heavenly Demon will soon lose interest in him. The man asked Yunchun, who in his opinion, would control everything that remained. He begged our boy to reconsider, saying that the heavenly demon would leave everything to him. Our boy turned sharply. He was disgusted by what the man said. The scene changes, and we are thrown back to the present time. We see Yunchun strangling the boy. The boy barely managed to resist Yunchun's strength. While he was breaking free from the grip, our boy did not let him go. There was something wrong with him, as if someone was controlling him from inside his body, and it was visible in everything. Yangxiu's heart was pounding. She was worried, not understanding what had happened to her brother. A frozen expression appeared on his face, one that truly chills, genuinely frightening. While our boy was strangling another boy, someone placed a palm on his face. The sect leader touched his face with one palm and pressed him to his back with the other hand. He told Yanchun that he would have to feel some pain. In the next scene, Elder Tai and the Queen of the Blossoming Sword heard a knock at the door. It turned out to be the sect leader. He relaxed upon seeing the divine doctor and said that he had come just in time. He lifted Yanchun up and addressed the divine doctor, saying that he had a patient for him. The scene changed. The sect leader began introducing everyone in the room. He introduced Elder Tai as the divine doctor, claiming that he was the best doctor of their time and capable of curing any disease. Elder Tai looked angry at how the sect leader introduced him. Then the sect leader told our guy that it was the divine doctor who had been treating him. He introduced the Blossom Sword Queen as the famous swordsman of the sect and told Yanchun knew that Yangshu was the Sword Queen's disciple. He introduced the boy with white and black hair as the grandson and disciple of the divine doctor. His name was Jigal Hyok. According to the sect leader, this boy could not speak. He ordered our guy he could ask the divine doctor any questions he had. The sect leader asked Yunchun to tell him why he had strangled Hyuk. Our guy immediately realized that he was already trapped. Strangely, since he had seen Hyuk, his memory had become fragmented. He could not piece together the memories. Because of the charged atmosphere, Yanchun knew no one would believe him if he used this excuse. In his past life, he had heard nothing about Hyuk being the grandson of the divine doctor, and he could not believe that he had found exactly the person he was looking for even before the house was destroyed. Yanchun did not like at all that everything was going not as he had planned. The worst thing was that Shikol did not answer him. The boy wondered what he should do next. While he was thinking, the sect leader asked if his memory was failing him. Yanchun was stunned to hear this. He asked how he knew. The sect leader recalled how Yunchun strangled the boy. He told him he did not understand where he got this knowledge. He returned to the divine doctor and asked him to examine Yanchuan's body. The doctor ordered him away, and he replied that he had no intention of helping. Two old men began to argue. Our boy was surprised to see this. The Queen of Swords asked our boy if his name was really Yunchun. Our boy did not expect such a question. He asked her if she knew him. The Queen of Swords said she did, because she revealed to him she was a close friend of his mother named Chunhee. Yunchun was stunned when he finally met his mother's friend. With a smile on her face, the Sword Queen told our boy that she was happy to have met him. Yanso glanced at her brother from behind their master's back, and that look promised nothing good. The Sword Queen told Yunchun that he really resembled his mother very much. Our guy asked if she was joking, and she replied, "He has a unique aura." While they were talking, two old men were still fighting. The sect leader reminded the divine doctor that he himself was the head of the Manhwa sect and asked him to do what was necessary. The divine doctor coldly said that he was not interested in any of his status. The dream queen added that she feels a quiet but warm heart in him. Yunchun thanked her for the compliment, and as soon as he said this, the divine doctor stood up. He announced that he was leaving. Before he could reach the door, the cult leader remembered something like dragon grass leaves. The divine doctors froze. The sect leader said he would give him one single leaf of dragon herb if he looked at Yanshun. Elder Tai could not hold back and sighed heavily. He turned to the cult leader and said, "This is the last time he will do something for him." The old man was glad that he agreed to his request. The scene switches. We see the divine doctor holding Yanshun's hand. The boy looked a little tense. The divine healer felt dark energy in Yanshun's body. He quickly let go of his hand. The sect leader asked the divine doctor if Yanshun was okay, if our boy had no problems with his body. The divine doctor said that Yanshun has more than just a few problems. He revealed to the sect leader that our guy is a walking corpse. Yanshun was stunned by what he heard and asked Elder Tay to explain exactly what he meant. The divine doctor explained to him, various energies circulate in his body, and asked Yanshun to tell how he can even walk and maintain a normal state. As soon as he heard this, the boy realized he had absorbed too much of everything into his body and never thought that these energies could become such a big problem. He believed he was acting well, so he assumed his trouble arose because of the terrible energy living inside him. Shihol appeared and declared that he was mistaken. Yanshun flared up as soon as he saw him, so he immediately asked where he had disappeared to. Chol explained that he lost contact with him when he himself lost control over his body. He said the cause was dark energy and confessed to Yanshun he had long suspected it. He added that the divine doctor helped him confirm these suspicions. Our boy asked him to tell what exactly he knew. Then Shiel revealed the dark energy keeps him alive. It suppresses other energies in Yanshun's body, preventing them from running wild. But there is a downside. The dark energy can also get out of control. Yanshun did not know how to react to this. He turned back to the divine doctor and asked what he should do with the energies in his body. The elder Tai laughed loudly and said to our boy, he can either draw out all the energies or continue living, praying that the body does not suddenly explode. The doctor assured Yongchun that nothing strange would happen if the body exploded right now. He said directly that he was powerless to do anything about it. Then the divine doctor decided to speak even more frankly. He revealed that the body was so unstable that Yanshun could die even while bathing or eating. Yanshun simply accepted the man's explanation. Compared to him, the sect leader was extremely worried. He could not imagine that things would go so far and become so terrible. Nervously looking, Yanzhou asked her brother why he was so calm. She told him that he could die. Yongchun assured his sister he was not dead yet and reminded her he could die at any moment. Everyone in the room immediately understood why the girl was so worried. No one could comprehend only one thing, why our boy was holding himself as if nothing had happened. Yanchun asked his sister not to worry. He ordered her to gather herself and return home. Yanzeo held her master's clothes. She said she would not return home. Our boy calmly replied to her. He had no problems with that. The girl froze at what she heard. She looked at him sorrowfully and asked if he was serious. Yunchun asked his sister to tell what she thinks, how their father would react if he could not take her back, because she, allegedly, did not want to go with him. And then he added, the father does not care. The girl ground her teeth in anger as soon as she heard this. The sect leader noticed how irritated the girl was. Yes, he stood up and asked our guy to return to his home to rest. He thought Yunchun was exhausted because it was his first day in the sect. Our guy accepted his order, and the sect leader told the divine doctor that he was going too. Elder Tay warned him, if he did something like that again, he would leave the sect, and asked him not to even think about it. After Yunchun left, the divine doctor said he was strange. Blossom Sword Queen replied that she noticed it too. She found it strange that Yunchun did not react despite being told he would die, as if our guy had already come to terms with the fact that his life was over. Late at night, we see Yunchun going to his room. Chol told him that nothing prevents him from eating even after hearing that he might die. He asked our guy if he was going to eat as much as possible before he died. Yanshun explained to Shul that death did not particularly bother him. He said he had committed too many sins in his life and that it was just karma. Shihol did not understand why this guy was talking such nonsense. He told him that he was barely alive. As soon as he said this, our guy opened the door to his room. He saw someone in on his bed. He asked the person what they were doing here. It later turned out to be Baya. The girl told him that she was going to go to sleep. Yanshun asked if she would sleep in his room. Baya replied that she would sleep. She pointed at him and said that she would sleep with him. Shul told him that having a child before he dies is not so bad. Yanshun informed Baya that the sect leader had prepared 2 rooms for them and asked her to return to her room. Baya assured that there was only 1 room. Yanshun asked again if the sect leader really gave them only 1 room. The girl said that was indeed the case. Our guy understood he should never have trusted the cult leader, especially after hearing that he once hung out with the second elder. He told Baya that he would sleep with Muyan and wished her good night. But before he could leave, Baya firmly grabbed his hand. Yanshun immediately turned sharply. Baya replied that in bed she would just hold his hand. Our guy was stunned upon hearing this. He began to laugh. He apologized to Baya for laughing. He told her that the statement seemed funny to him, and the girl was impressed that he really laughed. She was very glad to see that Yen Shun smiled at her. Our boy wished her good night and turned his back. Bios was still holding tightly onto him. He suddenly turned sharply again and asked her what had happened. Byam raised his hand very close to her face, and she gently touched his palm. The smile did not leave her face, so she asked Yunshun to lie down and sleep with her. The scene breaks further, and we are transferred to another building. At one table sit the sect leader and Hayagun. Hayagun apologized to the sect leader for disturbing him right now. The sect leader assured him that everything was fine and said that he was bored. The Sword Supreme, hearing that Hayagun was looking for the Divine Doctor, passed this to him, and Hayagun replied, "That is me." The sect leader confessed to him that Shaolin and Wudong were searching for him. Hayagun did not know what to say. The sect leader asked if he had already found out the location of the Divine Doctor. Sword Supreme told him that he felt the powerful Chai barrier that Hayagun set up to hide the Divine Doctor. The sect leader asked him why Hayagun simply did not destroy the barrier. Hayagun replied that he needed his permission before he could see the Divine Doctor. Hayagun asked the sect leader if he would be allowed to see the Divine Doctor. The sect leader explained to him that the Divine Healer is currently treating someone else. He warned Hayagun, even if he enters, the hope he is counting on may not come true. He also said that everything could change if Hayagun does him a favor. The next day we see Yunshun waking up tired. His appearance was as if he had not slept at all. He didn't even blink, let alone sleep. Chikol told him that he was actually surprised. Nothing ever happened between the two of them. Yunchun asked him not to babble nonsense at dawn, but he waved it off, saying he simply had no strength. Chikol then emphasized that in the end, he still slept with her. Our guy reminded the man that Baya had activated her inner energy. She looked as if she was about to lose it and throw a tantrum if our guy refused her offer. Yanshun told Chiul that there was no choice. Chiul told our guy that it was good his servant did not see this place. Yanshun told him that such things would mean nothing to Shula. As soon as he said this, he immediately realized Siola always brings more trouble when she is near Bayek. He already knew if Siola saw them in these positions, everything would be bad. So he decided to leave. Unfortunately for Yongchun, our girl was already in the room. He looked back as soon as he felt someone's approach. At the threshold, he saw Siola, her face frozen with a gaze that was terrifying. While he was looking at her, Baya woke up. The girl noted with surprise that Siola was actually in the room. Yongchun could only look at her like a fool. Baya asked our girl if she had slept well, and Siola replied that she was too selfish. She clenched her fist in anger. With sadness in her eyes, she said that she also wanted to sleep with Yongchun. Our guy did not understand what was happening. Baya told her that she could join them. Yongchun was shocked to hear this. Smiling, she asked Siola to go to sleep with them. Siola heard these words with surprise and asked the girl if she was serious. Bia nodded her head to her. Our girl jumped on the bed as soon as she saw this. She was very happy to be here and told them that she was glad to have the opportunity to join them. Yunchun saw with relief that this was exactly what she meant when she said she wanted to sleep with them. He wanted to ask her a question already, but didn't manage to say a word. Feng opened the door and greeted him. The young man was stunned to see Yunchun with two girls and didn't know how to react. He quickly closed the door. He informed our guy that the sect leader was looking for him and said he would leave immediately without delay. Chol asked Yunchun not to worry. He explained that such rumors are usually not discussed within the sect itself. When our guy came to the office of the sect leader, the old man told him that he had heard that he was having fun with two girls at dawn and added that being young is incredible. Chiul was surprised to hear this. He said that ManHwa's had changed over the years. Yunchun was embarrassed and asked the sect leader if there was a reason why he was summoned. The old man replied, he wanted to find out about that entertainment with the girls last night. Yangchun turned around and told the sect leader that he was leaving. The old man immediately stopped him quickly. He poured tea for our guy, then asked if he remembered that little house he entered yesterday. Yanshin replied that he remembered the Sword Queen's house, and the sect leader put his hand into his robe. He pulled out a scroll and asked Yunchun to deliver it to the Divine Doctor. Our guy was quite surprised to hear that. He accepted the scroll and told the sect leader that it was not difficult at all, then asked why he chose him for this task. The leader revealed that most sect members didn't even know about the illness of Queen Sword, so he asked if everything was clear. Our guy asked in response if the leader didn't want rumors to spread that the symbol of MANHWA was sick. The sect leader declared that he saw through the young man's intentions and explained if the divine doctor came across him, he would throw a tantrum again because he was being pushed out, and he couldn't turn to other sect disciples. The secret must be kept. He told Yangchun that he knew one person who owed him and to whom he could turn to deliver the scroll. Yangchun immediately realized the sect leader meant him specifically. The leader asked him to set out. In the next scene, we see how Yeonso leaves the hut. The girl was walking down the stairs with a sad expression on her face. She entered the town to buy something. She went into the pharmacy and left immediately after receiving what she needed. She looked into her time, checking if she had bought everything she was ordered to buy. She returned to the sects and climbed the stairs leading to the cottage. While she was climbing the stairs, she heard a sound from the forest. When she looked into the forest, she saw a family of deer. This reminded the girl of what happened when she was younger. She recalled seeing a woman on her knees begging someone. Before her stood the younger version of her father. He was intently looking at that woman. In the room was also the younger Yeonchun. He looked as if he was about to be scared to death. Yeonseo was watching everything from behind the door. When she remembered what had happened in the past, she told herself that she would never return home. Having said this, she passed through something. Someone who was watching her from a tree addressed his colleague and asked if he knew where Yeonseo had gone. His colleague said that Yeonseo might have already guessed that they were following her, but the man disagreed. He believed that a secondary martial arts master like Yeonseo was not capable of sensing their presence. The man left the forest and headed toward the stairs. Before he could take a step up, he was stopped by a barrier obstacle. The man irritably saw the barrier. He immediately understood. It was set up by the leader of SEK. He did not expect that he would erect such a huge chi barrier. Since the large barrier obstacle blocked their way, the man was finally convinced that the divine doctor was now in the cabin. He ordered his subordinates to return to the base and declared that the regional leader would do the rest. The scene abruptly shifts to Yeonseo, and we see a girl still walking up the stairs. As she climbs, she throws her head back and notices something strange above her. On the stairs, she sees her brother. Yeonchun seems to be resting, and Yeonseo was not happy to see her brother. Breathing unevenly, Yeonchun turns around as soon as he senses her presence, so he orders her to stop staring at him so intently. Yeonseo asked him why he was heading to his master's performance. Our guy told her that he was not here by his own choice. He admitted he was sent on a mission to deliver something. Yeonseo passed by him. She asked him to hurry up. While Yeonchun tried to catch his breath, he promised her that he would gladly go faster. As soon as she heard of this, Yeonseo remembered what the divine doctor had said. He recalled how he said, Yeonchun's body is so unstable that he could die while bathing or even while eating. As he watched his sister climb higher, Yeonchun could not understand why she did not resist at all, as if the distance did not bother her in the slightest. He immediately thought about it. Yeonseo came closer, stretched out her hand, and asked, "Pass him the package." Kadri. She assured that she would deliver everything he wanted to send. This seemed strange to Yeonchun. He asked his sister if she was worried about him. The girl was confused as soon as she heard it. She said she just wants to help him because he is too slow. Our guy walked past her, asked her to stop being mean, and declared that he would walk faster. To her, with a worried expression, Yeonseo watched as her brother moved forward. She silently asked him about his condition. Our boy did not hear her. He asked if the grandson of the divine healer had done anything strange. Yeonseo replied that no. Hearing her answer, Yeonchun turned around and continued on his way. Chio broke free from his body and looked at Yeonseo. The old man immediately noticed. Yeonseo is worried about his brother. He told our guy that the girl is not a bad child and asked to explain why they constantly quarrel. Yeonchun replied that he does not know the reason why they fight. Chio was surprised by this. He asked our guy if he was not at all bothered by such a situation. Yeonchun admitted, yes, it really worries him, but he can do nothing because the main problem now is his own body. Chkol reminded our guy that Yeonseo is his family. Yeonchun even shuddered at what he heard. He asked Swell if he was talking about his sister, and the old man could not even believe what he was hearing. Then Yeonchun turned to our boy and asked him to say who he was thinking about. Yeonchun admitted he thought he meant Hayok, and added that he did not care about his sister at all. Swill in response asked if they were really biological brother and sister. In the next scene, we see Elder Tae reading a letter written by the sect leader. When he finished reading, he rolled the scroll into a tight bundle. He called the sect leader a freak and asked Yeonchun if he had asked a dying child like him to deliver such a stinking message. Our guy had no idea what exactly the sect leader had done to the divine doctor. He was convinced. It meant the divine doctor was quite offended because of him. Elder thus asked Yanshan if the pressure was not too strong. Our guy replied that he could not ignore the request of the sect leader. And the divine doctor asked how he felt. Yanshun said that currently he has no problems. The divine doctor hid the scroll in his clothes. He asked our guy if he was not afraid of death. Yungchun did not answer. He only lowered his gaze. Yancy also burned with the desire to hear his answer. The divine doctor immediately understood. He would not get an answer. Then he decided to give up. He told Yanshun that he was allowed to leave. Our guy immediately stood up as soon as he heard this. Yanseo, seeing this, became even more nervous. Yes, as soon as Yanshun approached the door, she asked him if he really felt well. Our guy did not hear any question. He opened the door, turned around, and bowed to the divine doctor. He said he was leaving right now. When he left, Yanseo became even more worried. She clenched her fist and called her brother an idiot. The scene switched. We saw Yanshun with the sect leader. The old man asked our guy if he had delivered the letter. Our guy assured that he had delivered it. Then he told him that the divine doctor cursed him after reading the letter. The sect leader laughed upon hearing this. He was not at all surprised by what our guy said. He explained to Yanshun that it was quite natural for the divine doctor to act that way, especially after reading what was in the letter. The old man approached Yanshun and whispered to him quietly and gently. He asked what the current sword situation was. Our guy admitted to him that the Sword Queen was sleeping and told the sect leader that he could not determine whether she was getting better. It seemed the sect leader was disappointed by Yanshun's answer. Yongshun reminded him that the divine doctor was taking care of her. He assured the old man that the Sword Queen would recover. The sect leader said it would be good if that happened. He addressed our guy and said, "So much time has passed since the plum blossoms bloomed, and all kinds of misfortunes have come together." Yanchuan pondered what other misfortunes were affecting the sect. Q reminded him that the disciples of this sect had recently disappeared. Our guy immediately recalled this. So, he said that Sword Supreme and the fact that Hayok was here were also turning into misfortunes. Even one of these events would be a big problem, but all of them simultaneously have fallen upon Manhwa. In the next scene, someone is seen striking the sword forcefully against the ground and destroying it. Baichen was kneeling before this person, and it turned out to be his master. With excitement was blazing on his face. The giant man asked Bachong if he had really found the divine doctor. Baichen told his master that they had not yet found the divine doctor, but already knew where he might be. Hearing that they actually had not found the doctor, the man became angry. Bachong assured him he was sure that the divine doctor was right there, because of the huge chi barrier established at that place. Such an answer only inflamed the man even more. He could not believe that Beichon was guessing. He stood up from the ground and ordered Beichon to say exactly what he was sure of. He slammed his sword on the ground. With horror on his face, he forced his subordinate to answer. What gave him the audacity to return if all he had was useless information? Beichon broke into a sweat from these words. The giant asked him if he had lost his mind. Baishan said yes. He quickly apologized to his master and said it was all his fault. The man replied that he knew that. As soon as he said these words, he immediately struck with his sword and cut off Bachang with his hand. Beikang screamed in pain. While he was crying out, the master asked if it was difficult to find the mortally wounded old man. Beisheng pressed his shoulder with his hand, shuddering from the agony, and apologized again to the master. With a smile on his face, the man told Beichung that he was kind enough not to kill him, and added that he was the smartest person in this brand. Beishun, gathering the last of his strength, thanked the man for his mercy. The man returned to his place and sighed deeply. He did not believe that Beishun would return with useful information, even if he went out again. He remembered how Beichong mentioned the chi barrier. He decided to go all in, remembered that he needed to prepare something in advance, and told his subordinate that in 3 days they would set out for Manhwa to check if there really was a divine doctor there. He also stated, if the old man is there, he will definitely be brought here. He warned Bacon, if they fail, everyone will die. Hearing this, the man shuddered with horror. The leader asked his subordinate, is the plan already flawless? Although he did not want this, Beicheng still trembled for his own life. He replied that the plan was indeed perfect. The scene abruptly changes, and we are taken to Mount Huashan. We see Yang Chen yawning as he walks to his room. Qiu tells him that rarely does anyone experience something every day in life. Yan Chun continues to say he does not feel like he did anything important today. He himself claims, just woke up, delivered a letter, and talked with the sect leader, and the day is already over. They both advise him to return home. Yang Chun is confident. This is sound advice. His sister has already said she will not return home, and he managed to convey what he wanted to convey. So there is no point for him to stay in the sect. He decided to leave as soon as he is ready. No sooner had he thought of it than someone called him. Our boy turned around to see who was calling him. As it turned out, it was Siola. Our girl looked overly happy to meet him. She rushed to hug him. Yunshan easily dodged her. He asked what she was doing and reminded her that this was not the way to her room at all. Shola asked if he did not remember. Our guy clarified what she was even talking about. With a radiant smile on her face, she reminded Yanshun that tonight she would sleep with him. Our guy told her that he does not remember them agreeing on something like that. Siola asked him not to worry about it. She said she remembers. Kiol also said he remembers. Yanshun asked Siola if her grandfather knows what she is like now. Siola replied that everything is fine. She confessed to him, Hayagun has gone somewhere. Our guy was surprised by what he heard and asked where Hayagun had gone. Siola said she didn't know. She said he just left. Yunchun asked if she knew when Hayagun would return, but Siola shook her head again. She didn't know. Then our guy realized he would have to wait until Sword Supreme returned, and only after that could he leave. Kiola asked our guy if it was normal in this era for a servant to just disappear, and Yunchun told him not to worry. Shiel said that the world had changed. As soon as our boy opened the door to his room, he saw someone there. Inside him waited Baya. Seeing her, our guy was by no means glad. Shiola quickly rushed to the bed and called Yunchun. She, together with Baya, asked him to lie down with them on the bed. They said they needed to sleep. Our boy clearly showed no interest in all this nonsense today. He turned around and began to walk. Baya rushed at him like lightning. She managed to drag him into the room. Unfortunately for Yanshun, he had to surrender. He was right in the middle of the girls. While he struggled to fall asleep, Shilla struck him with her palm on the face. Our guy really hated his situation. Hello guys, before I continue the story, I wanted to inform you that the girl from the Manhwa sect is actually known as Guri Yangwa. She is the biological sister of Yunchuang and his younger sister. I sincerely apologize for my mistake. All right, let's continue. Yunshun woke up the next day in an awkward position. Two girls were lying, leaning on his shoulders. He didn't know what to do. He quickly called Shiho. An old man appeared above him, and Yungchun begged him to save him. He told Chiyo that he couldn't move his arms. Chiyo was annoyed by the position the boy was in. He called him a lucky freak. He advised him to just get up. Yanchun explained to him that Shola was holding him too tightly. He replied that he couldn't move. Chiyo again called him a very lucky freak. Yangshun asked if he couldn't do at least something. He said he would be in trouble if someone caught him in such a position. As soon as he said that, Rayangwa opened the door of her room. The girl froze in shock, seeing what was in the room before her. She did not expect at all to meet her brother there in such an awkward position. She was overcome with anger. She slammed the door and ordered her brother that she would wait outside. Yanchun wondered if it was a tradition not to knock before entering the Manhwa sect. Kui explained, people do not knock because it is his room. Our guy decided to wake up the girls and got down to business. He carefully shook his right hand to wake Siola. When our girl opened her eyes, Yongshun asked her to get up and said that bugs were crawling on her clothes. Siola quickly jumped out of bed. Since his right hand was already free, he decided to use it to wake Bai. He raised his hand almost to her head and lightly tugged her by the crown. The girl instantly came to her senses. She asked him why he hit her. Siola asked where that beetle was. Yanshun grew increasingly irritated when he heard their voices. He had no idea that coming to one's senses could be so annoying. Having changed clothes, our guy went outside to meet his sister and asked Ryonva why she had come to him. The girl told him her master wants to see him. Yunchun was surprised to hear this. Ryonva explained, apparently her master was disappointed that she was not given the opportunity to talk to him the last time he was at her home. She turned around and told her brother that she would have come later if she had known she would have to witness a scene of that kind. Our guy asked her if she had entered his room just to pass on these words to him. Ryonva revealed to him that she came because of the Hua festival. Yanshun asked if she would also attend this celebration. The girl reminded him that she was actually a disciple of Manhwa. She said it was natural for her to attend the event. She told her brother that she had delivered a message from her master. She asked him to continue spending time with his ugly girls. Our guy was quite surprised to hear her call Bia and Siola ugly. Smiling, Ryonva told her brother that no pretty girl would waste her time on him. As soon as she said this, she immediately saw something shocking. Then our guy wondered why she was so frozen with shock and quickly looked around. It turned out that as soon as they left the room, Asurian and immediately sealed her face. She could not even imagine that the girls would turn out to be so beautiful. Yanshun asked the girls what they do. Baya and Siola, in turn, asked our guy who Rayangwa is. Yanshun told them that it was not necessary to know this. Out of anger, Ryan would gnash his teeth. There she turned around and walked away. Our guy was quite surprised to see this. He did not understand why she was angry. Why was Oz staring so intently at the girl as she was leaving? In the next scene, we are taken to the past. We see younger Ryonva crying for her brother. She asked him to show himself. Tears froze in her eyes. She told her brother that she could not find him and asked him to come outside. As soon as she said this, she noticed the trees are moving. She quickly glanced at those trees. As soon as she approached closer, her brother jumped out with a terrifying roar to scare her. The girl was stunned to see him. She immediately began to cry. Yanchun had to beg her to stop crying. When she finally calmed down, our guy sat next to her and apologized for making her cry. He noticed that the girl still feels depressed. He asked her to tell him exactly what he could do to earn her forgiveness. Ryomva asked her older brother to punish Yanseo instead of her. She said that Yanseo always insists. Their mother is also her mother. She told Yanchun that the girl constantly humiliates her. Our guy was surprised to hear this and asked if she was sure. Ryan replied that she was. Pattern Yanchun on her head. He explained to her that Yunseo should be allowed to say such things, since she also belongs to their family. She smiled when she heard this. The scene switches, and we are again in the present time. We see Ryanwa pulling her sword out of the ground. The girl seemed to have been training for some time. Her chest rose heavily. Her breathing was erratic. She pressured herself with the thought that she must not get tired. Having stood up, she continued swinging the sword again. After prolonged exercises, the body gave out, her legs buckled, and she fell to the ground. Ryan was even grinding her teeth in anger. She threw the sword at the target. The tree, she said. Something was driving her crazy. As soon as she said this, someone picked up her sword from the ground and explained, she must never let go of the sword, even if she is tired to the last limit. Ryongwa was impressed to see the figure before her. It turned out to be Baya, our gentle sword princess, who extended her hand to pass the sword to the girl. Ryongwa remembered Bia, the same girl who was next to her degenerate brother. She reached for the sword and was about to say thank you, but suddenly her mood changed sharply. She snatched the sword and told Bia that she did not need her help. She stood up and asked Bia why she had come here. The girl said that she noticed she and Yunchun were very close. Ryanva was impressed to hear this. She could not believe that Bia had just followed her here, since she herself, as it seemed to her, was close to our boy. Baya asked if she could follow her for this reason. Ryumva replied to her that she could do whatever she wanted. With a bright smile on her face, Baya said that was good. Ryumva was blinded by Bia's bright smile. She decided that Bia was eccentric. Supposedly, there was nothing special about her. She just hung around her brother. While Ryumva was staring blankly at Bia, she told her that she needed to relax a little. And Ryumva raised her gaze in surprise upon hearing this. Bia explained, she was gripping the sword too tightly, so she advised Ryumva to learn to relax a bit more. It seemed that Ryumva was quite irritated by Bia's advice. She turned around and told the girl that she looked like a person who had never even held a sword in her hands in her entire life. She asked Bia to stop trying to teach her, because she knew nothing. Bia asked the girl if she wanted to try fighting. They both stepped back from each other, creating distance. Ryumva asked the girl what she was doing. In response, the girl asked Bia if she was not going to draw the sword at all. In an unshaken tone, Bia said that everything was fine. This sentence angered Ryumva. She asked the girl to do as she pleased and not regret it later. As soon as she said this, she immediately charged and launched an attack. She sharply swung the sword and struck with incredible force. Bia effortlessly parried her attack. She asked the girl to calm down. As soon as Ryumva heard this, she quickly rushed into an attack. Bayat easily intercepted the strike again. Our boy's sister was surprised to see this. Bia pushed her sword back and advised her to calm down. She decided to show Ryan what she meant. She raised the scabbards of her sword and aimed them at her. As soon as she did this, a little lightning coiled around the scabbards. Ryumva was stunned when she saw this. Bia shot energy straight at her. Without putting in too much effort, Bia subdued Ryumva and finally tore the sword from her. Rihanna could not believe what she had just witnessed. She called Yanchun a scoundrel and asked Baya to explain what kind of relationship they had. Before Bia could answer, Ryan sharply stood up and began asking why such a strong girl was hanging out with someone like Yanchun. She told the girl that she did not know her, but our boy definitely did not deserve her. Irritated, she told Bia that she was too good to hang around with a lazy and ugly scoundrel who does not even try for anything. Feeling this, Bia flared up with anger. She wrapped the sword with flashes of lightning. Ryumva, she said, that Yanchun is not ugly at all. The girl shuddered upon hearing these words. Bia raised the sword. She warned the girl that she would now whip her for speaking so rudely. As soon as she said this, she sharply waved the sword. Ryumva froze in shock, seeing how Bayaz's sword flew straight at her. Fortunately, Yungshun acted in time. He put out his hand and blocked the blow. Ryunva was stunned to see her brother, focused, with a serious expression. The boy asked Bia what she was doing. The girl put away her sword and confessed to Yeonchun. His sister said that he is ugly. Our guy asked her if it really mattered. As soon as Bia heard this, she became even angrier. She asked Yeonchun to tell her who Ryunva is. Our guy asked her what she meant. Bia asked him to tell her who Ryunva is so that he would take her side. Ryunva was annoyed that she heard Bia's question. Bai for Yeonchun did not have time to answer. She asked him to explain why he took her side. She told them that she did not need his help. The boy was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that she was saying such things after he had saved her. Ali thanked Rayon for the training, and he left. Yeonchun watched her until she disappeared in the distance. He did not understand why his sister was so rude when attending etiquette lessons. Baya again asked him to name her person. She told him that Ryunva is the one who is wrong, and asked, let him explain to her why she is being scolded now. Yeonchun asked her not to overthink and not to plan everything down to the smallest detail. He admitted to her that Ryangwa is his younger sister. Bia asked him directly, so is she his biological sister? Our guy told her that, yes, she really was a sister. He wanted to add something else, but Bia interrupted him by touching his shoulder. When Yeonshan looked at her, he immediately noticed that she was trembling. Bia told him that it was the end for her. She could not believe that she had dared to attack her brother-in-law's bride. For her, it was a terrible miscalculation. After the incident with Ryunva, Bia wandered the sect's territory as if in a fog, not knowing where she was going. She kept repeating that it was all over, and the sect's disciples decided that she had lost her mind. When Yongshun returned to his room, Ola met him back with a smile. Our guy asked her why she was alone and where I was. Our girl replied that she did not know. She had not seen her all day. Yongchun found it strange. What shocked him more was that Sword Supreme's absence was dragging on longer and longer. He asked Seolu if she knew when her grandfather would return. Our girl said she did not know. Yongchun decided to do something else instead of waiting for Hyagun. In the next scene, we are taken to the market. There we see a man. On a hot day, he thanks Yongchun for visiting his shop. He asks our boy to look at the goods. The man said that all the skin and bones of the demonic creature were taken directly from aliens. He asked our boy to choose what he liked. Yunshun asked the man if he had any demonic stones. Hearing this, the man is surprised. Our boy explains. He needs demonic stones that were forgotten about yesterday. The man nervously scratched the back of his head. He did not know what to say. The scene changes, and we see Yan Chen and Mu Yang coming out of another shop. Our boy informed his guard that there were no demonic stones here either. Mu Yun told him that most likely they would not meet anyone nearby who would sell demonic stones. The demonic stone is the most important part of the demonic creature. It acts as its heart, and once it is dropped, the creature is no more than a useless stone. But thanks to the art of absorption from the demonic well, this demonic stone becomes useful for Yanshun. Thanks to what Cheryl and the divine doctor said, our boy was able to guess that he was still alive. Precisely thanks to the art of absorption from the demonic well, and something inside it was also stirring. Yunshun wanted to try absorbing the demonic stone to see what would happen next. He was curious whether he needed to hunt the nearest demonic beast to get what he wanted. Muyen told him that doing this would not be easy. He explained to him that the number of demonic beasts nearby had noticeably decreased. Hearing this, Yanshun was surprised. Yunshun wondered what was happening right now. He told Muyan that his information helped him, and the guard admitted, when left alone, he gathered this information by questioning martial arts masters from the sect. Our guy knew it would not go well for him if he told Muyun any information about how Sword Queen and the Divine Doctor were feeling, so he did not take the guard with him. While he was thinking, suddenly his stomach rumbled so much it gave him goosebumps. Yanshun told Muyan that he was hungry and declared, "It's time to return." Muyan agreed with him. Yanshun wondered what Hongwa would cook today. When Yunshun entered the dining hall, he was served burnt fish. It was Seola. She was the one who brought him this delicacy. She said she cooked it herself and asked him to eat. Our guy did not even know if it was still fish at all. Shola beamed with a smile and again asked him to taste it. Yunshun clarified whether it was really fish in front of him. Shedding tears, Silt begged him to eat. As soon as they left the dining hall, Muyan informed him that Manhwa would soon prepare a new dish. He asked him to rest a little. Yunshun asked the man to rest first of all. He said he needed to resolve his affairs and that he had to finish them first. Muyan assured that if he needed to go somewhere, he could go with him. Our boy refused his offer. He said it was better for him to set off alone. In the next scene, we see someone training in the forest. It turned out that Baya was training Ryunwa. She told the girl that her legs were too spread apart, asked her to relax, and Reincarnated obeyed without hesitation. While they were practicing techniques, a sound came from the forest. As soon as they looked back, everything became clear. It was coming from there. They saw Yanshan, and our boy was also surprised to see them. He asked his sister to tell what she was doing, and Reincarnated immediately asked him if he could not see. She said she was undergoing training with Bia. Our boy reminded her that they had fought just yesterday. The girl pointed her sword at his chest and said she was not angry with Bia. She was angry with him. Yanshan could not believe she was blaming him. They said it was actually her fault, but Bia apologized first. She told her brother that she begged Bia to teach her. Yanshan glared fiercely at Bia, and the girl quickly looked away. Our guy sighed deeply and he turned around. He told Bia that the sun would soon set and asked her to go down together. He told her that dinner was already getting cold. Bia turned to Reincarnated and told her that she was also coming down with them. The girl became nervous. Bia was shocked to see this. Before she could say anything, Yanshan called out to her, asked what she was waiting for, and warned that Siola could die if they did not get there quickly. Bia was surprised to hear this and told Reincarnated that she would go first. After Bia left, Ryan unclenched her fingers and released her sword. She looked up at her palm and saw the skin was peeling, flaking right before her eyes. The girl suddenly remembered her past. She remembered how she chased after her brother. Then Yunshun shouted at her, ordered her not to hold her head too high, and said that just looking at her made him angry. A little girl gently called her brother. Our boy asked her to stop calling him brother. She stepped forward and ordered her sister to be silent and live quietly. She told her not to be seen by strangers. As soon as she remembered this, Reincarnated grabbed the sword and started swinging it again. While she was swinging, a thought about her mother came over her. She remembered how her mother said she wanted the flower to bloom. Reincarnated continued to swing the sword relentlessly. In the next scene, we see the girl at the market. She was holding a meat skewer because the preparations for the MANHUA festival stirred everything around. So Reincarnated managed to take a skewer from the skewer stall. She was very hungry. She had skipped meals for several days in a row while training. Reincarnated moved forward, and the little girl asked her for a skewer. Reincarnated apologized to her and explained that it was her food. It was Ryong's first meal in several days. She decided to buy some for her master too, if she liked it. Just as she was about to put the skewer to her mouth, she remembered her master. She recalled how she had already brought food to the Sword Queen. She was told to place it next to the bed. The Sword Queen asked if her student had eaten. Reincarnated replied to her master that she would wait until she ate. Then the Sword Queen told the girl, a true martial artist must not skip meals. So she asked her to go eat outside. Reincarnated could not bite the skewer. She was too worried about her master. She handed the little girl a skewer, and as soon as that happened, the girl's mother came to them. She told the little one that she had been looking for her for a long time. When Ryan stepped forward, the little girl waved to her and thanked her. Reincarnated started running. She wanted to stay close to her master, so she rushed to the sect. She wanted to tell her master so many things. When the girl approached the stairs leading to the hut, she thought of everything she wanted to say to Sword Queen. She wanted to tell her about the duel with Bia and about how she first received advice from someone else. She also wanted to say something about Yanshan. As soon as the girl thought about this, she was suddenly pulled down. The one who did it was trying to save her from an attack. A sword swing, and the blade cut through the air so that the trees around them fell. The one who saved Reincarnated was named Bia. The attacker turned out to be the mad leader of a mysterious group. The man said that two pretty girls appeared out of nowhere, and that this was supposedly good. Ryan quickly got up and asked the man to say who he was. He asked if she would recognize him if he said his name. He introduced himself as Hail Jock. He called the girl's sword just a stick and advised her to keep it on the ground. He told Reincarnated that he likes it when pretty girls stay pretty, and added that he doesn't want to ruin her face. Bia grabbed a sword and moved in front of the girl. She asked her to inform the rest of the sect. She advised her to pull herself together. She told Reincarnated that in this situation she would be of no use. With a creepy smile on his face, Hailyak asked Reincarnated if she really intended to do it. He replied that he was too busy to be lenient with both. Calling the girl a darling, he ordered her to think sensibly. Bia asked the girl to determine her priorities, if she has anything to protect. Reincarnated replied to Bia that she couldn't handle this man alone. Bia released her energy and ordered the girl to run. In the next scene, we see Siola talking to Yanshan. She asks if he just woke up. The boy says he woke up earlier and adds he wants to take a walk. Siola wonders where he is going. Yanshan explains that he has business. Siola asks if she can go with him. Our boy says he will go alone. He wants to go to the divine doctor. Our girl replies her grandfather asked her to stay close to him. Yunshun told her he would bring back chicken kebab, and Siola lit up upon hearing this. She ordered our boy not to wander around and not to wait endlessly. Yunshun stood up and advised her not to get into trouble. Siola asked him not to worry about anything. She asked him to be careful. While Yunshun was walking to the Sword Queen's hut, he told Siola that training day and night had really exhausted him. The man replied that he had never seen a child as whiny as him. He told our boy that he looked like a cursed mantis. Yunshun didn't understand why girls were so interested in him, and even more so didn't understand why Siola was insulting him. He retorted that he didn't look like a mantis. The old man assured him that because of his slanted eyes, he looked like a mantis. Yunshun reminded the old man that he was dead. He told him that he was not in any position to talk about appearance. Our guy wondered if Chol considered him super handsome. Chol got angry. He said that he had never thought of going so far before, and asked Yanshan if he believed that his name in the sect was carved only because of his achievements. Our guy wondered if he meant to imply that even a hideous person is capable of great deeds. Chio felt irritation upon hearing this. While they were arguing, Ryonva sharply called our guy. She called him brother. Yunshun shuddered at such news. He knew his sister never called him brother. He asked what happened. Sighing heavily, Ryonva replied that they were in very big trouble, and Yunshun advised her to take a deep breath. With tears in her eyes, Ryonva uttered the name Bia. Our guy asked if she was talking about that bitch. He clarified if something had happened, and then Ryonva revealed to her brother, Bia is in danger now. As soon as he heard this, Yunshun burst out shouting. The scene changes abruptly, and we see Bia dodge Hiljik's attack. She executes it with a leap. She landed behind the man, and Hiljik immediately became noticeably irritated. He came to find the divine doctor. He did not understand why he was wasting time on Bia. The man abruptly turned around and began attacking her even more aggressively. He told the girl that he did not want to leave scars on her pretty face. Bios fought, trying to hold back the blows and block his attack. He swung incredibly hard, but the girl managed to dodge. Kyaljik did not stop. He attacked her further, putting in more and more strength, and Bia did not slow down. She continued to fend off his blows. The man tried to press her with the sword, but Bia managed to dodge by jumping. With a sinister look on his face, Hyljik pondered what it would be like to spar with Bia. The very thought made him shudder. While she was in the air, Bayak was gathering her energy. She released lightning, slowly descending to the ground. Her sword was covered in lightning. The madman immediately recognized this technique. He knew it was the sword form of the ruler used by the Namgun clan. He said he was seeing it for the first time since that very battlefield, and told Bia that it was still weak. He managed to dodge the strike. He only needed to step back a little. He quickly realized that the attack was just a distracting maneuver. Ba sharply raised her head and slashed her sword at him. As soon as the blades touched, a wave spun out with a jerk. A large amount of lightning splashed out from the strike, and this attack pushed Hiljik back. Unfortunately, he managed to block. He called her a cutie and asked what her relationship was with the Namgun clan. The man did not expect that the Gu and Namgun clans ended up in the Manhwa sect. He wondered what reason brought them here. With a grim expression on his face, Hyljek told the girl that she had put on a whole show. He raised his sword and told her that she would lose because she had never killed before. As Bia slowly lost consciousness, he explained that she had already used up almost all her energy. He wondered if all young martial masters were equally capable. He ordered her not to move, said that he had already bound her by striking her nerves. Then he added that he still had to deal with some matters, and when they returned, he would shower her with boundless love for decades. After these words, the man stood up. He said he felt Taoist energy. As her eyes slowly closed, Bia realized, if this man was allowed near her, she would be turned into a toy. Hyljik found the barrier. He could not believe that it was real at all. He could not comprehend that the sect leader did not allow anyone to guard this place. He decided to destroy the barrier to find out what was inside. Bia could not believe that she would never meet Yunshun again. She was sure she would be left in a world where she could only feel the foul stench, and she did not want that at all. She longed to move her body. When consciousness was about to disappear, someone asked her not to push the limit too hard. When Bia opened her eyes, she saw her prince, who looked like he came straight out of a fairy tale. Yunshun knew, even if asked, the girl would not run away. He only ordered her to hide nearby. Our guy breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that she was alive. Bia was stunned by Yanchuan's expression. Our guy quickly rushed after Hyljek. In her past life, Bia died trying to save him. Our guy was sure She should have cared for herself above all, and he could not understand why she sacrificed herself to save him specifically. A thought flashed in Yanchuan's mind. He believed, if life is filled with such bitter reproaches as the one he is living now, then no one will be waiting for him on the other side. Yanchun awaited retribution for his unforgettable heavy life of sin. Whether fate or coincidence, the guy grabbed himself a second chance at life. That is why hope appeared ahead of him, such that he could not believe in. He was given hope that he could fix everything. Seeing Bayu on the ground, Yanchun wondered if he was really given hope. He realized that this life might not be an opportunity. It could be a punishment, forcing him to relive the same hellish cycle again and again. Yanchun remembered the heavenly demon. He would guess whether his life was heading toward inevitable defeat. When he rushed at the madman, the guy clenched his teeth in anger and released all his energy outward. He did not want to accept such a fate. He said he would not allow it to happen. The scene changes, and we see Hyeljik striking the barrier with a sword. After several blows, it finally begins to crack. He wondered why the barrier still hadn't cracked, although it should have. At that moment, he stopped his thoughts and looked around, and saw something incredible. He saw Yunchun walking straight towards him. Our guy was all in flames. He struck the man in the stomach with a heavy blow. Then he released a continuous stream of fire into the sky. An unprecedented explosive wave burst from the attack. Hyeljik clenched his teeth to withstand this pressure, like he was thrown back, and he immediately realized that Yanshan comes from the Gu clan. He told our guy that he plans to visit him, called him a young master, and said he didn't expect him to actually come. As soon as he said this, he spat some blood. Hyeljak looked into Yanshuan's eyes. He immediately understood. Our guy is really trying to kill him. He was sure that Yunshun is the son of the flame demon. He believed that our guy still lacks experience for now. He is still a novice. Our guy rushed at him and showered heavy blows, attacking without pauses. Hyeljik had to take this pressure on himself, presenting a strike right to the forehead. He snatched his sword and slashed at Yunshun. Our guy dodged the blade with a jump. Hyeljik looked at this in surprise. He told Yunshun that he was incredible. While our guy was in the air, Hyeljik kept attacking, but our guy still managed to dodge the blows. Hyeljik told him that he was enjoying playing with him. As soon as he said this, Hyeljik kicked our guy so hard that he was thrown backward. He asked Yunshun if he was afraid and told him that he had a long way ahead before he caught up with his father. Our guy charged at him again. He sped up his attacks and struck with a kick. Hyeljik managed to block that kick with his sword, but he was still pushed back a little. The man was glad about what was happening and said that this was a real fight. He charged at Yanshin and swung his sword at him. Our guy was able to dodge his attack by jumping. Shio shouted to our guy, asked him to calm down, asked him not to lose self-control, and explained that such fierce bloodlust only creates more breaches for the enemy. Yunshun jumped and charged forward against Hyeljik. He wanted to hit him with his fist. While he was flying in the air, something suddenly broke inside his body. Our guy spat blood and immediately understood this was his energy core. He lost control of his body and defenselessly slowly sank down. Hyeljik tightly gripped his sword, already ready to put an end to our guy, but before Yanchun could reach him, something ordered him to devour. As soon as he heard these words, he immediately opened his eyes. He very carefully touched the blade of the sword and, pushing off the surface, forced himself to get up. He gathered all the energy in his palms and rushed at the Hyeljik, but the man froze in shock seeing this. He could not believe that Yanchun was still a novice. He instantly caught the sword attack while it was in the air, but could not land his blow on our guy. When he looked down, he saw Yunchun standing just below. The man realized, in the Dark Night Palace, no one could match our guy. Yanchun gathered his energy in his hand and struck the man a devastating blow right in the stomach. He unleashed a huge amount of fire. The attack was incredibly harsh and excessively powerful. Hyeljik spat out plenty of blood. Yunchun gritted his teeth as he saw him writhing in blood. The scene switches, and we see Bia arriving at the battlefield. She sees tongues of flame everywhere. Trees and everything around is burning. The girl noticed Yanchun beating an unconscious man. The boy's hand was bruised and covered in blood. He did not stop and continued to crush the dead man's body. Bayok shouted at him, begged him to stop. She repeated that it was enough. As soon as she said this, she felt a disgusting stench, the same one she usually had to catch from people. The stench came from Yunchun. Baya had never smelled anything so terrible. It was on a completely different level. The girl was sure the enemy was already dead. But she did not understand why she felt such unbearable foulness. When our boy raised his head and turned to her, we realized the stench was coming from him. She did not expect this at all. did not expect that Yongshan would also start emitting the same stench as everyone else. The smell was too heavy. It took her breath away. Breathing became increasingly difficult. She begged Yunchun to stop, but he did not listen. Our boy was behaving unlike usual. Baya broke through the stench and rushed to support our boy. She begged him again to stop. She told him that now they could stop. The enemy was dead, and she added she could not bear the thought that she might lose him. Yanchun looked at the man and confirmed he was really dead. The mysterious energy that controlled his body released him. Our boy's gaze became normal again, and he fell to the ground. He fell right onto Bio's knees. The scene changes, and we are thrown into Hail Jake's hideout. His people are waiting for him. Someone asks if they have heard anything yet from their regional supervisor. Another suggests going to check. He replies that Hal Jake is taking too long. Beicheng says he understands. He emphasizes they still need to move according to plan and they will wait a little longer to follow the supervisor's orders. He told the whole group that they would join Hyeljek at dawn to attack the Manhwa sect together. As soon as he said this, he immediately noticed something strange. He saw an old man walking toward them. He quickly raised his sword and jabbed the tip at the old man, asking how he ended up here at all. With a completely serious face, Hyegun addressed the men, asking if they were the ones responsible for targeting the children from Manhwa. Hearing this question, Beicheng became angry. He declared that he did not like the words of that old babbler. Then he ordered Sword Supreme to respond if he did not want to lose his head, and asked Hyegun to say who he was and where he came from. As soon as he said this, Beicheng was torn to pieces. He did not understand how it happened, and when it happened, Hyegun told him that he had enough courage for at least a second since he dared to attack a second-rate martial artist. His people were stunned by what happened to Beicheng. They did not know how Beicheng died. They did not know what exactly Hyegun used to kill him. Hyegun grabbed Beicheng's sword by the very tip with his finger, holding not the hilt, but the blade. Men flared with fear. Sword Supreme said that the sword is most beautiful when it is in its sheath, and added that bad feelings should remain feelings, not turn into action. The scene changes and takes us back a few hours. The sect leader informed Hyegun that they found the people responsible for the disappearance of Manhwa students. He said their leader is Yaheljek, and he is an ambitious guy from the Dark Knight Palace. The sect leader told Hyegun that he cannot leave right now. He begged Sword Supreme to destroy them for the sake of his students. The scene jumps to the present. Sword Supreme ordered everyone who is guilty to drop their weapons while there is still a chance. The bloody idiots declared that they need to kill Hyegun and that they cannot let him go, and all rushed at him at once. The Supreme Sword released the sword from his hand at them. The blade flew past the men and struck the wall. Hyegun said he expected this from the unconventional filth. As soon as he said this, the people were torn in half. They didn't even have a chance. And behind Sword Supreme, new members of the Palace Dark Knight were already approaching. Huigon said this was pointless. In the next scene, we see Yunchun waking up in a room. Several needles were sticking out of his body. Our guy gasped sharply and began to breathe heavily. Someone asked him to calm down. Yunchun did not listen. His breathing was still erratic and shaking him. Then a person pulled 2 different needles from his body and made him calm down. It turned out that he was a divine doctor. The old man told him this was his first awakening after 2 days. He asked him not to twitch because a single wrong needle could cause a deviation of ki. Yanshun was surprised when he heard that he had been gone for 2 days. He told the divine doctor that he saw smoke coming out of his mouth and asked if he had already reached the level of ascension. The divine doctor called him an idiot and told him that he had burned and absorbed incense. Then he told Yanshun that he must already be recovering. After all, he was capable of making jokes. As soon as he said this, he immediately pulled all the needles out of our boy's body. The doctor remembered how he once called him a living corpse and explained that he could die because of how his energies were entangled in his body. He told Yanchun that now his energies had actually calmed down, even though he had spent a large amount of internal energy. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He asked Elder Tai to tell him what happened to his sister and Bia. The old man asked him not to worry. He said he saw them from afar and assured him that they were fine. Hearing this, Yunchun finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the next scene, we see Siola, Baya, and Rion, who fell asleep next to each other. All 3 were leaning on each other, resting as if that was the most comfortable way. Muyan was also sleeping in the room. They were all in the same hut together with Yan Shan. While sleep enveloped them, Siola asked our boy if sweets could heal him. Half asleep, our boy was replaying in his head what had happened. He realized that this was the first life he had taken in his new existence. He also heard the word devour in his head and had no idea what it meant. He understood that he still had a lot of things to discover in this life. So he began to meditate, trying to find out how much his internal energy had calmed down. The blood flow was still blocked. But since he was still growing, he believed that it would soon recover. When Yanchun saw his energy, he quickly opened his eyes and could not believe what he had just seen. He recognized this energy. He did not understand how she ended up in his body. Yunchun could not believe that he had demonic energy. He could not accept it. The scene changed and we were transported to another place. We see a man holding a cup of tea. He asked who Hyeljik was, the leader of the eliminated branch at Zyonx. Someone answered, "This is Hyeljik." The man sat on a throne, behind which rose a statue of a dragon. In front of him stood several people in black robes. The leader knew that Hyeljik had not yet reached the evolutionary realm, but was an experienced martial arts master at Supreme Peak. He inquired who killed him. Someone informed him that MANHWA was hiding this person. He said there were rumors it was a newcomer. The man ordered his subordinate to quickly figure this out and asked to immediately send Rikishu Yishiwao to the divine doctor. The subordinate accepted the order without objection. When the leader opened his eyes, we saw their color was the same as Yanchun's when he lost his mind. The leader was not going to accept that the plans were disrupted by some violation. He was almost at the finish line, almost created his own heaven. As soon as this thought flashed, we were shown symbols. In a dark place sat a naked girl. She also had the same eye color as Yanchun and that man. The girl looked exhausted. In the next scene, Siola approached her grandfather while he was kneading the yard, sweeping. Hyagun asked her where Yanchun was. Our girl replied, "He is from Bia," and added that their guy is much better. Hyagun told her that youth gives quick recovery. Siola informed her grandfather that she wanted to ask him for something. Hyagun asked her to say what exactly she desired. Shola took up the sword and whispered to the highest one, "She wants to learn martial arts." In the next scene, we see at night in the water only a female leg. Next to the spring she drank. The woman looked at the beautiful houses and mountains surrounding her, while old Yan Shan sat by the table in the room. The heavenly demon said that the wine is exceptionally tasty today. She replied, "Probably it's because of the moonlight." She named Yan Shan the unit commander and said it would be great if he joined her. Our guy turned back to her as soon as he heard it. He didn't say a word, just stared at her. Then he shifted his gaze to the drink on the table. The heavenly demon glanced at him with a flash of anger. She twitched her leg in the water, and part of it splashed onto Yanchuan's face. She told him that there was a strange expression in his eyes. Yanchun wiped the water from his face with his palm and apologized to her for causing her inconvenience. The heavenly demon asked our guy not to apologize. She assured him that it actually hardly bothers her. She took the bottle of wine next to her, poured it into her glass, and smiled. She told Yanchun that he sometimes thinks of someone while watching her. Yanchun replied that it was not true. Then the heavenly demon said that she knew. He thinks of the girl he holds dearest in his heart. She added that his lies do not work on her. Yanchun seemed unmoved by her words. He apologized to her that the heavenly demon smiled and told our boy that someone would be bitter as soon as she found out about this. He told our boy that it would be too sad if the demonic Blade Empress, who died for him, found out about this. Yanchun turned to her and promised that he would do everything to tame his thoughts. The heavenly demoness told our boy that she wanted to find out about the temptress who managed to cloud his heart. With a creepy smile on her face, she asked Yanchun if his mind would remain intact after she personally killed this woman. Our boy did not say a word. He just lowered his gaze. The heavenly demon took a sip of her drink and, dangling her legs, played in the water. The scene changes, and we move to the present time. We see Yunchun climbing the stairs of the Manhwa sect. While he was breathing heavily, our boy called the Manhwa disciples crazy freaks and robbed them. He did not understand why they loved their stairs so much. Having fought his way to the top, our boy immediately went to the sect leader's office. The old man asked Yanchun if the divine doctor allowed him to move. Our boy replied that everything was fine. He was not so badly injured. The sect leader apologized to our boy that because of him, he was dragged into such a dangerous incident. Yanzhuang assured him he was fine. The boy asked the man if it was not already time for the ceremony on Manhwa. He also said that he understood well how important it was for their sect. The sect leader reported that it was supposed to start even earlier. He added they decided to postpone it. Our boy asked to name the reason why they did so. The old man told him that the problem would be resolved soon. Yanchun was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that one of the most important festivals of the Manhwa sect was postponed. He could not understand whether it was somehow connected with the disappearance of the Cis-Deep Blade ships. The sect leader stood up and told Yanchun that he did not know the best way to apologize to him. He ordered our boy to rest well, assuring that he would visit soon. Yanchun asked him not to do this because he was busy. The leader replied he would come as soon as he had the right moment. Our boy, however, hoped to return home himself. He had already passed the plum blossom stone. The sect leader recalled that someone wanted to meet our boy and ordered him to go outside. Yanchun wondered who exactly wanted to see him. He thought it was Baya, Siola, or Fung. He did not want at all to spend the afternoon with someone male. Yanchun went outside to see the beautiful plum blossom trees and the shining sun. He raised his hand and stretched into the air. He liked the air up there at the top of the mountain. He noticed that no one was waiting for him outside. A moment, Yunchun thought about it and suddenly felt that someone was looking at him from behind the door. He quickly turned around to catch the gaze, but that person hid behind the door. Someone pushed her outside. It turned out to be his sister. Yunchun did not understand what was happening, so he asked his sister what she was doing. Then Reinhwa turned to Bia and asked if she really had to do this. Bia replied that she must. Yanchun asked his sister why she was mumbling, and the girl said it was nothing. She approached her brother and asked him to listen carefully. Quietly, she asked if he was already okay. Yanchun did not hear exactly what she said, so he asked her to repeat it. Ryumva asked her brother if his body had already healed. Yanchun asked his sister why she was whispering, and she replied that he had healed and was already walking around. And then Ryan said something to him again. Our guy heard nothing. He pressed his ear closer to her and asked why she was humming to herself again. He asked her to speak louder. At the top of her voice, Raon exclaimed to her brother, "Thank you." Having said this, she ran away. Yunchun asked if she had lost her mind, and he told her that she had ruined his ear. Ryumva asked her brother to be quiet. Baya came out of hiding and told our guy that his sister had gone through embarrassment just to thank him. Yanchun replied that if she were really grateful, she would have followed him back home. He noticed that Biao's hand was wrapped in bandages and asked the girl why she wore them. Biao explained she was ordered to wear them when she went outside. Our guy assured that he did not know about her injury, and Biao just smiled and said she was fine. She added she only needed to wear the bandage until tomorrow. She asked our guy if he really felt okay. Yanchun immediately understood what she meant. He remembered how he lost self-control and how Bao stopped him from falling into complete loss of himself. He cleared his throat and told the girl that he was fine. He thanked her for what she had done for him. Bien was surprised by what she heard. Our guy asked why she was so impressed and explained that he just wanted to thank her and chat with her casually. He told her that they could return to their usual relationship if she did not like it. Bia placed her hand on his hand. She added that it is very pleasant for her. Our guy blushed when he saw it. He admitted to the girl that he could not exactly remember what had happened. The only thing he was sure of, she was beside him. Baiwu blushed upon hearing this. Yanchun thanked her for protecting his sister. Bia turned sharply, and she started running. She did not want our guy to see how her cheeks were burning. Yunchun asked where she was going, but he did not understand why everyone had scattered like that. In the next scene, we see Yanchun lying on the ground. He was trying to catch his breath after climbing the stairs to the Sword Queen's house. He called out to CO and suggested they fight someone. No sooner had he said this than he immediately realized the old man had not answered him since their fight. He remembered that Shul had warned him. It was too dangerous for him to lose self-control. Yanchun could not understand where Shul had gone. Breathing heavily after the fight, he heard footsteps. A person approached him. It turned out to be Hyuk. Yanchun asked the boy why he had come. The boys only smiled at him. Yanchun stood up. He immediately realized that Hyuk was here to replace the divine doctor and check Sword Queen. Our boy felt that something was wrong with the boy. He did not understand how Hyuk could speak in his former life if now he was mute. He recalled the time when he and Bia, breaking ahead, stormed the sect together with Hyuk. The man said that those who rebelled against the will of their lord and those who dared to raise swords against him have now turned into nothing but a bloody path. He also stated that the whole world now lies at the feet of his master, and their unity grows stronger day by day. Remembering this, Yanchun finally believed Hyuk chooses to remain silent. He did not know what conspiracy the boy was weaving, but he was sure vigilance must not be lost. As soon as he stepped over the threshold of the house, Sword Queen asked Hyuk to tell who exactly had come to visit. Yanchun folded his hands together and told her that he came to pay a visit. Sword Queen asked him to come in. Our boy passed by Hayuk and bumped him with his shoulder. The Swordswoman Queen told Yanshun that she was worried as soon as she heard he had been in an accident, and as soon as she saw that he was fine, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The Swordswoman Queen apologized to Yunshun for meeting him lying down, and our boy asked her not to worry about this trifle. No sooner had he said this, Yanshun felt something was wrong. The Swordswoman Queen abruptly stood up and informed our boy that she had heard about how he saved Ryangwa, and added, he truly did something incredible. She smiled and said that Ryangwa has a wonderful brother. Yunchun could not believe that he had not felt this before. The energy was such that he was already used to. Instead, our boy now felt demonic energy from the Swordswoman Queen. He immediately understood. It was pure demonic energy, the same as that possessed by a celestial demon. Yanshun wondered if this was exactly what caused the ailment that was slowly killing the Sword Queen. He could not comprehend why she had demonic energy at all, and even more so, whether she had already encountered the celestial demon. Our guy knew demonic energy cannot simply be endured and thereby blocked. He did not believe that the Sword Queen was capable of withstanding what so fiercely corrodes a person from within. The Sword Queen coughed and said to our guy, it would be nice if she had met him a little earlier. She added that she wanted to have a good meal together with him. Yanshun asked her not to worry. The Sword Queen touched his hand and assured him he was still the son of her friend. She said she wanted to be healthy so that he would be more comfortable. Yanshun felt bad because of her. Before he could say a single word, he felt demonic energy entering his body. He pushed away the Sword Queen's hand. The woman was surprised to see this. The guy realized this was a demon well absorption art. He did not expect the technique to be capable of absorbing the demonic energy of other people as well. While he was examining his own hand, someone called Hayuk to close the door, saying the wind was coming in. When Yanshun turned around, he saw the divine doctor, an old man. He asked what he was doing here. The scene switches. Now we see Ryongwa training. She carefully wielded the sword and focused on every swing. When she was swinging the sword, she remembered how Hiljik asked her where such a pretty girl like her came from, and how eerily he smiled when he asked her to just drop her useless stick. Ryongwa told herself that her sword was useless, and she asked herself again what could even be done with it. She remembered thinking she needed to return to her sect to inform everyone about Hiljik. Ryongwa remembered how Bia told her she is not helping now. Bia rushed past her and asked her to run. Ryongwa could not believe she managed to escape after she abandoned the pride of the martial arts master, responsibility, and even kindness. Breathing heavily, Ryongwa told herself, she is pathetic. She released the sword. She fell to her knees and said that she was not the kind of martial arts master her mentor had spoken of. Someone approached her and asked if she was training. When Ryongwa raised her head, he asked if she was overdoing the training. She noticed smoke. The boy handed her a bottle of water and asked her to drink during training, and assured her that she could have everything. Ryan will remember that Fun is the youngest sword inspector of Blossom. She decided that Fun would not have run away the way she did if he had been in her place. But Fun did not understand why the girl was looking at him so intently. Ryongwa recalled how the divine doctor treated her brother, and the elder then said that if the older brother had not intervened, everything would have turned into a real disaster. He advised her to be sure to thank him when Yanshun wakes up. The divine doctor asked her if she did not find what happened incredible. Ryongwa asked him what exactly he meant. Elder Tae told her that her older brother defeated a demonic person whom even Bae-ah could not handle. He asked if she knew how Yongshun did it, and what technique he used to do it. The divine doctor knew that our boy had complex energy, but did not expect him to use it like that. Ryongwa could not believe that her brother, whom she considered weak and selfish, was capable of that. She remembered this, and Ryongwa suddenly realized everyone is following their own path as a master fighter, and she is still clinging to her master like a spoiled child. The girl wondered what kind of plum blossom she would create if all she could do was run. She raised her hand and took her sword. Fong asked if she would continue training. He said he would leave the bottle here, asked to pass it to him later. Ryongwa ordered him to forget about it. She walked past him and asked to be left alone. Feng did not expect this. He sharply turned around to look. Running, the girl apologized to Fun for ignoring him. She remembered how the master told her not to rush. Sword Queen told her that whatever path of the martial she chose, it would still be good, even if it was full of sadness, pain, envy, or jealousy. She told Ryongwa that they would smile together as soon as she showed her the flower bud blooming at the tip of the sword she chose. The flower bud blooming at the tip of the sword she chose. We see Ryongwa as she walks to her master's door. She thought that Queen Sword had not eaten yet, although it was already late. Our guy assured him that he was speaking quite seriously, and at that moment quickly recognized the voice of her brother. Our guy assured him that he was speaking seriously, almost at the moment when she quickly recognized the voice of her brother. She remembered how she shouted at him. She wondered why she had done such a foolish thing. She did not know what to do. The divine doctor asked Yunshun to tell what he knew about medicine, so that he could talk with him. Yunshun told him that it was not about medicine. The divine doctor asked him to explain how they treat the disease if they do not use medicine. He asked Yunshun if he understood what he was saying. Our guy replied that he did. He stated that he could cure Sword Queen with his technique. Ryan was shocked to hear this. She sharply burst inside and asked her brother if he was serious. Yanshin was surprised to see her. The girl asked him if he was really capable of curing her master. Our guy told her that it was not yet confirmed, but Rionwa asked her brother to tell her what he was going to do. She said that even the divine doctor had already given up. Yanshun confessed to his sister that he would try to cure Sword Queen's ailment if the divine doctor gave him permission. Sword Queen approached the edge of her bed and told our boy that she wanted to know what he would do next. Yanshun replied to her that he would use his family's secret technique. He explained to them that this technique drives away impure energy using heat. Then Yanshun told the divine doctor, he feels how impure energy is devouring the life of Sword Queen from within, gnawing at her life. The old man suddenly turned pale and was shocked by what he heard. Yunshun said he felt the energy at the moment their hands touched. He added that his fiery wheel does not repel this energy, does not drive it away. Sword Queen coughed and said she did not remember the secret art of the Gu family having such an effect. Sword Queen was right. This attribute had nothing to do with the art of the Gu flame wheel. In fact, this could only be done using the art of absorbing the demon well. But our guy could not say this directly. He had to explain to her that this is a property of Go Flame Will art to gain her trust. Yunshun knew that he had to do exactly this, because Sword Queen will very soon no longer be able to control the demonic energy and will die. Even if she is lucky enough to survive, she will turn away from the world and disappear without a trace. That is exactly what she did in the previous life of our boy. Yanshun was not sure if he had the right to change the future by saving her. While he was thinking, his sister tugged at his clothes and asked if he could really save her master. Crying through tears, Ryanova begged her brother to save her master. Yanshun did not give in to the tears in her eyes. He knew a sister only does that when she wants something. But still, her tears pushed him to his own decision. He returned to the divine doctor and asked for permission to treat her. Elder Tai said that perhaps he really could use the secret technique of the Go family to expel the energy. He reminded Yanshin that this technique was not created to save people. He asked our guy, would he take responsibility if the Queen of Swords died there? Yunchun asked the divine doctor if they should just watch her die, and he replied, everything without exception must be tried. The divine doctor abruptly stood up and shouted at the top of his lungs. He ordered Yanshun not to speak lightly because the plan is a gamble where the patient's life is at stake. But the Queen of Swords said that Yanshun should be allowed to try one. Hearing this, the divine doctor turned to her. The woman said she could not bear how slowly she was withering, and reminded the elder that he had already done everything he could. She said that she actually felt the difference as soon as Yunshun touched her. She coughed and said, that is enough for her to try to go this path. Then she turned to Yongshun and told him that if something went wrong, it was not his fault. She explained that she had little time left and that she wanted to try to believe in him. Seeing that Sword Queen was ready to test our method, the divine doctor decided to support her and told Yongshun that he would intervene immediately if anything happened. Queen's sword sat in the lotus position, and Yanshun positioned himself behind her. Our guy remembered how, in his past life, he had taken thousands of lives with his own hands, and he found it strange that with these same hands, he was about to save someone's life. He realized that this new feeling of pressure was the very responsibility the divine doctor had spoken about. Yanshun knew he still had to do his best, because if he did nothing, he would not be able to protect anyone. Ryan Watt and the divine doctor focused his attention on our guy. He placed his palm on Sword Queen's back. As soon as he did this, he immediately felt a significant amount of demonic energy. His Gu flame flared up, and the art finally activated. Yanshun's consciousness was drawn into another world. He saw several veins filled with demonic energy. Our guy was stunned when he saw this. He could not believe that Sword Queen was capable of such an insanely huge amount of demonic energy. And it was even harder to come to terms with the fact that she had lived to this moment at all. While he was staring into the demonic energy, he saw how the Sword Queen's consciousness manifested directly in the world. A mysterious creature appeared above her. It touched her head and hands, as if pressing her down, not letting her rise. Yanshun cautiously approached closer. He immediately understood The situation was very bad. If he lost concentration even for a moment, it would be the end. Our guy asked himself if he could cope with absorbing such an amount of demonic energy. He looked at the entities born from the demonic energy and told himself that surviving this was his karma. He touched the ground with his hands and began absorbing the demonic energy. He called the parasitic bastards entity. While the demonic energy entered his body, he activated the art of Gu Flame Will Art and used it to burn this energy. There was plenty of demonic energy, but Yan Chun did not retreat. He used his flame to burn out the veins of demonic energy. He also burned the entities created by it. The monsters writhed and screamed horribly, slowly retreating from the sword-wielding queen. And as soon as it happened, the sword-wielding ruler opened her eyes. She pulled the sword out of the sheath in her hand. Yan Chun was sent back to the real world. His body was still wrapped in energy. Yan Chun's body quickly returned to its usual state. Yan Chun heard his sister calling him as he slowly fell to the ground. Before closing his eyes, he managed to make out a blurred vision of a woman sitting in front of him. When Yang Chun closed his eyes, a mysterious entity whispered that this time everything was a little different and that it would be delicious. In the next scene, someone was training at the very edge of a cliff and was asked to raise the sword even higher. It was the same person who trained together with Ciola. She was taught by the older Ciola. The older version told the younger that she had grown very much in skill. In response, the girl said, "It's all thanks to you." After her grandfather got angry because she talked about martial arts, Ciola became embarrassed and upset. While she was crying, someone asked her to calm down. Ciola was surprised to hear the voice of this person. She quickly looked around and asked if there was anyone near her. Older Ciola extended her hand and told our girl that she would teach her how to use a sword. Smiling, Ciola spoke to her older version. She was afraid to learn from her because she once took over her body. She added that now she loves her more than her grandfather. As soon as she said this, someone called her. She was called, and it turned out to be Hyagun. The supreme sword reminded the girl that he had asked her not to touch the sword. Ciola became nervous when she saw her grandfather. She quickly hid the wooden sword behind her back and began to come up with excuses for Hyagun. The Sword Supreme was not going to listen to what she wanted to say. The scene changes, and we see Yun Chun opening his eyes. Our guy was drooling, and 2 needles stuck out of his head, making him look like an insect with antennas. Yun Chun suddenly realized he was in a room. Our guy quickly raised his head and shouted to Queen Sword and the Divine Doctor. Before he could call anyone else, his body was suddenly pierced by inhuman pain. He gritted his teeth as he felt this disgusting torment and knew only one thing could cause this. Seeing that demonic energy had seriously stirred in his body, the guy was finally convinced. He was intoxicated by the demonic energy of the Queen of Swords. Yun Chun got out of bed. The needles remained in his head. He became curious whether the Queen of Swords was feeling better. He left the room to check on that woman. As soon as our guy stepped over the threshold, he noticed something strange. He saw his younger sister staring motionlessly at the plum tree, even before Yan Chen managed to call her. What the sister was looking at was so incredible that Yang Chun could not believe his eyes. He saw a woman swinging a sword in the air. As she made this movement, a rain of plum petals burst from the blade. Ryumva was extremely happy watching what her master was doing. She could not believe that the master moved like that. The swordswoman of royal rank landed on a tree branch. She pushed off the branch and flew into the sky at a crazy speed. Yanchun watched the flight of Queen Sword, who took off. He wondered if it was a skeletal reconstruction, but quickly realized that Queen Sword had simply returned to her original state. The Sword Queen raised her sword as soon as she approached the very sky. She made 2 strikes in the air, unleashing energy. Her attack tore the sky in half. 2 huge edges remained in it, intersecting each other. When Sword Queen returned to the ground, she saw that Yanchun had already woken up and told him that there was something she wanted to say. Before her master could utter a single word, Ryumva rushed towards her. He hugged her tightly. She pressed even closer to her master. Sword Queen stroked his head and thanked Yanchun for saving her. She told him that without his help, she would not have survived. Our guy did not know what to answer. He was generally bad at handling such situations. Before he could say a word, someone pulled out the needles from his head and informed him that he had done well. It turned out to be the Divine Doctor. The elder explained to Yanchun that he actually extracted the energy that was clouding her system. The Divine Doctor was clearly interested. With a terrible expression on his face, he asked Yanchun to allow him to try his cultivation method. Our guy was frightened by that look. He did not want the elder to discover his secret. The Divine Doctor chased after Yun Shan and asked to be allowed to try his cultivation method. Our guy begged the old man to stay away from him. Queen Sword smiled when she saw the elder chasing after Yun Shun. She seemed genuinely happy to be able to live through this moment. Next, a scene where Yunchun eats noodles together with Siola and Bia, and a terrible expression froze on her face. Bia asked our guy to tell where he was last night. Yunchun choked on his food as soon as he heard that. While he was gasping for air, Bia asked where he had slept last night. Yunchun swallowed some water to push down the food. He didn't understand why he felt as if he had been caught cheating. Our guy suddenly realized, it turns out they really are going to marry him to her. He told Baye that he had just been training all night and fell asleep on the spot because he was tired. Bia didn't believe him. She asked if he was telling the truth. Yanchuan asked her if he had any reason to lie. Our guy wondered why he was being interrogated at all. Bia put the chopsticks on the table and told Yanchun that he should have warned her. He wouldn't return last night. She admitted that she was worried because he never came back. She stood up and asked him to warn her in advance so that in the future she could react in time. Yanchun asked her where she was going in the middle of the meal. The girl replied that she was going to train. In the rain, our guy washed her when she was leaving the room. He did not expect everything to turn out so tense. He noticed that Siola was silent. He asked her why she was so quiet. Our girl started crying. Her mouth was full of food. Yanchun found it disgusting and asked what she was doing. She said it was her grandfather. While she was trying to speak, small crumbs of food flew out of her mouth and hit Yanchun. Our guy saw this irritably. He covered his face with his hand. With tears in her eyes, Siola said that her grandfather told her not to do this, and added that he was so scary. Yanchun angrily closed her mouth and ordered her to stop talking nonsense, and also asked, "First swallow your food." Siola did as he said. Yanchun could not believe that he would have to deal with this when his hands were already full. He was annoyed that demonic energy was swirling turbulently inside him, and he hadn't seen Siola for a long time. Yanchun had no idea whether the voice he heard was somehow connected to the old man's disappearance. The voice assured him the demonic energy he absorbed tasted surprisingly good. Our guy remembered that Chio had once mentioned something similar. The old man then said he was taming some kind of entity within himself. Yanchun wondered if the same creature had already devoured Chio. While he was thinking, Hanwha knocked on the door and informed him that he had a guest. Our guy asked her to say who exactly. Hanwha simply opened the door. Ryunghwa was standing on the threshold. The girl apologized to her brother for disturbing him while he was eating. Yanchun asked his sister to explain why she comes to him every time, even though there is a whole flight of stairs between them. Ryunghwa ordered him to be silent and said that she just wanted to see him, and also informed Yanchun the inner strength of her master is returning to normal. Blushing, Ryunghwa thanked her brother for treating the master and confessed that she always feels indebted to him. Yanchun ate a dumpling and asked his sister if she really went that far to say that, and if she had nothing better to do. Hearing this, Ryunghwa got irritated and asked the master if she could see how vile her brother was. Yunchun froze in surprise as soon as she felt her calling Sword Queen. Sword Queen ordered Ryunghwa to stop complaining. Shilla was amazed to see a beautiful woman. Sword Queen told her student that the debt for life cannot be simply repaid with words alone. She told Yanchun that he seemed surprised to see her. With an embarrassed look, Yunchun said, he is glad to see her, healthy and full of strength. Queen Sword said she did not think she would return to her original state so quickly. Yanchun asked Siola if she had fully recovered. Queen with Sword clarified in response whether she really looked completely healed. Yanchun said she looked much better than when he saw her earlier in her chamber. The Queen of Swords stood up, pulled a chair, and openly told Yanshan that she came to him only because she felt the need to thank him for what he had done. A smile played on her face, and she asked our guy to say if he had any wish. The Queen of Swords assured she was ready to give her life for him, since he was the one who saved it. Yanchun asked her how she could risk herself if she had just gotten her life back. The Queen of Swords shone with a smile and replied to Yanchun that she would have died if not for him. She promised to fulfill any of his requests. Yanchun asked if she was not worried at all about what he might ask. The Queen of Swords firmly grabbed his hand. She told him she was sure that whatever he asked would not be something evil capable of harming others. Yanchun glared fiercely at her hand. With a terrifying expression on his face, our boy pondered how the Sword Queen came to such a conclusion just by observing him. He remembered how in his past life he burned down the stronghold and all its followers to ashes. He saw how they begged for their lives, and then how he turned them to ashes. Although Yanshan knew it was not MANHWA's fault that they failed to protect Ryunghwa, he still wanted to vent his rage. While he was thinking, the Sword Queen told him that he could express his wish to her a little later, and then told Yanchun that she actually had one matter to ask him about. The Sword Queen apologized to Siola for interrupting her meal and asked her and her disciple to give her and our boy some privacy. Ryamba asked her master if she would also have to leave. The Sword Queen told her disciple that she wanted to talk to our boy privately and asked the girl to step back so they would have space. Ryamba reluctantly left the room. Yanchun asked Yola if she was not going to leave either. Our girl wanted to finish her food. She told Yanchun that she would plug her ears with her finger and asked if she could just continue eating. Yanchun quickly kicked her out of the room. The Sword Queen took a deep breath and said that the atmosphere in his room was quite pleasant. She addressed our boy and said that she hadn't felt such a feeling for a long time. Yunshun couldn't believe she was so sentimental about something like that. The Sword Queen explained to him that this was exactly how she felt when she was with his mother. She and his mother laughed and quarreled over the smallest trifles. The Queen of the Sword took the sword into her hands and decided to get straight to the point. She asked Yunshun if he remembered the last moment he spent with his mother. She said that Ryamba was too young to remember anything, and that their clan hides the truth about that matter. Queen Sword addressed Yanshun with a request to tell her everything he could recall before our boy could say a word. He remembered what happened. The scene changes abruptly, and we are thrown into the past. We are transported to a place covered in snow. We see Yanshun and his father, both looking at a woman from behind. The woman in luxurious silk robes said that she was ready. Our boy ground his teeth in anger. He asked his father to explain why he was showing him this, to say what he hoped to achieve by going so far. The clan leader said he desired nothing. He asked his son simply to stay alive. Yanshun's mother asked him to take care of his sister, and her hair slowly began to change. Her husband said he would reveal something as soon as she was ready. As soon as these words left his mouth, a crack appeared in the air. The crack widened and opened a huge portal. The woman's hair became platinum blonde, and everything around flared red. Tears streamed down our boy's eyes. His mother called him. With tears in her eyes, she told her son that she was very sorry. It pierced Yanshun's heart. He quickly ran to meet his mother. He stretched out his hand and asked her not to go. His mother smiled gently at him. The crack closed, and the atmosphere became normal again. The boy's mother was no longer nearby. Yanshun called her repeatedly. His father watched him cry. He told Yanshun that he must be sure this is the last time he will sob in this life. The father explained that from now on he would not be able to cry, even if he wanted to. Yungshan asked his father to tell him something. The boy, with a frightening expression on his face, questioned his father about where he had sent his mother. The clan leader looked back and ordered his son to follow him, promising to show him something important. The clan opened the door and asked the son to look inside carefully. He revealed to him that this was the very reason for the existence of the Gu clan. This reason was so shocking that Yanshun could only freeze thoughtlessly with his gaze. He did not dare to utter a single word. His father said, "This is his legacy and burden, something he will have to pass on to his son." Recalling that time, Yunshun told the Sword Queen that he could not answer her question. The Sword Queen asked him if his mother existed somewhere in the world. The boy admitted that he was unable to answer that question either. He explained to her that he would give her the same answer every time, regardless of what she asked. The Sword Queen stood up and said she understood. She assured him she would ask no more questions. She apologized to Yanshun and stroked his head. As she walked away, the queen added that she knew he was also having an extremely hard time. She confessed to him that she had heard that some pretty girl was involved in the Ryangui training. She asked if Ciola was that very beauty. Our boy laughed as soon as he heard the woman call Ciola pretty. The sword mistress asked him to say who it was if Ciola was not that girl. Yanshun felt the inappropriateness. His sister generally does not talk about such things. He already knew that the person his sister was talking about was Baya. The sword mistress decided to change the subject. She asked our boy if he would soon return to his clan. Yungchun replied that very soon. Then the sword mistress inquired when exactly he planned to set off. Our boy told her that about Ryon they supposedly say she does not want to return home. As soon as she heard this, the sword mistress smiled and called her student. Ryonua instantly reacted to her mistress's order. The sword queen left the room and asked the apprentice if she wanted to go home. The girl replied she was just worried about her mistress. The sword queen said that she still needed to visit her own home. Ryonua was stunned and did not know what to answer. The sword queen explained that she had a solution for this because the apprentice was nervous. Smiling, the sword queen said that she would accompany her to the clan. Ryonua was very glad to hear this, and Yunchun could not believe what he was hearing. Ryonua asked her master if she was really going with her. The sword queen replied that she had some business with the Gu clan. She also said that she had not yet heard Yunchun's request. Still, Yunchun asked the sword queen if it was not her duty to protect the sex. The sword queen found this question funny. She told our guy that the sect had protected her in her time. Yanshun explained to her that his sister did not want to return home, and with a crazy gleam in her eyes, Rionua declared to her master she would follow her anywhere. Our guy asked why she changed her mind so easily. Rionua asked him not to worry and reminded him he himself wanted her to go home. She added that it was only for his benefit. While they were negotiating, Ciola called Baya, who had just returned from training. The Sword Queen instantly noticed her. She immediately understood. It was Baya whom her apprentice meant. The queen asked the girl if she was the one who saved Ryangwa. She firmly grabbed her hand and said that she was sincerely grateful to her. The queen said, Ryanwa told her a lot about her. She conveyed to Baya Ryanwa's words, as if a pretty girl helped her. Hearing this, Bia blushed and confusedly did not know what to answer. The Sword Queen told the girl that she was as beautiful as she had heard. Yanshun did not understand why Bia was shy and wondered if it was because she was being complimented. Instantly, he guessed this. The sword mistress told Bia that she knew. Bia was Yanchuan's fiancé. Our guy was shocked when he heard her mention it. The sword mistress assured Bia that she and Yanshun had good hearts and promised the two would definitely understand each other. Bia smiled as soon as she heard these words. While they were talking, Ciola noticed something as soon as she looked up. She saw herself older. She addressed her as sis. The older Ciola suggested they go practice. She said they needed to finish what they had started earlier. Ciola smiled upon hearing this. She got up and ran, and there was a smile on her face. Yongshun asked her where she was going, but she did not answer. Rianhua called her master. She informed her that the MANHUA festival would soon take place and asked the master to go with them after the festival. The Sword Queen asked Yongshan if it suited him. Rianhua rejoiced, seeing that her master appreciated her idea. Yongshan told the Sword Queen he could do nothing if his sister wanted to return to the clan, and he added that he would go with her. Sword Queen clapped her hands and said that they could agree on the time when they would set off. And she said it immediately. Sometimes she noticed something in her student. She came closer to check. Rianhua asked the mistress if everything was all right. Sword Queen replied to the student that she had just noticed one thing when she saw her in the sun. She told the girl that she had gained a little weight. Rianhua blushed and became embarrassed upon hearing this. Yanshun laughed out loud as soon as he heard her words. Sword Queen told her student that she was probably too busy taking care of her. She apologized to the girl. She said it would do her good to spar with Yunshan. Our guy froze at this news. He asked her to explain why he should spar with her. Sword Queen explained to him that she plans to instruct Rangwa again starting tomorrow, and added that she wants the girl to warm up by then. Rianhua told her master that she can warm up on her own. She assured that she keeps her training in shape. Sword Queen poked her in the nose and sharply asked her to stop arguing. She ordered her students simply to do it. In the next scene, we see Yaon Chun and his sister in another place. Rianhua raised her sword and took a stance. She asked her brother if she could begin. Our guy felt that this was a stupid question, so he reminded his sister, this is a duel after all. He advised her to do everything she could. No sooner had she heard this than Rion rushed at her brother. The scene shifts to another time, to the past. Snow is falling in the Gu clan. The younger Yanshin and Rionhua are eating nearby. A little girl asks her brother if he will not tell her about it. Yanshun is silent. Rionhua asks her brother if he will continue to pretend as if he understands nothing. Our boy asks her what exactly she means. The girl says that their mother has not returned for several days and that he and their father seem not to care at all. Rionhua told her brother that this was too strange, and Yunshun ordered her to shut up and eat. Rionhua was not happy at all to hear this. She called her brother again. Raising her voice, Rionhua asked her brother to explain why he was behaving like that. She said that their mother had disappeared. Our boy asked if she was raising her voice at him. The girl replied that she was not doing it to him, but out of worry for their mother. With tears in her eyes, Rionhua asked her brother how he could eat calmly when they did not know where their mother had gone and when she would return, and asked Yanshun if he was not worried. Youngshun wanted to say something reassuring to his sister, but he could not. He gritted his teeth. He pushed the table aside and asked his sister to be quiet. He ordered her to stop crying at the table. He told her that he did not know where their mother had gone. He asked her to explain why she kept asking him the same question over and over again. And he also asked if she was deliberately trying to provoke him. Ryangva could not believe what she was hearing. With a grim expression, Youngchun informed his sister that their mother was dead. He asked her if she was already feeling better, and also if she liked the answer. Ryanva asked her brother if their father was the one who killed her. Our guy told her he had no idea, and asked her to figure it out herself. He added that she could even ask their father about it. Yunshun asked his sister to stop mentioning their mother. He said he would not forgive her if she raised her voice at him again. Hearing what her brother said, Ryanva cried even harder. That is why the girl began to hate her brother. She believed if she stayed on Manhwa, she would forget her mother, brother, and their cursed clan. Reinla recalled watching her master apply her martial arts. Thanks to her, the Sword Queen is family, but she still missed her real family. She cautiously looked at her brother. In the next scene, we see Ryangwa struggling to breathe on the ground. As expected, she lost to Yanchuan. Our guide told her that there is some power in her and that her blade moves fast. He added, the sword-bearer queen taught her everything as it should be. Ryangwa was breathing heavily and holding on asked her brother if they could return to who they were before. Yanchun did not expect to hear these words. He stepped forward and asked his sister to explain what she was talking about. Then he cut her off, saying it was already too late for that. Ryan abruptly stood up when she heard that. She smiled gently. She found it funny that her brother didn't even say no. In the next scene, we are taken to the waterfall. We see how Mu Yun trains right under the streams. The man who held this arranged everything down to the smallest detail and prepared it. He carefully used the base to cut a single drop of water. Each of his swings was smooth, without any jerk. And everything was under control. He swung the sword as if he were fighting someone live. It seemed that something was really annoying him, and he was trying to hold back his disappointment. Mu Yan remembered seeing his master lying on the ground, his body covered in needles. He could not believe his own eyes. He wondered why the master was fighting Hyeljek alone. He noticed that Yan Chuan's face had turned pale, and his fists were in dark, heavily bruised places. Mu Yan felt completely uneasy when he saw the master in such a state. He knew that Yan Shan had been avoiding him from the very moment they arrived there. He also realized our guy had already reached such a stage when his help was no longer needed. Even knowing this, Mu Yun still felt responsible for what had happened. He believed he could protect his master. He told himself that he was the sword and shield of the Gu clan, and he was convinced that the only time the master should be wounded was when he was already dead. While he was swinging the sword, Mu Yehyun tried to remember something. He tried to recall what exactly he was doing while his master risked his own life to save everyone. He was seized by rage and drew his sword, made a clean, precise strike. From his attack, the water rose upwards. Splashes flew everywhere. Breathing in short gasps, Mu Yan called himself a worthless freak and did not understand why he was training the blade. After all, he cannot even protect a single person with it. And while he was torn apart with anger, he heard someone asking if this was the right place. The guard recognized the voice. It was Ciola. He quickly raised his head to see where she was. At the summit, he saw no one. He wondered if he had misheard. He was sure that Ciola would never come to such a place. But before he could continue training, the voice of our girl sounded again. She told someone that she would continue climbing further. She told her interlocutor that her feet were already wet. She asked when she could open her eyes, and the one who suddenly turned out to be her older version asked her to endure a little and not rush. Our girl said she was afraid of falling because she was trembling too much and did not want to get wet. Her older Ciola assured her that she was doing great and asked her to use the third form. Shola raised the sword and repeated step by step what her older version was doing. Our girl was delighted to see that she succeeded. She asked her older self if she managed. The latter replied that she did, and asked her to use the fourth form. Shola smiled proudly as she applied the fourth form. Mu Yan could not believe his own eyes. It seemed to him that he was dreaming. He wondered who exactly she was talking to, and felt that standing so close to the waterfall was too dangerous for our girl. While he watched, the older version of the girl asked her to start with the first form. Without hesitation, the older one addressed our girl. Start. She easily began swinging the wooden sword as if it required no effort at all. Mu Yong could not believe his own eyes. He watched as Ciola waved the sword, as if she were a real fencer. Her older version asked to use the fifth and final step. Shola exhaled with a sigh and said she would try. She raised the sword and carefully touched the water with her foot. A light touch was enough for her to push off and stand up. As soon as she touched the ground, her older self praised her, saying it was well done. Ciola was happy. Apparently, she had earned a deserved compliment evaluation. Mu Yun could not believe what he had just seen. He wanted to find out. Could it be that our girl had been training secretly? He had always thought that Ciola was just a girl who loved snacks above all else. Immediately, his thoughts shifted in another direction. Mu Yun clenched the sword hilt with anger. He did not understand where such thoughts came from. He knew underestimating others would not make him stronger. So he ordered himself to focus, to go forward on his own path. He was convinced that this was his duty as a guard of the Gu clan. As soon as he thought this, We see Seola appear behind him. She said, "Enough." Muyun quickly turned around as soon as he heard her voice. He did not know when she had gotten behind him. Sola placed her hand on his chest and said that he had already done enough, just by knowing exactly what he needed to do. Muyun could not understand what she was talking about. Before he could ask any questions, the girl released bright golden energy from her finger, as if she was trying to awaken something in this man. Muyun could not understand what was happening at all. Smiling, the girl advised him not to be bound by rules. Sometimes he needed to break free from them. The golden energy spread and covered them all. As soon as the energy disappeared, Mixion convulsively tried to restore his breath. He did not immediately understand what had happened. As soon as he raised his head, he realized Seola was nowhere to be found. The scene switches. We see people smiling, strolling through the city. It is clearly visible here thanks to numerous lanterns, and the market is lively and noisy. Fireworks illuminated the sky, and their pattern formed the logo of the MANHWA sect. Yunchun sat outside next to Bia and watched the fireworks with her. He had brought some dumplings with him. He told Bia that he never intended to stay there during the festival. He decided to just relax and enjoy the moment since he was already there. Bia smiled gently at him. Yunchun told her that she would have to go home after they finished the festival, and warned her clan would cause a scandal if she did not return on time. While he was speaking, Bia rested her head on his shoulder. Yunchun was shocked to see this. He decided to just let her be as she is. He asked her to do whatever she wanted, while he continued watching the fireworks. It turned out that those fireworks were not real. They were created thanks to the energy of the MANHWA students. The students used their swords to release this energy into the sky and give it the shape of their logo. Some of the students complained that it hurt them to spend their energy creating the fireworks. Feng asked them to enjoy the pain, and the students indignantly protested upon hearing this. While everyone in the city was watching the fireworks, Hyagun and the Divine Doctor were holding a meeting. The Divine Doctor told the Supreme Sword that he understood what he wanted and asked if he really believed he was capable of doing it. The Supreme Sword asked the Doctor to tell him if he knew anyone else who could do it. The Divine Doctor replied that he was not a god, and Hyagun asked if it was really impossible. The Divine Doctor did not respond. Hyagun looked at him intently. He was sure it was possible because the Elder did not reject him. Elder Tay told him that it was not so simple. He explained that interfering with a person's energy was a very insidious matter, especially if it concerns a child like Seola. He addressed Sword Suprema and stated that our girl is not human. He insisted that she lacked the container that every person has. He warned Hyagun, her inner bowl is strange. Her cup is so boundless and high that it almost seems as if there is nothing inside at all. The Divine Healer said he understands why her presence has been so meager until now. He said that Kolat does not have a bowl. He told Hyagun that it should be called differently. The Supreme Sword seemed completely and entirely understandable by the man's words. He remembered how he asked our girl not to learn the art of swordsmanship. He broke her wooden sword and told her that the world was not so dangerous that a servant like her had to take up the sword. With a focused, serious look on his face, Hyagun asked our girl to fulfill her duties. He clenched his fist and begged the Divine Doctor to help him. He begged him to make Seola an ordinary child. The Divine Doctor replied that this was not such a simple matter. He explained it was no longer about medicine. Hyagun said he came precisely because this was not a simple issue, and the Divine Doctor clarified resources and enough time are needed to uproot an entire clan. Sword Supreme assured that he is ready to do whatever is necessary. He said he can also get what he needs for his own personal problems. The Elder inquired what he meant. Sword Supreme asked if he needed all the same, for the sake of his grandson. The Divine Doctor was shocked to hear this. Ask him directly. Can he really get the white demonic stone of the highest rank? He slammed his palm on the table and asked Hyagun if he had heard about this from the leader of the MANHWA sect. Hyagun replied that they both had the same feelings when it came to grandchildren. He begged him to help, for the sake of the younger ones. The Divine Doctor sighed heavily. He told Sword Supreme that he had a question for him. He asked Hyagun to explain why he did not allow his granddaughter to take up the sword. He did not understand either Hyagun's arguments or his actions. He believed that in such dangerous times, it was very important to know how to protect oneself. Hyagun asked if he would accept his request after he gave an answer. The Divine Doctor told him that he would look for a way if he could say why he wanted to suppress Seola's talent, and added that he also needed to get a white-rank demonic stone. The Sword Lord stated that Seola's container is not a talent. In fact, it is a curse. The Divine Doctor was shocked to hear this. Hyagun explained to him, Seola might be able to quickly master the sword, but will pay for it with her own life. The divine doctor could not believe what he was hearing. Scylla has no problems performing ordinary daily tasks, just as easily as any other people. However, as soon as she practices martial arts, this activity requires her to combine instinct and logic. Otherwise, it doesn't work at all. Her life force burns out. Every time she uses her power, she eats away at her own life piece by piece. The divine doctor told Hyagen that this trait is similar to that possessed by followers of the demonic cult. Sword Supreme could say nothing, and only now did the doctor understand why he once forbade Ciola from learning martial arts. He asked Hyagen if he had ever been to the Tarian clan, where the current leader of the alliance resides. The Supreme Sword said he had not been there. Then the divine doctor asked him to go there. He revealed to him that there is a sealing demonic stone there, and said that the only thing they can do is seal Sala's energy core with his own power. He informed Hyagen that Ciola would never be able to use martial arts again if this succeeds, and asked if Hyagen was sure about this. He explained to Hyagen that he is trying to break the bird's wings so that she will never fall from the sky again. But sooner or later, every child grows up. The divine doctor explained to the Supreme Sword that someday Ciola might look back at her broken wings and curse him until her last breath. Hyagen said that is a small price to pay if he can save her life. The narrative shifts. We see Yunshun and Baiyao entering the city. The boy was chewing a lollipop. Baiyao pointed at something, and she rushed to the market to get it. Yanchun tried to stop her, but she ran so fast that before he could step after her, some man asked him to look at his goods. He showed our guys pretty butterfly-shaped jewelry. In the next scene, we see Ciola entering their shelter. She was eating cookies. As soon as she managed to step away, Yanchun called her from behind. Ciola shuddered as soon as she heard his voice. She quickly turned around to see our guy. Yanchun asked where she had been all day. He said he wanted to go for a sightseeing walk with everyone. Embarrassed, lowering her gaze, Ciola apologized to him. No sooner had she done that, something shocking immediately became visible to her. Our guy was handing her the golden butterfly order. Shola asked him what it was, and Yanshun explained, nothing expensive. He took it especially for her because she has been holding up well lately. He told her that his hand hurt and asked her to take it from him. Ciola froze upon hearing this and asked her master if he was really giving it to her. Yunchun brought his hand closer to his own clothes and asked if she wanted it. Ciola instantly replied that she did. Our guy smiled as soon as he heard it. He helped her put the butterfly on her head. She asked if it suited her. Yangshun told her that she could take off the decoration if she didn't like it, and reminded her that it was not expensive. Before he could say anything else, Ciola approached closer and touched him with a kiss on the cheek. Our guy was stunned. He felt her lips touch his face. Viola stepped back a step after kissing him. With a bright smile on her face, she thanked Yunshun for the butterfly. In the next scene, we see the group leaving the house. Bia yawned and said she was very tired. While Ciola looked surprisingly energetic, she declared that they needed to watch the fight. She turned around and asked Yanshan as soon as possible. Our guy realized our girl was fully rested. And you see, I warn you, did you notice something strange about our guy? The boy, she asked him why his face was so red and asked if he was sick. Yanshan didn't know what to answer. Saying this, he kept thinking about the kiss, not understanding why it confused him so much. He asked Ciola not to worry about him, but our girl did not understand what was happening. We see a shift, and they lead us to another part of the sect. We see some men discussing the fact that Feng is going to participate. The man in green clothing was impressed upon hearing this. The man standing nearby told him that Feng did not participate last year. He recalled that Feng did not have the Sword Dragon title last year. He wondered if he would really participate in the tournament, and asked his friend if he knew the person who won the tournament last year. Someone approached them closer and said it was Yun Song. When the man realized he was right, he asked who this person was. Feng introduced himself as a third-generation disciple from Manhwa, and the men were stunned to see the genius sword dragon. Yunshun noticed Feng while he was talking to the man and could not understand what this guy was doing here. It seemed to him that he should be busy with preparations while he was talking to the men. But Feng noticed Yanshun. He called him Guklancer. He approached him and his group and asked if he was also going to watch the festival. Yanshun replied yes. Then he asked the sword dragon if he should not already be somewhere else. And he said that everyone should be busy with preparations. Smiling, Feng told Yanshun that they had almost finished everything. He assured that everything would be fine. While he was speaking, two disciples came out of the gates carrying a chair. Annoyed, one of them asked where everyone had run off to write something before the festival. The boy listened to the message from his friend. Everyone said that before the duels they do last-minute training. The boy replied that martial arts cannot be squeezed into a short time. Fang was a little embarrassed. With a nervous expression on his face, he told Yanchun that there was still some time before the duel started and asked if he wanted to inspect the duel arena. Yanchun immediately understood. Feng had only finished preparations related to the fight. The boy decided to follow him to the arena. The arena was quite large and well organized. Siola saw with surprise how big it was. Yanchun did not understand why she was so impressed when she had seen something of similar size at the Unified Dragon Assembly. Feng asked our guy if he was going to participate. Yanchun teased him by asking if he had lost his mind. Feng laughed and said it was a joke, then solemnly revealed, "Only students of Manhwa can participate in duels." Hearing this, Yanchun immediately wondered, would his sister also participate? And hoped that nothing bad would happen to her. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than Feng admitted he would fight exactly Yanchun's sister. Our guy was shaken with shock when he heard this. Bia stated that duels are a thrill, but Yanchun did not share her mood. He considered it a terrible situation. He knew perfectly well that his sister had no chance against Feng. Sword Dragon asked our guy to give him honest feedback after their duel. Yanchun did not even think about worrying about giving him feedback. While he was thinking, someone called everyone to move to the outskirts of the duel zone. He replied that the festival was about to start. Baya informed our guy it was time to move. Yanchun moved as soon as she realized she was speaking to him. He was gnawed by anxiety for his sister. He did not understand why anyone would put her against Feng at all, and he thought this was done deliberately to ruin her fate and set her up. Our guy felt that the situation was somehow unfair and strange. He could not believe that he was really worried about his sister. He firmly convinced himself he just did not want to watch her being broken and destroyed. While he was thinking this, someone announced, "The sect leader is already coming and will make an appearance now." At that moment, everyone turned their gaze to the empty arena. The sect leader said that it was a great honor for him to see everyone who comes to their little festival every year. No sooner had he spoken these words than plum blossoms burst into the air, and one of them settled on Siola. A multitude of plum blossoms gathered on the stage. They scattered across the space as if they had appeared out of thin air. From these plum blossoms emerged the sect leader and several disciples. The sect leader told everyone that he was sincerely grateful to them. As soon as this was said, the flowers flew apart in all directions, covering them with moving petals. The sect leader declared that he wanted to show them how diligently the children from Manhwa train. While he was speaking, Siola put a plum blossom in her mouth and began playing with it. Yanchun could not believe his own eyes. People thanked the sect leader for protecting Manhwa and thanked the disciples for taking care of them. In response, they immediately did as they were supposed to. The plum blossoms suddenly began to explode, but the one in Shola's mouth also exploded, and Yunchun froze in shock upon seeing this. The disciples of Manhwa infused energy into amazing birds and made them circle above the crowd. The sect leader announced that the tournament was starting right now, and the people immediately burst into joyful cheers. In the next scene, we see two disciples facing off in a duel with swords in their hands. One of the spectators said that this year everyone was burning with impatience. While the match was ongoing, in the frame, two disciples standing before Reincarnated. It was their first encounter with how Reincarnated holds a real sword. One of them explained, "Swords for duels are much lighter," and asked if she was ready. Ryan seemed to be stunned. She told the boys that she was ready and thanked them for their help. The boys were happy that Rayon thanked them sincerely. One of them asked if she was interested in learning about his highest secret technique. While they were talking, someone shouted, "Rangwa!" The boys' faces were terrible. They turned around and declared that they wanted to know which cursed kid called their single discipline by its name. Then they asked the person if they wanted to die. It turned out to be Yanchun. Our guy looked at them irritably as if they were trying to scare him, and he said that he was her brother. After Yanchun stunned them, he stepped closer to his sister and said that he had heard about her duel. He asked her to cancel it if the initiator was Sword Queen, and Yanchun assured her that he was not trying to diminish her skill. The boys he stunned got up and asked him not to decide for her. Yanchun reminded them that she was about to fight against Sword Dragon. He said the result was obvious, and Ryangwa revealed to him that it was she who requested the duel. She thanked her brother for his concern. She said she could no longer run away. After all, she owed a debt to the master, to the like-minded mentors, Bia, and to him himself. She turned to her brother and said she had already been helped too much, even though she did not consider herself worthy. She said she would try to repay the debt to everyone with her work, and Yanchun was even surprised to hear this. Her words truly moved the boys. Ryan, smiling, assured She did not care whether she won or lost. She told her brother that this would be her first fight she would not run away from. Later at night, we see a man step forward. He announces the next confrontation. The man says that the duel is quite special. The gold team consists of the best young martial arts masters in the future of Manhwa. This master is known as Sword Dragon. As soon as Fen heard his own name, he stepped forward. As soon as he appeared, everyone immediately began to shout joyfully and greet him. Feng's opponent is someone from the Silver Team, a direct disciple of Sword Queen and a second-generation student from Manhwa. This is Gu Rianhua. The girl stepped onto the stage and took a stance. Standing on the stage, Ryan wondered when exactly her brother first truly got angry at her. At first, she even felt anger towards her brother. Later, she began to fear his constant anger and could not stop hating him. The fear that was born with her brother grew further until she began to feel that she hated the whole world. She ran away from everyone. Eventually, she met her master, the only person beside whom she felt calm in this world. But when she looked back at herself, still full of anxiety, a thought flashed in her mind. Is this really the scar that her brother left on her? She suddenly realized maybe she just learned weakness faster than other children. Having just figured out her problem, Triangua made a decision. Even if she did not like her brother and her own family, she would no longer run away from them. She lunged at Fume. Sword Dragon effortlessly parried her strikes. When she clashed swords with him, Ryan realized that he was strong. Now she finally understood why he was Sword Dragon. She enveloped her sword with energy, and sharply with a lunge, she swung it into foam. Her strike caused a small explosion. Fun managed to block the attack, but he was pushed back. Rianhua instantly closed the distance. In the room, she accelerated her attacks. As soon as she swung the sword, plum petals scattered everywhere, but Fun blocked each of her attacks every time. He smiled and told her that she was not bad at all. The girl took a stance and sharply increased the speed of her strikes. With a smile on his face, Fun said, "The flower planted by the Sword Queen bloomed wildly fiercely." He rushed at her and declared that her sword was predictable, no matter how impressive it looked. He dodged her attack and told her that her movements were like choreography, with no room for improvisation. No sooner had he said this than he immediately closed in on her waist. Rianhua was stunned to see him so close to her. Fun quietly explained to her that at this moment she dies. Instead of ending the fight, he pressed his shoulder against her and asked, "Don't sway, don't flinch." He wrapped his sword in energy and told Rianhua that he knew she still had something to show. He wanted to see what lay beyond the limits of her full potential. He asked Rianhua what exactly should make everything bloom at this festival. As soon as he said this, he flashed his radiant sword saber toward her with a lightning-fast movement. People were impressed by the skill they saw. They had no idea that Rianhua would turn out to be so skilled. While Yanchun was looking at his sister, he suddenly realized she had grown up. He understood that she had already been freed from the chains. He was happy to see this. He was pleased that today he finally saw something truly meaningful. And now he realized his sister was right, not thinking only about victory. Having made a turn after seeing exactly what he wanted, he returned back. Bia asked where he was going. Yanchun replied that he just realized he had matters to attend to, and he asked her to tell his sister that she did well. In the next scene, we see Yanchun rushing forward somewhere. Since everyone's attention was focused on the festival, our guy decided to check something. He set off for the hideout of Heiljig. Manhwa found this place, but our guy wanted to see everything with his own eyes before Miriam Alliance arrived there. He looked around to make sure they were not there yet, and with relief he saw that they really were not there. Yanchun told himself that he would manage to return before the finals. He decided to quickly inspect the cave. He ignited a fire with his energy and went inside. He was quite surprised that sword notches were visible everywhere. He wondered if Manhwa had fought those who still remained, and he heard that the sect was only clearing out bodies inside the cave. Yanchun could not understand what exactly Dark Knight Pele's desired in such a place. While he was looking around, he suddenly felt something wrong. He noticed a jug from which demonic energy was leaking, and immediately realized he had come to the right place. He pulled aside the curtain and found himself at the spot. In the last room, he felt the strongest demonic energy here, and all because he knew about Dark Knight Palace. This guy already suspected. In such places, they always arrange a secret room. He approached the throne of Helgik and looked around. He knew there had to be a place where he could especially clearly feel the demonic energy. The device hiding the room is usually concealed in a cunning place. While Yanchun was looking around, he noticed something strange on the armrest. He just had to press it, and everything happened. The throne slid back and revealed stairs leading to another place. Yanchun could not believe his own eyes. He even had a thought that these people were simply stupid, but it did not matter. It worked to his advantage. He went down the stairs. As soon as he was downstairs, his gaze fell on a puddle filled to the brim with blood. Our guy flared up with rage. He saw the bodies of the missing MANHWA students. Yanshun could not comprehend how this bastard could have turned this place into a bloody pond. He had no idea why Dark Knight Palace committed such a terrible atrocity. In the middle of this bloody puddle, he noticed a flower and pondered. Could it be that Dark Knight Palace did all this just for it? Yanshin did not take his eyes off it, trying to understand what kind of flower it was. While he was examining the flower, he noticed something suspicious. He pulled the body out of the bloody puddle. He immediately realized this martial master was not from Manhwa. He determined that the man had died very recently. Thanks to the logo on his clothes, Yanshun was able to conclude that he belonged to Muram Alliance. Now he understood Muram Alliance had already been here. While he was still looking at the body, something suddenly flew straight at him. Yunchan quickly ducked his head to manage to dodge the dagger. The dagger rang out as it struck a stone right in front of him. Someone approved Yanchun for his excellent reaction. Yanchun instantly turned around and saw a man wearing a mask sitting on the stairs. He said that now he understood why Haljik lost. Yunshun asked the man if he was a servant of the Dark Knight Palace. He did not expect to be called a servant. Instead, he called Yunshun a rude kid. Looking at his red cloak and short stature, the man was able to guess who he was. Yunshun did not expect that the Dark Knight Palace knew his identity. The masked man stood up and told Yanshun that he was one of his targets. He did not expect that our guy would come to him willingly, and he stated supposedly it was even convenient. Yungshun immediately took a combat stance. The man began by saying that he wanted to make him an offer. He explained that the palace wanted to keep him alive, so he asked him to agree and follow him voluntarily. Our guy released his power and replied that he should not talk nonsense. He reminded him that he had just tried to kill him. To this, the man responded he did not know it was him. Yungshan advised him to put more effort into his lies. He asked what if the man really intended to fight, let him go against him. The man grimaced irritably. Seeing that Yanshun was smart, he drew his blades and introduced himself as a protective demon. Yanshun asked him why he was even introducing himself. The protective demon rushed at our guy with insane speed. He said he introduced himself because he was kind. Then he told Yanshun that it would be better for him to know who killed him. As soon as he said this, our guy saw his blade right before his eyes. He was shocked how fast he moved. Before the blade could touch his eye, he unleashed his fire on the repelling demon. Unfortunately for him, the demon managed to dodge his attack, and in a moment was behind him as if he disappeared and reappeared. Yanshun quickly turned around. He remembered that the exit was too far away, and he really wanted to escape. He did not believe he could defeat this man. The Negator demon appeared right above him. He lunged forward, closing the distance to 0. He swung his blades with insane speed and struck at Yanshun's side. Our guy had to instantly duck his head to manage to dodge. The Negator demon told him that his blades were smaller than Haljek's own. He asked why our guy was running away. Yanshun ground his teeth in anger. He knew. If he had more inner energy, he would have handled this man. He quickly jumped up to avoid the Negator demon's blade strike. The man raised his head and said he couldn't believe Haljek lost to some weakling like him. He declared that Haljek deserved death. He said this immediately, then swung his blades at our guy. Yunshun covered himself with his hands to block the attack, but he was still pushed back. He fell into a pool of blood. Loss of consciousness was nearby, but someone whispered in his ear. When he came to, he saw he had again gotten into new trouble. Yunshun was stunned when he heard that voice. It was Chio's voice. The guy raised a sword with his hand from one of the Manhwa students' corpses. Chiu said he hoped heaven would notice how hard he worked, even after death, and ordered Yanshun to get up and try again. While Yanshun was talking with Chol, the warding demon looked around, searching for him. He ordered our guy to go outside and said he had to finish everything to return home. He told Yanshun that his skills were incredible and did not expect him to block the attack. He added that he didn't like dragging out the killing so long. As soon as he said this, the warding demon noticed bubbles starting to appear in the pool of blood. He was sure Yanshun was there and promised to finish everything with one strike. He barely had time to swing his sword when a powerful blow struck him. The guardian demon managed to parry it with his blade, and the explosive wave scattered the surrounding blood. Seeing this, the guardian demon was stunned. Yunshun landed and, throwing his sword over his back, sharply assumed a stance, and the blood that splattered from the strike, with a different tone in his voice, flowed downward again. Our guy reminded this man of what he himself said. He needs to know for whom he is really dying. The guardian demon stiffened upon seeing Yunchun with a sword. He did not believe that our guy was even capable of using it. He did not understand why he was not informed of this. He was told that Yunchun fights with fists, and he questioned our guy where the ability to perform the just used attack came from. With a serious, drawn face, our guy told the man that he is Shinchio. As soon as these words left his lips, he turned around and rushed forward, swinging the sword at the guardian demon. The attack tore off his mask and revealed his face. The guardian demon did not even have time to react to the attack. Kyo turned around and called the man a child. It turned out that Kyo had taken control of Yanchuan's body. The guardian demon became insanely furious at Chio's attack. He lunged at him with rage. Kyo effortlessly parried every strike. The guardian demon mockingly called him a freak. He promised to tear off his limbs and feed them to the beasts. Chio did not flinch at all from these words. The guardian demon jumped up and gathered energy in the air. He began spinning wildly, his body and blades moving at a crazy speed. Chio quickly took a stance. He said that a head full of anger clouds the heart, and this is reflected in his blade. He stepped on forward and changed his stance. He asked Yongchun to look closely. He said, "A true master can shake the heavens without expending as much ki as he does." He raised his sword and intercepted the man's attack with a technique called the first sword of plum blossom. As soon as their blades touched, Chio's sword released a giant energy of plum blossom. The intercessor demon was stunned upon seeing this. Yongchun could not believe his own eyes. He watched as the petals of plum blossoms fell and swirled around him. The body of Chio appeared behind Yongchun. He was gripping our boy's hand, guiding the movements of his sword. The old man told Yongchun that the fist and the sword are not so different. And he added, he thought he would have understood this long ago himself because he truly has talent. He did not expect him to get stuck on this for so long. He talked to Yanchun and said that he was slow, at least for someone who returned through time. Our guy froze in shock. He asked, "Repeat what you just said." Holding Yanchuan's hand, Xiu revealed to him the beast that lived within him had already swallowed him. He told our guy that he can see a lot thanks to this. He even saw what Yanchun could not tell him. Our guy did not know what to answer. Shield told him he has many questions to ask, but now is not the time. He explained, "You need to focus and feel it right now." Immediately he said this. He took our boy's hand and sent the man flying. Yunchun told Chio that he is not a fencer. The protective demon was able to stop in time before it could hit anything. He got even angrier and asked our boy to explain why he didn't do it from the very beginning. He raised the blades and took a stance. He told Yunshun that fighting is now even more fun and that he doesn't care whether he is a fencer or not. As soon as he said this, he rushed at him. Chiul asked our boy to explain why the Manhwa disciples train their bodies to be physically strong. He said they do it to complete their bowl. Immediately after he said this, the guardian demon appeared before our boy and he swung his blades at Chun. Chio explained to him that a full bowl can effortlessly give the maximum result with minimal chi. As soon as he said this, he returned Yongchun his body. The boy blocked the guardian demon's attack with a sword. He gripped the sword hilt tighter and immediately felt the body became incredibly heavy. Kyo told him that the reason is that he is engaging muscles that he usually does not use. Immediately he said this and again took control of his own body. He told Yongchun that there was no need for despair for the plum petals to bloom, but one should simply allow them to appear naturally, relying on their skill. No sooner had he said this, he slashed the man's arm with a sword, and plum petals burst from the blade. The strike severed the right arm of the warning demon. The man froze in shock, seeing what had happened. He became even angrier and began to attack faster. Chio had to fend off these assaults with the body of our guy, but our guy still felt pain from forcibly holding the blow. Chiyu asked if it was terrible to defend without using chi. Yunchun ordered the old man to give him his body if the fight was going to drag on. Shio asked our guy to stop acting arrogantly. He pushed the guardian demon back with his sword. The guardian demon quickly launched another attack. Chu blocked his strikes effortlessly, but Yanchun still felt pain from taking them on himself. Chu told our guy that he knew. He had been too lax in his past life. He told him that without his chi, he was nobody. He also added that the common problem of users of demonic martial arts was that they lacked fundamentals. Our guy replied that he understood everything and asked Chio, "Now focus on this man." Sola appeared behind him and asked if he would now train his own body. Yanchun said yes. Then Sola boldly asked if he would behave arrogantly again just because he had a little chi. Our guy assured him he would never again rely excessively on his chi. Chio smiled and said that was good. He addressed Yanshun. Because of his furious beating, the guardian demon had already lost too much blood. He assured our guy that he was now capable of defeating the tired man and asked if he wanted their opponent to finish him off. Yanshun was not interested in this offer. He reminded himself not to overdo it with the cheese. He unclenched his fingers and released the sword, and took a stance. He asked Ciola to watch closely. He said he did not know how much he saw in his past life, but he never ignored the basics. Even when he did not use demonic martial arts, Chiu asked, "Show what you are capable of." The guardian demon lifted its head and roared. He called Yunchun a cheeky fellow and told him he would kill him. Immediately he said this. He drew his blade and swung at Yunchun. Our guy dodged the attack by ducking his head. The guardian demon was not done with him yet. It was making its strikes faster. Yunchun was able to dodge them, but he was still pushed back. When the man swung the blade again, he was getting closer to our guy. Yanshun clenched his fist. Chio reminded him, an enemy who has lost self-control can be defeated with less force than previously required. Yanshun convinced himself that he could achieve the maximum with minimal chi, so he focused energy on his fists. The blow landed right in the chest. He took the heavy impact, and the attack unfolded in him as heat. He took a deep breath and told himself that minimal chi can give maximum effect. After this, he delivered such a jab victory that the opponent flew away. The blade fell from his hand. Yanshun instantly gathered energy in his fist. The guardian demon turned to him right in the air and, unable to hold back, called him a basilisk. Before Yanshun could say a word, Yunshun rushed at him with the energy he had gathered. The strike was sharp, precise, and without unnecessary movements. The energy flared up and burned the guardian demon in the air. Just as Yanshun had not yet landed on the ground, something inside him activated. The inner energy of the guardian demon burst out of his body and headed towards Yanchuan. It entered his body through the back. Our guy clenched his teeth tightly to endure the pain. He realized that the art of absorption from the demon's well was again starting to behave improperly. The repelling demon's energy was transferring into his core. A large mass of powerful chi covered him, and Yanshun felt as if his energy core was about to explode. The pain was extremely severe, but Yanshun still forced himself to break through it. He knew if he lost concentration now, he would faint. Chul snorted as soon as he saw Yanshun writhing in pain. He said that he must cope with this, at least with what he had passed on to him, and he asked if Yanshun wanted everything laid out, spoon by spoon. Our guy recoiled in surprise at Chiol's voice. He clenched his fist and tried to recall the sensations he had before. He held his breath so that he wouldn't explode outward. He gathered the trembling or together into one single point. He brought it closer to his heart and drove this force straight into the central energy core. As soon as this happened, the energy around him began to subside. Yunchun forcibly gathered it together and pushed it into his body. Having finished, he began to breathe heavily. When he looked at his hand, he saw the energy flows evenly, and he could not believe that he had really succeeded. He realized that he had reached the pinnacle of the martial arts realm. He felt that his energy was hot, but it was not painful, as if it had been his own from the very beginning. This was a moment of growth for Chun. It was something he had not often experienced in his past life. He always broke through the limit by pouring into himself a simply ridiculous amount of demonic energy. He thought he was doing it with his own skills. While he was lost in thought, Xiu called him and asked how much longer he was going to marinate in memories for. He appeared nearby in his small form and asked Yanshun to look ahead. He asked if Yanshun was going to do something with the flower on the cliff. Yanshun wondered why the Dark Knight Palace was growing such a flower. He knew the palace was planning something big as they were ready to sacrifice so many battle masters. Our Blondie was sure this was some kind of evil treachery. The flower emitted a disgusting energy. He realized that they could only get this flower from the demonic realm. Ciola stated that he did not feel any disgusting aura from this flower. Yunshun was surprised by this. He told the old man that it was obvious anyway. Chol replied, not everyone is given to feel the aura he is talking about. Yanshan asked what they should do next. He asked him if it was worth taking the flower back to MANHUA. Siyu explained, MANHUA will definitely interrogate where they got it. He suggested that the current sect leader might have actually planted this flower in his own garden. Yanshun immediately understood that Sul was right. He asked what they should do with that flower, said that burning it was a waste, and Chio advised our guy to eat it and turn it into his own power. Yanshun was stunned upon hearing this. He asked if he knew what he was saying. He asked if he could not feel the chaotic energy inside the flower. He said he could not just take something that concerns MANHUA so much. Chio called him a fool. He reminded him that he himself said everything was already decided, and then asked why Yuanchun was still worrying about such things. He advised Yuanchun not to hide behind guilt or his pathetic morals, just to delay the moment of hesitation. He believed that Chun knew perfectly well the best way to atone for those who have fallen so far. He asked him to focus on building his own strength, regardless of the method. Yunchun could not argue with Chio. He knew he was right and said he understood. He plucked the red flower that glowed with fire. He repeated to himself, Kiol is right. After all, he has already decided not to regret the past. Our guy no longer hesitated. He shoved the flower into his mouth, and he swallowed her. When the flower touched his energy core, Yangchun felt an incredible, completely senseless pain in his own body. His veins bulged. He felt Taoist energy, internal energy, and demonic energy in the flower, and could not believe that such a sticky, chaotic cluster of chi was gathered in just one flower. He was sure this flower was not created for an ordinary martial arts master. He gathered energy in his palms and his flame flared violet. Our guy noticed. His fire burns with a shade of Taoist energy. He felt the flower's resistance weakening. The fire in his palm began to slowly fade. When he was completely gone, Yunchen placed his hand on his chest. We noticed something shocking. Chio also noticed the same thing. In the core of Yanchuan, now 5 wheels were spinning around him. His Arcu Flame Whale had already reached the 5th star. Our guy was happy to see this. A little later, we see Yunchun running inside the forest. Although he was happy about his progress, he did not want to be late. He knew he had little time left. He already knew the ceremony was coming to an end, so he jumped onto the trees and climbed out of that area, and also noticed that the sun was already rising. Before going inside, Yunchun washed the blood off himself and burned the soiled clothes. Our guy knew the missing martial masters would sooner or later be discovered by the Murium Alliance or the Manhwa sect, because his work was done. Then our guy decided to rest. He just wanted to sleep now, so that tomorrow he could gather himself and set off. When Yanchun opened the door to his room, he saw Bai Yao waking up from bed. Our guy had completely forgotten about her. Chiul asked him if there had been any progress with the girls while he was away. Yanshun got irritated. He asked Chiul to explain exactly what he meant by progress, and immediately heard, Baya told our guy that she smells blood. She asked him why he was so late and reminded him. He said he would be back soon. Yongchun told her he had matters to settle. He sniffed his own clothes to see if the smell of blood still lingered. He was sure he had burned that smell away with heat. Baya informed him that Ryonwa lost her match. Our guy was not surprised to hear this. He thought it was as it should be. After all, she fights against the sword dragon. Bia said that Ryan seemed to be satisfied, as if she was having fun even though she lost. She said, I have never seen Ryonwa so happy. Yongshun really wasn't too worried. He was focused on his own body. Baya swam closer to him, and she hugged him in response, holding him tightly to herself. Our guy did not expect this at all. He reminded her that she just said, it seems like he smells of blood, and asked if she wasn't going to ask at all where he had been. Bia carefully sniffed Yongchun. She told him that for now she wouldn't interrogate him. She asked him to just stay like that for a while. Yanchun accepted her request. Sayo looked at this irritably. He called Yanchun a lustful braggart who flirts every time he gets the chance. The guy didn't know what to answer. The scene abruptly changes, and we are thrown back into the cave. We see 2 officials of the Allianz Muram entering an underground secret room. There they find the bodies of their missing members in a pool of blood. One of them asks what the kidnappers are trying to achieve here. The elder advises him not to try to understand it. He says he is unable to comprehend what these unorthodox activities are about. He immediately cut him off, and the man noticed something shocking. He ordered the junior to move back and report the situation personally. He said he would add more details later. The junior was surprised to hear this. He accepted the order and wished the man good luck. He instantly jumped out of the cave. As soon as the junior left, the man turned back to the corpse before him. He recognized the scar on the dead man's face. He knew it was a guardian demon. He recalled that the guardian demon was ordered to extract essence from Manhwa. He was troubled by how such a guardian demon ended up in a place where everything was so harsh and brittle. He quickly addressed the entity, saw that it had disappeared, and wondered who took the flower. As soon as this thought flashed through him, the spy noticed residual heat and burn marks on the body of the scare demon. He realized the guardian demon was eliminated by the same person who destroyed Hyeljik. He placed his palm on the body of the guardian demon to feel its energy, and immediately saw that the man's heavenly chi had completely vanished. He could not comprehend how this happened. The condition was really bad. The man said he needed to return immediately and immediately report to the master of the Dark Knight's palace. In the next scene, we see Yanshun training in the mountains. He took a stance and covered his fist with energy, then sharply thrust his fist forward, Lord, and released a colossal amount of fire. Its flames burned everything in front of him and cleared the space around. The ground was entirely in flames. Shkol asked Yanshan if he was already so happy to have reached the peak of the kingdom and received the 5th star. The boy replied that he was simply drawn by curiosity. Shul asked him if they could finally talk normally. As soon as Yanshun heard this, his nerves buzzed all over his body. Shul said he had too many questions for him, but for now he would limit himself to just one. Let the boy tell who the heavenly demon is. Yunshan asked if he really wanted to know about her. The old man replied that he did. He explained to the boy, he has many hidden memories, and among them, those related to the heavenly demon are impossible to retrieve. Shul will ask the boy to tell where the heavenly demon came from, how she came to this world. The scene abruptly switches to the past. We see a huge crack opening in the sky. Everyone on the ground instantly raises their heads upwards. Someone closer to the rift whispered that a person was coming out of the gate leading to the demon world. Yongshun and everyone nearby fell silent upon hearing this. Our guy could not believe his own eyes. He saw a young woman in black slowly descending and touching the ground. As soon as her feet touched the soil, the martial arts masters drew their swords. Their leader asked the woman to identify herself. The woman raised her hand and covered it with dark energy. She introduced herself as a heavenly demon. As soon as she said this, she unleashed energy toward the martial arts masters. Her strike so severely damaged the place that the entire arena trembled. Shio felt something was wrong. How did a heavenly demon even appear? And from the gate in the very heart of the tournament. With a worried expression, Yunshan called out to the old man. He asked if in his past life he had not seen what was done to Mount Huashan. And also, why now he asked specifically about the heavenly demon and not about the massacre that happened on Mount Huashan. With a terrifying gleam in his eyes, Kyo asked our guy if he wanted him to start showing his anger. The guy assured him that he had not forgotten what was done. He explained to Yanshun that he simply does not dwell on it because he understands how he himself felt and understands his furious rage toward Manhwa for not being able to protect his sister. He advised Yanshun to focus on the future. He emphasized that he already knows what he must do. Yanshun fully understood Kyo's words. He told him he definitely knows what he has to do. He gathered all his energy in his palms, and clenching his fist, he declared that he needs to stop the heavenly demon. In the next scene, we see Yunshun walking somewhere, and as he walks, he notices a woman. It turns out to be Queen Sword. The woman turns around and asks our guy if he is returning from training. She informed him that his servants reported to her the preparations are complete, and she suggested they go down to the carriages together. Yunshun bowed low and accepted her request. Next to the carriages, we see several disciples crying, addressing Ryangwa. They ask her to eat well and not to forget about them. The disciples told her they would not forget her smile at the Manhwa festival. Ryanwa was grinding her teeth in anger. She told the men that she cannot forget their terrible faces. Yanshun, meanwhile, wonders what these people are doing here. As soon as this thought flashed in his mind, he remembered something and asked the sword-wielding queen to allow him to use the favor she owed him. The sword-wielding queen asked him if he had already come up with something. Our guy told her that he wants her to side with him for a short time. The scene switches, and we see the sect leader, Fun, and his senior disciple. The old man addressed Yanshun and said he hopes that he returns home safely, despite everything that has already happened. Our guy called the sect leader and bowed, and he asked if everything was all right. Yanshun admitted, before leaving, he has something important he wants to obtain. So he asked the sect leader if he could make him an honorary disciple of Manhwa. The old man did not expect to hear that. He asked our guy if the reason was the energy living inside him. Yanshun told him he was right. Then he explained to him that he needed a reason to have such energy. The sect leader gently ran his fingers through his beard. He told our guy that there would be no trouble here. He could give this title without difficulty. And he added that he was worried about only one thing. He could not teach how exactly to use it. Queen Sword placed her hand on Yanshuan's shoulder and told the sect leader that everything would be fine. She said both she and the sect owed Yanshuan a lot. The old man could not deny this fact. He told our guy that he could call himself an honorary student of Manhwa. Yanshun thanked him for the title. The sect leader threw a sack into his hands and said he would give what the second elder asked from him. He added, if it were really important, he would have kept it for himself, but he returns it because it is worthless. After the conversation with the sect leader Yanshun and their entire group got into their carriages. The cult leader asked them to stay safe. Feng addressed our guy with a demand. Next time they sulked again. Yunshun looked at the sack in the carriage and could not believe it. He had gotten some strange artifact again. While he was examining it, Siola peeked out the window and said it was so cool everywhere. Baya replied to her, "Summer is already coming to an end." Yanshun put away the bag and looked outside the window. He thought about how much had happened to him during this journey. He was possessed by Shinshio, and he fought with Hyljik and with the demon guardian. He did not even think that it was destined for him to heal Sword Queen. However, the most shocking thing for him was the acquaintance with Jaegal Hyuk. He looked at the boy and his grandfather, and he was troubled by the question of what had happened to this boy. He still could not believe that Hyuk was mute. He looked completely different from how he remembered him from his past life. The Divine Doctor and his grandson joined Yanshang on the way home, because the Gu clan had their own matters waiting for them. The boy had no idea whether it would be okay to bring them into his own clan. He thought that it might actually be better that way. Now he could do nothing with Hyuk, so let the boy stay close. It would be calmer that way. If Hyuk was closer, the boy could take care of him without unnecessary difficulties. He sighed heavily when he thought about how much longer their journey would stretch. In autumn, the group arrived in Shanxi. When they approached the clan gate, they saw the clan head was waiting for them outside. Ryomva got down from the carriage and immediately moved closer to her father. She nervously stared into her father's eyes. She passed by him and said nothing. As soon as she managed to walk away, the clan head met her back. Ryonva was shocked to hear this. She smiled softly and moved forward. When his daughter went inside, Yongchun and Baya came to greet him. The clan head told his son that he had read his letter and added, "A lot has happened." He returned to Bei and asked Yongchun, who was standing nearby. Bai greeted the clan head. She took a seat with a radiant smile and introduced herself. Namgun Bi from the Namgun clan. She informed the clan leader that she was accompanying his son, thanks to his hospitality. Yongchun was shocked. She behaved as if everything was really fine. He did not know how to react. They all rolled their eyes and asked if this was the same girl who drooled in her sleep. And their guy replied that he had never seen her use her brains even once. The clan leader introduced himself, Guchilin. He told the girl that he had heard about her. Then he admitted to her that the Namgun clan was looking for her. He also promised to contact them, and furthermore, to buy Abu from her head, and thanked her for her kindness. Before Yongchun left, the clan informed him a guest was waiting for him. He said that the guest had arrived 10 days ago and asked his son to take him to the guest rooms. Yongchun was surprised to hear that they already had a guest. Finally, he realized that he was not expecting anyone. He was gnawed by the question of who had come to visit him. While he was pondering, Siola told Bia that she used to look just super cool. The clan moved forward and greeted the Divine Doctor. He told him that a lot of time had passed since he last saw him. Elder Tay said that years had passed since he last saw him. Killen turned to Sword Queen and greeted her. He said they had not seen each other for a long time. And at that moment, the woman glared at him angrily. In the next scene, Chun enters his room. He decided to change clothes here before meeting the guest. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he noticed dirt on the mat. The girl's face was flushed, and she was drooling right onto the mat. She muttered that the boys' rooms were well lit and warm, as if he was lying next to her, and hoped that he would return as soon as possible. As soon as she said this, she immediately opened her eyes and saw how Yunshun was staring at her intently. The girl jumped to her feet and screamed. She was extremely embarrassed. Our guy did not know how to react to this scene. He slowly left his room to escape this awkward situation. A little later, we see Yanchun and Soil sitting together. Yongchun, with a nervous expression on his face, asked her why she came to his clan. Soil replied to him that before giving an answer, she had to say something. She slammed her palms on the table and declared to Yanchun that his name was not Gujuleop. After that, she asked what exactly was going on. Our guy understood. The girl had already learned the truth. When Soil first arrived at the clan, she said she came to see Juliop. She sat in the room with a bright smile and was sure she would see Yongchun now. Juliop entered the room and greeted her with a bright smile on his face. He introduced himself and said he heard that she wanted to see him. Soil was stunned to see the boy she wanted to meet. She did not understand what was happening. Soil asked the boy to say who he was. Juliop was shocked to hear this. After all, he thought she already knew him. Soil could not believe that this boy had a completely different name. She asked why he had not told her his name. Yanshin replied that he had his reasons and apologized to her. He realized that he should have invented a false name. He asked the girl why she had come to Shaanxi, so I understood that she had not yet told him her reason. The girl replied that obviously she had come there only because she wanted to see him. Immediately after saying this, the girl embarrassedly realized she had made a mistake, shook her head, and told Yanshun that she had something else to tell him. Yanshun nervously asked her to tell him exactly what she wanted to say. Soil reached under her clothes and took out a document. She explained to Yanshun that the time of the Dragon and Phoenix gathering was drawing closer. She gently blushed and asked if he would like to accompany her there. Our boy was surprised when he received an invitation to the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. Dragon within the Dragon and Phoenix gathering is a tournament of orthodox martial arts, where the most talented compete, where the Muram Alliance calls promising young martial arts masters and disciples from each of the sects. Nowadays, the event has turned into a stage of vanity where they hand out cool titles. Yanshun remembered hearing that the last gathering was full of monsters. It was at this gathering that Tan Soil won the title Poisonous Spike. The girl hoped that Yanshun would accept her invitation. In his previous life, Yanshun was too shy to join the event. He avoided it until he became the true heir of his clan. He told Soil that he was not sure if he would participate and that he simply could not answer her right now. Hearing this, the girl became upset. Yanshun asked Soil if there was anything else she wanted to tell him. Soil replied, nothing more. The boy could not believe that she had come all the way from Sichuan to tell him this. He did not understand why she acted that way. She appeared right in front of him and asked if he really did not understand. And the old man was fiercely annoyed that Yanshun was so clueless. He revealed the truth to Yanshun. Soil came only because she liked him. Yanshun was shocked by these words. Sheol said he did not understand why so many girls fell for a boy who looked like a praying mantis. And Yanshun could hardly believe his own ears. He wanted to find out why she loved him at all. In this life, in the previous one, he never truly got close to a girl. Yanshun recalled all the moments when he had encountered this girl. He suddenly realized she blushed every time she was near him. So now it was clear. Soil had an unrequited love for him. Yanshun decided to approach and talk to her directly. He called out to the girl. The girl quickly responded to him. He said he was interested in something specific, and Siola asked what exactly he was doing. Then he instantly understood. Our boy wanted to get an answer from her. He ordered him to stop, called him a helpless idiot, and begged him to cease. Yanshun asked the girl if she loved him. He immediately asked this question. Baya opened the door and entered the room. They both quickly turned to her. Bia apologized to them. She asked if they were still talking. Yanshun told her that it should be so. He asked her to leave, so I will apologize to him, and asked if he could give them some time alone. Our guy was surprised by these words. He asked her what she meant. Sheol called him an idiot. He asked if he couldn't feel the mood in the air. Yanshun told him that he would survive only if he shut up and left. Soil seemed extremely hostile to her friend. When Yanshun understood the situation, he decided to leave. He smiled and told Bia that that was all. He would no longer speak with Soil. He stood up and informed Soil that he would let her know about the offer. Soil thanked him. Yanshun quickly ran out. The mood was too tense for him. Bayan approached her friend. Soil told her that she wanted to talk. When Bio sat down, Soil confessed to her that she had heard about her engagement to Yungchun, but she asked her friend if she had any role in resolving this. Bia replied that she did not. She said that she feels, in fact, this is good. Soil looked fiercely at her friend. Clenching her fist, she told Bia that she would ask her a question she had asked before. Soil asked the girl if she loves Yaochun. Bia replied that she was not sure. She said she does not know what love is. At the same time, she wants our boy to stay close. She smiled brightly and said that the only thing she is sure of is exactly that. Soil was impressed to see a bright smile on her friend's face. She did not like what she heard. She felt betrayed and did not understand why Baya and Yanshan had to get engaged. She wished she had asked to get engaged with the Gu clan earlier. While the girl was thinking about this, Bia apologized to her, and Soil shuddered upon hearing these words. She asked her what she was apologizing for. Baya reminded her friend that she used to like Yanshun. Soil said that she is the one who should apologize. She added that she should not interfere in matters already resolved by their clans. Bayan, pay attention to the document on the table. She asked her friend what it was, and Soil confessed to her that it was an invitation to the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. She said she asked Yunchun to go with her, saying our guy might refuse. Bia replied to her that it was not a problem. She said she was going to go. She smiled gently and told her friend, she will go if Yanchun goes. She added that everything would be fine. Bia's skin shimmered brightly as she smiled. Dazzling light burst from her body. Soul was blinded by this glow. She did not understand what had happened between her friend and our guy. She could not believe that Bia, who always hated going to this event, decided to go voluntarily. The girl wondered if it was the power of love. It seemed to her as if she had completely lost herself. She raised the cup and slowly sipped her tea. Bia told her friend that she had something to share and confessed to Soil maybe she was carrying Yanchuan's child. The girl spat out the tea as soon as she heard this. She coughed loudly. Bia asked her if she was okay. Soil took the microphone and asked her friend to repeat what was said. As soon as it sounded, Bea gently blushed. Behind the door of the room, we see Yanchun walking somewhere further, and our guys suddenly stop. They sharply turn around. Sheol asked if something was wrong. Our guy replied that nothing was wrong and told the old man that for some reason he had a creepy premonition. He hoped the girls were not talking about something strange. Sol asked her friend if she was really carrying Yanchun's child. Bia gently touched her belly and said that they slept together in the Manhwa sect and held each other's hands, and explained that the child might have been conceived then. Sol could not believe what she heard. She had no idea their relationship would go that far. As soon as this thought flashed in her head, the girl suddenly realized something important. She asked Bia to tell her what happened next, after they held hands. Bia clarified what exactly she meant, and Soil asked if they did nothing more. The girl realized that her friend had no clue about such things at all. She pulled out a chair and told Bia that she was going to share something with her for her own good. She explained that babies are not born that way. Bia was shocked to hear this. She asked Soil to tell her how exactly they come into the world. Her friend asked her to listen carefully. She poked her finger at the girl who noticed nothing and began to explain how babies are born. Bayard could not believe what she heard. She was completely confused. Sometime later, we see Bia coming out of the cells. Yanchun was standing outside and asked the girl what had kept her so long. He noticed that Bia looked tired and asked what had happened. Then he reached out his hand and asked if she was okay. Bia's face instantly flushed red as soon as she saw his hand. She sharply turned around and ran off. Yanchun called for her to wait and asked her to say where she was going. He did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him as if he had accidentally done something wrong to her. The scene changes, and we are taken to the clan leader's office. We see Sword Queen entering his office. Keelun asks Sword Queen to sit down because he wants to ask her a few questions. The woman asked him not to worry. She said she would leave as soon as she was ready. She called the clan leader Squad Commander. Later, Keelun asked her to address him by the proper title. He noted that they had not seen each other for too long, so it was not the time to engage in such games. The Queen of Swords replied that she would call him Squad Commander if he wanted to inquire about what happened in the demon realm that very day. Today, Keelun was surprised to hear this. He released his energy. Fire covered his entire body. He asked Queen Sword if she had forgotten their promise. The woman responded with a counter question. Was there a problem? She reminded him that she had only promised not to ask about Chunhei, but that did not apply to the demon realm. With a frightened and wary look, the clan leader asked the Queen of Swords if she thought such tactics would work on him. She firmly assured him she was not joking. She spoke about the squad of mature dragons created by the Murim Alliance to protect civilians from the dangers of the demon realm, and she said she would never treat this topic lightly, especially when it concerned children who once followed him as their commander. Queen Sword asked Keelan to tell what exactly he saw in the demon realm that day. She asked him to explain what caused the members of his squad who entered the demon realm to start killing each other, and those who survived began to tremble with fear, not only before him, but also in their own lives. Hearing this question, Shiolan immediately withdrew his energy. Then he asked her if she would believe that he saw the same thing she did. Sword Queen clearly recalled what she had seen. She saw a huge twisted tree with purple flame light on the leaves when she set out to the demon realm to search for Chunhee. Sword Queen remembered how just looking at the tree, chaotic energy surged into her body. Its aura and spells did not even allow her to speak of its existence. The woman had no idea that Keolan saw the same thing as she did. The clan leader told her that he would no longer touch on this topic because she had also experienced the same danger. And he added, everyone who saw it went mad. He explained to her that everyone entered the demon realm by order of the Supreme Sword, who was then the leader of the Alayans, and that Sword Queen was the only one who did not go because she was sick at the time. Shiolun informed Sword Queen that they were simply following the orders of the Supreme Sword. He reminded her that Hyagan claimed the end of the demon realm would save the world. Sword Queen ground her teeth upon hearing this and declared that it was all a complete lie. She reminded Keolan of what they heard from the Supreme Sword when he disbanded the squad of mature dragons and resigned as leader of the Alayans. Hyagon told them that he planned to find a way to revive his daughter precisely in the demon realm. Sword Queen was stunned by what she heard, and Shielan, it seemed, was not surprised at all. Sword Queen told the clan leader that she spoke again with Hyagon while they were traveling. Sword Supreme knelt down and began to beg her, stating that he did everything only for his own benefit. Sword Queen could not believe that the great Sword Supreme was kneeling before her. She told Sholan that it was a pitiful sight and wished that Hyagon would not apologize. Then she could direct her anger at him. The woman told the clan leader that their fighters did not give their lives for a higher purpose, but died because of the greed of Sword Supreme and his lies. Keelan assured her that he realized that Hyagon's actions could neither be understood nor forgiven. Sword Queen was surprised to hear this. She asked Keelan to tell her why, and the man replied that he did it because it had to be done. He asked the Queen of Swords to leave for today. He told her that he no longer had answers for her. The woman did not expect to hear that, so she sighed and pulled herself together. She turned around and told Keolun that she would visit him once more. When she left, the man plunged into memories of the past. Then he remembered how he thought, the Supreme Sword is not in its right state, as if something had enchanted it. It seemed everything was already under control. The scene switches. We see the second elder and Seola looking at something. They watched Yeonchun as he covered his own body with energy. Gurayan said that there is a dragon in their clan. He asked Yeonchun if he had gained any enlightenment on Mount Huashan. Seola answered for him, saying he was incredible. Our guy took energy from him, and the second elder froze in surprise. Sulla stepped closer and handed him a towel. Our guy told the elder that calling someone a dragon was too childish. Ryan asked if people his age didn't like such things. As soon as he said this, Yeonchun immediately remembered something important. He took the bag given to him by the sect leader and said to the elder, Plumblo Seji said this is mine. After that, he asked what exactly was inside. The elder asked him to look inside. When Yunshan opened the bag, in it, he supposedly found a bracelet. The second elder said it was a trifle and asked him to keep it with him. Hongchun said, if it's really nothing special, then I will give it to Seola. Seola was delighted because receiving a gift from our boy was a true joy for her. Before our boy could give her the bracelet, the elder struck him hard on the head with his fist. He literally buried Yanchuan's head in the ground and told our boy that he could not just give a gift away in front of the person who gave it to him. Shola was stunned to see what the elder had done. She approached our boy and said she no longer wanted it. Yanchun pulled his head out of the ground. The second elder remembered something and told him that people from the Namgun clan were in their clan. Our boy froze upon hearing this. He could not believe they had arrived so quickly. The second elder revealed to him that they would wait until his fiancée arrived at a place near the clan. The elder could not believe that people from the Tang clan and people from the Namgun clan were simultaneously in their clan. Yunshun quickly got up and started running. He could not believe that Bia was finally going home. He told himself that it was normal for her. It was simply time to return home. He remembered her smile, how she did not let him go crazy, risked her life to stop him. She quietly, almost on tiptoe, nestled against his shoulder. Yongshin could not understand why his soul was so anxious while Bai A was hiding on the way home. As soon as he reached her doorstep, he immediately opened the door to the room. In the next moment, he saw something terrible. He spotted a man in blue who struck the girl with force. Bayat could not utter a word. The man stared at her intently as if striking with his gaze. Yunchen lost self-control and released his power with fury. The scene changes, takes us to the past. Elder Yanshin pours alcohol on a grave on which there was a sword case. He stared at the grave for a long time and he decided to sit right in front of it. He remembered how he told the elder Bi that she reminded him of the moon. The woman turned to him as soon as she heard these words. Yanchun said it was nothing. He admitted that he had made a mistake. Although he threw it out without much thought, from that day Baya began to look intently at the moon. It seemed as if she was trapped in her own thoughts. Even before she took her last breath, she asked Yanchun if the moon had already risen. He was always curious about what exactly that woman thought when she silently looked at the moon. He was always surprised at how she could dissolve into such sentimentality in their terrible life, where every day was a trial. He did not understand why she saved him. She could no longer wield the sword she loved so much, and she could no longer look at the moon. Yanchun drank his liquor and said that death is the end. He recalled how Bio saved him. He stopped drinking and called the woman a stupid bitch. He was annoyed that he had to live. He lifted his head and ordered himself, there is no point in thinking about this now. He knew that he would never get the answer he hoped for. The scene tears back, and we are transported to the present time. We see how our guy begins to lose his mind. He rushed at the man instantly. Energy flared on his fist like a shield. The man released the same lightning energy that Bia uses. He wrapped his palm with energy and blocked Yanchuan's fist. The guy was stunned. The man asked why he was interfering in his family's affairs. Yunchun was surprised to hear this. He realized that this man was the head of the Namgun clan, named Namgun Jin. He is also called the Azure Sky Sword King. Yongshun quickly hit his fist and introduced himself to the man. He introduced himself to Jin as the one who was all ready to marry his daughter and asked if he could explain the situation. The king of the heavenly blue sword sharply glared at Yongshun. He stated that he was the one who should demand explanations and asked our guy if he considered his actions against him right when trying to calm a child as her father. Yunchun said that he could not just stand aside and allow his future wife to be slapped in the face. He explained to Jin that he saw in him only a person who had wronged their guest. Jin was furious all the time because of these words. He called our guy a cheeky brat. Yongshun heard this and got angry and called our guy a cheeky kid. He released a large number of chi. Bayan wanted to calm her father, but she was pushed back by his own energy. Jan told Yunchun that he lacked humility, although he was talented, and added that he was just like his father. Hearing this, Yunchun smiled nervously. He addressed the clan leader and stated, his own son is extremely arrogant, though he has no talent. At the same time, he recalled how he once smashed the boy's balls and asked John if he should now call the boy his second daughter. Jen was astonished to hear this. He gritted his teeth in anger and called Yunchun a cheeky fellow. Before he could do anything, Keelan placed his hand on his son's shoulder. He said that his son had caused a bit of trouble. Jen and Yunchun were surprised to see the head of the Gu clan. Chiolan addressed the head of the Namgun clan, saying, our boy is still young. He promised to reprimand him later and ask for forgiveness. He ordered Yunchun to apologize. Our boy immediately bowed his head and apologized to Jen. The clan leader and Yunchun turned around together. Keelun apologized for the commotion. He said that he and his son were leaving. Jen replied that this was not something that could be resolved with simple apologies. No sooner had he said this than Keelun carefully turned around and glared at him angrily. Jean was frightened and could no longer utter a word. Keelun left the room together with Yunchun and told Jean that he would see him tomorrow. Jean was in a frenzy, and Bayard could not answer him. He told his daughter that her punishment ended there and asked that a servant in their house treat her wound. Baya sadly, but accepted the order. While he and his father were walking, Yunchun began to panic. He could not believe he was unable to pull himself together. Chiolun called him the third son. Our boy did not answer immediately. He was still afraid. Chiolun called him again. Our boy quickly composed himself and answered. He knew that the clan head would tear him to pieces now. He was tormented by the question. Would he kill him? But that man told him he did everything well. Yunchun was stunned to hear this. He asked his father what he meant. Keelun told him he did wonderfully. He said there was no morality in this, to protect the one you cherish. Yunchun could not believe what he was hearing. He had no idea if something was wrong with his father. In the clan, he was never praised for anything except martial arts. But Yunchun could not believe that his father was talking about protecting the one you love. Our boy remembered an event that happened when he was younger. He nervously handed a flower to someone. His younger sister was standing nearby. Yunchun offered the flower to his father. As soon as Cholun saw this, he turned to his wife, and the woman smiled at him so brightly, as if the light in the room had lit up. Chiolun accepted the flower and patted his son on the head, and Reincarnated quickly rushed to hug his mother. Yunchun was simply happy. His father patted him on the head. The day turned out joyful. Remembering this, he focused. The young man called his father. Chiolun turned around and asked his son to speak. Yunchun reminded him of the great sage pill, promised on the condition that he would return Ryomva. The clan head said he was just about to raise this issue. Yangchun replied, he no longer wants that pill, and asked his father to show what was hidden underground. Keelan shuddered upon hearing this. He reminded Yangchun that since that very day he had not gone to that place anymore. Yangchun told his father that he would have to deal with it anyway, as a clan member, and that it would be bad if he continued to pressure on this topic. Keelun gently stroked his beard. He immediately understood. His son was right. He said they would go there tomorrow. As soon as the talks about their marriage ended, Yangchun was stunned by what he heard. The father revealed to him, tomorrow they would meet with the clan leader Namgun to arrange the wedding, so our guy must not be late to the meeting place. Yangchun could not believe he now had to go through all this, even though he had just returned. The scene shifts further, and we see Yenchan in his room. He was talking with Chol, asking why he just stood aside and watched how the situation unfolded. Chol in response asked if our guy ever listened to him at all. Yangchun told him that he looked quite entertained. He agreed that he was really having fun. He said that from his point of view, everything around was entertaining. He asked Yunchun why he did not refuse the invitation to the tournament that Soil brought him. Our guy replied that he had no real reason to refuse and added, Hunan is not that far at all. Yunchun actually wanted to meet someone there. Chio asked him if Shaolin was still in Hunan. Our guide told him that they are always there. Chio asked if he could stop there on the way to the event, and he replied that there is something he wants to look at more closely. Yunchun asked if he was serious. Chul said yes, and our guy agreed to stop there. The next day, we see Yunchun standing in front of the meeting place. He had no idea that he would arrive before everyone else. So looking around, Baya greeted him first. Yunchun turned to her and asked what had kept her so long. She replied that in such moments they needed to be punctual. As soon as he said this, he faltered. He was overwhelmed by sudden astonishment. Baya looked incredibly beautiful, and the beautiful girl neatly gathered her hair into a nice hairstyle and applied makeup, emphasizing the features of her face. Yunchun could not believe his own eyes. Later that same day, we see two families sitting next to each other with snacks on their tables. Kyolan asked Jin if he slept well. He said that such an incident might keep him awake. Yunchun did not know why his father was bringing up this story again. The head of the Namgun clan thanked Kyolan for his concern and asked him not to worry, saying it's not his business. Kyolan said that he still had to worry. He addressed Jin and explained, the emotional agitation concerns him personally. Jin heard this irritably. Anger tightened his hand. He gripped the cup more firmly and told Sholan that he was still the same as before. Sholan replied that he must always remain unchanged. Yungchun was frozen in shock. He did not understand why his father was mocking the head of the Namgun clan. Keelan declared that it was time to talk about the wedding schedule. Our guy immediately felt he did not like this tense atmosphere. He suddenly felt good when he saw the wedding planning was going as it should. Although the two men were ready to pounce on each other at any moment, they still knew how to separate personal matters from important ones. Yunchun and Bai just sat in place. Our guy noticed that the girl was eating. He found it strange how she could swallow food under such tension. While he was looking at her, they both met eyes, eye to eye. Bia quickly looked away and blushed. Yanshun did not understand why she was so upset. It seemed to him that everything was going well between them. While the two men were talking, Chiolun told the head of the Namgum clan that it would be good if Baya came to their clan when Yanshun turns 20 and officially becomes the heir of the clan. Jin was surprised by what he heard. He replied that 20 was too far away. Before he could say more, Keelong glanced at him with a heavy look. He asked if he had any objections to what he said. Jin got nervous, but quickly pulled himself together and calmed down. Yanshin noticed this and understood. The head of the Namgun clan could not contradict his father. Their conversation was less of a dialogue and more of an announcement. Jin asked Cheelon when they could hold a real wedding. Cheelon said that, in his opinion, everything would be settled by next spring. Jin replied he would talk to the elders and later send him a letter. Cheelon admitted that he hoped to receive a good answer. The head of the Namgun clan clenched his fist in anger. Later that night, we see Jin in his room. His sword lay on the bed. The man was too angry. He could not tolerate the cold at all, in any way. He remembered something that happened when he was younger. He recalled how Cheelon looked at him contemptuously when he lost to him in the past. Jin never forgot the day he lost to Cheelon. Flames flashed before his eyes, covering the very sky. The heat was such that he could not breathe normally. This was not a power that a martial arts master of their age could unleash. Since then, Jin spent his youth training to defeat Cheelon. He was sure, if he gave his all, he could surpass the head of the Gu clan. Once someone told him that something was missing inside him. Jin was impressed by what he heard. He asked the man what exactly he meant, and the man repeated himself and advised Jin to fill himself first. This man was the Celestial Supreme, one of the three Supremes like Hyagun. The Celestial Supreme did not ask Jin to collect more chi. He did not understand at all what he was talking about. He still does not know what it meant. Decades have passed since he has been trying to find the answer to this question. Throughout all this time, Jin has not been able to break free from the shadow of the children. Jin was annoyed by the fact that Yanshun attacked him. He thought that our boy looked at him contemptuously, just like his father does. He returned to the sword on the bed. He lifted him and smiled. He said that everything was fine for him. He could teach Yanshun if Kyolan was unable to do it on his own. The scene changes and we see Siola training with her older version in the forest. Her older Siola advised her to move as the sword suggests with its sounds. Siola, law, close her eyes. And raising the sword, she made a clean strike in the air. Her strike scattered everything around. She, clearing the grass in front of her with a strike, continued training. The elder asked her to stop for today, and Sayola replied, "So hard." A woman approached her and praised her efforts. She told our girl that she was noticeably improving. Sayola heard this happily and asked if it was true. The woman replied that it was true. She said that she was now much better than before. No sooner had these words left her lips than she felt something was wrong. She sharply raised her head. Sayola also immediately felt it. They felt a creepy dark energy in Bia's guest chambers. The elder Sayola asked her younger version to go there immediately. Our girl told her that they would immediately understand she is a servant of the Gu clan if she comes there like that. The woman smiled at her and assured her there is no need to worry because she has her own ways. The story takes us further. We see Zhang going to Yanshuan's chambers. Sometimes someone asked him to stop. Raising his head, the man saw a girl in a hat with a veil and in massive, simple clothing. Of course, it was Sayola. Jean asked our girl who she was. He quickly recognized Sayola as the maid who follows Yanshuan. He asked her why she wore that silly outfit. Sayola asked her elder how the man managed to recognize her so easily. The woman said nothing. Jean asked her if she had any business with him. He inquired who sent her, and Sol replied no. He did not know what to answer. Then Chun gently released his energy and ordered her to clear the way if she had no business with him. He made it clear that he had no time to chat with servants like her. Shola became nervous. She gathered her courage and told the man that he could not do that. Jean was shocked when he heard this. Sayola explained to him that she was able to feel that huge, frightening, malicious intention that he carried within himself. She asked where he was heading. She asked if he was going to unleash his fury on her young master. The clan leader froze in amazement upon hearing this. He decided to release his energy, a lightning-fast energy, threw everything around backwards. Shola asked her older self what to do. She ordered her to quickly draw the sword. Jean asked our girl if it was not Yanshen who had told her everything. He felt that both of them were looking at him with contempt. He laid his hand on the sword and told Sayoli that he annoys everyone here, and added that he does not like it. Hardly had he finished speaking when Jean immediately drew his sword and with one swing released his energy at her. Older Isiola asked her to move as she had learned. Our girl snatched the sword and with a clean strike cut through the man's attack as if she had no chance to go further. Jin was surprised to see this. His energy struck the ground behind our girl. The clan leader could not believe that she had neutralized his attack. With a stern expression on his face, he asked Yola to tell who she is. Shilla took a stance and became serious. In the next scene, we are transported to an underground prison. Someone goes to the old man's cell and asks if he called him. The old man raises his head to look at the visitor's face. He asks if the visitor has already pleased the family he is now with, since he confidently walks around in this state, and the man puts his hand on his face. Then he changes it to another. He changes it again, and only now does the old man see his true face and says, he has spent so much time in hiding that he got used to the new features. He asked the old man why he called him. The old man pulled out a letter and said to the face changer, he needs to go to Dark Knight Palace. The young man shuddered at these words. He asked the old man to explain why he had to go there. The old man threw him the letter and revealed that they had received a request from the first elder. He ordered it to be delivered to Dark Knight Palace. The man turned around, grinding his teeth. The old man only emphasized, he will leave it to him. As soon as he said this, the young man disappeared. The old man smiled, seeing off the face changer. He could not believe that the first elder sought them only for even greater power. He suddenly realized that the first elder named Gu Changjun was blinded by his own greed. And the old man felt that the situation was becoming much more interesting than it might have seemed. The scene abruptly changes. We are thrown back into the forest. Siola and Jin exchange blows. Siola deflects the man's strikes, and Jin is irritated by what he sees. He could not comprehend what exactly was happening. He felt a lack of skill in her movements. Yet she still managed to react at the best moment and deflect every blow. Jin swung his blade with all his might. Shola darted to the side to dodge the strike. Her hat flew off her head. The clan leader raised his sword and sharply thrust it straight at her. But before his blade could touch our girl, she met the attack, stopping everything with her sword. When their blades clashed, the shockwave scattered everything around. Shola landed on the ground and turned to him. Jen wondered if the Gu clan even taught their servants martial arts. Even if they did teach them, it made no sense. Siola had to be able to deflect his strikes. No sooner had he thought about it than the clan already noticed. He hears a sound coming from Sila's sword. It was the resonance of the sword, the ringing of the blade. It is difficult to reproduce even for masters who have dedicated their entire lives to it. Jen did not understand how some simple servant could be capable of such a thing at all. He clenched his teeth in anger. He could not believe that someone like him Great was stuck in a clash trying to defeat a simple servant. He changed his stance and released even more energy. The elder Siola appeared and cast a glance at Chen's energy. The clan asked our girl if she believed she could stop this attack with the same movements. He stepped forward and rushed at Siola at a furious speed. A moment, and he was already behind her, as if moving at the speed of lightning. He swung his sword at Siola. His strike erased everything ahead with a lightning flash. A giant explosive wave rolled through the forest from this. When the dust settled, Jin realized he could not see our girl. He was eager to understand where she had gone. Sola appeared before him with golden yellow hair. Jin instantly noticed the changes in her hair. He caught her sword with his blade, blocking the strike. He noticed that the flow of her sword movements had changed. Now she was much stronger. It was natural, as the old Siola had already taken control of our girl's body. The woman said that now she understood everything. She told Jean she feels sad when she sees his sword, and also, she feels emptiness inside. The head of the Namgun clan was struck by what he heard. It sounded almost the same as what the Heavenly Supreme had told him. The man became even angrier. He could not believe that Siola had said such a thing to him. He sharply pushed her away with great force. He instantly closed the distance between himself and Siola, and with all his energy slashed at her with his sword. Siola, 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 Siola. Bob intercepted his attacks and retreated backward. Although Jean held Namgun's sword, he appeared ragged, dirty, as if Jean had lost his footing after straying from his path. The woman recalled, in her past life, her Heavenly Supreme was a skilled fencer, but she still wondered why his sword was so rough. She became anxious. Maybe Namgun's sword had always been like that? She quickly realized there was actually one person who was different from all the others. She was the Empress of the demonic blade. The Biao sword always seemed as if it knew exactly where it needed to go. The woman wondered why Biao was the only one who stood out among the martial arts masters of the Nambon clan. No sooner had she thought this than John swung his sword at her. She managed to parry and pushed him back. The clan leader could not comprehend what was happening. He raised his sword, gathered energy into the strike, and demanded an explanation from her trial. Why his blade could not reach her. As soon as he said this, he immediately unleashed a devastating attack in her direction. Scylla instantly took a stance. She realized she had to change her method if she wanted to calm him down, and knew this was the only way. She launched an attack, changed her stance, and copied Biao's stance. She calmly cut through the attack with her sword. She slipped past the strike, and instantly directed the blade at him. Jin froze in shock. He could not believe that Siola's blade was right above his head. Only when everything fell into place in his head did he feel his knees buckle. He knew Siola had just used the sword of the Namgun clan. Jin asked her how she managed to do it. Siola froze. She did not expect such a question. It did not make sense to her that the head of the clan was asking her how she used it, although she was merely a servant. She realized Jin's curiosity as a martial artist was much stronger than any ill intent. The clan leader was asking her how she mastered the sword of his clan, and then begged her to teach him, saying he needed to advance to a higher level. Shola did not think he would be so desperate. She ordered Jean to stand up. She told him that she was simply a servant of the Gu clan. She added that she had learned this path by watching someone else, and she told the man that she really could not explain all of it to him. Jean was surprised. Hearing that she had just watched someone demonstrate the martial art of her clan, he asked where exactly she had seen such a thing. The woman smiled as soon as she heard those words. She asked him if he would believe her if she said it was connected to her young master. Jean was surprised. He asked Siola to stop talking nonsense and demanded an explanation of how Yanshun could be involved in all this. The woman turned around and said that Yanshun once told her he had the chance to see the lost Namgun sword up close, in person. She told John that he could believe it if he wanted to. She smiled and asked him not to tell others about what happened today. And she also warned, to receive instructions from her young master, he would have to tame his anger. Having said this, she jumped out of the zone with incredible force. She left, leaving the Klanglava confused. He didn't know what to do next. While the woman was running, the younger Siola called her. She replied that now she would give her the body back. Our girl asked if it was normal to leave everything like that. She said that Jean might try to attack Yunchun again. The woman assured that there was no need to worry about that anymore. She smiled when she realized, in the end, she poured everything onto our guy. He felt hurt, and she sensed it. The next day, we see Yunchun waking up in his bed. He noticed that his hand was numb. Turning to his side, he saw Bia sleeping nearby. Her head was resting on his arm. The boy instantly raised his head. He didn't understand why the girl appeared here when her father was nearby. As soon as the thought struck his head, he noticed a note beside him. He didn't know how it got there, so he picked it up and unfolded it. It was a letter from Ciola. In it, the girl wrote that she had given a lesson to the Namgun clan and asked Yunshun not to worry anymore. Yunshun did not grasp the meaning of the words in the letter. He guessed who left the note right here. And as soon as this thought appeared, someone asked him if he was inside. Our guy realized it was Jin's voice. He didn't understand why the man was there, so he quickly asked him to wait. He went to the door, opened it, and called Jin, asking why he appeared so early. The clan leader said that he wanted to ask him for one thing. As soon as he said this, Baya got up from the bed and immediately asked Yanshun, who was standing behind the door. The boy was instantly gripped by fear. Jin instantly released his energy. Yunshun did not understand why she woke up at the worst moment. Jin glared fiercely at our boy, and his face was full of anger. He quickly calmed down and told Yunshun that he would like to talk to him alone, then asked if he could go with him. Our boy was surprised. It turned out that this man wanted to talk specifically to him. Jin led him to the training ground as soon as he got dressed. Yunshun did not understand why he brought him there. He noticed that the man had a sword in his hand. He quickly gathered energy in his palm and told himself that his suspicions were correct. Jin drew the sword. With one sharp movement, he turned around and slashed in the opposite direction. He turned back to Yanshun and asked how everything was. The boy did not understand what exactly he meant. Jin asked, "Tell me, what is my sword lacking?" Yunshun did not know how to respond and did not understand why Jin suddenly spoke so politely. He told the clan leader that he did not understand what he meant, and Jean asked him not to lie. He told Yanshun that he had heard. Supposedly, he knows the correct way to use the Namgun sword. Our guy did not know who told him this. He was gnawed by doubt. Was this story connected to that note from before? Jean approached closer and begged to be shown the clan sword. He promised to give Yanshun anything he desired. Our guy was embarrassed. He asked the man to explain what had happened to him. Our guy did not understand how this man had changed so suddenly overnight. Kiol appeared and smiled. He called John a miserable man. Yongchun was shocked to hear this. Chil said that probably in John's clan they considered him very skilled. After all, he was the leader. But the skill he had just demonstrated was clearly not up to par. Chio explained to Yanshin that in his memory was preserved all the practiced fencing of the Namgun clan masters, and all of them were well-trained. In his memories, the fighters of the Namgun clan were well-trained, and their techniques were all quite different from the Namgun clan sword that Kyo was familiar with. It was not a true Namgun sword. It relied too much on showiness and shine. Chiole told our guy that only Bia was later able in her life to find the right path, and added, the current Namgun clan sword has strayed from the path. Chiol stated that Sum Wong was a fool. He led the conversation as if he always insisted on how he would pass his sword to future generations, and that he never thought his weapon would be forgotten. Yanchun immediately recognized that man, Muang. Chiole told about one of the heroes who saved the world from the horror of the bloody demon. He meant the heavenly lightning sword called Namgun Mayo. Our guy asked Chiol what to do next. He said he barely understood how to hold a sword in battle at all. Chiol simply replied, "You're really terrible at swordsmanship," and added that there was nothing scary about it. He told Yanchun it hurts him to see Jen suffer so much with his martial art, because he is also a swordsman. He assured that he has a way to help, and as soon as he said this, he immediately entered Yanchun's body. He snatched Chen's sword and told him that the Namgun clan sword was originally like a wave. Because it works through lightning energy, it requires movements similar to lightning flashes. And the most important thing is that everything holds on to the same flow like a wave that never stops. As soon as he said this, he drew his sword. He stepped over Jen and took a stance. He swung the sword purely, smoothly, confidently, and evenly. He told Jin that his sword must be precise, even if slow. Everything must be done correctly, even if it does not look impressive. Jane involuntarily froze, enchanted by the technique. She quickly realized what exactly she was talking about. He told them that now everything finally makes sense. He thanked him and took sword from his hands. He assured this will really help. Yunshun nervously told this man that he was glad to hear it. Jane flinched, jumped up, and rushed forward. He must engrave in himself what he just saw. Our guy said that when he runs, he remembers a certain person. Chio sighed with relief, seeing that the clan finally gained something important. Yanchun asked him how exactly he managed to perform Namgun sword. The old man replied that he simply imitated what he had seen before. He asked our guy if he knew the one who told Zhang that he could use a sword. Yanchun replied that he had no idea. He smiled and said that it turned out even better this way, since the head of the Namgun clan would no longer be angry with him. He said that now there was a place where he needed to be immediately. In the next scene, we see Yanchun arriving somewhere. His father was already there. Keelan told his son that he was late. Our guy told him that he had business to take care of and apologized for being late. Keelan replied that it was all right and asked if the chief's manager had already explained everything to him. As soon as he said this, the doors leading to the underground space opened. The clan head told his son that they needed to go down. Yunshin nervously looked down at the stairs. While they were descending the stairs, Keolun held himself attentively nearby. Keolun froze. He told his son that they had already arrived in the underground space, just as he had requested. Yunshin looked stunned upon seeing what was there. Keolun pondered where he should begin his story. In the next scene, we see demons with glowing red eyes. They shout that someone has come. The monsters sat behind bars, all trembling with impatience to find out who it was. One of the monsters told another, known as Dakibi, that there was a small person next to the man. Dakibi asked Yunshun to let him out. He growled with a scream that he would kill everyone now. Shio got nervous and asked Yunshun what exactly was happening. Our guy reminded his father that this was exactly how he once explained it. This is the reason for the existence of the Gu clan. Later, Yanshun was to inherit the karma of the patriarch. Yunshun asked his father to explain what he meant. Keolun passed by the cells and revealed to his son, these creatures are monsters from another world. They came from the demonic realm. The gates of the demonic realm are closed to stop these creatures from crossing over. Those who manage to cross the boundary are locked in this underground prison. This is the duty and karma of the Gu clan. Keolun asked his son if he understood why they would have to accept this karma. He told Yanchun that it was the founder of the Gu clan who opened the gates of the demon realm. His actions plunged Zhongyuan into terrible chaos. The Gu clan is still being punished for the actions of its founder. Chio could not believe what he heard. He had no idea that the Gu clan was behind the appearance of all the monsters that appeared in Zhongyuan. He asked Yongchun how he could be so calm after hearing this. Our guy admitted that he had already learned everything in his past life. Chio was stunned to hear this. Yongshun asked him if he had seen this in his memory, and the old man reminded him, there are many hidden places in his memories. He asked Yunshun to explain why he came here if he already knew everything. Our guy clenched his fist and called out to the clan leader, reminding him, he himself said that they are being punished. Then he asked Keolun if there was someone above them who punishes them. Keolun, hearing this, turned to Yanshan. Yangchun learned so many things because his clan was still alive in his past life, but he still could not find out who exactly punishes them. Zhilong called out his son's full name and told him that he cannot answer this question right now, then added that he would tell him about it as soon as he becomes the young clan head. Yangshun nervously agreed to his father's proposal. Creatures from another world laughed at Yunshun because he was rejected. Our guy already knew himself. His father would give him exactly that answer. He did not completely hate it, because Keolun did not deny that there was someone who punishes them. That was enough. Keolun passed by his son and said that they had been here long enough, then added that it was time for them to leave. Yangshun called the clan head and declared that he wanted to look around on his own. Later we see how Yunshun breathes heavily, moving deeper into the prison. Chikol told him he looked bad, reminded him that he had been there too long already, and advised our guy to leave immediately. Yunshan pulled himself together and said that he needed to go a little further. He remembered. The first elder used the monster he is now searching for to carry out his plan and wanted to see this creature while he was there himself. He approached the cell and he uttered in an unknown language. Chio asked what he had just said. The creature was in chains and he was naked. Hearing what our guys said, he grabbed the bars of the cage. The one who transformed into Yanshun smiled at him. He asked Yanshun to explain why he called his name and how he even knows him. Chio did not understand what was happening. Dekebi noticed that Yunshun was not scared, so he said he was trying to frighten him. He turned into the clan leader and asked our guy if he is afraid now. Yanshun just glanced at him, as if throwing ice. Dakebi was surprised to see that our guy was not affected at all. And then Yanshun noticed that there was no trace of Dekebi, who was supposed to leave the prison. Diak called him a boring freak and asked why he came here. And our guy replied that he came to see how he was feeling, and that now everything is already over. After these words, he turned around. Diak said that he felt bad because he was locked in there, and he offered Yanshun to help him get out, but our guy turned back and looked at him fiercely with a terrifying gaze. He advised to surrender immediately if he was planning something now, and warned that he would burn him to ashes as soon as he caught him. Having said this, Yongchun turned around and walked away, and as soon as our guy left, Diak began to slowly release steam from his body. He turned into his true form, revealed to be an old man who was sending a letter to the leader of the Dark Knight Palace, smiled and stroked his beard. Now he understood why the first elder considered Yanshun so annoying. When Yanshan came out of prison, we see him trying to catch his breath, and Chio told him that he still could not believe what he had just seen. He replied that he never thought there could be such a secret under the Gu clan. Yanshun slowly rose on his elbows and said that he did not expect to stay here so long. Barely had he spoken when Siola called him. She asked where he had been and said that she had been looking for him all the time. She put her hand on his cheek and noticed that he looked very bad. With a note of anxiety in her eyes, she asked if something had happened and if someone had hurt him. Yanshun withdrew her hand and replied that nothing had happened. Then he asked why she was looking for him. Siola said that the young lady and that pretty lady wanted to invite him to have dinner with them. Yanshun was stunned upon hearing about the beautiful lady. He knew that this young lady was his younger sister. He quickly realized that the beauty Siola was pointing to was Sword Queen. He grabbed our girl and asked if Sword Queen really called her a beautiful lady right to her face. Siola smiled and replied that Sword Queen said, "The name is nice," and even asked her not to stop calling her that. Yanshun said that it was good if she did not mind, and only now did he realize that he had not eaten a single dish today. He decided to join them. He stepped forward and asked Yola where Bai was now. Our girl replied that Bai was talking with the lady from Tan Clan. As soon as she said this, immediately pointed at Soil and told her master, who was standing right in front of them. When Yanshun turned around, he said, Soil and Bia left the room, and Soil asked him why he was here at all. Yanshun reminded her that this was his room. He was surprised why two girls ended up there. He asked them what they were doing inside. Bia turned away from him and told him that they were doing nothing inside. Yanshun told the girl that Sword Queen wanted them to sit together for a shared dinner. He asked if they wanted to join them. Soil was extremely happy to hear this and asked our guy if everything was okay. She could not believe that she was going to have dinner with Yanshun. No sooner had she thought this than she immediately realized one thing. She asked Yan Cheon exactly with whom they would be dining. Her boyfriend replied that they would be dining with Sword Queen and added, after all, she hadn't forgotten that Sword Queen was staying here. Soil shouted and asked him to tell her how she was supposed to know this. The girl was confused, pondering what to do next. She could not even imagine that she would meet Sword Queen. While they were talking, Sword Queen came and waved to them. She noticed that she had never seen Soul before. Smiling gently, she said that such a sweet new guest had come to them. Soil smiled foolishly, like a crazy fangirl, as soon as she saw Sword Queen. Nervously folding her hands, she introduced herself as the first daughter of the Sichuan Tang clan. Sword Queen smiled brightly and greeted her. She said that continuing the conversation was a bit strange and suggested that they all go to the dining hall. Changshun did not expect the girl to be so happy to see the Sword Queen. He was not too surprised, as it was quite logical. The Sword Queen is the most skilled and famous female warrior of the Orthodox faction. It was natural for Soil to respect her as a master. Ryunva approached her brother closer and asked why he had another woman. She also asked if Soil was fond of him too. Yanshun heard this irritably. He raised his hand and told his sister that it was wrong. He was even more annoyed that she was actually right. Later that night, they were taken to another building, and Yanshun was impressed by the number of dishes on the table. He said it looked much more luxurious than usual. The Sword Queen confessed to him. Hyuk and the servants prepared this dinner together. Yongchun was stunned to hear that Hayek was involved in the cooking at all. He could not believe that the guy knew how to cook. He remembered how Hayek once mentioned this when they were in the demonic cult. Hyuk told him that he likes cooking. He explained that he wanted to open a restaurant even before joining the cult. Senior Yongchen remarked to him that he never asked anything. Then Yanshun thought that he was lying because he always lies. He hoped that the food was not poisoned. He took the dumpling with a fork stick, carefully pressed it, and bit into the first bite. His surprise, the food tasted simply wonderful. He told himself it was only normal and quickly ate another dumpling. While he was eating, someone approached Sword Queen to tell her something. It turned out to be Soil, who nervously offered Sword Queen a drink and asked her to drink it while she ate. Sword Queen asked what exactly it was. The girl told her, "This is tea brewed from the Siol of Quiet Flower Grass." She assured that it is beneficial for skincare. Sword Queen nervously asked if the Siol of Quiet Flower Grass is not poisonous. Soil told her that it was poisonous. Yanshin, hearing this, sharply spat the food right onto his sister. Rioni could hardly believe what her brother had done. Yanshin nervously apologized and whispered that he was sorry. The girl did not accept his apologies. She threw the sticks right into his eyes. Our guy screamed in pain and fell to his fiance's knees. Glancing at him maliciously, Rianva called her brother a crazy freak and asked what he was doing here. As soon as they finished eating, Yanchun and Sword Queen went outside. Our guy apologized to her for such terrible behavior, and the woman assured him that everything was fine and said she had fun. She asked him how his eyes felt. When tears streamed down from his gaze, Yanchun assured the woman that he was fine and added, his sister did not hit him properly. The Queen of Swords solemnly sighed with relief. She smiled softly and told Yanchun that when her sister is angry, she looks like him. And, she said, they are definitely brothers and sisters. Yanchun was only amazed. How did the Queen of Swords recognize him so well? He wanted to explain Saul's behavior to her, but Sword Queen told him it was normal. She said she knew it was all done with good intentions. Although Soil was from the Tang clan, Sword Queen never expected her to use poison for skincare. It surprised her. The Queen of Swords smiled gently once more and said, Soil will become an impressive master of martial arts. Yanchun noticed that something was wrong with the woman. He said she looked tired and asked if something had happened. The woman stopped in her tracks as soon as she heard these words. She forced a smile and asked our boy if he had noticed. She thanked him for caring about her. She put her hand on his shoulder and assured him that it was not that much. She said he did not need to worry. She went forward and said that everything would go its own way. Naturally, Yunshun watched carefully as she walked away. He could not understand her anxiety. While he was looking at her, Soil called out to him. The smile never left her face as she thanked Yanchun for inviting her to today's meal. She said that eating next to him was pleasant. Yanchun stepped closer and asked if it was pleasant to eat with him, or maybe with Sword Queen. Soil nervously replied that she was talking exactly about Sword Queen. She quickly corrected herself and told Yunshun that it was pleasant to eat together with both of you. She only called our guy a bad scoundrel and asked him if he had to tease someone he liked. Our guy did not understand what he meant. Shio reminded him that he had something he wanted to say to this girl. Yanchun immediately remembered what he wanted to say. He told Soil that he decided to go to the Dragon and Phoenix assembly, which she had mentioned. He asked her to leave with him. Hearing this, Soil was extremely happy. She firmly grabbed Yanchun's hands and thanked him. She said she was already looking forward to the journey. She quickly let go of his hands and awkwardly said that she hadn't realized how tightly she was holding him. She apologized. Our boy assured her that everything was fine. He told her that they would set off very soon and asked Soil to rest comfortably until the time came. Soil thanked him for that. Yunshun left after telling her the news. Soya watched him as he walked away. She looked at her hand and she smiled quietly. She was very pleased to touch our boy. The scene changes, and we see Ciola and Bia walking through the garden. The garden was full of white flowers, and Ciola was happy to see so many flowers. Bia approached the flowers and said that these were white flowers that were smiling. Our girl asked if she knew these flowers. Leaning in half-voiced, she gently smiled and said yes, she liked them. She added that once her mother also loved these flowers. The scene abruptly changes, and we are transported to the past. Next to the mother stands younger Bia. The woman weaves a white flower into her daughter's hair with a smile and asks her to be happy even if her mother is not nearby. While Bia was thinking about the past, someone said they heard. They went for a walk, and the girls immediately turned to him. It turns out it is Yunshun. Our guy says the garden looks simple. He says there were so many flowers when his mother took care of him. Bia looked at him carefully and asked if she could take some of these flowers for herself. Yanchun told her, take them, don't worry. He doesn't care. Bia picked one flower and wove it into Ciola's hair. She told our girl that her mother once always did the same. Ciola took the flower and hid it in Bia's hair, then explained that our girl also needed to wear it. Goodbye. She smiled as soon as she heard these words. The two girls turned to Yanshan and called him. They asked how they looked. White smiling flowers around shone so dazzlingly that their beauty played to the fullest. Yunshun did not know what to say. Sheol appeared and lightly patted him on the head. He instructively told our boy that it is enough to see a flower that seems to have worn a flower, and the night will flare up with bright light. Then he asked Yunshun to pass this on to them. Our boy was annoyed that he was trying again to shove thoughts into his head, so he asked Sheol to stop. By Seol's facial expression, she decided that they looked terrible. Yunshun immediately assured her that no, they were by no means terrible. In the next scene, we see someone training. It turned out to be the leader of the Nam Gun clan. The man was practicing in the field, shirtless, and as soon as he swung the sword, his muscles and veins bulged, as if coming to life under the blows. While he was swinging the sword, someone informed him that he supposedly came to Shang-Chi. That man asked if he had gained any enlightenment. Hearing that person's voice, Jin immediately turned around. Smiling, the man greeted the clan head It turned out to be Gu Changjun, the first elder of the Gu clan, who is also called Exchange Zero Burning Sword. In the next scene, we see the second elder informing Yanchuan that the first elder had a meeting with the head of the Namgun clan. Hearing this, Yunshun and Seolok turned to him. Our boy told Ryan that he definitely knows this. The elder was impressed by what he heard. He conveyed to Yanshin that this is not something to joke about or take lightly, and added, "No one knows what the old man, who is ready to give everything to become clan head, can do." As soon as he said this, he himself immediately understood what Yanshun meant. Then he asked our guy if it was really so. He smiled and replied that he seemed to have already gotten closer to clan head Namgun. Just a few hours ago, Yunshun went to meet clan head Namgun. In the field, he saw Jin spinning a sword. He told him that he had no idea where he really disappeared to, and he didn't think the man would still continue practicing with the weapon. Jin wiped the sweat and said that every time he swings the sword again, he feels that he understands it better and better. He said it was as if he was learning to wield the sword for the first time. He asked Yanshun to tell how his sword looks now, compared to how it was in the morning. Seola ordered Yanshun to tell that man that he had already grasped something, albeit very barely noticeable. Our guy told this to the man. Jin assured him that he was able to accept her instructions thanks to her help. He also promised Yanshun to repay this debt. Our guy did not understand exactly whom Jin was hinting at and nervously laughed. The clan leader decided to inform our guy that the first elder had visited him earlier. Yunchun shuddered upon hearing this. He did not think that the old man would finally make his move. He asked the clan head if he could tell him about what they talked about. Jin thought for a second and told Yunshun that he would be frank with him. After all, he had received his instructions. He revealed to our guy that the conversation was just a usual greeting. He said that Changzong asked if he was interested in joining his cause, and whether he shared the same aspirations. The elder suggested meeting later to discuss the details. Jin raised the sword and addressed Yanshun, saying that he could see anyway. He and his father were not close at all. He added that he would have accepted the first elder's offer if he had come earlier. However, this man is only interested in continuing to hone his sword. He said that he has no intention of getting involved in anything else, and asked Yunshun not to worry. At the same time, he assured him that he would refuse the elder's offer. Our guy smiled and replied that it would be better if Yanshun accepted this offer. Jin was stunned by what he heard. Yanshun reminded him that he himself said he would return everything to him. He explained that he wants to settle accounts exactly that way. Then he asked the clan leader to pretend that he agrees with the first elder and to tell what he had planned. He told Jin that he would give him even more swordsmanship lessons if he helped, and asked if he liked such a proposal. Jin could not believe what he was hearing. He asked Yanshan if he was serious. The scene switches, and we are again transported to the present. Yanshin sighed with relief, seeing that the clan leader is now only interested in his sword, and he was even glad at how he managed to turn misfortune into opportunity. He told the second elder that for some time he should not worry about the first, and after these words, Ryan admitted that he was even more worried. He asked our guy if he would leave soon, because he is participating in the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. Yanshun replied that this is correct and said that an invitation should also come for him. Then he asked the elder if he had heard anything. The elder put his hand into his robe and told Yanshun that he wants to give this to him as a gift. He took out a cookie and handed it to Seola. Our girl immediately started drooling. She spoke to the man and declared that it seems she likes him. The elder pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Yunshan, and our guy thanked him. Immediately he did so. He saw something shocking on the letter. The elder, smiling, told Yanshun that this thing has been with him for 2 years. He was waiting for the right opportunity to use it, so he was quite moved. Yanshun replied that this is not an invitation letter. The elder explained to him that the sign drawn on the paper was a sign of defeat, and told our boy that it was a letter of recommendation from Aura Supreme. Aura Supreme is one of the 3 great Supremes. He survived many defeats and did not give up. In the end, with just his fist, he destroyed many unholy renegade sects. Yanshun did not understand why Aura Supreme showed interest in someone like him, so he asked the second elder where he got that from. The old man replied that it came from Aura Supreme, and our boy again asked why specifically from Aura Supreme, since most recommendations are written by clans. The second elder pressed Yanchuan's head down and ordered him to be silent. Basically, just accept everything the adult gives him. He turned around and asked Yanshun to tear his opponents to shreds. Our boy wondered how the elder looked so detached. He did not like this situation at all. Worrying about the first elder was already enough. He knew if they found out about this at the meeting, everything would go awry. Seola came closer and said he looked tired. Yunshun told her that he was actually very tired. He said he would go for a walk. He returned to Seola and asked if she wanted to join. Our girl was incredibly happy to hear his offer. She agreed instantly. She entered the city and Seola freely ran through the streets. She had not been here for a long time. Yongchun advised her to slow down. He did not expect her to be so excited. Our girl quickly approached a stall and greeted the owners. The woman nearby told her that so much time had passed. The man added that she had become even more beautiful. Seola smiled and thanked him. Yunchun remembered that our girl once said she liked to walk here. As soon as he thought about it, he wondered what she meant when she said that. While he was thinking, Seola bought 2 candy sticks from the shop owners. She took one Dianchun and told him it was her treat. Our guy was surprised to hear this. He asked Yola if she had money. Our girl confessed to him that she was hired as a maid and now she receives a salary. Our guy could not believe that this was the same girl who not long ago begged for all those treats. From the way she spoke with the merchants, Yanshun realized that our girl had changed. He was sure that very soon she would become the way she once was again, and immediately thought about it. Shola called him the heir of the Gu clan. Our guy was stunned to hear this, so he asked her how exactly she had just called him. Seola called him the heir of the Gu clan again. She said that everyone calls him that. She smiled and said she wanted to try calling him that, but wasn't sure if it would suit her. She told Yanshun that when others say it, it sounds way too cool. As soon as he heard these words, Yanshun remembered something. This happened long before the appearance of the celestial demon. The scene unfolds backward. We are transported to the past. We see the older Yanshun sitting on the edge of a cliff in another world. The boy has not yet joined the demonic cult. Someone came to meet him, and this person was called Gu Klanar. Yanshun turned to her and asked if everything was all right. He said they still had some time before the shift change and asked why she had come out. It turned out to be the elder Seola before him. Her question stunned him with its simplicity. Did he want someone to talk to him while he was on guard, and could she sit next to him? Yanshun asked her to take care of the tangled hair if she wanted to sit next to him. Seola told him that she had nothing to tie it back with. Our guy couldn't stand it. He tore a piece of clothing off himself and handed it to her. Seola was surprised to see that. She smiled gently. Tying her hair, she asked Yanshan what he would do when he got out of this world. Our guy did not expect such a question. He did not understand why she even brought it up, since they had been transferred to the demonic world 3 years ago. He reminded her that half of the talented martial arts masters from the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly died from demonic beasts immediately after they were brought here. He asked Yola if it wasn't strange for her to still hold hope that they could get out of here. He said he never wanted to take part in this foolish event. He was simply pushed there because he was the heir of his clan. Seola asked if he had dreams he wanted to achieve and added that she wanted to hear them. Yunchun waved indifferently and replied that he had never even thought about it. Seola looked a little disappointed for a moment. Our guy turned to her and asked what she wanted to do when she finally got out of here. Shola smiled and said she wanted to travel around the whole world. She said she wanted to go where many people live and explore their own world. The scene flows further. It returns us to the present moment. Seola looks intently at Yunchun, trying to understand what he is thinking. She asked if he was angry because she addressed him as Gu Klanar and assured that she would not do it again. After that, Yanshun sharply tugged her cheek, and he asked her not to do that anymore. Scylla told him that he was so cruel. Our guy watched as she ran forward swiftly and wished that she could remain so innocent forever. 7 weeks passed, and it was finally time to set off for Hunan. The second elder went to the front line. There was a problem in the 5th squad of swordsmen, and since Vibi was the commander of this unit, it meant something was really wrong with her if she called the elder. Before leaving, the second elder gave Yanshun some pocket money and asked him to spend it wisely. Our guy was impressed that the elder even gave him money. The elder informed him that his sisters would participate in the Dragon Union this winter. He asked Yunchun not to worry. Our guy asked the man again if he was really talking about his second sister and younger sister. The second elder replied that he was. Yunchun's second sister also actually belonged to the clan, but our guy still failed to meet her because she was in independent training. He realized that Yanzhao decided to participate in the United Dragon Gathering as soon as he heard that he would be at the gathering of dragons and phoenixes. Eventually, Yunshun will leave the clan together with Soil, Muchan, Seola, and Bia. Bia managed to get permission from her father to go to the event. Sword Queen and the Divine Doctor decided to stay in the clan for a while longer. Hyuk was also there, but Yeonchun still hadn't checked whether he was dangerous or not. What gnawed at him the most was that he had to lock himself in this carriage again for some time. The carriage gradually began to feel like home to him. In the next scene, Seola sneezes. She, along with the rest of the group, camped right outside. Everyone except Yongshan wore coats. Snow lay around, and winter came very soon after they set out on the road. Trembling, Seola asked her lord if he was cold. Yeonchun replied that the air was pleasant, fresh, and a bit windy. Seola told him that was probably why. After all, he could shoot fire from his own hand. She asked if she could sit closer. Our guy asked her to go ahead. Seola and Baya quickly sat down next to Yeonchun. Both held his hands. Seola whispered to the boy that his hands were so warm, and Yeonchun involuntarily wondered if she saw in him some kind of human hand warmer. He looked at our girl and did not understand why Supreme Sword did not follow them. It all seemed strange to him. He wondered if now Hyagun calmly allowed his granddaughter to go alone. But Yeonchun did not think so. So he recalled how Sword Supreme was busy talking with the divine doctor and then disappeared for several days. It seemed Hyagun was really very busy. Our guy glanced at Baya and realized that her father had most likely already returned to Anhui. He remembered how the clan forced him to learn its swordsmanship until the very moment he left. And now he sighed with relief. Thanks to Chihol's help, he managed to draw some skill for himself and cope. As soon as he thought about this, Seola appeared and called him rotten chatterbox. He told him that he had heard this only a few times from the Namgun clan. He was annoyed that Yunchun shifted this matter onto him in front of the clan leader. Yunchun did not expect the old man to hear his thoughts. He assured everything ended well. Shikol said that there is one more thing that worries him. He asked our guy why he intends to visit someone who is trying to devour him. The scene switches, and we are taken back to the past. We see Yeonchun standing in front of someone. It turned out to be the first elder. Chunjun asked Yeonchun to repeat what he just said. Our guy replied that he is too arrogant. He said it makes no sense. If someone knows about the duty imposed on him, how can he be tempted to become the head of the clan? The first elder began to laugh upon hearing this. He wondered why Yeonchun even wanted to see him. And he certainly did not expect the reason to be exactly that. He found it extremely amusing. With a frightened look in his eyes, Chungjun told Yeonchun that he and his father are arrogant because they think they can handle this duty alone. Yeonchun glared fiercely at the elder and told him that he speaks as if trying to help them. He also said that he is simply tempted by the power of beings from another world. Arsham asked Chungjun, is this position so important that it is worth bearing this duty for it? Changjun told him that it is. It is enough to hold these beings in his hands, and he will gain access to colossal power. Yeonchun stepped closer and said that he wants to give him advice. He released his energy and smiled at this man, then said to the elder, as soon as the old dog guarding the house starts biting its owner, there will be no choice left, and it will have to be burned alive. The scene changes, and we return to the present. Yeonchun told Cheo that he just gave Changjun a warning. The old man asked if he did not consider the possibility that the elder might kill him there. The boy replied that his father would immediately kill the elder if he tried anything like that in Shaanxi. He explained to Cheo, Changjun is as cautious as he is cruel. He will not make a single move until he is ready. Yeonchun said that the head of the Namgung clan will send him a letter if anything happens. And he also added that now they just need to focus on gathering the dragon and the phoenix. As soon as he said this, Yeonchun saw the ground as if it trembled and rose. He asked the girl if everything was all right. Soil nervously replied that her hands were cold too. Bia firmly took her palms and said that her own hands were already warm. Soil wanted to object to something but did not know what exactly. The girl just wanted to hold our boy's hand, and of course Bayan knew that. That is why she was holding her friend's hand. The scene switches. The carriage arrives in Hunan. Yeonchun and Muyun stand in front of the inn. Muyun reported to his master that he could settle into the apartments prepared by Alliance and also head to the center of events in 4 days. Yeonchun entered his room and threw money on the bed, as if to say, since he was already here. And suddenly it dawned on him. He had actually come to the meeting of the dragon and the phoenix. He remembered that in a past life, this event ended quite differently than it should have. In a few years, the demonic gates of the kingdom will open, and young martial arts masters will be thrown into this world. This event was called the Incident of Transfer to the Demon Kingdom. Our guy spent several years in the demonic realm and yet somehow managed to break free on his own. However, when he came to his senses, it turned out that he had returned on the same day he was transferred. Those who died inside the demonic realm were revived, but their memories were erased. Only Yan Chun remembered what happened inside the demonic kingdom. All the conflicts that flared up there were later erased from memory. Of course, Yan Chun was the one who stirred up conflicts the most, yet there was one person who made him especially uneasy. Our guy hoped he would never come across this woman. As soon as he thought about it, our guy immediately stopped. He figured, this person might come to this event. No, that won't happen. The meetings are neither one-time nor mandatory, therefore she won't come, he kept repeating to himself. Nguyen entered the building while thinking. Yan Chun asked his guard why he was alone. The guard replied that the girls were taking too long to get ready. The man guessed that perhaps the reason was all their luggage. Yongshan did not understand why they had taken so many things when they came here to fight. Just as he thought this, he felt that someone was behind him. It seemed to him that it was girls. As soon as he looked back and asked them to hurry up, he said he was already so hungry it was painful. No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw the girl's face behind his back. She flinched from surprise. She stepped past the target, stumbled and lost her balance. She had not yet fallen when Yan Chun grabbed her by the arm. The girl was stunned upon seeing this. To his misfortune, the girl still couldn't regain her balance, so she fell right onto our guy. As soon as this happened, Soil and the girls ran down the stairs. Soil apologized to Yan Chun for being late. As soon as she did this, a shocking thing was revealed to her. She saw the girl on Yan Chun, so he will ask our guy what exactly is going on. Muyon asked his mentor if he was okay. Among the 4 great clans, there is another. Besides the Namgun clan, famous for its sword, this is the Moyong clan, rulers of Liaoning. The girl above Yanshan is the precious daughter of this family, one of the 5 dragons and 3 peaks. Her name is Moyong Haya, and she is also known as Snow Peak. She was the person from Yanshan he most did not want to meet. He recalled how in the demonic realm she humiliated and insulted him. He could not understand why he was drawn to her, and how in the end everything turned out just like that. He noticed that her hand was lying right on his hand. He said he hated himself. Before she could utter a single word, Sol sharply called her and asked if she was Snow Peak. Hya stood up and told her that a lot of time had passed since the last dragon appeared at the Phoenix Assembly. Soil asked if she could explain what was happening here. The girl confessed to her that Yanchen caught her when she slipped and fell on the stairs. Yanchen said that it was actually his fault and apologized to the girl. Haya told him that it was okay as long as he realized his own fault. Our guy got irritated upon hearing this. In his head, he called her a bitch. He told himself not to worry too much about her. He knew he had to get out of here as soon as possible. Haya turned back to him. It seemed as if she was about to ask something. Yunchen put his hand on Soil's shoulder and pushed her forward. He told Haya that they would go eat and added that he would see her later. Goodbye, I will walk past the girl to catch up with our guy. Haya instantly recognized her white hair and blue clothes. She knew who Biayas was. Before Yanshin could leave the building, Haya asked if she could join them for lunch. She said she hadn't eaten yet and that her acquaintances would need some time to arrive. Yanshin nervously turned to her. He told her that she usually skips lunch. The girl asked how he knew that. Yanshin covered his mouth with his palm and immediately realized he had let it slip. Haya smiled and said that he was quite eccentric. She noticed that Yanshin felt awkward next to her, and he knew about her habits, even though they had just met for the first time. She stepped closer and asked if they had ever met before. Yanshan truly hated the situation fiercely. He was tormented by the question, why did all this happen to him? The scene changes abruptly, and we are transported to the past. We return to the time when young martial arts masters were driven into the demonic world. Senior Ciola was explaining to someone that expelling a person is simply ridiculous, and that no one can just be thrown out like that, even if the circumstances become utterly desperate. She said she would volunteer herself if someone had to leave. Someone called her the Sword Princess and asked, pull yourself together, keep it together. The one who spoke replied to her that she cannot leave them because Ciola is the strongest among their ranks, and the person himself looked exhausted. Hair and clothes were in disarray. The woman asked our girl if she had forgotten that the only reason they managed to hold out these 3 years was precisely her. She said that justice and kindness are great values, but one must look at everything rationally. It turned out that this was Senior Haya. Other martial arts masters also felt guilty. They said that someone had to be sent outside. Haya explained to our girl that in the world not everyone has the same value. It was cruel, but still their best chance to keep most people alive. Ciola asked who they would send. Yanshun replied that they already knew the answer. He stepped forward and told Haya that he wanted her to leave him. After all, in the end, it doesn't matter whether he dies or not. Haya approached closer and said that it was not personal. She asked him not to overthink things. Yanshun nodded. He understood everything, and added that Haya chose him because he was the weakest and most worthless in their company. He assured her that he knew, if she were in his place, Haya would also have voluntarily exposed herself. Yanshun said that she was strict, but at the same time fair, even when it concerned herself. Having said this, Yanshun stepped forward and warned the group he would see them in hell. He left the cave and headed into the snowy forest of the demonic kingdom. Ola nervously watched as our guy walked away. Haya despised this situation with contempt. She tore off the fan in anger and said she was sorry. The scene changes abruptly, and we are transported to the present moment. We see that Yanshun and the company have already cleared the plates. Haya thanked them for allowing her to join the lunch. Smiling, she told Yanshun that next time he visits Liaoning, she would repay him with another meal. The boy looked away and replied that he would wait for that meal. He himself did not understand why he would ever visit Liaoning at all. No sooner had he thought this, he immediately felt something was wrong here. He knew that Haya was not the kind of person to create debts over such trifles. He wondered what Haya might want from a person she had just met. The girl asked if he was from the Shangshigu clan, and also if he knew how to use firewell. Yanshun heard this with surprise, then told her that he could. The girl asked him if she could witness this in this assembly. As soon as she said this, someone called her from the crowd. He replied that he had long been thinking about where she would be with us. Seeing that, Yanshun shuddered. It turned out to be Namgun Chungjun, the terrifying brother of Bia A. He did not expect that this boy would also participate in the event. Chunjun was stunned to see his sister together with Yanshun. Our guy noticed that this freak had already activated his lightning aura. He was puzzled why he was so furious, especially since his sister was nearby. He even gritted his teeth in rage and promised himself, during the duel demonstration, he would punish Chungzin. And as soon as he thought this, the young clan head Peng appeared as if from the ground and told Yanshun that he had also come. Yanshun was stunned to see him. Wu Jing called Yanshang a brother and told him he did not think he would be so cold. He reminded him that he was the one who gave him the pass to join their clan. Then he asked our guy why he did not show up. Hearing this, Yanshun clenched his teeth in anger, but Wu Jing immediately cut in, saying he was just joking. Our guy turned to the man and said that a lot of time had passed since he last saw him and his dear brother-in-law. He smiled, and Chunzion asked if he should call her the man's sister to remind him what he did to his boss. The boy shuddered at such words. He gritted his teeth in rage and shot a lightning bolt. With a cold look in his eyes, Wu Jing summoned the lightning dragon and ordered him that now was not the time for such quarrels. When Chen Jun saw the expression on Wu Jing's face, he became scared. He cleared his throat and greeted Yan Chen with a bright smile on his face. He said he had heard about his sister's engagement plans. Our guy was impressed how quickly he can switch moods. Chunjun turned to Sailal and greeted her. The girl immediately covered her mouth. She felt like vomiting. She said that watching awkward scenes made her feel sick. Yunchun irritably felt this and asked Wu Jin why he came here with the lightning dragon, and also whether his sister and other members of their clan came here too. Wu Jin told him that it happened exactly like that. He stated that he was the only member of his clan participating in this event. He told Yanshan that he simply followed Chungjin to take his fiancée. Our guy was surprised to hear this. Hayao stood up and said to Chungjin that it was nice to see him. She waved to Yangchun and said that she had a great time, and also that she would see him later. Our guy quickly recalled Hayao was Chungjun's fiancée and immediately understood why the girl kept looking at Bai Yao. When Wu Jin pulled him away, Chungjin whispered to his sister that he would like to talk to her alone later. Meanwhile, Bai Yao waved to her brother. Yunshun realized Hayao was actually just trying to get closer to the clan she was engaged to, and she wanted to get to know him because he was also going to marry someone from the Namgun clan. Of course, there was another fundamental reason why Hayao wanted to talk to him. She wanted to talk about an incurable disease that causes cold energy to accumulate in the body. This disease is called qi blockage. Hayao wanted to cure it with the help of Yanchuan. Our guy remembered this disease as soon as she started talking about his fire combat techniques. He recalled how that girl had tried all her life to get rid of her own qi blockage. She even resorted to fake emotions to get what she needed. That's how she operates. 4 days later, we see Yunchun and Siola running out of the inn with luggage. The gathering of the dragon and phoenix was beginning. Our guy ordered everyone to run to the carriage. He reminded them that he said the event starts today, and they need to get to Alliance before sunset. He asked them why they still hadn't prepared. Ciola replied that Bia went into hibernation because of winter. Our guy couldn't believe his ears and asked her if Bia was a bear. He wondered if they were already late, and immediately he thought about it. In front of him, he saw someone. It was Acha. Maya, he asked the girl, why are you still here? The girl said that Chunjun left without taking her with him. She assured that she had no choice and that she had to travel with him in the same carriage. Yanchun knew she was lying, so he did not want to argue with her. A little later, we see a carriage carrying the whole group to Alliance Building. When they got off this carriage, Haya suggested they meet after everyone changed in their rooms. Yanchun shouted to her before she could leave, "Life," when the girl turned around. Her boyfriend said it was nothing. The girl was surprised. She felt that he actually wanted to tell her something. She took a step forward and declared that they should not waste time when they are in a hurry. Chio appeared and shouted that our guy is a real Casanova. He couldn't believe that Yoon Chun went after another girl while he wasn't looking. He told our guy that he was quite strange. He did not understand why he was so focused on the girl if they did not have a good relationship. Our guy replied that it was a matter concerning her life. Shio told him that he made the right choice without saying anything. He added that if he had spoken up, everything would have only gotten worse. The old man and Yan Shun watched as the girl walked forward. Shu told our guy that she didn't need an explanation. She still wouldn't be able to cure her chi blockage relying on the flame arts of the Gu clan or the help of the Namgun clan. A little later, we see Mu Yan standing in front of his master's chambers. Yanshun told his companion that there was no time and asked her to forget about the golden utensils. The woman replied that she hadn't even managed to bring them. She knew he wouldn't wear them anyway. Yanshun said he was a little offended. Sula stood up and told her lord that she would comb his hair. Our guy asked, "Do as you know." While he was fussing, getting dressed, someone approached Muyan. The guard froze in shock when he saw who it was. Even before the man stepped over the threshold of the room, Yongchun ordered his servant to tell what exactly she had done with his hair. The woman assured that everything was fine with the hair. Yongchun replied, "If you lie, I will give you the same hairstyle." The woman hurriedly said that there was a problem with his hair. As soon as she uttered these words, Yanchuan's guests immediately entered the room. Home. The brown-bearded man told our guy that he had something to discuss with him. This man is the leader of the Murim Alliance. His name is Zhang Chun, and he is also known as Joyous Sword. Yang Chun and his servants were stunned when they saw that man. Joyous Sword caught our guy at an inconvenient moment. His hair looked simply ridiculous. And he, without thinking, called that man the leader of the alliance. The woman in Ciola quickly put his hair back in place. After finishing, they left the room. Yongchun bowed to greet the master of the alliance. Zhangchun asked him not to be so formal and explained that he himself was the one who had intruded on his privacy. Yongchun could not believe that the man came at the worst time. He wanted to end his life out of shame. He asked the leader of the alliance why he had come here. Zhangchun told him that he came to see him because of a letter of recommendation that the boy had submitted. He inquired whether the Supreme Aura had written it by hand. Yanchun already knew that this letter would definitely cause trouble. So that is why he did not want to accept anything from the other elder. He told the leader of the alliance that he had not received the letter directly from him. The man understood. Our boy got it from someone else. He asked if he had read the backside of this recommendation. Yanchun replied that he had not. He did not know that anything was written on the back at all. The leader of the alliance handed him the letter and asked him to read it himself. Yongshun pondered what was written there. As soon as he turned the letter over, he was struck by what he saw. Something truly shocking. According to the letter, the Supreme Aura, whose name is Biju, recommended Yanshun for the gathering. The letter said that Yanshun is her disciple, whom she personally taught despite the fact that he is usually lazy. She claimed, "One day our boy will destroy the heavens." She promised to make sure that it happens and asked the leader of the alliance not to lose hope. So she thanked Zhangchun for the treasure and said that it would be returned through Yanshun. She asked the leader of the alliance not to be too angry. Yanshun was stunned to learn about the treasure. He did not understand what was happening. The leader of the alliance took the letter from him. The letter told him that the handwriting and seal definitely belonged to the Supreme Aura, and that no one would dare to impersonate her. He told Yonu Shunu that he wants to find out everything and make sure about some things. He asked if he really is a disciple of Aura Supreme. Our guy couldn't understand what was happening. He had never heard anything about being a disciple of Aura Supreme, even in his past life. He couldn't believe that he himself had now become someone's disciple figure. This was no laughing matter, and he decided to just tell the alliance leader the truth. He told them that he is not a disciple of Aura Supreme, and that he has no idea what exactly the letter is about. The alliance leader accepted his explanation. He apologized to Yanchun for taking up his time. Our guy was surprised to hear this. Yes, he asked that man if that was all he wanted to find out, and Yanchun replied that it was. He informed Yanchun that he has no idea where the missing Aura Supreme could be, so knowing nothing about the situation, the man decided not to pursue the matter further. Our guy was surprised to hear this. Zhang Chun assured him that the recommendation is genuine. He asked him not to worry about the registration. He told Yanchun that he himself is actually surprised how he managed to reach this level without being a disciple of the Supreme Aura. He told him that during this meeting he expects great achievements from him. Saying this, our guy headed to the door. He lowered his head and thanked the Alliance leader for the visit. After the Alliance leader left his room, Yanchun screamed and declared that the second elder was doomed to become the cause of his death. His servant and guard were shocked upon hearing his scream. He was irritated that the Supreme Aura called him its disciple. He knew that the second elder and the Supreme Aura had made a bet between themselves. He suddenly realized that no one could be found guilty. He told himself that it was his own fault for submitting that letter, even though he knew something was wrong there. But who could have expected that he would be called the disciple of the Supreme Aura? He wanted to find out if that was exactly what the Alliance leader wanted to know. He guessed that perhaps Zhang Chun was just asking out of curiosity because one of the three Supremes who recently disappeared left a letter about his disciple. The only thing Yan Chun disliked about the Alliance leader was that he was the father of one particular person. Our guy actually knew where the Supreme Aura was hiding, but he couldn't tell Yan Chun. Otherwise, he would look like he really was the disciple of the Supreme Aura. Even with this information, it would still be difficult for the Alliance to recognize the Supreme Aura as he is now. As soon as this thought occurred to him, he remembered that the Supreme Aura said he gave his treasure to his disciple. Immediately, he thought about it. That second elder once gave him some pocket money and asked him to spend it wisely. Yongshun quickly put his hand into his clothes and took out a pouch. He poured the coins directly onto the ground. To his surprise, there was a ring in the pouch. The boy was irritated upon seeing it. He called the other elder a crazy old man. The scene changed abruptly. We were transported to the banquet hall. Several young martial arts masters sat nearby, and all of them were chatting animatedly while eating. One huge martial arts master looked around confusedly. Why the event had not started yet. His friend asked if he thought something had happened. His friend asked him to look at the front row. He replied that there were quite a few pretty women in this gathering. When the man looked ahead, he noticed the dry ground and said the girl had started to look much more mature than before. His friend explained the lady next to her seemed to be from the Namgun clan. The giant was enchanted by Bia's beauty. He said he had never heard of such a beauty in the Namgun clan, and asked his friend if Bia was the sister of the lightning dragon. He was impressed to see how beautiful she was, even though she wore little clothing. She said that maybe she was even more beautiful than the snow pea. But just as he said this, Haya rushed past him. The girl looked simply wonderful. Both her hair and makeup were flawless. She approached the front table and asked Soil if Yunchun had not arrived yet. The girl replied that he was a little late. Then she asked Hai why she had come without her companions. The girl said that since they arrived here, she had not been able to find Shunjun. She guessed that maybe someone knows where he is. Kaya, however, assured her her brother would be here soon. The giant smiled and said it was incredible to see three beauties in one place at once. He noticed that they had empty spots. Getting up, he said he would try to join them. His friend was surprised to hear this, so he replied that the leader of Alliance would be there soon and asked him not to move from the spot. A giant named Vangbo, she always said about him that only the brave can find true love. He told his friend that he would show him the way and asked him to look carefully at everything. He approached the ladies and told them that there were free seats there. Then he asked if he could sit at their table. Haya instantly understood that this man was from the Vanbo clan by his clothing. Although the Vanbo clan is prestigious, it is not on the level of the four great clans. Soil was irritated to see Chiao Yui. She thought he was some suspicious guy. She said that at such events there are always such suspicious types. Bia quickly closed her nose, as if she could sense exactly what intentions the man had. Once Soil told Chalvi that someone was sitting nearby. The man asked if all four seats were taken. Soil replied that the seats were assigned to them. She asked him to sit in another place. The man turned to the girl. Do not be so cold. He said that this was a great opportunity to get to know each other better. He grabbed Yahello by the hand and invited her to join as well. Snowpeak pushed his hand away and asked him not to touch her body without permission. She flared up with anger every time. He raised his hand and asked if she thought she could get away with everything because she was pretty. He promised to teach her manners. Before he could do anything, Yongshun flashed past him and touched his hand at a crazy speed. She always asked our boy who he was. As soon as he said it, he immediately saw that his hand was completely twisted and screamed in pain. Everyone was impressed by what our boy did. Yongshun gently hit him on the leg. He knocked him to the ground and ordered someone to inform the officials that the idiot got drunk before the event even started. He warned the same one would have to give up tomorrow's duels. He asked Hai if any of them were hurt. The girl assured that nothing happened. Yongshun said no one behaves crazily in a place where people gathered. He added that Jiawei was a real madman. While he was speaking, Siola and Muyan showed how Yongshun twisted the man's arm. Muyan told our girl that her movements now looked more intense and duller than when he saw her training near the waterfall. Siola replied that she had never been to the waterfall. While they were talking, someone clapped their hands for our boy, and he told him that they had almost shown the Alliance leader a pitiful spectacle, and he replied that he had handled the situation elegantly. Yunshun completely lost his composure as soon as he saw this mad freak. The young man decided to introduce himself to the group. He said he was from the Taeyong Jiang clan and named himself Jiang Xinyang. Everyone stared in surprise at the boy's name. It immediately became clear that he was the son of the Alliance leader. Yunshun remembered this boy as Siola's former fiancé. In his past life, he had been engaged to her. Yunshun recalled that in his past life, he had several encounters with Qianyin. One of them happened precisely during this event. The boy could not forget what Sinyon had done. The demonic gates of the kingdom, which appeared out of nowhere during the gathering of the dragon and phoenix, were actually opened by someone. They were opened while our boy was pondering the past. Qianyin extended his hand to him and said he was pleased to meet him, adding that at the gathering they must do everything possible. Yunshun looked at his palm. He could not believe what he was hearing. He smiled and apologized to Xinyan for being late in making the acquaintance. He said he was from the Shangxi Gu clan. He shook Xinyan's hand and said he was glad to meet him. Barely uttering this, Yunshun saw Ayan feel unbearable pain in his hand. He clenched his teeth in anger. He did not expect Yanshun to squeeze his hand. Our guy smiled, seeing the expression on his face. He knew. This bastard was trying to measure his level by the handshake itself. He became curious whether Xianyan thought he wouldn't notice this in his hand. Sol began to blush when she saw Yunshun squeezing Sinan's hand. Yanshun was pleased with the boy's expression. He wondered if he should tighten the grip even more to increase the pain. Before he could do anything, Bia stood up and touched his hand. She asked him why he was behaving like that. Yangshun immediately released the boy as soon as he heard this. Shunyan shook his hand and said his greeting was wetter than he expected. In fact, he was shaken by the fact that our guy was capable of such a level of strength. He wondered where he got it from, and he was sure the Gu clan had nothing to do with soiling Star. This means that Yunchun has nothing called a blessing. Since our guy has such power, Xiaoyan realized that our guy was already at the top of martial pinnacle. Immediately after thinking this, SNYN felt something was wrong. He turned sharply and saw that Siola was staring at him intently. He could not understand why some servant was looking at him as if there was deadly hatred in him. And Ian could not understand what was happening here. He did not remember any action on his part that could have caused such anger. Before he could say anything, someone announced that the leader of the alliance, Miriam, was entering, and he asked everyone to keep quiet. Zhang Chun entered the hall and apologized to everyone for having to wait. He smiled and suggested starting the banquet immediately, saying it was already late anyway. While everyone was eating, several officials approached the stage and apologized to those present for interrupting them during the banquet. One of them announced that a duel tournament would take place tomorrow, and they would determine the competition bracket. He asked the martial arts masters to come forward in the order assigned to them and take a ticket. When she stood up, Soil saw a girl smiling at Xian Yin. The girl asked if he had ever been to such a banquet. Xian Yin laughed and replied that he was very interested. The girl asked him to come to a banquet that her clan would soon hold. Soil was annoyed that the girl was trying to get close to Xinyan. She did not understand why girls liked corny men. She recalled that Yan Chun was the one who had previously taken control of the situation. She was puzzled why the girls did not talk about him. As soon as she thought about this, one of the martial arts masters told his companion that Yan Chun was the one who had beaten Xiao Yui. He stated that it was immediately clear. Yan Chun was insanely furious. He told his friend that he saw how our guy was connected with Sword Peak. The companion informed him that he had heard. The student of the Supreme Aura, as is known, is called Gu Yanchun. He told him that someone incredibly skilled would participate in the event. Soil was delighted by this. She felt relieved when she saw that others finally appreciated Yangchuan. No sooner had she thought this than one of the officials called her. Soil nervously responded to the call. The man informed her that she was slowing down the process. He asked her to take a ticket. Soil quickly went to the stage and grabbed her ticket. She immediately told herself that she must watch more closely what is around. She was ashamed that she always does stupid things whenever she thinks about our guy. The official worker informed her that she belongs to Group 2. He also said that her opponent has already been chosen. He informed Soil that she would have to fight with Sinyin. The girl froze upon hearing this. Turning back to his desk, Yanchun asked Soil about the bracket she had drawn. Soil admitted to him that she was in Group 2. Yanchun smiled and said that they are all in different groups. He told her that Bia is feeling depressed now because they are in different groups. He said that Bia told him that the event will not be interesting. Soil asked our guy if she could ask him for one thing. In a few days, we see how some people enter the arena. The announcer declared that the 9th match in Group 3 is about to begin. Yanchun and Yan Sayam from Boy Faction will compete. The judge addressed Yanchun and the other boy and asked if they were ready. Both nodded their heads. The judge asked them to start the fight. Unfortunately, not even a minute passed before Yanchun managed to simply throw this poor guy out of the ring. The judge quickly announced that we are the winner. When he stepped off the stage, Chio asked our guy if he wasn't ashamed, saying that he gained strength thanks to regression and luck, yet still participates in a tournament for children. Chio advised Yunchun to pretend as if he was really making an effort. Our guy agreed that this tournament seemed very easy to him, like taking candy from a baby. He said he didn't have time to worry about it. He told Sayoli that she needed to get to the duel stage of Group 2. Of all the people Soil could face, Yanchun never expected that she would go against Sinin already in the first round. Yesterday, when he shook the guy's hand, Yanchun could tell that he was already quite strong. He was left to guess what exactly Soil was thinking when she made her demands. The camera switches and we see Soil spitting blood onto the ground. Senian told her that she was incredible. He knew very well the rules limit the use of poison, and he assured Soil that she managed, even though she covered everything with her hidden weapons. He smiled and said to Poison Peak, saying that in a real fight, she would have already taken him. Breathing heavily, he said that now he understands why Soil is one of the 5 dragons and 3 peaks. And Soil herself was fiercely staring at Sinin at that moment. She gritted her teeth and tensed up, as if before a strike, and threw several daggers at him. CNN effortlessly deflected the attacks. Soul grabbed a dagger and rushed at him. She struck him with the dagger with impressive speed, seeing how Yan easily dodged her attacks. It seemed that he had no problem opposing her at all. He advised Soil to surrender and lay down her arms. Immediately, he grabbed her by the hand and kicked her hard in the stomach. From the blow, she was thrown into the air. She fell with her body onto the ground, spitting out some blood. She wondered if it was time to give up, since the result was already obvious. She was sure. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she no longer had any chance against the son of the Alliance leader, because she saw something shocking. She saw Yunchun on the tower and wondered what happened to his match, and also whether he was worried about her. It seemed strange to her that Yanchun never moved as soon as she made a move. But now he was suddenly nearby and on her side. She abruptly stood up and thanked Yin for his kindness. Taking a stance, she told him that she had not yet shown all her skills and that it was too early to give up. She was not giving up yet. Sinyan did not expect this and decided that Soil's actions looked really interesting. He asked her what exactly was pushing her so far. Soil ignored his question and rushed at him, using another technique. Her energy transformed into several snakes. Each was ready to tear Sinyan to pieces. The boy was stunned upon seeing the attack. The scene abruptly changes, and we are thrown back into the past. We see Siola leading Yanchun somewhere aside. Our boy turned to Piku the Poison with a request. Tell him what she might want and why she would need to pull him there at all. Soil informed Yunchun that tomorrow she would have to deal with Shinyin. Our boy was surprised to hear this. Soil explained to him that she would make her demand only after all the introductory stages are over. She decided to say this now because she did not know how strong Shinyin was. Yanchun asked what exactly she wanted. Soil pulled herself together and asked our boy if she defeats Shenyan and gets far enough to face him, would he be able to speak to her simply? She asked if he would speak to her the same way he speaks to Siola and Frame. Yanchun was surprised to hear this. She smiled and told Soil that she could have asked for this any time. The girl only asked him not to do it. She told him that she would feel as if she were lost. At first, the ground was drawn simply to Yanchuan's handsome face. However, after she observed him for several months while they were together, Soil realized that Yanchuan's heart was much more pleasant than his appearance. She saw how he would warm up the atmosphere if someone got cold, and how he brought her dumplings when she didn't want to eat full meals. When Soil asked him about it, Yanchun replied, "Supposedly, it's just part of the training," and added that he didn't want to see anyone starving. Anyone immediately understood these were just excuses. Soil knew that Yanchun treated everyone with the same kindness, yet she still couldn't help but fall in love with him. She wanted to be closer. The girl wondered if she truly deserved to stand next to Yanchun. From this thought, she wanted to give up and be satisfied with what she had, her current friendship. She tried to remind herself, Peak Sword and Dragon Sword are more capable than her. She never dreamed of becoming the strongest. It was enough for her to be just the peak of poison. At first, clan affairs were handled by her brother. He is to inherit the clan. The girl was born with a body that would never allow her to become the clan leader, so she gave up. That's why this time Soil strives to be different. She didn't want to do the same thing she always does, even if it might seem sentimental or childish. Soil wanted to use this chance to Yanchun that she is not a soft weakling. She begged him to give her a chance. The scene changes, and we are brought back to the present. We see someone opening her eyes in a room. The girl quickly raised her head, and it turned out to be Soil. She was shocked that she found herself in this place. She wondered what happened to the duel. The thought barely flashed. She looked around and saw several combat masters lying on their beds. They were all undergoing treatment. Soil quickly recalled. She lost the duel. She even remembered that her poison fong steel body did not work at all. She told herself that the son of the Alliance leader was truly extraordinarily strong. She clenched the sheet and began to cry. She could not understand why she was crying, and almost immediately found an explanation. Someone asked if she had just woken up. It turned out to be Yanchun. Soil was stunned to see him, so she asked when he had come. Yanchun in response asked why she was so shocked, and said that Bai A and the doctor would visit her very soon. He asked her to wait a little. Soil wiped her tears and admitted that she was ashamed. She explained to our guy that she submitted the request because she decided if she tried hard, she could win. Yanchun addressed her as Soil and assured her everything is fine. He added that it was good to see she held herself with dignity and fought to the very end. But Soil reminded him that they had made a promise. And as soon as she said this, it dawned on her. Yanshan called her by name. She quickly called to him. Yanchun approached the door and told her that he had to leave already. Soil was quite surprised to hear this. She smiled gently and said that our guy does not know how to hide things well at all. The next day of the qualifying battles, Yanchun easily defeated his opponent with a powerful attack. Baya knocked down her opponent with one strike using the sword with which she struck her. Those who watched the clash were amazed. Several participants incapacitated their opponents with a single blow. One of the men whispered that since yesterday a series of incredible events has been ongoing. His friend replied that this year, probably, a new dragon or peak will appear, and asked who he considered the winner of this competition. The man said that the young man who defeated the poison peak literally captivated his gaze. He told his friend that the boy is quite powerful since he managed to easily overcome Soil, and he smiled and added that this boy is the son of the Alliance leader. The man asked his chubby friend who he considered the winner, and the chubby man told him that he thinks Yunchun will win. He revealed to his friend that our boy has an affinity with the Sword Peak and the Tiger Hero, and that Yunchun is also a disciple of the Supreme Aura. Immediately after he said this, Wojin appeared as if out of thin air and declared that he completely agreed with him. The man was shocked to see him. His friend explained that he had seen Wojin somewhere before. He quickly recalled that Wojin is a former divine dragon. He said he had not heard that the Punk clan participated in the tournament. Wujin smiled and said that he has business with the Alliance. Later, we see Yaun Chun and Baya run into each other just after leaving their arena. Baya asked our boy if he won again without much trouble. Yang Chun replied that she did the same and asked, does she even remember who she fought? Bia told him that there could be nothing fun about confronting those people. She declared that she wanted to fight him. Yanchun did not understand why Bia was so insistently dragging him into a clash. He asked her if she had seen Ciola and explained that he had not seen our girl for a moment since morning. Bayan told him that Ciola was outside. Yanchun was surprised to hear that she had gone out again and recalled that she had done the same yesterday. He did not like it at all. He decided to ask Hong what to watch over so as not to lose sight of our girl. The scene changes, and we are transported to a cave in the snowy mountains. We see a man jumping out of the cave. He was very badly wounded. He left his comrades in the cave. They were torn to pieces. Someone did it mercilessly. They begged for help with screams, but the man did not respond with a sound. He looked scared to the point of trembling. All of this was a real nightmare for him. He recalled that the Shangxi branch disappeared several months ago because Hailjack ignored the will of the palace master and went to act on his own. However, thanks to their strict protection, this branch was not discovered by either the Shaolin leader or Joy's sword. The man did not understand how the little girl could find them and to cause so much harm. Elder Yahello was the one who tore them to pieces. The man turned around as soon as he felt the presence of our girl. He was sure not all members could just die here, so he wanted to find a way to inform the main palace. He rushed forward swiftly and decided to do everything to deliver the message. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, Yahello cut off his head with one stroke. The poor fellow didn't even have time to realize when his head flew off his body. After she pulled the man out, older Yahello apologized to her younger self for once borrowing her body and using her hands to do this. The spirit of our girl appeared behind her and said that everything was fine. She assured that she knew. Yahello was worried about Yanchun, then added that she understood. She wanted to ease the burden of our boy. Our girl told her older self that she understood her because it was herself. In the next scene, we see Yahello returning to their quarters. Hunla was waiting for her outside. She rushed to meet her. Yahello hugged her tightly as soon as she came closer. Manhwa asked where she had been. She replied that everyone was very worried. Biola flashed a smile and told the woman that she got lost exploring the surroundings. Hanoi warned her, if she did it again, she would be truly very ill. She grabbed Yahello's hand and asked her to come inside after her. She said that Mu Yun was very concerned about her. When she headed to the door, Yahello hoped she could repay her debt to Yunchun. On the first day of the tournament. On the third day of the tournament, the main fight began. We see Yunchun coming out of his room and stretching his arms, warming up his shoulders. While he was stretching, he heard someone begging his sister to stop and come back with him. He told her that she was causing problems for the Gu clan as well. He reminded her that they have their own rooms. He asked why she keeps trying to stay in Yanchun's quarters again and again. Baya asked her brother to let her go. Chunjun reminded his sister, he and Yanchun are only in a political marriage arranged by their clans. And he asked why she cares so much about our guy. Bia pushed her brother's hand away. Chunjun was surprised to see this. Baya released her energy and ordered her brother to watch his tongue. The lightning dragon was stunned to see how his sister was behaving. Before he could say a word, Yanchun called him brother-in-law and asked what he was doing here. Chunjun laughed and told our guy that he would see him later. Just as he was about to leave, Yanchun informed him that in the next match, he had to fight him. With a smile on his face, our guy told Chunjun that they should give their all in the duel and have a good fight. The lightning dragon looked irritably at Yanchun's expression. He clenched his fist and said he would fulfill his wish. In the quarterfinals, Chunjun and Yangchun were asked to come on stage. Chunjun told our guy that there were things he couldn't say earlier because his sister was nearby. With a terrifying expression, he asked Yangchun not to get cocky just because he reached this stage, and asked if he really believed the same miracle would happen again, like before. He reminded that he said he wants to go all in, assured Yangchun that he had no intention of making it easier for him, and asked not to regret it if he returned home crippled. Yongshun smiled as soon as he heard this and told Lang Dragon that it was good. Without hesitation, he uttered these words. The judge asked them to start. Yongchun released his energy and immediately attacked Chungjun. The energy took the form of a wolf. The wolf appeared next to Chunjun, and an explosion rose. The blast wave destroyed a significant part of the stage. Everyone was stunned seeing the scale of Yangchuan's attack. They couldn't believe he swept the stage. Only guessing remained. Was he hiding his true power? Shola and Sol were fired up when they saw Yangchun's strength. The stage plunged into dust and was covered with fragments of stone. Chenjun tore everything around into pieces with his sword. He was sorry to see the attack that Yanchun used. He thought that he resorted to petty tricks. Yangchun appeared before him. With a fist forward, he smiled and told Chungjin that he should already be scared and run away. The Thunder Dragon shuddered, seeing Yanchuan's fist right in front of his face. He managed to deflect the blow with his sword, but he was still pushed back. He rushed around Yanchun at a crazy speed. He admitted that Yanchuan's strength was colossal and believed our guy would have a hard time keeping up with his speed. He was sure he would win if he was not hit. From a dark blind spot, he launched an attack on Yanchun and immediately swung his sword, aiming straight at our guy's head. Yangshun, to complete surprise, dodged the blow by sharply ducking his head. He clenched his fist, covering it with energy, and a mad smile froze on his lips. Yanchun called Chunjun an idiot and stated that his chest was not covered at all. He said it and immediately struck. Yanchun slapped Chunjun so hard that he doubled over in stomach pain and unleashed a huge wave of energy at him. The flying dragon could not comprehend what was happening from the lightning. He did not know how Yanchun could have such insane power at all. Our guy jumped up and kicked straight into the chin. Chenjin had no idea if this was really the power of a person his age. While he hovered in the air, Yanchen clasped his hands together and delivered a powerful blow to the lightning dragon right in the chest. Then Chunjun was slammed into the ground with a crash. His body tore apart the stage. He lifted his head, grinding his teeth in anger. He could not come to terms with what was happening. He looked at Yanchun and muttered to himself, "Our guy should be the one lying on the ground." He was enraged by Yanchun's very manner of looking, and he was sure that our guy was mocking him from above. He recalled that everything in his life began to fall apart after he met Yongchun in Sichuan. He remembered how our guy surpassed his talent, the same, how his father scolded him, and how exactly he endured it. His dear sister was disfigured. That is why Chunjun received a unique power without telling his father. He recalled a creature that assured him he had a good body, that the blessing would give him strength, and advised not to use it until it stabilized. Devices, although the power had not yet stabilized. Chunjun was not worried. He was ready for anything to gain the power that could injure Yongchun. He released energy and charged Yunchan with it. Our guy was surprised when he saw that he was moving. The lightning dragon at that moment threw its blade forward as soon as Chunjun approached at close range. Yongchun covered himself with his palms, deflecting the attack. He was gnawed by the question. Where did Chunjun get this new increased power? He immediately thought about it. He felt a strange energy flowing in waves from his body. He quickly dodged Chunjun's blade. Smiling like a madman, Chunkun asked our guy if he now saw the difference in their power. He swung his sword and said that a nobody like him should not even try to touch his noble sister. He lunged at Yanchun again and swung his sword. Our guy effortlessly dodged his attack. With a mad gleam in his eyes, Chunjun declared to our guy that his sister belongs to him, and said it immediately. Yangchun immediately raised his fist. He used it to intercept Chungjun's blade. Chungjun froze in shock. He did not understand what was happening at all. Before Chungjun could do anything, our guy grabbed him by the neck and released a huge amount of fire. The ominous gleam in his eyes made the lightning dragon ask, where did he get his power? He squeezed the degenerate's neck even tighter. Chungjun gasped for air convulsively. He wanted to beg Yanchun to let him go. The entire crowd could not see anything. Our guy flooded the arena with a large amount of fire. Trying to breathe, that stupid bastard whispered to himself, if only Yanchun had not interfered in their affairs, he would have taken his sister. Screaming hysterically at the top of his lungs, Yunchun asked the lightning dragon to tell him exactly where he had hidden the thing that had curled up inside him. No sooner had he asked this question than our guy noticed. Chunjun fainted and even wet himself. When Yunchun pressed Chunjun to the ground, Wujin smiled and said he did not expect things to go so far. He asked Xianyun if it was not incredible. Xianyun did not like this question at all. He asked Wujin if he really enjoyed everything happening in this situation. He explained to him that now among the next generation of students there appeared someone who had already surpassed the power gained through baptism. He said that a single variable could ruin their entire plan. Wujin explained to him that Chunjun loses because he forces himself to use a power that has not yet settled in his body. That is why he doubted. He asked Xinyan why they even involved Chunjun in their plan. Xinyan replied that Chunjun is needed, and Wujin wondered if they really needed that pathetic ability of Chunjun. Xinyan objected, the lightning dragon is not pathetic. Then he asked Wujin if he said that because he was upset that Chunjun received baptism first. Eugene laughed out loud as soon as he heard this. He called out to CNN. He smiled like a madman and asked him to stop talking nonsense. He said he was incredibly strong, even without any falling star or some kind of baptism. Sun Wen replied that he could not understand him. He asked Chunjin why he constantly draws a line between himself and them, although they are all in the same boat. He asked if he really hated them that much. Wujin laughed and stated that he simply misunderstood something. He told Xianyin that he actually had a quite decent impression of him, and Xianyin asked why he looked so favorably on Yongchen if he did not hate him. Wujin said that the reason is very simple. He explained to Sinin that for him the whole world seemed to have lost its colors and become gray, saying it felt as if he had been walking through a monotonous, colorless world all the time. And one day he suddenly came across a very bright light. It was something more than just a strong glow. The light was so intense that it could even overshadow the colors of everything nearby. It was Yanshan who emitted this intense light. Wujin asked Xinyan if it was really beyond his reach. He explained that he himself also belongs to those who emit light, and so he said that he had a good impression of him. Before he could say anything else, a powerful explosion thundered on the stage. When the blast wave threw steam right into their faces, the spectators instinctively covered their noses. Someone remarked that there was a strange smell in the air. Vochin sincerely, kindly smiled as soon as he saw who exactly was standing on the stage. He immediately noticed Chunjun unconscious on the ground, and in front of him stood Yanchun. Everyone all at once started chattering and rejoicing as soon as they saw that Yanchun had won. They couldn't believe that he had truly defeated Lightning Dragon. Someone said, well, it was supposed to be that way. From the younger brother of Sword Phoenix. Vochin's face shone with joy. Their boy had won. This was exactly what he desired. He hoped that Yongchun would continue to shine the same way so that someday he could color him with his own hues. While everyone was wildly supporting him and shouting, our guy quickly glanced at his own hand. In his palm, he noticed the same mysterious energy that Chungjin used. The conversation breaks off, and the scene jumps to another place. We see Chungjun shouting that his energy has disappeared. He could not understand what was happening. He recalled the time when Yangchun pressed him to the ground. He had no idea whether our guy was involved in the loss of his powers. Hayao sat next to Chungjun while he was losing his mind. She saw he had completely lost his mind. It was hard to believe that this misfortune happened now. After all the troubles through which she had so diligently sealed their engagement, she realized that she would lose more than the support she received from the Namgun clan. The snowy peak essentially only needed the help of the Heavenly Supreme. She sighed and said she had lost patience. She was tired of this. She wondered how much longer she would have to keep worrying about the severed meridians. Yes, she hoped that her severed meridians would merge and disappear like the snow of this season. As soon as she thought about it, the feeling when she touched Yangchuan's hand surfaced before her eyes. She would like to get one more chance to experience it again. The scene switches to another moment. We see Yanchun going to his chambers together with Muyan. His guard said that he was incredible in the fight and asked when he grew into such strength. Yanchun replied that what truly moved him was his own rapid growth, and then asked Muyan to stop flattering him. Yanchun told Muyan that it was he who, while Muyan was not looking, quietly broke through the wall of a top martial arts master. Muyan smiled and said that this was to be expected from the Gu clan's guard. He asked his master if he could tell how exactly he finished the fight. The master replied that he saw nothing because of the heat haze. Yanchun nervously said that he finished the fight with his art of the fire wheel. He did not know how to explain what actually happened. In fact, he used his flames to dry Chunjin's urine. He was relieved that he had set up a barrier in advance so that the information would not leak. When he arrived at the entrance to his room, Yongchun said that he needed to rest. He was so tired, and Muyon replied that he had worked hard. Before he managed to open the door, our guy again and again thought disgustedly about how everything could have turned out exactly like this. He did not understand what was wrong with his body. He mentally called the essence inside him a pig-like freak, and recalled how he was literally choking on that strange energy coming from Chunjin. Our guy was racking his brains about where Chunjin gets his energy. He tried to dig for information but could not get a single answer. The only thing he knew for sure, this energy did not feel demonic in nature. On the contrary, it seemed like its opposite, like the energy that Ciola exhales. Immediately, as soon as this thought flashed, Yanchun opened the door to the room. Ciola twitched and jumped out to meet him, greeting him. She said that his duel was simply breathtaking. Yanchun jumped aside and positioned his legs so that our girl fell to the ground. He told her he noticed that lately she only runs back and forth, and asked directly if she even watched the match today. Ciola explained she heard that only truly important matches are left, so she watched his fight with the older girls. She got up and reported. She learned to style hair in Manhwa. She begged him to let her do his hairstyle. Yanchun, sighing and leaning back, replied that he had no special events today. Silop begged him again, persistently, not giving up. She assured that she was confident in her skills. Our guy did not know what to answer. He asked Muyon if Hongwa was really the one who taught her. Varda replied that she was. He reported to his master. Ciola trains every night after the banquet. A little later, we see Soil and Bia entering our guy's room. Soil screamed and told him he was incredible. She admitted that she was simply blown away by the impression of the wolf-shaped flame. As soon as she said it, she saw something shocking. She and Baya Siola trying to tie Yanchuan's hair. Our guy asked Siola to explain why Bahia and Soil react like that. Siola immediately got nervous. Yanchun hit her on the head and forced her to kneel outside. After he tied his hair back, Yanchun told Bia that he heard she made it to the final four. Bia replied that he was right. Soil was impressed to hear that in the final she would have to face Bia and Yanchun. Yanchun asked her not to get too excited. He explained that they still did not know exactly whom they would have to compete against, as the draw would again determine the pairs. Soil realized he was right. She told him that the other two in the final were Shen Yin and Haya. While they were talking, Well was watching them. She told Yunshun that he looked like he was starting to feel more comfortable when talking to Soil and asked if something had happened to him. Youngshun explained to Baya that Soil asked him to speak to her informally if they happened to run into each other at the tournament. Soil told Baya our guy accepted her request, although she herself was never able to fulfill her part of the promise. Youngshun noticed that Baya was frowning and pouting, so he asked if there was anything else she wanted to ask for. Bai-A replied that she no longer wanted to ask for anything, and added he didn't even fulfill her request regarding the duel, which she had been holding on to all this time. Yang Chun apologized to her, and Bea assured him it's all right. She smiled and said that they would meet at the tournament, and then said this time he won't be able to run away from her. Young Chun was impressed to hear this. Unfortunately for Bea, everything went not as she had planned. The next day, the tournament bracket was shown on the big board. It was believed that Yun Chun would have to fight Haya, and well, who was going to step out to fight? CNN smiled as soon as he saw the tournament schedule. He understood the stage prepared for him was not far off at all. When Yanshun remembered what happened to Xiao, he wished that he would be the first to meet Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, it all turned out like this. Baya asked him why he was so depressed. Yanshun shuddered as soon as he heard her voice. He quickly turned to her and said that he was not sad at all. Baya could tell that our guy was not thinking about his own match. She asked if he was afraid that she might lose. Our guy looked away and told her that it was not about that. Although Baya was more skilled than those who participated in the event, Yanshun still could not help but worry. It seemed to him that Yin was hiding something. Baya took his hand and said that it was normal. She smiled and asked him not to worry about her. Just trust her and watch. In the next scene, our girl stands on the stage. She carefully took a deep breath and felt. Breathing was still easy for her despite the crowd, and it seemed to her that it was because somewhere far behind her Yanshun was watching. While she was thinking, someone told her that he did not know Lightning Dragon had such a beautiful older sister. Bia sharply turned around, and it was Sinin. The guy introduced himself, reminded her that they briefly met at the banquet, and added that he was looking forward to her guidance. Bia introduced herself to him. She felt that there was something strange about this guy. Although Xianjian was not on the same level as Yang Chun, he also had almost no flaws. But for some reason, Bea felt that she should not approach him closer. While she was looking at him, the referee announced that the fight between Namgung Bea from the Namgung clan was about to begin, and Zhang Xiangyang from the Tarian clan was already ready for battle. Two participants took their stances, and the referee asked them to start. He did it instantly. Ji and Yi felt something truly shocking. He was overwhelmed by incredible pressure. His legs became so heavy that he could hardly move them. Bia asked if he was not going to attack, gritted her teeth, snorted, and raised her head. Baya unleashed an incredible amount of energy and said she would approach him. As soon as she said this, Bia instantly closed the distance and appeared right in front of him. She raised her sword and struck him with it. Xinyan was stunned when her blade flew straight at him. He begged his own leg to move from its place. He managed to gather strength and jump out of the trajectory. Biao's attack shattered the ground. Instantly, he regained his balance. He lunged at her. Biao easily repelled his attack with a single swing of her sword without any difficulty. Senya noticed that his whole body had become heavy. He could not believe he managed to do it only after using such a colossal amount of internal energy. Baya swung her sword at him while he was in the air. Sinyan instantly raised his sword and intercepted the attack with a block. The boy realized that Baya was on a completely different level than her brother. He could understand that this was true Namgun fencing. Baya added even more energy to her sword and used it to push Xinyan back. The boy was thrown into flight. She instantly rushed at him. As soon as she jumped to close range, Bia swung her sword broadly at him. Xinyan was able to deflect her attacks, though he did not regain his balance. But even while blocking the blows, he still retreated under the pressure. Baya drove him to the very edge of the stage, noticing that Ryan did not believe what was happening. He had no idea he would lose at this very stage. He convinced himself the stage exists only for him to shine. Breathing heavily, he firmly repeated to himself that it could not end like this. As soon as he thought this, Bia sharply swung her sword right toward his head. At that moment, the spectators in Yanshun saw something shocking when it happened. Yanshan did not understand what had just happened. He watched as Xinyan pushed Bia back with a sword strike. As soon as the attack came, Bia fell to the ground. Yongchu noticed the energy the boy was using now. He realized Xinyan was using the same energy as Chunjun. Xianyan stepped forward and told Bei that she was impressed. And he added, this was the first time he fought so hard. Bios lifted her head and spat blood. She could not comprehend what had just happened. She simply did not see Shanyan's sword. He shook off the dust and said he owed her an apology. He told her that only now he understood. Bia is not a rival against whom he can restrain himself. As soon as he said this, he rushed at her. Bia grabbed her sword and, gasping for breath, tried to push herself onto her feet. As soon as she got up, S and Ian swung their swords at her with insane speed. Bia managed to deflect their attacks, but she was still pushed back. Smiling as if he had lost his mind, Vale asked Bia if she could keep deflecting his blows. He said she was simply incredible, and he already knew in what terrible condition her body was. Bia was struggling to catch up with Yansun, and she felt like she was about to throw up. She did not understand why this stench had returned again. She wanted to get off the stage already. She wished at that very moment to be near Yanshun, and quickly turned back to our boy. She saw that he was nervous. She remembered how she asked him to trust her so that she wouldn't have to see such a grimace appear on his face. Bia had always hated her own helplessness. She could not understand why she was unable to help Yan in any way. She knew well how sincerely her heart rejoiced when he was near, but she did not want to hold him back any longer. She wanted to prove that she could stand on her own feet. As soon as this thought flashed in her head, Xian Yan raised his sword. He made a furious swing. Squinting like a madman, he asked the girl to stop and to cease retreating. Block the attack. Xianen was shocked when he saw this. He noticed that her sword emitted a ringing sound. He knew this was the sword resonance, but he did not expect the sound to be so clear and distinct. Could this be Bia's hidden card? He quickly realized that Bia still did not know how to control the sword resonance. Bia calmed down and released more energy. She ordered herself not to let distracting thoughts in, and she said she needed to focus. She made a huge swing and pushed Anian back. With a single strike, she launched various series of attacks at him. Seeing Yin, he quickly jumped back, dodging the blows. Bia took a stance and released even more lightning energy. She told herself that she could do it. Yes, someone shouted to her and asked her not to rush. He told her that it doesn't matter if she is slow. All that truly matters is the feeling to see the path. Before her emerged the path leading to Shanyang. She lunged at the boy. CNN was sure that she was already badly wounded. He did not know what exactly she was trying to do moving so slowly. He remembered that at the peak with the poison there was also a moment like this. He did not understand what Bia was fighting for. How she managed to stand up again with such a clear gaze. He took a fighting stance and decided to use divine energy and the resonance of the sword so that Bia would never be able to stand up again. He rushed forward, releasing a huge burst of energy at her. When they got close, he and Bia clashed swords in one breath, exchanging blows. They slipped past each other. Bia said that this should be enough. As soon as she said this, her sword shattered and her body fell powerless to the ground, and the referee announced that Xianyan had won the duel. The man inside Bio smiled and told her that this was the right path. Bio lost consciousness with a smile on her face. In the next scene, we see Bia slowly opening her eyes, hearing some voices. When her gaze cleared completely, she saw Ciola and Soil in front of her. She asked the two girls where she had ended up. Soil explained to the wounded girl that she was now in a medical chamber and told her that a duel with a descendant of the Jane clan had brought her there. Bia lifted her head as soon as she remembered that she had lost. Shola told her that she was very cool and said she heard a sound coming from her sword. She said that during the last attack she moved like a real wave. Soil said it almost looked like a dance and asked Bia where she had learned such moves. Bia tried to recall what had happened in the match. It occurred to her whether she understood the movement when her sword suddenly buzzed and tinkled. She saw nothing but the path the sword was supposed to pass at the end of the movement. Bia noticed someone. It was neither her father nor her grandfather, and it definitely was not someone from the Namgun clan she knew. She wondered why she suddenly heard a man's voice. The whole situation seemed like a dream to her. While she was thinking, Soil asked if she was okay. Bia assured her that everything was fine and asked where Yanshun had gone. Soil replied that our guy had just left. She said that now it was his turn to go out for the duel, and Bia understood our guy still had to fight. She wanted to move to support him, but her body did not obey due to the terrible pain. Soul told her that she must not move while she feels so bad. She, Ade, in turn, told Baya the doctor said she needs to rest. Baya wanted to argue with her friend. Sola calmed the girl. Her master will return soon. She smiled and said that our guy asked her to deliver a message. Yunchun asked our girl to tell Bia that he saw her fighting and said, now it's his turn to show his skills. He also asked Bia to rest well. Bia was amazed to hear this and could not immediately believe that everything was so simple. She plunged into the sheets. Soil was surprised to see this and asked her friend why she was lying down. Bia reminded her that our guy asked her to have a good rest. She replied that she really needed to rest. Soil could not believe that her friend did not listen to her when she tried to stop her. The scene switches, and someone solemnly announces that a clash between Yunchun and Hayao is about to take place. The match is already approaching, and the tension in the air feels as if it is about to explode. Although it was not in her plans, the snow summit still found itself facing Yunchun, and she suddenly remembered that very fiery spark. The art that Yunchun used during the fight with the lightning dragon made her feel that our guy is still holding himself back against Chunjun. The northern oceanized palace, master of the northern seas and ruler of the snowy lands. Hayao's dead mother comes from there, and her father is a man who renounced the politics of his own clan for the love of Hayao's mother. No parents expected that their daughter would have a chi blockade known as the Curse of the Ice Palace. While chi blockade is said to be able to enhance a person's combat skills when it comes to accuracy and sensitivity, compared to the one standing in front of the girl's talent was mediocre. Moreover, the price a person pays for this talent is too harsh. Hayao had to get involved in the competition because of her father, but she believed she could use this opportunity. She wanted to use this chance to see Yan Chuan's fire art up close, and as soon as she thought about it, the referee asked them to start the fight. Yanchun instantly released his flames. No matter what, the heat of our guys near the fire was simply incredible. Ice shard. The cold in Hayao's sword had not changed yet, and the ice shards in her body were just as frozen solid. Hayao wondered if Yanchun had not given her the same sensation before, and right then it came to her mind. Our guy apologized to her. Hayao asked him why he did that. Yunchun focused energy in his palm. He clenched his fist and released a colossal amount of power. Hayao even shuddered, feeling how energy resonated within him. She felt the cold inside her body disappeared. She did not understand how such a thing could happen at all. Very soon, she was overcome by nervousness. When she saw how much energy Yanchun had gathered, it became clear to her this duel was unfair. Our guy took a position and asked her not to worry. He assured her that she would not feel any pain. As soon as he spoke these words, he immediately struck her with his fist. A gigantic, explosive flash occurred on the stage, visible to everyone in the area. While Yanchun stubbornly overcame the snow peak, the alliance leader sat in a room with his son. When he called Xinyan, the boy nervously responded to him. The alliance leader asked his son if he had forgotten their promise. The boy said no. Then the man asked, if he had not forgotten, then why did he do it? He asked him why he used the divine energy. He reminded him. He had warned that power comes with the risk of losing oneself. And he said to Sinin, he allowed him to keep it because he promised not to use it until he turned 20. Sigh and he gritted his teeth in anger. He did not want to admit to his father that he felt fear. Fear, anxiety, and a sense of defeat when he fought with Bia. Sinin recalled, divine energy can only be felt by one who possesses it. The father understood that he used it only because he knew about it in advance. He had no idea whether the father simply did not know for sure what was happening to him, or understood everything but deliberately pretended not to notice. He smiled and convinced himself it is not that important. He apologized to his father, smiled gently, and said that his patience was too little. He admitted it was his mistake. He assured Zhongchen that he would continue to make even greater efforts not to tarnish his name. Xi and Ayan mentally repeated to themselves, the father will understand him as soon as he becomes a star of his era. After his son left, Zhang Chun began to think about his actions. He hardly paid special attention to Shangyan because he managed on his own. However, recently, Shangyan has been behaving differently. Zhang Chun could not understand his son's thoughts. He decided to visit his sect master. In the next scene, we see Yun Chun arriving at the entrance to the medical ward. He goes inside and says that he has returned. Sola quickly asks Bia to wake up. She whispers that our guy has come. Bia opens her eyes. She lifts her head, and Yan Chun asks how she feels. Bia replies that it is stuffy in this room and that she wants to leave. Yanchun refuses her, saying he knows. She will rush to the training grounds anyway. Bia looked at our guy with very soft eyes. Yanchun asked her if she believed he would allow it through her gaze. Bia found it strange. She said that Soil assured her everything would work out, and Soil told her friend that she had not taught her this so that she could train more. Yanshun addressed this poisoned peak with a question about where she had been. The girl told him that she had gone to Haya. She said that the snowy peak has her own doctor. Yanshun knew that this would be best, so he asked Soil how the girl felt. Soil replied that there was no real problem with the girl's body. She told Yanshun that Haya had completely fallen out of reality since they fought. Yanshun found this strange. He was sure he had kept his own power under control. He was confident she would be fine if no new injuries appeared. He also realized that if Chio saw the fight, he would instantly get angry, and then he would have to explain that he did not put all his strength into the duel. As soon as this thought crept into his head, Yongshun realized he had not seen Shoal for some time. When our guy meets Sinyin, he always gets a strange feeling, the same as when he first encountered Heeljek. But as soon as he saw Sinyin release unique energy, Seol disappeared again. Yongchun still felt his presence within himself. He was sure Shoal had not disappeared completely yet. He would wonder if the old man tamed this power just as he tamed the demonic energy. He couldn't let go of the question, where did this power come from? While he was thinking, he wanted to learn more about it. But then Soil spoke up. Yanchun quickly returned to reality. The girl begged him to win tomorrow's finals. She assured him they would all be cheering for him. Hearing this, Yanchun smiled. He thought his questions could wait until tomorrow. He patted Soil on the head and thanked her. The girl blushed as soon as she felt his hand. Our guy asked her to watch over him until tomorrow. The next day, we see Yan Chen standing in front of Xiangyun. The boy asked Youngjun if he could tell him why he was so strongly set against him during the banquet. He asked if maybe he had somehow offended him, without even suspecting it. Yunshun focused on what he was saying. He recalled an incident that happened in his past life and told Xianen that he was right in some ways. He told him that he wouldn't understand anyway. And anyway, even if he explained it, Zhangyan told him that he wanted to apologize, although he himself did not understand for what exactly. Yongchun asked him not to do that. He told him that he did not need those half-joking, anyhow apologies. While he was stretching his body, our guy told Shanyan that he had been thinking about him for quite a long time. He hesitated whether our guy really had a valid reason to go off course and take the wrong path in life. He told Xi Jinping that he now understood him. After observing him, and explained to the guy that his case was different. He always pretended to be friendly, but in reality, he always wanted to be better than everyone. And when everything goes awry, he is ready to kill people to erase his mistakes. Yangshun told Shi and Yin that he was rotten to the bone from birth. Smiling, he asked the guy if he really felt so bad that his plan fell apart because of him, and advised him to leave his hypocrisy behind. He told CNN that he also tried to wear a mask but could not keep it on. Sinyan released a huge amount of his divine energy and told Yanshun that his martial skills were truly impressive. Glancing maliciously, he took a fighting stance and declared to our guy that he was still very far from humility. Yongshun smiled upon hearing this. Then he unleashed his fiery strikes and told Jianian that this made him like him even more. As soon as he said this, the judge announced, the final match between Gu Yanshun of the Shangshigu clan and Jiang Xinyan of the Tarian clan was about to begin. All eyes were fixed on the two guys. Our guy was ready to smash this freak to pieces. The judge ordered to start, and two guys rushed at each other. As soon as they got close enough to each other, they immediately rushed into battle. Yunchun gathered all his energy into his fist and sharply threw it at Xinyan. He unleashed a huge amount of fire on him. The boy was thrown back by the blow and he flew. Yunchun instantly appeared behind him. He kicked him so hard that he was thrown upwards. When Xinyan got hit, he clenched his teeth. He told our guy that he was already getting on his nerves and rushed forward with a blade covered in divine energy. He directly attacked our guy, unleashing a large portion of divine energy on him. His attack tore up the ground. The entire area was instantly covered with dust. When the dust settled, we see Yanchun holding Xinyan's hand. He flawlessly dodged the boy's blade and pressed him to the ground. Yanchun asked Yin Yin if it's now his turn to attack, since he no longer has strength. The boy froze at this. He couldn't believe that Yongchun sensed his divine energy. He was sure our boy had not yet undergone the ritual. The boy barely gathered his thoughts when Yan Chun spun him at a crazy speed and threw him away. He lunged at Xiangyun and managed to kick several times before he ended up on the ground. He kicked the boy as if he were a ball. Sen Ian pressed his back to the ground. He could no longer move. Yongchun clenched his fist, and he sharply pushed /thrust a strike toward the boy. He was filled with such rage that it was suffocating. He hit Xinyan with a fist in the chest and released a surprisingly absurd amount of fire. The flame in the arena was visible to everyone, even to the leader of the alliance, who immediately saw what was happening to his son. He could not believe that his son ended up in such a state, even though he had warned him. Yanchun turned out to be too unpredictable a variable. Zhangchun hoped that his son would not break because of him. Even the referee was shocked when he saw the strength of our boy. He was sure that Xinyan was already done, not just like that. He wanted to announce that the winner was Yongchun. Before he could say at least a word, another explosive event occurred. The man ordered Yongchun to stop. Upwards, our boy gritted his teeth and continued to hit Xinyan. He thought he had done too little. Because of what Xinyan would do in the future, Yanchun thought it was better to cripple the boy now. As soon as this thought formed in his head, Sai grabbed his hand. Yangchun was stunned. He was sure that the boy's bones should already have been crushed. Someone spoke up and told our boy that it was him. Shenyan pushed Yangchuan's hand away. The one who spoke was in Shenyan's body. He said he felt that something had broken and that he never thought everything would happen exactly like this. The essence returned to Yangchun and smiled. She asked our boy to explain why there was so much of everything in his body. Our guy quickly realized it is not Xinyan speaking. At first, this flashed through his mind immediately. Something inside, silently and persistently, suggested, hungry, and he needs to eat. Yanchun could not understand what exactly was happening. The one who was at CNN laughed and said that this is the owner of the abyss. The creature said it did not understand why the owner was next to him, but that was even good. Yunshun did not understand what exactly was being explained to him. Then the creature told our guy that it would give him something with which to celebrate the fact of his meeting with the rupture. He approached Yanchun and grabbed him by the hand. He told our guy that he was sure the beast inside him would meet this gift. Yanchun struggled, trying to break free from the entity's grip, but he lacked strength. He asked the creature to say who it was. This entity released its divine energy and pressed it into Yanchuan's body. He smiled as he forced that energy into himself. He made sure that our guy had enough energy. When everything was over, he let him go. He told Yanchun that he was glad to have met him. Dokugai Yun asked Yanchun to tell Move, if he ever meets him, let him know. Dokugayun is looking for him. As soon as he said this, he released the body of Xian Yan. The boy fell to the ground. The judge announced that Yan Shen won the duel. Our boy even gritted his teeth in anger. He did not understand what exactly was happening. The beast inside him laughed out loud. In the next scene, we see Yan Shun sitting on the edge of a cliff. He sighed with relief. The tournament was finally over. Since not all strong contenders participated in this competition, it was very difficult to predict in advance who would become the winner. Nearby, in crowded places, crowds were discussing the tournament. They talked about Bia and how she demonstrated swordsmanship that dances together with body movement. She was called the Sword Dancer. Xinyan appeared out of nowhere and immediately rose to second place. Was called the New Star. After all, Yanchun defeated the New Star and took first place. He was awarded the title True Dragon, and our boy actually considered this title quite uncomfortable. He confidently repeated to himself that this was still better than the title he had in his past life. But he could not understand why they called him a true dragon if he was just an ordinary person. Of course, Yunchung was not very concerned about this title because there was a reason that did not allow him to focus on his own victory. He ran through Doka Gyejin in his mind. Our guy was sure. In his past life, he definitely never heard such a name. He did not understand why someone like that ended up in the body of Sinin. But he quickly realized the energy that Doka Gyejin gave him was the same that Jinyan and Chunkyo once received. Now he finally understood. It was Gyejun who provided the guys with this energy. Jun recognized the entity within himself and called it the Lord of the Abyss. He did not know what was happening. He released some energy and asked this entity to speak if it knew something. He asked it to say what it wanted from him. He warned if it remained silent, he would not be able to do anything for it. Our entity did not answer our guy. Yanchun did not like this. Not at all. He also did not like that this creature jumped out every time it got hungry and then simply sank back into sleep. He looked at the energy in his hand and asked the creature if it had already drained all the energy of Gajin. And it seemed to him that this remaining energy did not disappear. Yongshun quickly realized that something was wrong here. He noticed that his Go Flame Will art did not cleanse the energy. On the contrary, the energy merged with the will art as if it was engraved in the very pattern. Yongshun released several flames from his palm. He was stunned by what had happened. He quickly stood up. He could not believe that his flame had turned blue. He did not understand what exactly was happening. He did not know how to explain this to his father. He already felt that everyone would think he is using some forbidden technique. He carefully released the flame from his own palm. His fire returned to its original color. Our guy realized that he needed to learn to control his flames just like Dave's chai. He told himself that he could do it. He did it immediately. An unbearable headache flashed in his mind. He fell to his knees. He wondered if this was a backlash with negative consequences after using chi. He convinced himself that maybe he was just very tired. He lifted his head to look at the snow. He asked Chio what to do in such a situation, and wished that Chio would wake up and give him some useful advice. The scene switches, and we see Mu Yun greeting Yunchun and congratulating him on his victory. Our guy asked him where the others had gone. Mu Yun did not know how to answer. Yunchun told him that he already knew. They were in his room. He stated that as soon as he opens the door, Ciola will immediately jump outside. He opened the door, holding a confident smile on his face. To his surprise, nothing happened. Yunshan did not understand why this place was so quiet. No sooner had he said this than Ciola jumped out of hiding and hit him in the stomach with her head. She pressed Yanshun to the ground. She asked why he returned so late. Muyen understood. Our girl had delayed her ambush. Yongchun asked her if she had watched the final. Ciola said she had watched it with the other girls and congratulated him on the victory. Soil rushed out of the room and declared that she wanted to be the first to congratulate Yongchun. She quickly composed herself and called our boy the true dragon. She congratulated him again on his victory, and Yunshun asked her not to call him the true dragon. He asked where Bayak was. Soil replied that Bayak had fallen asleep while waiting for him, and Yanchun did not understand why she was sleeping in his room and not in hers. He decided not to pay attention to it because it was not the first time she behaved like that. He stood up and said he would go rest because the closing ceremony would take place tomorrow. He turned to Ciola and said that they would soon return to the clan, asking her only not to move from the spot. With a bright smile on her face, Ciola asked her master not to worry about her and assured him she would not go anywhere. Later that night, we see how Yanchun and Bia sleep in the same room, and Ciola was also sleeping in her own separate room. While she slept, we see how our girl's hair slowly turns golden yellow. Elder Ciola opens her eyes, already in the body of our girl. She apologizes to Ciola for taking over her body while she was sleeping. She says that there is only one last thing left that she needs to do herself. The scene changes abruptly. We are taken to another building. 2 guards stand near the entrance. Someone slipped inside the building without a sound. The security never sensed this person. This turned out to be the elder Ciola, a woman who seemed to be rushing somewhere on her business. When she reached the door, she forced herself to calm down, and with her energies, she created something like light. She carefully opened the door to look at the person inside. To her surprise, the stranger asked her to come in. Then the woman pushed the door and opened it wide. The person in the room turned to her and said he had been waiting for her. The woman went into Xianian's room to take him from there, but it seemed Dog Gijuan had taken control of the boy's body. The scene changes abruptly. We are thrown into the past. We see purple flames burning in the forest. At first, we see the elder Ciola and 2 men on the ground. One of them was seriously wounded. Someone told his subordinate that he was in a miserable state and reminded him that he himself had said he could destroy the Ciola squad. The elder Yunchun spoke. Our guy was holding the clothes of his wounded subordinate. He asked the one known as Sword Demon if he should burn him to ashes. Sword Demon called Yunchun the squad commander and apologized. Yunchun told him he was pathetic and ordered him to save his excuses for when they return. He said this immediately. Raising his hand on, he released just a little fire. The fire instantly grew to ridiculous, impossible sizes. The man standing before Ciola declared that this was the power of the demonic emperor of the Black Flame. As soon as he heard this, Yongchun fired just a little fire at him. Ciola instantly jumped forward and cut through the flame with her sword, not letting it even touch that man. She asked if he was all right. He called her the squad leader and said he was alive thanks to her. Yangchun asked him not to address him with that funny title, and he admitted that he hated such an address. He told him that he would burn the entire region to ashes if he said the name again. He told Ciola that even she, in her exhausted state, could not withstand this attack. Shola asked him what exactly he wanted from them. The man behind her back looked surprised at her talking to Yansha. Yanchun smiled and asked her why he would need anything from her. Ciola told him that he was actually talking to them, and added, if he had no intention of communicating with them, he could have killed them all. With a smile on his face, Yanchun asked her if she thought he would let her live, even if she was right. He said he did not know what the great little sword saint thought. He told Ciola that she would always remain a worthless person, no matter how much she boasted about her pride of the orthodox gender. He reminded her that the foolish insects from Aliansu rely on her as if she were some great power, and asked if she would really betray their trust just to beg for her life. The man behind her said to her that she must not kneel before the traitor of the Union. Ciola replied She had long ago thrown away her pride. She said that she can't not die here because she has the responsibility to fulfill her duty. And she told Yanshun, if she dies there, she will not be able to make everything better. She told him that she wants to beg for her life and added she wants to live. Hearing this, Yanshun took fire from him. The sword demon asked him not to do this. Yanshun said he could not leave these insects alive. After that, Yanshun hit him in the face so hard that he fainted. He said that the sky of their cult did not specifically express anything about their life. And Siola led, this sky went to meet Sword the Supreme. He asked Tola to swear that she would not interfere and ordered her to just stand and watch as her grandfather slowly died, and then promised the woman that he would save her life if she gave this oath. The man behind her could not believe that Yanshun would ask the commander of his squad to do such a thing. He told Siola that he and his comrade would sacrifice themselves to buy her time. To his surprise, Siola gave the vow. Yanshun called her a foolish woman. He appeared before her in a moment and grabbed her by the neck. He explained that he had put shackles on her and assured her he would keep the promise, for the sake of that pride which she herself had rejected. He said that he would see her again and asked her to continue being a worthless person, saying that it would be easier for him to kill her that way. As soon as he said this, he vanished into thin air. Siola fell to the ground powerless after his departure. Her two subordinates approached closer. One asked if she was okay. The wounded man apologized to her, and Siola objected. It was not their fault. She suggested returning back. The man next to her said that there might be other ambushes waiting for them. Siola asked him not to worry. She assured that the Black Flame demonic emperor was not one to lie. The man helped Siola to stand up and said that the meteor blade would already be waiting for them. 3 days after the battle, the heavenly demon killed her grandfather. Our girl was forced to flee to Honan along with the other survivors. But the feelings she had for Yanshun were more of a bitter resentment than a desire to kill. Moreover, a poignant sense of nostalgia awakened within her. The scene abruptly switches, and we are thrown back into the present time. Older Siola asked Gejun on how he even knew that she would come here. Gejun replied that it was impossible for him not to know this, because she literally radiates such dense, deadly anger. Shola recoiled in surprise upon hearing this. She was sure she had hidden her murderous intent so well that Shinyong would not be able to sense it. Gejun told the woman that he senses and perceives everything more accurately than some child. As soon as she heard this, Siola grabbed the sword and lunged at Gejun. She cut off his hand. Gejun did not expect her to do that, since they hadn't even properly started their conversation. He said that she was hot-tempered and impulsive, although he had just said that himself. The man did not look like he was in pain. Siola declared that she had nothing to say to him. Gajun felt this as something strange. He told her that she spoke as if she already knew him and asked who she was. Siola ignored him and gathered a significant amount of energy in her body. Gijin instantly recognized her as soon as he saw this. Siola lunged at him just as he failed to do anything. Hayun smiled and confessed to her that he had already implanted his seed inside Yanshun, the one she loves so tenderly. Siola was shocked by what she heard. Then she changed the direction of her blade and, instead of cutting off his head, only barely scratched Gejun's face. She pressed him to the ground and asked what exactly he had just said. The man asked her if she now wanted to listen. He asked Siola not to worry, assuring her that this power would not harm Yanshun, and added that our boy might even appreciate it. Siola got angry and ordered him not to dare joke with her. She wondered why he said such things if she saw with her own eyes what had happened to this body. She said that this body was no longer human. Gejun asked her what she knew about Yanchuan, and even asked if she knew anything about herself at all. He poked her with a finger and said that she might guess, but she should not think about it. He added that she was trying to convince herself that she was human. Gejun revealed to Siola that they were of the same kind. He told her that she could shine brighter, but they were not different because they came from the same root. Siola ordered him to shut up if he did not want her to crash into his underground lair. Gajun replied that he was impressed, not expecting her to know so much about him. He told Siola that she still did not understand what exactly was hidden inside Yanchuan, and admitted that she was pathetic. Gejun called Siola a child and asked her not to worry. He said he wanted Yanchuan's bull to grow bigger than anyone else's, and told Siola that he would wait and watch our boy. Immediately he said this, grabbed Chenyun by the neck and began to strangle him. Siola was stunned to see this. She asked what he was doing. Gajun inquired if Sinin was her target, and declared that he was ready to give her his life. He laughed and asked Siola to stay close to Yanshun for now. He said he was sure Yanshun would come to him himself, since they had already met today. He squeezed the boy's neck even tighter, told Ciola that he enjoyed talking today and suggested meeting again. As soon as he said this, he broke Sinan's neck. Ciola shuddered at what she saw and quickly recoiled backward. Before Gayan left, he called our girl his daughter. Ciola could not comprehend what exactly was happening. She clenched her teeth in anger and began attacking Sinan's body. Turning the boy's body to dust, she headed to the door. However, she felt disgusted to be in this situation. She could not believe that she was called the Divine Sword, as if persuading herself. After all, she was nothing. When she left the room, she suddenly remembered how Yan Chun called her a foolish woman. She seemed to feel very sorry for him. She apologized to Yan Chun and said that she had made the choice for him. Shilla was certain the body of Shen Yen would disappear without a trace. Unfortunately, everything went not as she expected. During the closing ceremony, the senior SOLA. On the stage, the first and second places of the tournament table were announced. Yang Shun and Xiang Yan stood side by side. She could not believe her own eyes. She was sure Gajun broke Shen Yin's neck and completely shattered his body. She could not comprehend what exactly was happening. While she stared blankly at him, the alliance leader asked everyone to loudly greet with applause the new stars, those who worked so hard. Everyone in the arena suddenly burst into applause and cries of support for the boys. While the crowd clapped for them, Yan Chun cautiously stared at Xiangyan, trying to understand if Gaijun was still inside the boy's body. He was also troubled by another thought. Why does Gaijun even use this body, and does Xinyan realize that he is being controlled from within? Yanshun did not like what was happening. Too many things had changed from his previous life. The scene jumps to the streets. Their people are talking about Yanshun. They say he won the tournament, and that our guy was too modest to celebrate. Someone even suggested that Yanshun might have already expected to win against the opponent, and that he truly deserves to be called the True Dragon. Feeling this name, Yunshun became irritated. He sharply turned around and angrily released some flames. The people nearby instantly got scared. Before he could say anything, someone called him just as Yanshun turned around. He saw Soil and Ciola. Soil said she was looking for him and asked why he had such a nice expression on his face. Yanshun did not understand what she meant. He replied that he was just wandering and asked if Bia was still sleeping. Soil said that Bia was still sleeping in her room. Yunshun realized that the girl completely lacked basic common sense. He could not believe she even missed the ceremony, although there were no more duels. Soil asked Yunshun if he was not happy about winning and said that since the ceremony he had been walking around depressed. Yunshun forcibly raised his hand and declared that he was delighted, too loudly. Saul could notice that he was pretending. It was visible from how he tried to fake his joy. Yanshun noticed that Shola was silent. He asked what was wrong with her. Shola quickly pulled herself together and said that everything was fine. Yanshun stroked her head and asked her to be sure to tell him if anything happened. He promised to do everything possible to help her. Our girl smiled gently upon hearing this. So Eol got angry as soon as she saw Yonshun Patsolu on her head. She asked Yonshun if he had any plans. Our guy clarified what she meant, and the girl inquired if he had plans now that the tournament was over. Our guy wanted to return back to his clan, but suddenly remembered that Chio said, supposedly he has matters with Shaolin. He told Soil that he was going to visit Shaolin. The girl did not expect to hear this. She asked if he had a reason. Yonshun replied that he was going there for a walk and sightseeing. Soil was nervous and asked him, could she visit Shaolin together with him? To her misfortune, Haya appeared out of nowhere and at that very moment asked Yonshun the same question. Yonshun wanted to accept Soil's request. But as soon as he heard Hayao's voice, he quickly turned aside. Soil got irritated seeing the girl. She could not believe that she interrupted her. With a smile on her face, the Snow Peak said that she also planned to visit Shaolin. 2 days passed, and we see Yanshun climbing the stairs of Shaolin. He wondered how it happened that in the end he did not go with either of the girls. The argument flared up too strongly. As soon as he thought about it, from above, the Snow Peak seemed to greet him. Yanshun froze upon seeing her. He asked her why she was here. Haya asked again what he meant. She said she came alone because he rejected her request. She laughed and said she did not expect to accidentally run into him right here. Yanchen knew she did it on purpose. When they reached the top of the waterfall, a young monk came out to greet them. Hai Yong lowered his head and introduced himself. He is Hai Yong. He explained that he would be responsible for their temple tour. He said that he still lacked many things, but he would do his best. Yunshan told the monk that in the letter he sent yesterday it was stated only he himself was to visit them. The monk was surprised to hear this. Yes, he reminded Yanshun. Later he sent another letter where he wrote that Miss Moyong would accompany him as well. He asked if there was some confusion. Hayao replied that the letter was correct. Yanchun was shocked by the monk's words. He suddenly realized that this girl was truly dangerous. While they were walking through the temple, the monk told them, "Many people come to Shaolin just to see the sights, but among all the attractions, there is one thing that everyone without exception wants to see." With a smile on his face, the monk asked them to look ahead. Haya and Yanchun were shocked by what appeared before them. They saw a wide and incredibly beautiful body of water with crystal clear water. The monk told them that he was not talking about the lake. He explained that he was talking about the carp swimming in the water. Yanchun replied to the monk that in such a large lake, he saw only one carp. Haya Yan admitted that it was a white, elegant, and righteous fish, a true treasure of Shaolin. Haya asked if the fish was really a treasure, and the monk assured her, yes. He told that this fish was placed there by the great incomplete deity, and Shaolin carefully cared for it for several centuries. Yungchun suddenly realized something that can live so long would probably be considered a demonic creature. And then he instantly realized that he was thinking about the wrong thing. He reminded himself he came here not for sightseeing. He ordered himself to find out why Chio even wanted to be here. Immediately, this came to his mind. A school of carp called out, and Shakul responded. Yungchun froze upon hearing the name of that old man. He asked the others if they had heard anything too. He was sure he heard the old man's name. Before he managed to understand what was happening, the koi called Shikul again. Suddenly, a huge volume of water emerged and rose from the lake. Koi asked Chio to answer him every time he called his name. As soon as he said this, the water splashed out and crashed onto Yanshan. Our guy was immediately pulled to another place. Yes, he suddenly found himself in the water. Yanchun could not understand how the waves suddenly burst out of nowhere, and immediately realized he would drown very soon. This thought barely flashed. He noticed that he could breathe. Our guy could not understand what was happening. It occurred to him. Maybe he was simply pulled inside the lake. He was sure that the other two could also fall, so he decided to find them and get out of here. As soon as he thought about it, something seemed to move behind his back, and he turned sharply. He recognized the same koi from the past. Now the fish was much bigger. Our guy could not believe his eyes. The koi shouted at Chihol and said that he had been ignoring him for some time. He asked Chihol if his dementia had followed him through reincarnation. Yanchun was stunned when he saw that the koi was talking. He asked him if he was really talking to him. The koi replied by asking our guy if there was anyone there besides him. Yunchun wondered if the koi had confused him with Chill. He did not understand what he meant by reincarnation, and said he is not Kill. The koi asked him not to lie and questioned Yunchun how he could deny the strong scent of plum blossom. Our guy replied that it was a long story and explained this was not originally his own. The koi thought that Yanchun was still trying to deceive him. He stood opposite Yunchun and said that he was leaving him no way out. Our guy quickly clasped his hands together. He knew that in the water, he would not be able to dodge the attack. The coquettish one said that when they were young, she used to chase after the girl Moyen, and our guy was surprised to hear this. He did not understand what Koi was talking about at all. Koi insisted that Ciola was constantly clinging to the girl and even begged her to follow him before Koi could say anything else. Shakol appeared and asked him to shut up. Yunshan was stunned to see Chio. He noticed that the old man was beside himself with anger. He told him that he thought he was already gone. Chio told Koi that he was interested in which exact silly little fish is babbling. He said that the carps must be Chio Yun, and Yunchun, hearing his name, was stunned. He could not believe that the fish called a treasure is one of the 5 battle masters who fought alongside Chico against the bloody demon. Kyo Yang asked Kyo what exactly is happening. Chikol asked what he meant, and he replied, he lives like a treasure, just like him. He said that this situation is actually even for the better, and that he was not sure he would really meet you, Chikol Yan. He asked that man if he knew why they still remain in this state even after their time has ended, and Chio Yan was surprised to hear this. So he asked Chio, you don't remember, do you? Hearing this, Chio snorted irritably and declared that he could not recall. Then he asked if he was joking. He told his comrade that after the fight with the bloody demon, he remembered nothing, not even sure if he had actually defeated it. He did not understand why he was called a treasure, but when he came to his senses, he felt attached to Yanchun. He addressed Chio Yung and asked, is the bloody demon named Doka Jun really dead? Yanchun turned to stone upon hearing this name, the bloody demon. Chioyun told his comrade that he would tell everything he could. He revealed to Chiolu, the bloody demon is still alive, and added that he is already waiting for his resurrection. Chiolu did not like this at all. Chio Young explained to him that they destroyed the body of the bloody demon, but unfortunately this creature cannot be completely erased. All they could do was throw his flesh into the demonic realm, seal his soul in the east, and scatter his five senses among the seas. Yet the bloody demon is doomed to eventually be reborn, so that is why the group placed all their hopes on Chio and waited for him for years. Chio Young said that their plan might have failed. Chio asked him how he knew about the failure, and asked his comrade to explain what exactly Chio meant when he said they placed all their hopes in him. He said that Yoon Il-chun is the best person they should place their hopes on. He asked Chul Yang to explain why he was chosen, and not someone else who had already experienced regression twice. Yoon-chun was stunned by what he heard. Chul Yang replied that he could not tell him anything. He told Chio that he could guarantee he was chosen after careful discussion with all 5 comrades. He assured that both he and Il-chun participated in the selection process. Chio did not expect to hear that. Chio Yang explained to him that they consider him their only hope. From all this sudden information, Yoon-chun began to have a headache. Our guy was sure that Chul felt the same. Chul forced himself to pull himself together. Then he asked Sil Yong if their other comrades were also in the same condition as they were. Sil Yong thought the question was strange, and asked Sil why he was asking at all. Chio told him that he intended to stop the bloody demon, and asked his comrade why he was so shocked by such an obvious answer. He replied that he could always try again, even if he let them down, and reminded his comrade that was exactly how they fought the bloody demon until the very end. Chio Yang told his friend that he was right and added, "He is truly incredible." He explained, his character is still the same, even if he does not remember everything. He asked Chio to find someone named Myong, and said that this was the best answer he could give right now. As soon as he spoke, bubbles began to appear in the water. Chio Young told Yunchun that he would leave him the cursed horse nose. The scene changes. We see Yunchun opening his eyes underwater in the lake. He suddenly found himself sitting right in the water. Raising his eyes, he saw a monk and Kay looking at him. As soon as Yunchun got out of the lake, he used his flames to dry his clothes. The monk asked if he was all right. Yunchun replied that everything was fine, apologized to him for being so late, and suggested not to delay and move on. The monk pointed forward with his hand and said that from that side he would show them even more. When Haya was walking ahead, Yangchun called out from behind to Kyol and asked if he was already in place. Kyol, in response, inquired if something had happened. Our guy sighed with relief. He was really conscious. He said he was afraid. Everything that had just happened was only a dream. Chio replied that he had silly fears. Then he asked if he hoped it was a dream. He turned to Yanshang and asked if he knew how he managed to restrain the essence within himself and not let it run wild. He said that after taming it a little, he barely managed to break free. Then the guy questioned Yanshang about what exactly he did that caused everything to go wrong. Our guy nervously told everything that happened with Chio. The old man did not expect Yanshun to encounter the bloody demon. He had no idea that our guy would find evidence of the bloody demon's resurrection before him. Yongshun asked the old man if he could ask him one question, and Chol asked him not to delay. Let him speak. Our guy asked him if it was true that he went after a girl from the Moyang clan and lost her because of the heavenly thunder sword. She shouted and demanded that Yanshun be silent. Our guy said he was just joking. Already in a more serious tone, he asked Chio where he knew that the bloody demon's name was Dokajun. Chio did not understand his question, so our guy asked Yun Shunin if the bloody demon's name was recorded in history textbooks. And he explained, historical books are filled only with their amazing achievements during the Great War. Chio already understood why Yanchun was surprised as soon as he mentioned his name. The guy reminded the old man about the words about regression and clarified what exactly he meant. Chio revealed to him that the invincible Iron Fist King, called Yun Ayun Il-chan, is also a regressor like himself. Il-chan, he said, revealed this to them before the final battle. Yongchun could not believe that there was another regressor before them. Chol added that this is why he still does not understand that decision. He recalled that Il-chun was so skillful that he was known as the strongest martial artist, and he thought after he regressed twice, he should have had even more insights. He did not understand why his comrade decided to shift everything onto him. The old man simply decided not to think about it anymore. He told Yan Chun that they needed to start moving as Chu Yang advised. He asked him to prepare immediately. As soon as they return home, they will head to his fiance's house. He added that maybe there they could find some clues about Namgun Myung. Yan Chun said that in the end, he would get all the dirty work. Chio asked him what exactly he expected from him, And he replied to Yan Chun, he already knows that there are no plans to release the bloody demon. Our guy said he thought the same. He added that this matter also concerns himself. As soon as he said this, someone placed a hand on her face. Yan Chun sharply jumped back and said that her hand was freezing. Snowpeak laughed and asked him not to be so surprised. She asked if he was sensitive to cold things, if he himself did not feel the cold. Chio got angry when he saw Hayao. He could not believe that another girl appeared to Yan Chun. Our guy asked Hayao if something was wrong with him. Snowpeak told him that she called him, but he did not respond. She informed that the tour was already finished. And Yan Chun suddenly realized that he was actually outside. Heya! She asked what was wrong and said that he had been zoning out for some time. Yan Chun replied that he was just thinking about something. Snowpeak turned around and said that she really enjoyed today. She told him she would go first because her servant was waiting for her. As soon as she took a step down, Yun Chun noticed that the girl's skin looked extremely cold. He quickly called out to her. He came closer and grabbed her by the hand. He told her that he did not understand what made her follow him here. He asked her not to complicate her life, because she would become a burden, not only to herself, but also to the people around her. While he was speaking, Yan Chun used his fire art, warming her hands. He reminded the girl that she was very sensitive to the cold. Haya did not know what to answer. Yan Chun let go of her hand after warming it properly. He went down the stairs and told her that he had to leave because he was very busy. Before Haya could say anything, Yan Chun made a huge leap down the stairs. Haya was shocked to see this. She smiled gently. Shiole called our guy a cunning fox and asked him why he couldn't just romantically go down together with the girl. Yan Chun asked him what he was even talking about. He replied that it would take him half a day to go down the stairs together with her. He said he was sure that something would happen if he did not return quickly. The scene changes. We are taken to Yan Chuan's chambers. We see three girls burning him with their gaze. Soil asks him if he really went to Shaolin with the Snow Peak. Siola reminds he himself said he did not intend to go there. Bia asks if it was just the two of them. Yanshun did not know what to answer. He was completely cornered. In the next scene, we are taken to Hayao's room. We see how the girl thinks about Yanshun. The more she thinks about him, the more interesting he becomes to her. We wondered how she obtained natural bursts. She went through martial arts and demonic beasts, even helped by other fire arts. Yet the cold in her body never disappeared. Haya did not understand why she still felt the heat of Yanchuan within her. When they first met, the heat of our boys was able to drive away her cold. So, Snowpeak recalled that today she felt the same when Yanchun caught her by the hand and asked her not to get involved in trouble. She lifted her head and began to blush. She could not breathe deeply at all. Wheezing, Haya forced herself to remember this is not part of her plan. She blushed again and muttered that it was not really that she hated it so much. In the next scene, we see Yan Chen near the entrance to Shaolin together with Bia, Soil, and Siola. Hai Yan came out to meet them. He told Yan Chun that he had been waiting for him and promised today he would show them everything around. He told Yongshun that he did not expect to see him again so soon. Yongshun laughed nervously and replied that he himself did not expect to come again so soon. The monk suggested choosing a different path this time. He asked everyone to go inside. He led them to where the warrior monks trained and said that the incomplete deity once personally taught his disciples here. He showed the group a statue, the embodiment of the incomplete deity, and explained that the temple had done everything possible to convey its grandeur through this statue. A monk led them to a place full of towers. He said it was known as the Forest of Towers. He explained that it was named so because of the many towers. This place functions as a cemetery where the remains of great monks are kept. Sol smiled and said she had never seen this site before, although she had been to the shallows earlier. Yanshun recalled that he had passed by these places recently but paid no attention. Sol turned to him and said that he seemed to know this place very well. She guessed the reason was that our guy had already seen all this together with Hai. Yanshun asked why she was bringing this up now and thought, could she be reading his thoughts? With tears in her eyes, Siola asked her master if he hated coming there with them. Yanshun quickly told her she was mistaken. Bayer reminded him that he had come there without informing her, and she told him that he had broken their promise. Yanshun did not know what to answer, so he apologized to her. When the young monks saw how they were talking to each other, he laughed. He led them there to see the treasure of Shaolin and explained that the fish was called White Elegant Reichi's fish. Bia did not notice this fish in the huge pond. She turned to the monk and asked where she was. Soil pointed at her and said that she was swimming away. While Bia was staring at the koi carp, it shifted its gaze to them with its eye. It seemed to be looking at Yan Chun. The monk immediately felt that the situation was strange. and said usually the koi comes out to greet people when they pass by. He was not too worried about this and suggested moving to the next location. But before they could move, Siola greedily stared at the fish, thinking about how to cook it. While they were walking further, Yanchun spoke to her and asked what she was waiting for. Siola instantly snapped out of it, stopped staring and drooling, and replied that she was coming. She hadn't finished speaking when she immediately stood up, and a breeze rustled past her. Siola quickly ran to her master, and holding his hand, said that she was always warm next to him, even when the wind blows. She said that there, in the forest where she lived with her grandfather, it was always so cold. Hayagun often lit a fire for her, but it was never enough to drive away the cold. Because of this, Siola always hated winter. Our girl smiled at Yanshun and said that this year she is not cold at all, and that next year she wants it to be the same. Yanshun looked at her attentively. He said that he wants the same. Later in the evening, we see a young monk bowing his head before Yanshan and saying that he will now finish the tour. He approaches our guy and says he hopes he liked the views. Shola turned to Bia and asked if she enjoyed wandering and looking around. Bia smiled and said it didn't take as long as she expected. She says they still have some time left before they need to return to their rooms and asks the group what they want to do next. Yunchen said he is a little hungry and asks everyone if they want to have a snack. Soil immediately realizes this is her moment to raise the necessary question. She tells our guy that she knows a good place nearby. Before she could say anything else, someone called out to them. Soil got annoyed hearing his voice. She sharply turned to him. Anger was burning on her face, and asked the man why this always happens when it's her turn. As soon as she said this, she noticed behind stands a giant. This huge man with a scar on his face is the same person who is located just below the Shaolin leader. He is the second in command in Shaolin. He is known as Pristina Thousand Staff. With a grim expression on his face, he asked if they could talk. Apparently, Soil got scared and quickly apologized to the man for her mistake, and he in response apologized for bothering her. He turned to Yunshan and said that he had something to discuss with him. Our guy did not expect to hear that. The man revealed to him that the leader Shaolin wishes to see him. Yunshun could not understand what was happening. He was racking his brain over what the leader wanted. The untouchable thousand-pronged staff told Bia that the leader also wishes to see her. Bia had the same reaction as Yunshun. Then Siola asked them if they had done something wrong. Yanshun replied that no one would scold them. The scene switches, and we see someone reading a letter. This man received a letter from Gu Chengjun. What the first elder wrote seemed interesting to him, and he understood well that the old man was actually already in despair. He said that he had already received a lot from Gu, and now he had a joint mission with Chongjun. The man declared that he agreed. The man said to someone in front of him that he needed to make extra efforts. After that, he asked him to return and tell Changjun that he accepts his terms. The interlocutor was a werewolf who visited the monster in the underground prison of the Gu clan. The werewolf looked at the man's throne and told him that it must be nice to be so high up. Then he added that strong people always have someone to pass on their words while they sit on their thrones. His body slowly disappeared, fading into the void, and the messenger asked to remember. As soon as he gains freedom, he will kill both this man and the old one in the underground prison. As soon as he heard these words, the old man next to him snatched a sword. Before he managed to do anything, the werewolf vanished into the air, and the old man cursed him as a damned rat. The Dark Knight Palace Master asked the Vice Palace Master to calm down and reminded him that the messenger always finishes everything, even when speaking like that. He said that it was also time for them to make their moves. He revealed to him their target is the eldest daughter of the Gu clan, and the ultimate goal is the son of the Gu clan. The palace master stood up and looked over his subordinates. He raised his hand and ordered them to leave several squads behind. He explained that they would head to the front line where the 5th Sword Unit operates. Their task is to capture the eldest daughter of the Gu clan alive. He reminded them that this should be an exchange, and also one piece of their bigger plan, to prepare to see their own sky. The palace master warned his subordinates there will be no failures. The men raised their voices and assured him they would carry out his orders. In the next scene, we see the flawless Thousand Staves reporting to the sect leader. He brought Yanchun and Baya. The sect leader asked them to enter, welcomed them into his room, and apologized for calling them so suddenly. The space was filled with numerous Buddhist statues. Baya and Yanchun folded their hands in prayer and bowed to the man, and Yanchun said, "He is honored to have been called." The sect leader laughed upon hearing this and addressed our guy. He is truly well-mannered, so he asked him to sit comfortably. Yangshin raised his head to see the man who today has the greatest influence on the entire martial world. This old man is the current leader of the Shaolin sect. His name is Qing Yong. He is also known as the Heavenly Eye. Qing Yong recalled that they are just rising stars. He served them tea and congratulated them on their performance in the tournament. He said he heard that both he and she received good evaluations in the tournament. At the same time, he called them Sword Dancer and True Dragon. As soon as he said this, he carefully opened his eyes to let them properly see themselves. He said that they truly deserve their titles, and Yongchun nervously thanked him for the praise. It seemed the sect leader was a frail old man, but Yanchen knew you cannot judge by appearances. His title is Heavenly, Yi, the eye that sees the heavens. It is also the name of a prophetic talent possessed for generations by the Shaolin leaders. It was precisely thanks to this power that many disasters were stopped, such as the gates of the true demon kingdom. And inevitably, Qingyun's influence is enormous. Yanshin wondered why someone so significant would want to meet them, while Bai meanwhile focused on drinking tea. Yangshun turned to her and quietly asked her to drink tea. He quickly apologized to the sect leader. Chen Yang said that everything was fine and added, "It's nice to see her enjoying the tea." Then he asked if he was interested in why he had called them. He replied he would get straight to the point. He placed his cup on the table and told them that he hoped they would work together with the falling star. Bai Aga and Yanchun exchanged surprised glances upon hearing this. The sect leader asked them if they had ever heard of this group. Yanchun said he had. He replied to Qingyang that he did not understand what exactly he meant. He said he did not want to be rude, but had to clarify what their cooperation with the falling star meant to him. Pristine Thousand Staves warned him that it would be very difficult to complete. Answer, he said, that the details about the falling star are top secret. Yanchun nervously turned to the man. The leader raised his hand and ordered the impeccable Thousand Staves that everything was fine. The man did not expect his sect leader to say that. Chen Yong told Yanchun that he understood it would be difficult for him to answer if he did not even know what the falling star was. He decided to explain everything to him. He revealed to him that the Falling Star was an organization created by the Alliance to prepare for the upcoming bloodshed. Yongchun asked him what exactly he meant by bloodshed. Chen Yong said he did not know how many years were left, but he could already see that the bloodshed was coming very soon. He added that the Maram Alliance was secretly gathering experienced martial arts masters to prepare for it. Yanchun asked the man to explain why he was inviting people without proper experience like them to such an organization. Chen Yang replied that stars with potential were more important to them than fully formed fighters. He stated that this answer would be enough, and then he asked Yanshun to express his thoughts. He assured the falling star is a place that can give them a lot. He told him that they could help reach a higher plane if he truly wanted it. Immediately after he said this, Bia addressed the pure Thousand Sticks with a question if she could get more tea. Yunchun felt that something was wrong here. He knew that the bloody massacre the man hinted at was probably a heavenly demon. This means that despite all the preparations made by the Alliance, in the end they were still destroyed by the heavenly demon. Everything would fit if the heavenly demon was much stronger than they had calculated. Yet there was still something that Yancha could not comprehend. The sect leader said he wanted to prepare for the bloody events that would soon erupt, and at the same time wanted to gather the younger martial artists who needed time to grow in strength. It seems Qingyan really has a method to immediately endow people with power. Yunshin recalled the fight in which he confronted Chungjun and Xinyin. It seemed to him as if the sect leader was talking about how to grant him the power of the blood demon. He clenched his fist to calm down as his Baya placed another cup of tea. Yunshin shouted. The sect leader asked him if he could ask one more question. The sect leader asked him to go further. Yunshun told the man that he wants to find out if Zhang Xinyin is part of a falling star. Chen Yun smiled upon hearing this and told our guy that he will figure everything out if he joins the organization. The scene changes. Bia and Yangshun come out of the temple. The sun was already setting. Yunchun said that the others would wait for them. As soon as Bia heard this, she grabbed his hand. Yes, she replied to him. They can go together. There are only two of us here. Yunchun smiled and accepted her offer. And Sheol, seeing this, glared at him threateningly from inside. Descending the stairs, Bei asked our guy what he was going to do. Yunchun asked her what exactly she meant, and Bei addressed him, what he would do about what the sect leader said. Yanchun explained to her that he told Qingyun he would think about it, and reminded her that she had already said the same thing. Everyone wondered if she really did. Yanchun asked her if she was even listening to what Xinjiang was saying. Baya pondered and replied that the tea was good. Yunshun exhaled heavily, releasing a deep sigh from his chest. He suddenly realized he was the only one worrying too much about trivial matters. But it was precisely thanks to this conversation that he was able to make a very important assumption. There is an organization created to prepare for bloodshed. This organization gathers talented young martial arts masters. It is connected with Shenin, and they have the Qi blood demon, according to everything he knew. Yanshun concluded, the bloody demon is connected with the alliance. In the temple, we see how the untouched thousand staffs approach the sect leader. Chen Yun said that children are interesting and asked his deputy if he had seen Yun Chuan's reaction. The untouched thousand staffs offered him some tea and said that he did not know what he was talking about. Then the heavenly remarked, when Yan Shun recalled the future bloodshed, he was extremely calm, as if our guy already knew that it would happen. The untarnished thousand staff was impressed upon hearing this. The heavenly added, Yanchun was surprised only when he explained the falling star to him. He said he could only guess what intentions the gaze hides when it shows him the future. But this time, everything is different. The sect leader ordered the man to watch over Yanchun. He said they needed to move already and informed the Immaculate Thousand Squad that he had heard. The heir of the Pun clan is currently in the alliance. The man clarified, did you mean Pun Wudzing? He said that Wu Jin would most likely meet with Sword Dancer along with Lightning Dragon. The sect leader added, everyone must wait until he arrives. He suggested they set off while the sun had not completely set yet. Then he asked Priston Thousand Rods if he could quickly escort him to Alayans while you go to the door. Xinyan thought to himself that all this was for the sake of peace under the heavens. The next day, we see Siola stepping out of the carriage and informing Yanshun that they have already finished loading the carriage. Although only 10 days had passed, Yanshun felt as if so much had happened, and he had no idea what his father would say to him when he returned. While he was pondering, Siola quickly asked him to come inside. She said it was still very cold in the carriage. Before Yun Shun could step into the carriage, someone grabbed his clothes. Our guy, turning around, immediately saw Haya. He asked her why she was here. He very quickly noticed something strange about her appearance. He said she seemed sick and asked if she was all right. Haya's face turned completely red. Nervously, she assured our guy that she was fine. Yun Shun pondered what was going on here. He had never seen Gaia so confused before. He even thought that something serious might have happened. No sooner had he thought about it than Shola and two others glared at him angrily from the carriage. Yan Shun twitched nervously as soon as he felt their gaze. He asked Gaia what exactly she wanted to talk to him about. The girl pulled herself together and she told our guy that she came to say goodbye because she heard he was already about to leave. She told Yan Shun that she brought him a farewell gift. Our guy did not expect this at all. Haya took something out from among her things and handed it to Yun Shun. She asked him to take the ring. Yan Shun asked what it was, and the girl explained, it was a distinctive mark of their clan given to guests. She added that with this ring, Yan Shun would be able to receive benefits from the Jade Sky Merchants Guild, with which they cooperate. Our guy felt that now he had to respond to her somehow. He called Honghua, and Haya was embarrassed again. She asked him not to worry about it. She covered his hand with the ring and said it was nothing special. She only asked him to accept it without feeling awkward or uncomfortable. She turned around and told Yan Shun that they would see each other again. The boy did not know what to say. From that place, even before leaving, she managed to say that. Snowpeak carefully turned to him and smiled. Yan Shun considered that the ring was a standard gift of the clan. He thought that Haya was too tense for such a mundane trifle. He immediately remembered this. Someone reached out to him, sneaking up behind him, wrapping his neck with hands. It turned out to be Baya. The girl told Yanshun to get in if he was already finished. Hearing this, Yanshun shuddered with nerves. He told her that he would sit in the carriage as Baya forcibly pulled him in. Yanshun replied that he could sit by himself. As soon as everyone settled down, Siola stuck her head out of the window and announced that they were ready to return home. The gathering of the Dragon and Phoenix was a real shock for many. While our guy and his squad were traveling to Shanxi, the names of the new martial masters spread across the land. Even those dragons who did not participate in the event found out about it. Fuang managed to hear about our guy's achievements. Besides him, one more person also heard what happened at the event. She was sitting on the mountaintop. He read everything that happened during this event and was impressed to learn that Yan Chun was a disciple of Aura Supreme. He is the dragon warrior in the fight. His name is Bui Jian. The scene switches. We see Yan Chun and his group near the campfire, and Bai'a is holding our guy's hand. While they were watching the flames, they heard someone sneezing. Yanchun turned to Soil and said that he noticed. When she rides in the carriage, she easily twists. He asked if she did not wrap her own body chi. Soil asked what he meant. She said that this nauseous feeling was the best part of the carriage ride. She laughed and added that if she used her chi, she would no longer be able to feel it. And Yanshun realized, among the girls, she might turn out to be the most dangerous. Since he was just going with the flow, Yanshun realized that he never asked Baya and Soil why they were following him all the way to Shangxi. Our guy knew Baya could calmly return to her clan together with her brother. Chiu appeared in brain and told him that she was worried. He would take Hayao with him. Yuanchun asked what exactly she meant and requested an explanation of why that girl would go to Shanxi at all. As soon as he said this, Yuanchun suddenly remembered something. He seemed to stumble mid-word, then said to Chio, he just remembered that the girl had given him a badge, and he had completely forgotten about it. Chio replied that one should not lose a gift so easily and ordered him to hide it securely in his bag. Yunshun pulled out the bag. He and Chio looked inside and saw something shocking. He found money in the bag and a ring given to him by the second elder. The ring glowed slightly. Yunshun immediately realized he never managed to give it to the alliance leader. Chkol asked if the color of the ring seemed a bit different to him. He said that during their journey to Shaolin, Chiao Yang probably did something to him, and that he can feel that man's chi through this ring. Yang Chun did not expect an incomplete god to interfere with the ring. He understood. The ring is a real treasure. Chio asked if he did not intend to take the alliance's treasure for himself. Yang Shun told him that, for now, he would keep him. He replied there is no chance that he would turn back something similar to the alliance associated with Blood Demon. Late at night, we see everyone sleeping. Muyen was keeping the watch. He stood next to the carriage, tensely listening to the darkness. Suddenly, something unexpected jumped out of the bushes. Muyun instantly drew his sword and froze, shockingly examining what exactly it was. After a few minutes, he shouted that they had been ambushed. Yan Chun, having just heard this, sharply opened his eyes, stood up, and asked Muyan what was happening. When he approached him closer, he saw something shocking. Leon was struggling with himself. One of them asked Yan Shun to be careful. He said the enemy was disguised as him. The other, Muyan, told the first that he talked too much, for a fake. He asked Yan Chun not to be fooled and said that the man in front of him was a counterfeit. Yan Chun did not understand what was happening. He felt this Muyun from both. He quickly realized that only those who could disguise so well. These were the damn bastards from the underground prison. They are called masked people. While he was thinking, the wounded Muyun appeared from behind. He said that they needed to run away and warned, if this continued, they would all be killed. One of the other two claimed that this Muyan was also a fake. Yunshun could not believe that now 3 versions of Muyan were walking around next to him. He knew these were people in masks, but had no way to find out who among them was the real Muyan. He wondered what he should do. And as soon as this thought flashed in his head, something in his clothes began to glow. So the wounded Muyun called him and asked him to run away. He said he would hold back the others. Immediately after he said this, Yunshun attacked him and with one blow destroyed his head. His body turned to ashes and was scattered by the wind. The other 2 versions of Muyan shuddered when they saw what Yunshun had done. Our guy rushed at another Muyan and delivered a powerful blow right to his head. With a single strike, he smashed the werewolf, and his body also turned to ashes. The real Muyan was shocked by what his master had done. He laughed nervously and told Yanshan that he knew he would recognize him. Our guy was impressed. He did not expect that the ring in his bag would allow him to sense the identities of people in masks. He did not think that the rings had such an ability at all. He realized that it was not a simple attack. All the clothes and swords used by those who changed their appearance were genuine equipment of the Gu clan. The only person who could easily provide this was Yanshan stood up and asked Muyun how long it would take them to reach Shangxi. Muyun told him that they would need another 2 months. Our guy replied, we need to hurry and manage it in a month. He said he had a bad feeling about the situation. Yanshan hated the fact that his bad intuitions were never wrong. When he arrived at his clan, everything around seemed strange, even nerve-wracking. This confirmed his feeling. His younger sister immediately rushed to him as soon as he returned. Yongchun asked Reinhwa why she was here. He thought she was going to return to the MANHUA sect together with Sword Queen. Tears welled up in her eyes. Reinhwa told her brother that they were in great trouble. She admitted the second elder might not survive. Yongchun froze in shock. He could not believe what he heard. His words broke off at the worst. The elder was seriously wounded. In the next scene, we see Yongchun sitting outside near the room of the second elder. He froze, lost in thought. He was replaying in his mind what someone had told him. One of the clan members told him and his sister that the ruler of the Dark Knight Palace attacked the second elder. They managed to get this information from the members of the squad who were attacked then. Yeonshun recalled that the master of the Dark Knight Palace is one of the unorthodox emperors who, it is said, stand at the very top of the unorthodox factions. He remembered that the master of the Dark Knight Palace in his past life never left his palace, even during the House Sect War or the Martial Alliance attack. Yeonshun could not believe that such a person appeared on the front line where the 5th Sword Unit was. He attacked the second elder and kidnapped Vibi. The man who was talking to Yeonshun told him that the clan leader took the 1st Sword Unit with him to search for his sister. He said that the Sword Queen also went out to help with the search. He told our guy that he did not know when they would return. Yeonshun clenched his fist in anger as soon as he heard these words. Later at night, we see the Divine Doctor coming out of the second eye. In the Elder's room, he said that his body was trembling from the pressure. As soon as he said this, he immediately noticed someone was standing by the door. He shouted and asked the boy when he had returned. Yeonshun quickly stood up and asked if the second elder was okay. The man flinched as soon as the boy approached him. He fell to the ground. He got angry and called Yeonshun a freak, and even reproached him. Why is he shouting if he is standing alive in front of him? He carried Yeonshun inside and said that the treatment was finished. It was a very close call. For any ordinary person, it would have long ended in death. But the elder, even unconscious, stopped the bleeding with his own chai. The Divine Doctor said that Ryan's regeneration was truly on a completely different level. Yeonshun asked if he knew when the elder would wake up. The man replied, if he knew that, he would not be a doctor, but a seer. He asked him not to worry and said that the elder would get up in 4 days. Our guy could not even imagine that the Divine Doctor would still be telling him the time frame, exactly how long the elder would take to heal. The Divine Doctor informed Yeonshun that the elder would need some more time to regain strength. He smiled and solemnly declared that he was really too clingy. It did not occur to him why Yeonshun was standing outside if he was not helping the patient anyway. He moved forward and said he would go for a walk. He asked Yeonshun to look after the elder while he was gone, then added that his body ached from treating patients over the last few days. Our guy asked him to actually go for a walk. After the man left, Yeonshun pondered. Something was clearly wrong. In his past life, nothing like this had happened either to the second elder or to his elder sister. He realized this was probably caused by the consequences of how he changed the past. He cautiously looked at the elder. He recalled those moments when he tried to escape from him, those times when the elder laughed at him, those times when they quarreled and laughed together. Yeonshun truly loved this man. He believed that the elder would last at least 10 more years and hated this situation. He quickly pulled himself together and began to think about why the Lord of the Dark Knight Palace kidnapped his sister. There should have been no reason for the Lord of the Palace to attack when the second elder was visiting, if his main goal was the kidnapping of Viba. The only thing that happened was that the clan head was no longer in the clan, and the second elder was no longer available. Yeonshun realized that only one bastard would plot such a thing. The scene changes. We are transported to the residence of Changyun. Next to the window sit the first elders in armchairs. But he kept pondering how the exchange ended. The Dark Knight Palace finally obtained the flame it desired. The elder was certain, no matter how extensively the clan head searched, he would not find Viba. And Changyun believed it was time to expand his own power. He wanted to get in touch with those who would agree to help. But he realized the clan head Namgun did not trust him, so continuing the talks would be pointless. He was not too worried about it. Everything was going according to plan. He raised his cup and decided to drink tea. He did not even manage to swallow when he immediately began to cough heavily. A little blood spilled from his mouth, but he understood. His power of suppression was on the edge, so he had to hurry immediately. As soon as he thought about it, some energy responded within him, and he quickly looked outside. Beyond there was a lot of fire. His cup slipped from his hand. The elder shuddered. He began to guess who destroyed his gate and boldly broke inside. He felt that the person's fire was rising. The tension was increasing. He was deciding whether it was the clan leader himself, and he was sure Keelan left with the first squad of swordsmen. He was worried whether it had already been revealed that he was also involved in this matter. He quickly went down and called to the clan leader, asking what he was doing. He inquired whether the other intended to destroy the property of his own clan. Asking if he resembled the clan leader, he himself was shocked when he saw who was in front of him. He could not believe it was Yun Sken. However, our guy returned to him and said that the time had passed. This was a certain compensation for his gift, and he asked if he liked it. The first elder could not believe he had confused Yun Chun's fire with that belonging to the clan leader. Yunchun reminded the elder that he had already told him something during their last meeting and asked if he remembered. A sinister look froze on his face, and he reminded that man, if the old watchdog tries to bite his master, he will have no choice but to burn the dog. Chang Jun moved his hand closer to the sword and told Yunchun that he did not understand why he was putting on a show there. He said that his actions could not be justified merely because he was the heir. Yunchun released fire and confirmed. He was right. He asked why this man repeatedly provoked his anger, since he belonged to the direct line, and added that his patience had its limits. Smiling, he told the elder that this time he acted quite recklessly and added, he did not expect him to continue pretending to be a fool after such an obvious act. He also reminded Chang Jun that he was behaving as if he had very little time left. Chang Jung heard this irritably, so he drew his sword and slashed toward Yunchun. Our guy did not flinch at all upon seeing the attack. He took a stance and, with a punch, repelled the attack, cutting it to dust. Chang Jun could not believe that Yunchun stopped his attack with a single punch. Later, our guy told him that if someone had such power, they should be a bit stronger. The elder got irritated by these words and told Yunchun that he was just lucky. He sharply thrust the sword forward and launched several attacks at him and asked him to try to block them. He raised the sword. He slashed again at our guy, and the strike immediately burst out with enormous force. Chang Jun sheathed the sword. He threw a remark at Yangchun that he was an arrogant fool and that for now Yangchun was only a young warrior of the peak realm. Chang Jun was sure this strike would be enough to teach Yangchun manners. But suddenly he realized he heard no sound. He approached the place where Yangchun had stood, and there was no one there. Changjun froze, stunned. Yangchun had disappeared. He tried to figure out when exactly he had moved. Changjun barely had time to react when Yunchun appeared right beside him. With force, he turned on and struck him with a bone-breaking blow to the ribs. The attack threw the elder back. He flew and crashed into the wall. When he tried to move, he spat out some blood. Yunchun immediately realized he was unable to use his strength properly. He stepped closer and said that it was supposed to be that way. He asked if his body was not completely broken. Changjun froze upon hearing this. He did not understand how Yunchun could have known that. With a smile on his face, Yunchun told the man that his heart was the most broken part. We have reached the end of our video. How do you like the story so far? And what do you think? Should Yunchun kill the first elder? Write your opinion in the comments. Don't forget to like and press the subscribe button for the sake of the next retellings. See you later.